An infinite void where shards of time streaked across like meteors. A colossal consciousness laden with the memories and regrets of an ancient battlefield drifted through the crumbling fissures of spacetime. He was a guardian from the era of Datong Mu Hui. In a final battle against an otherworldly invasion, he perished together with his enemies, but his soul was cast into the turbulent tide of spacetime. A millennium, or perhaps merely an instant, this shattered fragment of a soul caught sight of a cerulean planet teeming with vitality. A powerful, warm, yet profoundly solitary fluctuation of chakra beckoned him like a... On that planet, a young life named Xuanhua Mingren was enduring extreme agony and rejection, his soul's fluctuation revealing a fragile crack. Instinctively, the wisp of remnant soul plunged into it. Not to devour, but to merge. The memories of Datong Mu surged in like a tidal wave, yet shattered into billions of starlight fragments, within the child's fragile sea of consciousness, sinking into the depths. The tremendous shock plunged the young Mingren into a deep slumber. When his eyes fluttered open again, within those cerulean pupils beside their pristine innocence lay a newfound trace of world-weary bewilderment and profundity. Yet this peculiarity was shrouded by a thick layer of naivety unnoticed by anyone. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Uzumaki Naruto's face. He abruptly sat up in bed, panting heavily, his forehead dotted with fine beads of sweat. That dream again. Shattered stars, a burning sky, and pairs of cold magatama-bearing eyes. An indescribable sense of tragedy and loneliness lingered in his heart, far more piercing than the cold stares of the villagers in reality. Damn it! What is going on? Naruto rubbed his striking golden hair, muttering in irritation. Since a high fever a few months ago, these vague fragments had occasionally intruded into his dreams. They weren't like nightmares filled only with fear. They felt more like forgotten memories. But how could a 7-year-old child have such things in his mind? Shaking his head to dispel those unrealistic thoughts, Naruto jumped out of bed, skillfully brewed a cup of instant noodles, and slurped them down. Today was the first official combat practice class since the start of the Ninja Academy. He had been looking forward to it for a long time, although his theory classes were still a mess. The complex hand-seal sequences and ninja world history were like gibberish to him. For some reason, once it came to taijutsu training or shuriken throwing, his body seemed to have a mind of its own. He could imitate the instructor's demonstration after just one look, and in some moments his body would naturally respond with more efficient and sharper movements, surprising even himself. Maybe I'm really a genius after all. Ha ha ha. Naruto flashed his signature brilliant smile at himself in the mirror, forcibly suppressing the trace of confusion hidden deep in his eyes. At the Ninja Academy training ground, the students dressed in matching uniforms stood in neat rows, both excited and nervous. Instructor Mizuki was explaining the rules and precautions for the combat practice. Humph, dead last, don't get knocked out in the first round. A cold voice came from the side. It was Uchiha Sasuke, the acknowledged genius of the class. He stood with his hands in his pockets, glancing at Naruto out of the corner of his eye, his tone laced with undisguised contempt. In the past, Naruto would have jumped up and shouted, but this time he just tilted his head, looked at Sasuke and grinned. Oh Sasuke, you care about me that much? Don't worry, I'm going to surprise you. Sasuke was slightly taken aback. The angry reaction he had expected from Naruto did not appear. Instead, Naruto's overly calm and even teasing attitude made him feel as if he had punched cotton. He snorted coldly and said nothing more, but his perception of Naruto had subtly changed. This dead last seemed a bit different from before. Haruno Sakura, standing in the front row, turned her head to look at Naruto, feeling a stir of strangeness in her heart. The usual Naruto was always loud and boisterous like an overly energetic monkey, but at that moment the fleeting confidence and steadiness in his eyes made her feel that he was somehow handsome. She quickly shook her head, dismissing the absurd thought, and refocused her gaze on Sasuke. First match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke. Mizuki's voice rang out, instantly igniting the whole atmosphere. No one had expected the first match to be the showdown. The acknowledged dead last against the top genius. Wow, this is going to be good. Naruto'll get floored in 1 second, right? Go Sasuke-kun. Amid the murmurs, Naruto and Sasuke walked to the center. Begin. Sasuke didn't waste a word. He charged forward, instantly swift as the wind, throwing a sharp straight punch straight at Naruto's face. The speed and power of this punch far exceeded the average student's level, drawing gasps from the onlookers. To everyone, Naruto seemed frozen, standing still without moving. Yet, in Naruto's perception, time seemed to stretch. Sasuke's movement trajectory, the subtle tremors of his muscles, and even the faint flow of chakra in his meridians were all clearly reflected in Naruto's mind. It wasn't vision, but a perception. This ability to perceive had only become clear recently. He could feel subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space, including object movements and energy flow. Just as Sasuke's fist was about to touch the tip of his nose, Naruto moved. Instead of stepping back or blocking like an ordinary person, he executed a seemingly clumsy yet marvelously precise sidestep, dodging the punch by a hair's breadth. At the same time, his foot casually hooked, catching Sasuke, just as his old strength had dissipated and new power had yet to arise. Ha! Sasuke, caught completely off guard by this seemingly coincidental trip, lost his balance, and stumbled forward several steps before barely managing to steady himself. The whole audience erupted in commotion. He dodged. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Sasuke spun around his face, a mix of disbelief and anger. He held back no more. His hands flew through hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Of course, with his current chakra, he could only spew a fireball the size of a basketball, but it was still enough to shock everyone. The blazing fireball roared forward. Mizuki's expression changed, and he was about to step in. However, Naruto, facing the fireball, did not retreat, but instead advanced toward it. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he seemed to predict the weakest trajectory of the fireball. His body twisted with several minimal, almost invisible sways, brushing perilously along the edge of the fireball, and charged toward Sasuke without losing speed. What? Although Sasuke's Sharingan had not yet awakened, his dynamic vision was excellent. He clearly saw Naruto's unbelievable dodging maneuver. There was no way luck explained that. In the instant Naruto closed in, Sasuke instinctively activated his Sharingan's basic insight ability, trying to see through Naruto's movements. In his vision, Naruto's movements became slightly clearer, but he immediately felt dizzy. Naruto's trajectory was not linear, it carried an elusive, space-distorting illusion that greatly impaired his insight. Bang! A dull thud. Naruto delivered a simple, straightforward elbow strike that precisely hit the opening left by Sasuke after unleashing his technique. Sasuke grunted, stumbling back several steps, clutching his chest with a face full of shock and unwillingness. The training ground fell into dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the golden-haired boy in the center. He stood there, sunlight shining upon him, as if gilded with a golden edge. It was still that familiar face, but at this moment it radiated an entirely different aura. He was no longer the acknowledged dead last. Mizuki stepped forward, checked on Sasuke, and after confirming he was fine, looked at Naruto with an extremely complex gaze. Uzumaki Naruto wins. Naruto scratched his head and laughed heartily. Haha, you're too kind, Sasuke. I told you I'd surprise you. But beneath his laughter, his inner state was far from calm. The feeling of moving with such ease during battle, the precise perception of space, and the opponent's movements once again confirmed the changes in his body. Those dream fragments seemed not entirely illusory. Iruka Sensei stood by the field, his brow slightly furrowed. He looked at Naruto, his eyes full of concern and curiosity. As the teacher most concerned about Naruto, he had keenly noticed the subtle changes in Naruto recently. Today's performance far exceeded his expectations. What had happened to this child? Sasuke stared intently at Naruto, his pitch-black eyes for the first time acknowledging Naruto as a true opponent who needed his full effort to surpass. And Sakura, looking at Naruto, her eyes filled with unprecedented curiosity. The trajectory of Uzumaki Naruto's life had from this moment on quietly shifted. The future of Konoha, and even the fate of the entire ninja world, had turned a new page thanks to the awakening of this ancient remnant soul. Defeating Uchiha Sasuke was like casting a boulder into a tranquil lake. The ripples it stirred spread quietly through the ninja academy, and even the entire village of Konoha. Have you heard? That Uzumaki Naruto. Really? He beat the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. It must have been luck, right? Or maybe Sasuke-kun let his guard down. I was there. That guy Naruto. His movements were eerily fast, nothing like the deadlast he used to be. Similar whispers echoed through every corner of the school. Naruto walked the halls as usual, greeted by a deluge of complex gazes. Curiosity, doubt, astonishment, and even a faint trace of unease. This was a far cry from the pure disgust and apathy of the past, leaving him feeling both foreign and uncomfortable. Humph! Sasuke sat in a corner of the classroom, his aura dense and oppressive, so much so that no one dared approach. His fists were clenched nails digging deep into his palms. The shame of losing to Naruto gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He replayed every detail of the battle, seeking some lucky break that might have granted Naruto victory, but the result only fueled his irritation. Naruto's dodges and counters were terrifyingly precise, especially the illusion of spatial distortion during their close-quarters exchange, which rendered his vaunted insight utterly useless. Uzumaki Naruto. What exactly are you hiding? Sasuke's gaze was as sharp as a blade locked onto Naruto, who was laughing and joking with Kiba and Shikamaru. He designated Naruto as the primary target he must surpass. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura was torn by inner conflict. She still admired Sasuke, but she could not ignore the dramatic changes in Naruto. The vision of Naruto's eyes filled with profundity and confidence flashed through her mind from time to time. Maybe Naruto isn't as simple as we thought. Once this thought took root, it was hard to erase. After school, Naruto did not head to Ichiraka Ramen as usual, but instead went alone to a secluded training ground on the edge of the village. Overgrown with weeds and equipped with worn-out facilities, it was rarely visited. Perfect for some special practice. He needed to understand what was happening to him. Standing before a battered wooden post, Naruto closed his eyes and strove to recall the sensation from the battle. Not seeing with his eyes, but perceiving everything around him with his heart. The rustle of the wind, the chirping of insects, the swaying leaves, the softness of the earth underfoot. These subtle details flooded into his mind like a tide. Gradually he saw more. The air seemed to become a flowing medium. The presence of the post created faint obstructions and ripples in the current around it. He could even vaguely sense the grain of the wood inside the post, the fragile structural points. There! Naruto snapped his eyes open, concentrated his mind, and gathered chakra at his fingertip. Without using any technique, he simply thrust toward a minuscule weak point he had perceived in the post structure. Peft! A soft sound, and his finger pierced the hard wood as easily as breaking through a sheet of paper, sinking in nearly 10 centimeters. Naruto stared in shock at his own finger, then at the inconspicuous hole in the post. This was far beyond his normal strength. It was not merely power and speed, but rather an ability to see through the flaws of all things. Time-space perception. He murmured, recalling the unfamiliar term that occasionally flashed through his mind. Could this be that ability, not just sensing attacks but also perceiving the very structure of objects? Excited, he attempted to push further. He concentrated, trying to tear space, as he had in his dreams. He pushed his chakra to the limit, compressing it against the space before him. Yet this time there was no response. Besides a massive drain of chakra and a violent dizziness, the space remained unmoved. It was as if that mysterious sensation from the battle had been nothing more than an illusion. Of course, it's not that simple. Naruto panted, plopping down on the ground. It seems I can only achieve rudimentary perception for now, far from the level of interference. But he was not discouraged. This was already a monumental discovery. With constant practice and growth, perhaps one day he could truly master that enigmatic power. Naruto! A familiar voice rang out with concern. Naruto turned to see Iruka-sensei standing at the entrance of the training ground, worry etched on his face. Iruka-sensei? Naruto quickly got up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and put on a smile. Iruka walked over, glanced at the post pierced by a finger, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Naruto, have you encountered anything unusual lately? Special insights during training? Or come into contact with anyone or anything out of the ordinary? Iruka's words were gentle, but Naruto could sense the gravity behind them. He knew that his sudden change could not escape the notice of Iruka-sensei, who cared for him the most. Naruto's heart tightened. The fragments of dreams and the memories of the Otsutsuki were far too extraordinary. He himself could not make sense of them. Would anyone believe him if he spoke out? Would he be seen as a monster? He did not want to worry Iruka Sensei, nor did he want to lose this hard-won familial care. No, nothing. Naruto scratched his head, trying to make his smile look more natural. It's just, I suddenly feel like I've had a breakthrough. Yeah, a breakthrough. Training feels especially smooth. Haha, Iruka Sensei, do you think I'm turning into a genius? Iruka gazed into Naruto's blue eyes, searching for clues. He saw a hint of panic and concealment, but also Naruto's unwavering sincerity and unreserved dependence on him. This eased his doubts slightly but deepened his worry. Such a sudden breakthrough in the ninja world often came with a price. Forbidden techniques or something even more dangerous. He sighed and patted Naruto on the shoulder, his tone gentle yet firm. Naruto, it's good to grow stronger, but you must walk the right path. If you encounter any difficulty or are troubled by anything, be sure to tell me, okay? I will do everything I can to help you. I know Iruka Sensei is the best. Naruto nodded vigorously, a warm current surging in his heart mingled with a tinge of guilt. Just as Iruka was leading Naruto away from the training ground to get ramen together, no one noticed a figure wearing an animal mask emerge silently from the shadows of a distant tree. That was an ANBU belonging to Root. The cold gaze beneath the mask swept over Naruto's retreating back and the pierced wooden post. The figure vanished like a phantom and reappeared in Shimura Danzo's office. Danza-sama. The ANBU knelt on one knee and reported respectfully, the target Uzumaki Naruto has confirmed an abnormal increase in combat ability. Today at the training ground he displayed extraordinary perception and precision in attacks suspected of mastering some unknown technique or ability. His supervising instructor Iruka has noticed and made contact. Danzo leaned on his cane, his solitary eye gazing out the window, his voice low and hoarse. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. A sudden breakthrough. Continue surveillance and investigate the cause. Any factor that may threaten the stability of Konoha must be brought under control. Yes. Undercurrents began to churn. Naruto, the pebble cast unexpectedly into the water, had stirred ripples that were quietly spreading toward darker, deeper places. Yet Naruto himself was enjoying the warm dinner with Iruka, temporarily setting his worries aside. He knew that the road ahead would be fraught with unknowns and challenges, but as long as there were people who cared about him, and things he wanted to protect, he would have the courage to keep moving forward. The theoretical lessons at the Ninja Academy were tedious for most students, especially for Naruto. The dense history of the shinobi world, intricate principles of jutsu, and tedious laws of various nations were even more headache-inducing than the most grueling taijutsu training. However, today Mizudamon and Sensei, a guest lecturer responsible for teaching ancient shinobi world history, noticed something unusual in class. The lesson covered ancient document symbols and legends that had been passed down from before the Warring States period. Mizudamon and Sensei drew several twisted, peculiar symbols on the blackboard entirely different from any existing writing system, exuding an air of mystery. Classmates, according to research, these symbols might be even more ancient than the era of the ninja sect founded by the Sage of Six Paths. The academic world has various interpretations of their meaning. Currently, the mainstream view is that they might be related to the worship of natural energy. Mizudamon and Sensei pushed up his glasses and explained slowly. Most of the students, including Sasuke and Sakura, listened with furrowed brows, struggling to comprehend these obscure contents. Only Naruto, who had been dozing on his desk, stiffened imperceptibly the moment he saw those. An indescribable sense of familiarity surged within him. Not recognition, but a throbbing from the depths of his soul, as if he had seen these symbols countless times in some distant place. When Mizudamon and Sensei pointed to a symbol resembling a simple tree and fruit, speculating that it might represent harvest or life, Naruto almost instinctively murmured in a voice only he could hear, "No, it's the God tree and the chakra fruit." The moment the words left his mouth, even he was stunned. God tree, chakra fruit. These words leaped from his mind as if by instinct, and he didn't even understand what they specifically referred to. But his whisper was especially conspicuous in the quiet classroom. Sakura, sitting in the front row, caught a few words and looked back at him with confusion. On the podium, Mizudamon and Sensei also paused his explanation and looked at Naruto in surprise. Uzumaki Naruto. Mizudamon and Sensei asked uncertainly. What did you just say? The entire class gaze instantly focused on Naruto. Flustered, his face flushed bright red, he quickly waved his hands. Nothing. I was just making stuff up. Haha, I just thought that symbol looked a bit like a dumpling. A low ripple of laughter spread through the classroom. Mizudamon and Sensei shook his head, dismissing it as Naruto's usual nonsense, and continued the lesson. Yet a trace of doubt lingered in his mind. The words Naruto had blurted out, though sounding absurd, inexplicably aligned with some extremely obscure, even heretical, hypotheses that Mizudamon had privately studied. Was this merely a coincidence? Sasuke cast a cold glance at Naruto, thinking disdainfully. The dead last is still the dead last, only capable of saying incomprehensible things. Yet for some reason the look in Naruto's eyes at that moment didn't seem like he was talking nonsense. Rather, it was as if he actually knew something. The thought flashed through his mind and was immediately dismissed. How could it be? The bell rang and students filed out. Naruto sighed in relief, patted his chest, still shaken. That was too close. He almost got exposed. Where did those strange words and knowledge come from? He shook his head, deciding to stop worrying about these troubles and focus on filling his stomach. However, Sasuke blocked his path. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke's voice remained cold, but his eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. After school this afternoon, same place, let's duel again. Naruto looked at Sasuke's eyes filled with unwillingness to admit defeat and grinned. Oh, still not convinced? Fine. This time I won't go easy on you. The setting sun dyed the training ground a tangerine orange. Naruto and Sasuke stood facing each other once again. This time there were far fewer onlookers. Only a handful of curious students and the eyes hidden in the shadows. The watchers from Route. Begin. Sasuke did not rush to attack. Having learned from last time, he quickly formed hand seals. Clone jutsu. 3 shadow clones appeared and together with the original slowly approached Naruto from 4 directions, attempting to disrupt his perception. Naruto thought, change tactics, huh? He closed his eyes, no longer relying on sight. He fully deployed his space-time perception. In his perception domain, the outlines of the 4 Sasuke were clearly visible. The chakra flow around the 3 shadow clones was faint and chaotic like illusory bubbles, while the original Bodhis chakra was dense, stable with a strong energy fluctuation. At the same time, the subtle spatial ripples caused by the movements of the 4 individuals were also distinct. The sense of weight of the original was far beyond that of the clones. The 2 on the left and the 1 behind are fakes. Naruto made his judgment instantly. At the moment when Sasuke's original and clones launched their attacks simultaneously, Naruto moved. He ignored the feints from the left, right, and behind. As if predicting the future, his body charged straight towards Sasuke's original, leaving only an afterimage in his speed. What? Sasuke was greatly shocked. Although his Sharingan had not yet fully awakened, his insight was already formidable. Yet Naruto had completely ignored the realistic clone decoys and directly locked onto his original body. This was no longer explainable by coincidence. With 3 soft sounds, bang, 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 Naruto during his sprint used his elbow or toe to lightly shatter the 3 shadow clones at impossible angles, and with incredible precision. The clones vanished into white smoke. The next moment Naruto was already closing in on Sasuke. Damn it! Sasuke gritted his teeth, concentrated chakra into his fists and feet, and executed the Uchiha style of Shuriken Jutsu variant footwork, his attack fierce and raining down like a storm. However, in Naruto's perception, every attack from Sasuke, its trajectory, force, and point of impact, was crystal clear. He no longer needed to think about how to block or counter. His body naturally made the optimal response. Sometimes sidestepping, sometimes sliding, sometimes swaying his body with minimal movements, each time evading the attacks perfectly as if dancing on the edge of a blade. Thrilling yet effortlessly graceful. The watching students were dumbfounded. This was hardly a duel. It was more like a precise and elegant evasion performance orchestrated by Naruto. How is this possible? His movements. Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Sasuke's attacks were so fast and dense. How could Naruto dodge them all? The root member in the shadows frowned beneath his mask. The target's perception and body coordination far exceeded genin level, even comparable to an experienced chunin. This ability could not be explained by mere awakening. He must report to Lord Danzo as soon as possible. Unable to break through for a long time, Sasuke's mind grew more chaotic and openings appeared. Naruto seized an opportunity. The moment Sasuke's high kick missed, he cut into Sasuke's guard and delivered a short, powerful palm heel thrust, striking Sasuke squarely in the chest. Ugh! Sasuke grunted, stumbling back several steps, again his face etched with frustration and disbelief. He had lost again, and even more decisively than last time. Before Naruto's eerie perception ability, all his techniques and tactics seemed pale and powerless. Naruto lowered his stance, looked at Sasuke, and showed not pride in victory, but a hint of confusion. He had won entirely thanks to this inexplicable perception ability. But the more he used it, the more he felt an inexplicable emptiness. This power seemed not to belong to him. I lost again. Sasuke lowered his head, his voice hoarse. A strong sense of humiliation and a burning desire to become stronger scorched his heart like fire. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Sharingan. I must awaken the Sharingan as soon as possible. Only by gaining stronger power can I defeat this guy. Without another glance at Naruto, he turned and quickly left the training ground, his back looking especially lonely and resolute. Naruto looked in the direction Sasuke had left and sighed. He didn't want to crush Sasuke like this, but this was battle. At night, Naruto lay in bed tossing. The strange words that had escaped his lips in the theory class, the feeling of being able to see through everything in battle, and the occasional blurry images of a giant tree and fruit flashing through his mind, all pointed to one fact: his body indeed harbored something that was not his own. God tree, chakra fruit, Otsutsuki. He muttered these words softly, trying to find clues, but aside from waves of inexplicable throbbing and headaches, he gained nothing. Outside the window, the moonlight was cold. Another pair of eyes, hidden in the shadows, recorded the faint light from Naruto's room and his indistinct muttering. The shadows of Konoha were gradually closing in on this young boy, who had just begun to show his potential. And Naruto's path to uncovering his own secrets was destined to be anything but smooth. Iruka's unease grew with each passing day. The unfamiliar words Naruto unconsciously uttered during theory class, combined with his recent combat performance that seemed like a different person, could not be explained by mere awakening. He was well aware of the undercurrents beneath Konoha's calm surface, especially any anomaly concerning Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which could trigger unforeseeable consequences. After consulting teacher Shuuhuman Yen, and confirming that those symbols and words involved ancient, even forbidden knowledge, Iruka made up his mind. After school, he called out to Naruto, who was about to head to Ichiraku Ramen. "Naruto, come with me." Iruka's expression was far more serious than usual. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. His radiant smile faded slightly as he obediently followed. "Iruka-sensei, what's wrong? Did I cause trouble again?" Iruka did not answer directly, but led Naruto through several quiet streets, not toward the Hokage building, but up a small path leading to the village's rear mountain. The place was serene and secluded. Iruka stopped, turned around, and gazed at him with a grave expression. "There's no one else here. Tell me the truth. What have you been encountering lately? Those strange pieces of knowledge and your suddenly improved fighting style. What is going on?" Naruto saw the undisguised worry in Iruka's eyes and struggled inwardly. He didn't want to deceive his most trusted sensei, but would anyone believe those bizarre fragments of memory and spatiotemporal perception if he spoke them out loud? Would he be seen as possessed by a demon? He feared seeing fear or rejection in Iruka's eyes. "Sensei, Naruto hung his head, twisting his hands nervously. "I really don't know how to explain it. It's just... sometimes I feel like a bunch of messy stuff pops into my head, and when I fight my body moves on its own. I didn't steal any forbidden techniques. I haven't been around any suspicious people either." Seeing Naruto flustered and aggrieved, Iruka's heart softened. He sighed and softened his tone. "I believe you, Naruto. But precisely because your situation is so unusual, I'm even more worried. This power came too suddenly. I'm afraid it might have a negative impact on your body or mind." He placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders and said solemnly, "Listen, Naruto. I plan to report your situation to the Third Hokage. The Hokage has vast knowledge. Perhaps he can figure out what's happening to you and give you proper guidance. This isn't to punish you but to protect you. Understand? Report to Grandpa Hokage." Naruto blinked. The Third Hokage was one of the few village elders who showed him kindness, which put him slightly at ease. Maybe Grandpa Hokage could really solve his confusion. I understand, Yiluka-sensei. Naruto nodded. Though his blue eyes still held confusion, they held even more trust for Yiluka. Just as Yiluka felt relieved and prepared to head down the mountain with Naruto, his shinobi instincts suddenly screamed a sharp warning. "Watch out." Yiluka yanked Naruto behind him simultaneously, drawing a kunai in a flash to deflect several shuriken shot from the side of the forest. Clang, clang, clang. The shurikens struck the kunai with clear sounds. "Who goes there?" Yiluka shouted, sternly shielding Naruto tightly and scanning the dark woods warily. 3 figures wearing eerie birdbeak masks and gray tight suits emerged from the shadows like specters, forming a triangular formation to surround Yiluka and Naruto. They exuded a cold, pure killing intent, clearly no ordinary attackers. No! This outfit and chakra feel. Yiluka's pupils contracted as a chill ran down his spine. It was Root, Shimura Danzo's direct unit. Why were they here and clearly targeting Naruto? Without any exchange of words, the 3 Root members attacked simultaneously. Their coordination was flawless, their movements swift and ruthless. They used grappling techniques and binding ninjutsu designed to subdue rather than kill with a clear target. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto fall back. Yiluka growled, throwing himself into battle. Though he was an excellent chunin facing 3 highly trained Root members expert in joint attacks, he was instantly overwhelmed, struggling on the verge of defeat. Naruto was stunned by the sudden assault, but the next moment that familiar perceptive ability activated on its own. He could clearly see the minuscule intentions behind each enemy's movements, sense the flow of their chakra, and even predict their next attack trajectories. He saw one Root member trying to bypass Yiluka and snare him with a special rope from the side. Another attacked Yiluka hidden to prevent him from coming to the rescue. The third silently approached from behind, ready to block the escape route. No, Yiluka-sensei is in danger. Naruto's heart raced with panic. Fear was overridden by the determination to protect someone important. He couldn't just stay. Just as the side Root member's rope was about to touch him, Naruto did not retreat, because retreating would fall right into the trap set by the enemy behind. He made a move that surprised everyone. His body, as if boneless, slid forward at an extremely bizarre and awkward angle, nearly hugging the ground, and crawled right between the legs of the Root member attacking Yiluka hidden. The move was comical and clumsy, yet it perfectly evaded the pincer attack from the side and rear, instantly breaking the carefully laid encirclement of the Root members. What? All 3 Root members froze for a moment. This evasive maneuver was entirely beyond conventional taijutsu, more like an instinctual wild intuition that made extreme use of space and timing. Yiluka seized the momentary reprieve, the pressure lightened, and he immediately counterattacked, forcing the frontal enemy back. After breaking out of the encirclement, Naruto didn't stop. He grabbed a handful of gravel from the ground and flung it behind him without even looking. The gravel wasn't thrown randomly, but precisely sealed off the possible pursuit routes and sight lines of the 3 Root members. Though not powerful, it effectively delayed their movements. Yiluka-sensei, hurry! Get out of here! Naruto shouted while his hands quickly formed seals. Though it was the most basic clone technique, he instantly produced over a dozen crooked, nearly fragile clones that scattered in different directions, chattering to create chaos. His aim was not to defeat the enemy, but to create an opportunity to escape. Yiluka instantly understood Naruto's intent. He was both shocked by Naruto's astonishing calm and tactical thinking in a crisis and filled with lingering fear. Without hesitation, he threw several smoke bombs. Boom! Thick smoke instantly billowed, obscuring vision. When the Root members dispelled the smoke, Yiluka and Naruto had already vanished into the dense forest. One Root member looked at the leader, his voice beneath the mask devoid of emotion. Target's adaptability exceeds estimates. Suspected of possessing highly developed crisis perception and tactical intuition. Mission failed. The leader was silent for a moment, then said coldly enough, "Valuable data has been collected. Withdraw." The forest fell silent again, as if the fierce battle had never happened. On the other side, Yaluka pulled Naruto and sprinted until he confirmed they were completely safe. Panting, he looked at Naruto, who was equally shaken, but with bright eyes, his emotions incredibly complex. Naruto's performance just now once again confirmed his abnormality. That ability to instantly find the only way out in a desperate situation and execute it decisively was not something an ordinary genin or even chunin could possess. "Naruto, are you okay?" Yaluka calmed his breathing, asking with concern. "I'm fine, Yaluka-sensei." Naruto shook his head, then said excitedly, "Sensei, did you see that? I was pretty awesome, wasn't I?" He seemed happy to have been able to help. Yaluka looked at Naruto's innocent smile, temporarily suppressing his worries, and gave a gentle smile in return. "Yeah, you were amazing. You saved your teacher." But in his heart, he had already decided that he must immediately right now report everything that happened tonight to the Third Hokage in full detail. The mystery surrounding Naruto and the involvement of Root both indicated that things were drifting out of control. The night in Konoha seemed darker and more dangerous than imagined. And Naruto, a child who should have enjoyed an ordinary childhood, had already been drawn into the eye of the storm. The night was deep, yet the lights in the Hokage's office remained bright. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in a large chair, the wisps of smoke from his pipe obscuring the wrinkles on his face, but failing to mask the seriousness in his eyes. In front of the desk, Irika was reporting in detail about the attack by Root that occurred tonight, along with his observations and concerns regarding Naruto's recent unusual behavior. "That's how it is, Lord Hokage." Irika's voice carried both fear and determination. "Naruto means no harm, but his changes are too drastic and it seems he is caught in a dangerous vortex. I urge you to personally intervene to protect the child and uncover the truth." The Third Hokage silently puffed on his pipe for a long time before slowly speaking. "Irika, you have done well. Your care and responsibility for Naruto are precisely the spirit that Konoha needs at this moment." He stood up and walked to the window overlooking the sleeping village of Konoha, where the lights of countless homes glimmered peacefully in the night. "I had actually sensed Naruto's situation earlier." The Third Hokage's voice was deep. "I just didn't expect it to develop so rapidly and attract the attention of Root." He turned around, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "I am well aware of Danzo's methods. He must have detected the unusual chakra fluctuations or potential within Naruto, viewing it as an unstable factor that needs control. The attack tonight was less of an assassination and more of a blatant probe and warning." "Then what about Naruto?" Irika asked urgently. "Tomorrow morning, bring Naruto to see me." The Third Hokage made a decision. "I need to speak with him personally. Guiding him is far more important than suppressing him on his path to growth, especially during this sensitive time." The next morning, Naruto entered the Hokage's office feeling anxious. Following Irika, he secretly glanced up. The Third Hokage still had that kind and gentle demeanor, but today there seemed to be an indescribable depth in his benevolent gaze. "Naruto, come have a seat." The Third Hokage waved his hand, asking Irika to wait outside, leaving only the two of them in the office. "Grandpa Hokage." Naruto sat down somewhat awkwardly, his hands resting on his knees, unconsciously gripping tightly. "Relax, child." The Third Hokage smiled gently, his tone warm. "The reason I called you today is not to blame you. Irika-sensei has already informed me of what happened yesterday. You protected your teacher and were very brave and clever." Hearing the praise, Naruto relaxed a bit, scratching his head and smiling. It was nothing. I couldn't just watch Irika-sensei get hurt." The Third Hokage nodded, then casually asked, "Naruto, have you felt anything different about your body lately? For example, learning things exceptionally fast. Or sometimes knowing things you've never learned before." Naruto's heart sank. He looked down at his toes, internally struggling fiercely. Should he speak? Those strange dreams, those sudden bursts of knowledge and sensations. The Third Hokage did not rush him, patiently waiting, his gaze calm and accepting. Finally, Naruto lifted his head, his blue eyes filled with confusion and a hint of subtle fear. "Grandpa Hokage, I seem to really be a bit off. I have these very strange dreams dreaming of many unfamiliar people fighting on a huge star. Sometimes in class I see strange drawing symbols, and words pop into my head that I don't even know the meaning of. And when fighting, I don't even have to think, my body just knows how to dodge. He described it in a fragmented manner, his language chaotic, yet he tried his best to express his feelings. He did not mention specific terms like Otsutsuki or spacetime perception, but the phenomena he described were already astonishingly remarkable. The third Hokage listened quietly, his expression unchanged yet inside a storm surge. Dreams, ancient knowledge, instinctual combat, intuition. The combination of these phenomena pointed to possibilities far beyond his expectations. This was far from an ordinary bloodline limit awakening. It seemed more like an ancient consciousness or memory awakening within Naruto. He recalled certain forbidden techniques recorded in the Book of Seals, remembering the ancient legends of the Sage of Six Paths and his mother Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Could it be that besides the Nine Tails there were more ancient secrets hidden within Naruto? Naruto. The third's voice turned even gentler, carrying a reassuring strength. Are you afraid of these changes? Naruto nodded vigorously, then quickly shook his head. A little. But more than that, I don't understand. Grandpa Hokage, am I becoming a monster? This was his deepest fear. No, you are absolutely not a monster. The third Hokage replied firmly, walking to Naruto's side and placing his broad palm on his head. Naruto, you must remember, no matter what kind of power you gain or what you learn, it is your heart that truly decides who you are. You are kind, brave, and cherish your friends. That has never changed, has it? The warm words were like sunlight dispelling the gloom in Naruto's heart. He nodded vigorously, his eyes a bit moist. Yes. Regarding the changes in you, the third Hokage continued, I need some time to consult ancient texts and find answers. This might be a very rare talent, a gift bestowed upon you by the heavens. But any powerful ability needs proper guidance to be used well. Before I clarify things, you must promise me a few things, all right? Okay. You say it, Grandpa Hokage. Naruto immediately agreed. First, do not reveal these special feelings and dreams to anyone else, including your most trusted companions. This is to protect you and them. Second, continue to study the basics seriously at the Ninja Academy. The more powerful the ability, the more solid a foundation is needed to master it. Third, if you encounter any danger like last night again, or feel any discomfort, tell Iruka-sensei immediately, or come find me directly. Naruto took careful note of each point, nodding earnestly. I remember, Grandpa Hokage. Good boy. The third Hokage smiled with satisfaction. Go now, Iruka-sensei is still waiting outside for you. Remember, Konoha is always your home, and we will protect you. Watching Naruto leave the office visibly relieved, the smile on the third Hokage's face gradually faded. He walked to the crystal ball forming hand seals. Crystal ball technique. The crystal ball displayed Naruto leaving the Hokage building, walking alongside Iruka while talking. The third Hokage's gaze pierced through the surface, attempting to delve deeper into Naruto's chakra. Deep within that vast blazing chakra, the influence of the Uzumaki clan's physique and the Nine Tails, the third Hokage faintly sensed a faint yet extremely ancient fragment of chakra that exuded a starlit loneliness. It was as small as dust yet emanated a terrifying depth. Indeed. The third Hokage murmured, his brow furrowed. This aura is so similar to what is recorded in the ancient texts. Did Danzo also sense this? He remained silent for a moment, took out a blank scroll, and began to write. Jiraiya must be summoned back to the village as soon as possible. Perhaps only that well-traveled and knowledgeable disciple could provide more insight and assistance regarding Naruto's current situation. At the same time, he also needed to give that old friend a warning. Where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire also continues to burn. But this spark must not fall into the hands of those who seek to control everything through dark means. Naruto's future is intertwined with Konoha's future, and may even relate to the peace of the entire shinobi world. He must tread carefully. The conversation with the third Hokage felt like a reassuring balm, alleviating Naruto's inner turmoil significantly. He made a concerted effort to adhere to his promise, striving to present himself as an ordinary model student at school, though this ordinary standard was already quite extraordinary in the eyes of Sasuke and Sakura. In theory class he still found himself zoning out from time to time, but when called upon he occasionally managed to articulate unique insights about chakra nature transformation or ancient ninja tools that even teacher Mizunoto-en was secretly astonished by, albeit often clumsily expressed, yet the core ideas were piercingly clear. During physical training and combat drills, he intentionally subdued his premonitory intuition, relying more on solid fundamentals and reflexes. Even so, his progress far surpassed that of his peers, firmly placing him among the top students, establishing a rivalry with Sasuke. This change placed increasing pressure on Sasuke. He trained with greater intensity, even to the point of self-harm, and the obsession in his dark eyes deepened. He no longer openly challenged Naruto, instead channeling all his competitive spirit into a silent drive, waiting for the moment of complete surpassing. Sakura, caught between the two, felt a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, she felt pity for Sasuke's relentless training, while on the other, she could not ignore the increasingly radiant aura surrounding Naruto, a blend of mystery and strength that subtly tipped the scales in her heart. Beneath the calm surface of campus life, undercurrents continued to surge. Naruto sensed that occasionally indistinct gazes fell upon him, yet compared to the previous sharp probes from Root, these watchful eyes had become more concealed and gentle, seemingly a result of the Third Hokage's intervention. This left him somewhat at ease, but also reminded him that his anomalies were far from over. One day after school, Naruto returned to that secluded training ground. He sat cross-legged before a wooden stump, closed his eyes, and attempted to actively reach out to that enigmatic state of spatial perception. This time he was no longer content with passive sensing. Rather, he tried to extend and explore his mental power and chakra like tentacles reaching out into the surrounding space. At first everything felt normal. He could sense the flow of the wind, the crawling of insects, and the breathing of plants. However, when he concentrated intensely, trying to touch the invisible barrier of space itself, an anomaly occurred. A violent, sharp pain erupted in his mind. It was as if some seal had been triggered, and countless clearer, yet still fragmented images surged into his consciousness like a flood breaking its dam. No longer were there vague, starry battlefields, but specific scenes, strange structures soaring into the clouds, radiating a pearly light, a crowd dressed in white robes with dual horns on their foreheads and pale pupils. A cataclysmic battle where the forces in conflict wielded not just chakra but some fundamental rule-like power. Among the clearest was a solitary figure standing beneath an immensely gigantic tree, its branches seemingly connecting the entire starry sky. Naruto clutched his head, letting out a pained roar. These images brought not only information but also an emotional impact laced with vastness, antiquity, and a bone-deep sadness and sense of responsibility, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. At that moment, a slightly mocking yet resonant voice sounded beside him. "Yo, kid, training isn't just done haphazardly. If you keep this up, be careful not to fry your brain." Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, cold sweat soaking his forehead. Following the voice, he saw a remarkably tall, white-haired man, sitting on the edge of the training grounds fence. He had appeared there without him noticing. The man had red paint smeared across his face, wore a red jacket, wooden clogs on his feet, and carried a massive scroll on his back, grinning at him with a glint of subtle sharpness in his gaze. Who are you? It's very rude to peek at someone else's training." Naruto stood up cautiously, taking a defensive stance. He sensed that this man was no ordinary person. The chakra within him surged like an unfathomable ocean. "Ha ha ha." The white-haired man laughed heartily, his voice booming, peaking. "I'm watching quite openly. Moreover, if I hadn't happened to pass by, you would have been in danger just now." He jumped off the fence, approached Naruto, stroking his chin, as he looked him over with great interest. Tisk, just as the old man said, "You're quite the interesting little brat. There really is a lot of chaos within you. Besides that fox, there are actually other ingredients." Naruto's heart shook violently. This man had seen through his possession of the Nine Tails at a glance, and he had noticed others. Could he possibly be? No need to guess. The man seemed to read his thoughts, grinning widely, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "I am the legendary Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku, traveling the world, and authoring the series Ika Paradise, the charming and debonair Lord Jiraiya. Also, I am your father's teacher, kid." Father's teacher? Naruto was taken aback. He knew very little about his parents, only that they were heroes of Konoha, who sacrificed themselves to protect the village. Hearing someone related to his father suddenly appear stirred a complex emotion within him. That's right. Jiraiya's smile faded, his gaze softening somewhat. It was the third Hokage who called me back. He said you've been encountering some strange troubles lately. He squatted down, meeting Naruto's gaze, his tone serious. Just now during your training, your mental fluctuations were quite abnormal, even causing slight disturbances in the surrounding natural energy. This is not something an ordinary ninja could achieve. Can you tell me what you saw? Or what you felt? Faced with this legendary ninja who claimed to be his father's teacher, and was trusted by the third Hokage, Naruto hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to be partially honest. He omitted the specifics of the Otsutsuki memories, but described the ability to perceive space and the shock brought by the strange and ancient images that had surged into his mind. Jiraiya listened, his expression growing increasingly serious. He reached out, placing his hand on Naruto's forehead, a gentle yet powerful sage chakra slowly flowing in as he carefully investigated. Indeed, Jiraiya withdrew his hand, frowning. It's not just a powerful sensing talent. Deep within your mind there is indeed a thread of very ancient, very foreign consciousness residue entangled. It seems to have deeply fused with your very soul, yet it does not completely belong to you. It's like a seed from ancient times has sprouted within you. He stood up, gazing into the distance, murmuring, the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku once had a dream about the child of prophecy. Could this change be related to that child of prophecy? Naruto asked curiously. It's too early to tell you all this now. Jiraiya shook his head, looking back at Naruto with a confident smile, but kid, you're in luck. Since I ran into you, I can't just leave you to your own devices. Your haphazard training methods will only accelerate that unknown consciousness encroachment on you. Starting tomorrow, come here after school to find me. Find you? For what? Of course, for special training. Jiraiya crossed his arms, laughing heartily, guided personally by this sage, teaching you how to properly control the power within you, including how to coexist peacefully with that ancient feeling instead of being led around by it. So what do you think? Are you looking forward to it? Naruto looked at this seemingly unreliable man, who nevertheless radiated a powerful aura, hope and excitement gleaming in his blue eyes. Perhaps this person could truly help him unravel the mystery and gain control over this sudden and immensely heavy power. Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously. I'm counting on you, perverted sage. Hey, it's Toad Sage or Lord Jiraiya, not perverted sage. Under the setting sun, the sounds of the old and young bickering echoed above the training ground. The wheels of fate began to turn anew with Jiraiya's return. Meanwhile, beyond the village of Konoha, certain shadows coveting ancient powers seemed to sense something amiss and began to quietly approach this ninja village, which was pregnant with change. Jiraiya's special training was nothing like the cool new ninjutsu techniques Naruto had imagined. Today we want practice shuriken jutsu or learn any new jutsu. Today we learn stillness, Jiraiya said, sitting cross-legged on the training ground with an unusually serious expression. Stillness. Naruto sat opposite him, equally cross-legged, looking bewildered. Pervy sage, how can stillness make me stronger? We should be learning powerful jutsu. Idiot. Jiraiya rapped Naruto on the head. If you can't calm your own heart or control the power within you, learning more jutsu is useless. Your previous training problems came from a chaotic mind and a spirit that crashed around like a headless fly. Naruto clutched his head, wincing, but recalling the excruciating sensation, he obediently settled down. Listen carefully, boy, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. Chakra is a fusion of spiritual and physical energy. But between heaven and earth there exists a third energy, natural energy. It is everywhere, older and vaster than chakra. Your ability to sense spatial fluctuations is essentially an extraordinary sensitivity to extremely subtle changes in energy, especially natural energy. Naruto nodded, though only half understanding. Your problem, Jiraiya pointed out, is that your perception is passive and uncontrolled. It's like a door without a handle. The wind and rain, natural energy and information, can rush in freely, taking in both good and bad. That's why those jumbled memory fragments assault your consciousness. What we need to do is install a handle on that door, so you can decide when to open it, how wide, and what to let in. The training that followed was so tedious it drove Naruto crazy. It wasn't tree climbing or water walking, but the simplest thing. Breathing. Close your eyes, forget all distractions, and just feel your breath. Inhale and exhale, feel the air enter your body, then leave it. Try using your perception ability not to sense far away, but to feel the flow of your own chakra. Feel the subtle exchange between your body and the surrounding natural energy with each breath. Naruto tried his best, but within minutes he started fidgeting, his mind flooded with thoughts, the taste of Ichiraku ramen, Sasuke's scowling face, Sakura's smile, and those blurry ancient images. Focus! Jiraiya's low shout was like an alarm bell pulling his scattered thoughts back. Failure after failure, correction after correction. Though Jiraiya cursed him as an idiot, he was extremely patient, using his own gentle sage chakra as a guide to help Naruto feel that state of stillness. Gradually, after countless failures, Naruto finally grasped that subtle sensation. When his breathing became deep and steady and his mind was highly focused yet relaxed, he saw it. His own chakra flowing like a stream through his meridians, while the natural energy around him like a pervasive mist was drawn in with each breath, producing an indescribable harmony with his own chakra. The restlessness that had always lurked within him, born of an overly acute perception, actually quieted considerably. At the same time, the handle for the memory fragments in his mind seemed to take initial shape. He was no longer passively bombarded, instead he could actively browse through the less jarring fragments. Vague principles of energy flow or certain ancient footwork, though still incomplete, they no longer caused him pain. Good. Keep it up. A glint of admiration flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. This kid's talent was indeed extraordinary, especially in energy perception. A true prodigy. This also made him even more curious and wary about the origin of the ancient consciousness within. While Naruto gradually immersed himself in this wondrous cultivation of stillness, far away in a dense forest at the edge of Konoha's barrier, two figures cloaked in black, wearing featureless white masks, lurked in utter silence. One of them held a palm-sized compass-like device, made of a material neither metal nor wood. The compass needle pointed not north or south, but quivered slightly, directing toward a certain area within Konoha, its tip emitting an extremely faint pale light that was utterly incongruent with natural energy. The fluctuation has appeared again. Faint but pure, a hoarse voice came from beneath the mask. It's the same source energy as what we sensed in the sacred land ruins, but more alive. It seems the intelligence is correct. Konoha indeed harbors a fragment of the key. The other whispered, Konoha's defenses are tight, especially lately with increased Umbu patrols. Direct infiltration is too risky. No need to rush. The one with the compass put the device away. We just need to confirm the existence and general location of the key fragment. The Dawn Organization's awakening will take time. We only need to wait patiently and ensure the key doesn't fall into the hands of Akatsuki or other rivals. Continue surveillance and record all energy fluctuation patterns. The two melted into the shadows and retreated, leaving no trace. Their target was clearly linked to the power of the Otsutsuki awakening within Naruto. An unknown undercurrent had already touched Konoha's borders. Meanwhile, unaware of all this, Naruto had just completed a stable meditation session, lasting half an hour, jumping up excitedly, "Pervy Sage. I did it. My mind feels much clearer." Jiraiya looked at the exuberant Naruto and smiled, but inwardly thought, "Kid, your journey has only just begun. The storms ahead will be fiercer than you can imagine. But until then, first lay the foundation for sage arts." The setting suns stretched their shadows long. Beneath the calm training, the web of fate was quietly tightening. Under Jiraiya's rigorous guidance, Naruto's training in stillness grew increasingly profound. The nascent sense of tranquility, which initially could only be sustained for mere minutes, gradually extended to half an hour and even longer. He no longer regarded space-time perception as an uncontrollable passive receiver, but instead began to actively shape it. Imagine your perception is not a random radar, Jiraiya illustrated, but a circle centered on you, slowly expanding outward. Within this circle, every subtle change in energy and every faint ripple in space are as clear as ripples on the water's surface. What you must do is control the size and precision of this circle. Naruto closed his eyes in concentration, focusing his consciousness at the center of his brow. He no longer attempted to see distant places, but instead, like a gentle stream, evenly dispersed his mental energy outward around his body. At first the range of this circle was small, covering only 1 or 2 meters around him, and it was blurred, but with precise control of chakra and the harmonization of natural energy, the intangible circle gradually stabilized, became clearer, and its radius slowly expanded to 5 meters, then 10 meters. Within this circle of stillness, Naruto felt as if he possessed a god's perspective. He could see the trajectory of leaves falling behind him, sense the wriggling of insects underground, and even detect the subtle flow changes of natural energy caused by different living beings. This sense of control was far more solid and powerful than the previous passive reception of chaotic information. Not bad, you're getting the hang of it. Jiraiya nodded in rare approval. Remember this feeling. Maintaining the circle of stillness in battle will allow you to anticipate the enemy's moves and perceive the tiniest flaws. This is more useful than any flashy ninjutsu. To test his progress, Jiraiya occasionally launched sudden attacks. Sometimes he would throw a few shuriken, sometimes cast a simple genjutsu, and sometimes merely approach silently. Initially Naruto would panic, but if he could quickly enter the state of the circle of stillness, he could often evade attacks with minimal movement at the critical moment or discern the weak points of illusions. Yet beneath the calm surface of academy life another undercurrent surged. Sasuke Uchiha's growing restlessness. Sasuke could clearly sense Naruto transforming at a speed he could not comprehend. It was not just strength but an indescribable aura. The once loud and clumsy Deadlast now bore a gaze of composure and depth. The occasional flashes of combat awareness and fragments of ancient knowledge he let slip stirred a panicked feeling in Sasuke of being left far behind. He trained even more fiercely. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, shurikenjutsu, pushing his every potential to the brink, often bearing fresh wounds. But no matter how hard he tried, the invisible barrier between him and Naruto seemed ever present, especially when he learned that Naruto was being mentored by none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. A mix of jealousy, resentment, and despair threatened to consume him. One evening Sasuke furiously practiced the prototype of Chidori, the condensation of lightning-release chakra in the clan training ground, until his chakra was depleted. He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, while gazing at the darkening sky. Why? Why does that Deadlast always get the best? He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms until blood seeped out. Relying on others. Relying on bloodline. I have only myself, only these eyes. I must be faster. I must obtain power. Just as his mind was flooded with dark thoughts, a cold, slithery voice like a venomous serpent silently echoed in his mind. Thirsting for power. Little Uchiha boy. Sasuke shot up and warily looked around. Who? The training ground was empty, with only the rustle of wind through leaves. But the voice continued to reverberate in his mind. Hatred. Loneliness. Such splendid nourishment. Want to surpass that nine-tails brat. Want the power to avenge. Relying on those hypocrites of Konoha. You will never attain it. Shut up. Sasuke growled his Sharingan, involuntarily activating a single tomo, rotating slowly, as he tried to locate the source of the voice but found nothing. He. You will need me. When despair consumes you, come find me. I can give you everything you desire, including the power to kill that man. The voice gradually faded as if it had never existed, but the lingering cold chakra and the seductive words like a seed were deeply planted in Sasuke. He knew it was dangerous, possibly some genjutsu or trap. Yet amidst his extreme anxiety and craving for power, the devil's whispers stirred a flicker of wavering within him. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Konoha, the two spies from the Dawn organization reappeared. The one holding the compass noted that the needle pointed more clearly than before toward the village and murmured, "The activity of the key fragment is intensifying. It seems to be undergoing some regular breathing. The key defensive zones of Konoha have been roughly located. We can begin the bait plan." The other nodded. The target is chosen as an individual with strong guardian will for more pronounced effect. The action is set for 3 days from now. Shadows began to creep toward the heart of Konoha. Could Naruto, having just grasped the circle of stillness, detect this approaching danger in advance? And when would the dark seed sown in Sasuke's heart sprout? Konoha's peace faced tests from both within and without. The autumn air deepened and the forest of Muley Village was painted in layers of golden and fiery red hues. For the children of the ninja school, this was a beautiful season suitable for executing simple level missions. On this day, Team 7, though not officially established yet, had initially formed with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Under the guidance of Iruka Sensei, took on a common task clearing a pile of fallen leaves accumulated near the edge of the village close to the death forest to prevent fire hazards. The task itself was dull and calm. Iruka was responsible for planning the area and keeping watch while the three children busied themselves with their tools. Naruto was distracted, his mind mostly immersed in maintaining and practicing the circle of tranquility. This was part of his daily training. Jiraiya had advised him that only by turning this state into instinct could he effectively respond in real crises. Centered around him, an invisible domain with a radius of about 15 meters quietly within this circle, the slightly restless air stirred by Sasuke's broom, Sakura's careful movements to avoid dirtying her clothes, Iruka's steady footsteps, and the fluctuations of chakra, even the slight tremors caused by a squirrel jumping between branches in the distance, all reflected in his heart like a clear map. This sensation was marvelous, as if the world around him had slowed down, everything was under his control. Sasuke keenly noticed Naruto's absence of mind. That calm and focused expression was discordant with the noisy labor environment around him, making him feel inexplicably irritated. To him, it seemed like yet another silent show-off by Naruto, who thought himself superior. He snorted coldly and swept the fallen leaves with more force, as if trying to sweep away the gloom in his heart. Sakura, on the other hand, occasionally glanced worriedly at Naruto, and then at Sasuke. She could sense the invisible, increasingly tense competitive atmosphere between the two. She tried to find some topics to ease the tension, but the effect was minimal. As noon approached, most of the task area had been cleared. Iruka looked at the sky and gently said, "Everyone, let's take a break and have something to eat." Just as Naruto slightly relaxed his mind and prepared to take out his food pill from his ninja tool pouch, an unexpected change occurred. The circle of tranquility he had been maintaining was suddenly disturbed, like a calm lake struck by a stone violently rippling with dissonant waves. A hidden yet coldly malicious fluctuation of chakra rushed in from the direction of the death forest, moving rapidly toward a clear target. Sakura, who was wiping sweat beneath a large tree. The nature of this chakra was extremely peculiar, not akin to any attribute transformation Naruto was familiar with. It carried a hollow sense of devouring and cleverly mixed with the natural energy in the environment. If it weren't for Naruto's persistent maintenance of the highly sensitive circle of tranquility, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. "Watch out!" Naruto's pupils constricted. Without time to think, his body acted before his mind could catch up. He hurled the food pill towards the ground in front of Sakura while shouting loudly, "Thud!" The food pill, less than 3 meters from Sakura, seemed to hit an invisible barrier in midair, producing a faint muted sound before being crushed by an unseen force. This sudden change startled everyone. Sakura screamed in fright and fell to the ground. Sasuke instantly dropped his broom, activating his Sharingan, the single tomo spinning rapidly as he vigilantly scanned the direction where the food pill had vanished. But he saw nothing except air. Iruka reacted the fastest, appearing in front of Sakura with a body flicker technique, kunai in hand, his expression solemn and alert. "Naruto, what's going on?" Iruka asked urgently, believing that Naruto would never raise an alarm without cause. "There's something, this invisible, this fast coming for Sakura." Naruto spoke rapidly, maintaining the circle of tranquility with all his might, firmly locking onto that icy target, moving swiftly and flickering in his perception. That thing seemed to possess some form of optical camouflage or spatial concealment ability, but under Naruto's energy perception its outline could be faintly discerned. "To the left, is trying to circle around," Naruto called out again. Iruka and Sasuke immediately attacked in the direction Naruto indicated with kunai and probing fire release techniques, flying by, yet they still hit nothing, only stirring up a cloud of dust. The enemy was incredibly agile, and seemed surprised that Naruto could sense it, beginning to move in an even more bizarre route, attempting to shake off the lock. "Damn it! What the hell is that thing?" Sasuke shouted in both urgency and anger. The Sharingan could barely capture a faintly distorted trajectory, but it was far less clear than Naruto's perception, which filled him with humiliation. The target is chakra. It's probing Sakura's chakra response. Naruto suddenly realized. In the circle of tranquility, He could feel the invisible entity, continuously emitting subtle energy threads like antennae probing towards Sakura. Iruka-sensei, Sasuke, protect Sakura. I'll find it. At this moment Naruto naturally took on the role of commander. His calmness and precise judgment prompted Iruka and Sasuke to choose to obey after a brief moment of hesitation. Iruka shielded the panicked Sakura, while Sasuke guarded the other side, his Sharingan fixed on the direction Naruto indicated. Naruto closed his eyes, completely relinquishing visual dependence, immersing himself entirely in the circle of tranquility. The world transformed in his mind into a pure flow of energy. The invisible enemy was like a discordant black note, frantically darting amidst the colorful backdrop of energy. 3 o'clock direction, 10 meters away, charging up. Is about to strike. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, rapidly forming hand seals. This was his most practiced technique and currently the one consuming the least chakra. Shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones appeared, not rushing towards the enemy, but rather blocking the most likely escape routes according to Naruto's perception. At the same time Naruto gathered chakra at his feet, pushing off the ground not to retreat, but to charge out at a clever angle precisely as the invisible enemy hesitated slightly due to distraction from the clones. Right here, Naruto shouted, thrusting the kunai already prepared covered with a layer of concentrated chakra, directly toward the core of that cold energy he sensed. Slash! The sound of tearing fabric echoed. In the air, a blurred figure clad in tight gray clothing was forcibly drawn out from its hidden state. The kunai cut through its shoulder, but instead of blood a thick dark purple foul-smelling liquid splattered out. The figure let out a non-human scream, staggered back, its eyes beneath the mask flashing with a mixture of shock and anger as it glared fiercely at Naruto before its form twisted again, seemingly attempting to conceal itself once more. Don't think you can escape. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke seized this fleeting opportunity, unleashing the ninjutsu he had long prepared. The searing fireball blocked the enemy's escape route. Iruka simultaneously threw a kunai embedded with an explosive tag. Boom! The sound of the explosion rang out, smoke billowing. However, when the smoke cleared, only a puddle of dark purple liquid, and a few scraps of torn fabric remained. The eerie enemy had vanished without a trace, evidently having used some costly ninjutsu to escape. The battle was brief yet intense. By the end Sakura's face was still pale. Sasuke was panting, his Sharingan slowly fading, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Iruka quickly walked to the spot where the enemy had disappeared, closely examining the strange liquid and fragments, his expression extremely grave. This is not the technique of any known ninja village. That chakra's feeling. And this blood. Naruto dispelled the shadow clone, breathing slightly heavier, with no joy of victory on his face, only deep concern. In that brief moment of close contact, he distinctly sensed that the energy fluctuations emanating from that enemy bore a faint yet undeniable similarity to a certain aura in the fragments of ancient memories in his mind. Especially that hollow sense of devouring. Was it coming for me? Sakura asked, her voice trembling. Naruto shook his head, then nodded slightly, his tone heavy. Not entirely. It feels more like it was confirming something. It was probing your chakra, possibly because you seem to be the most ordinary among us. Iruka-sensei, I think we might have stirred up some serious trouble. The thing behind this isn't. The forest returned to silence, but the lingering smell of blood and the strange aura left by the unknown enemy loomed over everyone like a heavy cloud. Naruto's circle of tranquility played a crucial role in this real battle for the first time, but it also rang alarm bells for impending crisis. The hidden enemy was no longer content to spy and began to extend its claws. And the secret within Naruto seemed to be their target. Iruka hurried towards the Hokage's office, carrying fragments of a kunai stained with dark purple viscous fluid along with a detailed mission report. The gravity on his face was almost palpable. The unprecedented ambush encountered by Team 7 carried implications that sent a chill down the spine. Inside the Hokage's office, smoke curled lazily as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, listened to Iruka's report, his brow deeply furrowed into a tight knit. When he heard that Naruto, relying on a peculiar perception ability, had issued early warnings and precisely directed the defense and counterattack, his eyes flickered with a mixture of astonishment and concern. That is the situation, Lord Hokage, Iruka concluded in a somber tone. The enemy's stealth techniques were extraordinarily sophisticated. If not for Naruto, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Moreover, I have never encountered such non-human blood and chakra signature. Thank you, Irika. The third took a deep drag of his pipe and exhaled slowly. Go now. Reassure the children, especially Haruno Sakura. Classify today's incident as brank confidential, and do not disclose it for the time being. Yes. Irika saluted and withdrew. A brief silence settled over the office. The third picked up the sample vial containing the eerie purple liquid on his desk and scrutinized it with a piercing gaze. What do you think? He addressed an empty corner of the room. The air shimmered with distortion and Jiraiya materialized his face stripped of its usual levity and replaced by an expression of rare solemnity. This is bad news, old man. He stepped to the desk, picked up the sample vial and swirled it. The chakra residue on this stuff. It carries a scent of decay and emptiness, as if something had been drained of vitality and forcibly infused with foreign energy. Definitely not something benign. Does it resemble the aura from those ancient memories Naruto mentioned? The third inquired. There's a faint similarity, but it's more tainted, like a shoddy imitation or a contaminated derivative. Jiraiya set down the bottle, his expression grave. It seems something hidden in the shadows of history has finally grown impatient enough to surface, and its target is likely the ancient seed within Naruto. The third nodded. Danzo has probably already received word. No sooner had he spoken than a knock came at the door. After receiving permission, Shimura Danzo entered leaning on his cane, his face impassive, followed by a root operative. Hiruzen, Danzo said without preamble, his eye scanning the sample vial on the table. I require an explanation regarding the incident where Team 7 was attacked by an unidentified enemy. The safety of the Ninetales Jinchuriki is fundamental to the village's security. Such a grave security breach is an inexcusable failure of the responsible department. He shifted his focus to the core issue. Furthermore, the report indicates that Uzumaki Naruto demonstrated perception and command abilities far beyond his age and rank. The origin of this anomalous ability must be thoroughly investigated. I recommend Root take over the subsequent evaluation and protection of Naruto to ensure. That won't be necessary, Danzo. The third cut him off decisively, his tone brooking no argument. I have already made arrangements for Naruto. Jiraiya has returned to the village and will oversee Naruto's training. That is the most suitable choice. As for the attack, the Umbu will conduct a full investigation and will share their findings with you. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing. Jiraiya, that vagabond who has been roaming the world for years. Hiruzen, are you entrusting the safety of the Jinchuriki to an irresponsible wanderer? Is that not overly reckless? The origin of Naruto's abilities remains unclear. If he loses control or is manipulated by those with ill intent. I trust Jiraiya and I trust the boy's character. The third's voice was steady and unyielding. His abilities might be a rare talent. What we need is guidance, not confinement. This matter will be handled as I've instructed. Danzo fell silent for a moment, realizing he could not change the third's decision. He said coldly, I hope your judgment proves correct, Hiruzen. Otherwise the consequences will fall upon the entire village of Konoha. With that he turned and left the office, followed by his subordinate, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. Jiraiya stared at Danzo's retreating back and spat. That old fox's nose is still as sharp. He caught the scent and came running. He's definitely already dispatched people to investigate the source of that purple liquid. The third sighed. Danzo has his considerations, albeit extreme. This also serves as a reminder that we must accelerate our pace. How is Naruto doing? Jiraiya's face lit with a hint of approval. Better than expected. After this real combat, that kid seems to have had an epiphany. He better understands the importance of stillness. Moreover, the composure and command tendency he displayed in battle. He really has a touch of Minato back in his day. But his sensitivity to those ancient memories has also grown keener after this contact. Last night he again had nightmares. Guide him. Control it. The third spoke gravely. Before he becomes strong enough, this power is both a treasure and a death warrant. Meanwhile, within the Ninja Academy, an intangible shift in atmosphere had occurred. Although the attack was kept confidential, the early termination of Team 7's mission and Irika's grave demeanor, as he escorted them away, had sparked whispers. Sasuke grew increasingly withdrawn. In that battle, he had been completely overshadowed by Naruto. The insight of his Sharingan proved utterly helpless against the enemy's bizarre stealth. This helplessness deeply wounded his pride. He threw himself into training with a frenzy, even attempting high-risk lightning release techniques recorded in clan scrolls that were listed as forbidden, often bearing scorch marks from electrical shocks. His thirst for power teetered on the brink of obsession. Sakura, on the other hand, developed a stronger sense of reliance and trust in Naruto. That day, sitting on the ground watching Naruto calmly issue orders and precisely locate the enemy, an unprecedented feeling of safety washed over her. She began actively seeking Naruto's insights on theoretical topics she hadn't grasped in class, but which he occasionally offered unique perspectives on. The look in her eyes when she gazed at Naruto now held not just admiration but a sincere trust. Naruto himself was deeply immersed in Jiraiya's advanced instruction. The attack had driven home the understanding that the circle of stillness was not merely a foundation for training but a crucial survival technique. Jiraiya began teaching him how to more delicately incorporate natural energy into his own chakra circulation. Though still far from true ninjutsu, it already elevated Naruto's chakra control and perceptual precision to a new level. Simultaneously, under Jiraiya's protection, Naruto started to actively but cautiously engage with the less overwhelming memory fragments. He sifted through them like turning the pages of a tattered ancient tome, seeking fragments of ancient wisdom about energy manipulation and physical training, and tentatively integrating them into his own cultivation system. This process was slow and hazardous, but with Jiraiya's seasoned guidance, he avoided straying down perilous paths. Yet both the third Jiraiya and Naruto himself knew this was merely the calm before the storm. Though the mysterious enemy had retreated, their bizarre abilities and clear objective heralded a greater crisis brewing. Konoha, seeming peaceful, harbored turbulent currents both within and without. Naruto's path of growth was destined to become deeply intertwined with these lurking shadows. In the training ground of my village, Naruto was drenched in sweat. He maintained the circle of calm while his body engaged in intense physical training. Under Jiraiya's guidance, he no longer passively sensed, but attempted to channel natural energy to the surface of his body, forming an extremely thin, nearly invisible energy membrane. This membrane did not directly enhance defense or offense, but it made him more sensitive to the energy flow of objects he touched, allowing him to even sense the focal points of his opponent's muscle contractions and chakra gathering in advance. No, the energy is too scattered. Imagine it as a natural extension of your skin, a part of your breath, not a layer of armor. Jiraiya pointed out bluntly from the side. Naruto gritted his teeth, failing over and over again, yet trying again each time. This fine control of energy was far more difficult than learning any rank ninjutsu. Yet fragments of ancient memories occasionally flashed in his mind, offering him inexplicable inspiration and the perseverance to continue. During a break, Naruto sat under a tree drinking water, his gaze subconsciously drifting to another training ground not far away. There, Hinata Hyuga was practicing gentle fist techniques with her guiding Jonin Yuhi Kurinai. The girl, dressed in white, moved like flowing water, her pale face flushed from exercise, beads of sweat trickling from her forehead, her eyes focused and determined. Naruto had rarely paid attention to this classmate, who always blushed easily and spoke softly. However, recently, perhaps due to his enhanced perception, he occasionally caught glimpses of Hinata, secretly looking at him, her gaze filled with shyness yet also an indescribable warmth and encouragement. This feeling was strange, not like Sakura's fervent admiration for Sasuke, but rather a quiet, enduring presence. Once, after a theoretical class, Naruto fell behind while pondering an ancient sealing symbol, and almost bumped into Hinata, who was also leaving late. Hinata was startled like a frightened rabbit, her face turning crimson, awkwardly lowering her head, and in a voice as soft as a whisper she said, "Sorry, Naruto-kun," and quickly ran away. At that moment, Naruto scratched his head, thinking how easily this girl got shy, but for some reason her flustered demeanor and the gentle Naruto-kun made him feel inexplicably comfortable. "Hey, foolish disciple, what are you looking at?" Jiraiya's teasing voice pulled Naruto back from his thoughts. "Nothing." Naruto jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on his face, slightly flushed, quickly grabbing a kunai to continue practicing. Perverted sage, let's continue. Jiraiya chuckled, a knowing glint flashing in his seasoned eyes. A youth is truly beautiful. However, he didn't break the moment. It was best to let young people's matters unfold naturally. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's training ground, the atmosphere was cold and oppressive. Sasuke was enveloped in unstable blue lightning, repeatedly striking against a massive boulder. The lightning chakra stimulated his cells, bringing strength accompanied by intense pain. His Sharingan spun wildly, replaying in his mind the moments when Naruto commanded during their mission, while he felt utterly powerless alongside the distant memory of the night when that man slaughtered his entire clan. Not enough, far from enough. Sasuke growled, his chakra exploding out of control, shattering the boulder, but he also fell to one knee from the backlash, violently coughing up blood. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed again, deep in his mind, clearer than before, filled with temptation. See, this is what you call effort. In the face of true talent and opportunity, you are utterly fragile. That Ninetales brat harbors extraordinary power within, guided by the legendary Sannin. And what do you have? You only possess this immature pair of eyes and a village steeped in false peace. Sasuke suddenly looked up, his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings, still finding no one, but the voice crawled under his skin. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. The voice sneered. What matters is that I can give you the power of revenge, enable you to surpass Uzumaki Naruto, and grant you the strength to kill Uchiha Itachi. Konoha cannot provide you with these. They will only bind you with their so-called will of fire, dulling your edges. Just like how they dealt with your family. Shut up. You have no right to slander Konoha. Sasuke shouted furiously, yet his voice held an imperceptible tremor. The truth of his clan's massacre felt like a nightmare, and Konoha's ambiguous stance had always been a thorn in his heart. Slander? You know the truth within. Join me, accept my power. Otherwise you will forever live in the shadow of Uzumaki Naruto, never able to reach the pinnacle of true power. The voice gradually faded, leaving Sasuke alone in the ruins, locked in an inner conflict. His extreme thirst for power clashed with his vigilance against the unknown dangers tearing at his young soul. A few days later, a crank escort mission was assigned to the newly formed Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Team 8, Hinata, Inuzuka, Kiba, Yamanaka, Shino, led jointly by Yuhi Kurenai and Hatake Kakashi. The mission involved escorting an archaeologist to a small ancient site on the border of the Land of Fire for academic research. This seemingly ordinary task made Kakashi and Kurenai, who were aware of the underlying details, wary. The archaeologist was studying mysterious symbols and legends from before the Warring States period, overlapping with the area Naruto had inadvertently mentioned earlier. On the journey, everything was calm. Naruto continued to use the Circle of Calm for wide-ranging vigilance, his steady performance even earning a nod of approval from Kakashi. Sasuke remained silent, constantly on high alert, his Sharingan occasionally activated to observe the surroundings. Sakura and Hinata occasionally whispered to each other, and Sakura discovered that this shy Hyuga heiress had surprisingly insightful views when discussing certain ancient texts. During a brief rest, Naruto was checking his gear when Hinata hesitated for a long time, finally mustering the courage to walk over and hand him a small, delicate water bottle. Naruto-kun, please have some water. Hinata's voice was weak but clear, her head lowered, not daring to meet Naruto's eyes, her ears flushed. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, looking at the exquisite water bottle, clearly meant for girls, scratching his head and smiling. Thank you, Hinata, but I brought my own water. He shook his large water bottle emblazoned with the whirlpool symbol. Hinata's hand froze midair, her face instantly showing a look of disappointment and embarrassment, as if she were about to cry. Seeing her like this, Naruto felt an inexplicable softness in his heart, and quickly took the water bottle. But yours looks like it tastes better. I won't be polite then. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip, grinning. It's really sweet. Thank you, Hinata. Hinata suddenly looked up, seeing Naruto's sincere smile, her blush deepening, but her eyes sparkled with joy as she nodded vigorously, softly saying, "And no problem," before quickly flying back to Kurenai's NCI like a happy little bird. Kiba watched this scene and scoffed. Looks like the underdog is quite popular. Shino pushed up his sunglasses, remaining silent. Sakura observed Naruto and Hinata, thoughtfully, feeling a subtle sentiment in her heart. Sasuke shot a cold glance, scoffing, inwardly boring. This little interlude seemed like a ray of light briefly dispelling the tense atmosphere during the mission. However, both Kakashi and Kurenai knew that the closer they got to their destination, the greater the potential danger. Would that ancient site become the center of a storm once again? And could the quietly budding feelings between Naruto and Hinata, akin to newly sprouted tender shoots, thrive amidst future storms? At the entrance of the ancient ruins, weather-beaten stone pillars stood tall, engraved with archaic symbols reminiscent of those taught in ninja academy classrooms, exuding an aura of vicissitude and mystery. Archaeologist Dr. Sugino excitedly wielded his rubbing tools, eager to enter without delay. Kakashi and Hong exchanged a glance, both perceiving wariness in each other's eyes. Kakashi spoke lazily. Then, according to the plan, Mingren, Zhuozhu, and Xiaoying will enter the ruins with the doctor. Hong, you lead Squad 8 to stand guard at the entrance, ensuring our retreat route is secure. Understood. Hong nodded. Rixiang Chutian immediately activated her white eye, a 360-degree field of vision, enveloping the area around the entrance. Chuanzhongya and his Akamaru sniffed the air vigilantly, while Yunxinai's insect swarm silently dispersed into the surrounding forest. Mingren took a deep breath and stepped into the ruins first. The interior was dimly lit with cold and damp air, and thick moss covered the stone walls. He immediately expanded his circle of stillness, to its limit, sensing every inch of space around him. The natural energy here is so dense and very chaotic, Mingren murmured to Kakashi beside him, his brow slightly furrowed. In his perception, the energy flow inside the ruins was like a tangled mess, with some nodes unusually active like dormant volcanoes. Stay alert. Kakashi was concise. Though his Xiaolunian was not revealed, every muscle in his body was already tensed. Zhuozhu followed silently, his Xiaolunian activated, carefully observing the symbols on the stone walls and possible traps. Xiaoying closely followed Dr. Sugino, both curious and nervous. As they delved deeper, the corridor inside the ruins gradually widened, revealing a massive circular altar. At the center of the altar stood a fragmented black stele inscribed with even more complex and archaic runes. The moment he saw that stele, a sharp pain pierced Mingren's mind. Countless fragments of memory surged like a flood. No longer vague images, but relatively clear scenes, a similar altar towering into the clouds with countless figures clad in white robes and bearing horns on their foreheads, kneeling in worship. Above the altar, the shadow of an illusory giant tree loomed faintly. This is sacrifice, and the projection of the divine tree. Mingren clutched his forehead, muttering unconsciously. His voice, though soft, was exceptionally clear in the silent ruins. Dr. Sugino snapped his head around, a fanatical light blazing in his eyes. Boy, what did you say? You recognize these inscriptions? This could be a monumental discovery that shakes the ninja world. Kakashi immediately pressed a hand on the agitated doctor, fixing a sharp gaze on Mingren. Mingren, what did you see? Mingren shook his head, struggling to recover from the memory impact. I don't recognize the characters. But I feel it's very bad. Here, it's dangerous. Almost as his words fell, a sudden change occurred. Two figures materialized without warning from the shadows around the altar. Their attire resembled that of the enemies who had attacked Xiaoying earlier, but their aura was several times stronger. They no longer concealed themselves, wearing pure white masks with no openings, only a simple emblem like a rising sun carved on the forehead. Indeed, a fragment of the key has resonated here. One of the figures spoke in a hoarse voice, his gaze bypassing everyone, directly locking onto Mingren, or more precisely onto the awakened ancient soul fragment within Mingren's body. An unexpected gain. An individual carrying primordial essence. Protect the doctor. Fall back. Kakashi reacted instantly, kunai in hand, standing at the forefront. Zhuozhu and Xiaoying also immediately entered combat readiness. Attack! The other enemy shouted, coldly forming hand seals. The ground suddenly swelled and countless rock spikes shot toward Kakashi and the others like living things. It was an advanced Earth Release ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Kakashi quickly formed seals, raising a solid earthen wall that blocked most of the attacks. Meanwhile, the enemy who had spoken first flickered like a ghost, bypassing the earthen wall and lunging straight at Mingren. His speed was astonishing, his hand wrapped in that nauseating dark purple energy reaching for Mingren's throat. "Mingren, watch out!" Zuozhu roared, the nascent form of Chidori. A hand blade condensed with lightning released chakra, thrusting toward the enemy's back, attempting to divert his attention. But the enemy seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without turning, he swung his hand back, unleashing a powerful repulsive force that sent Zuozhu flying, slamming him violently into the stone wall. "Zuozhu!" Xiaoying screamed. In the instant the enemy lunged, Mingren's circle of stillness had precisely captured his movement trajectory and energy concentration point. Instead of confronting Hedon, he exploited the enemy's underestimation of him, executing an impossible right-angle pivot slide, narrowly evading the grab and simultaneously kicking at the vulnerable joint of the enemy's supporting leg. The enemy let out a slight sound of surprise, clearly not expecting Mingren's reflexes to be so swift and precise. He was forced to change his move, turning his claw into a palm and striking at Mingren's ankle. Bang! A dull thud, and Mingren used the momentum to backflip, forming hand seals upon landing. Shadow clone technique. A dozen shadow clones appeared, though lacking combat strength. They effectively disrupted the enemy's vision and perception. Mere tricks. The enemy snorted, erupting with stronger dark purple chakra that spread like a shockwave, instantly dispelling all of Mingren's shadow clones. But in that brief delay, Kakashi had already dealt with the Earth Release user, forcing him back or temporarily restraining him, and flashed to Mingren's side, finally revealing his Xiaolunian, staring coldly at the remaining powerful foe. The copy ninja Kakashi of Konoha. The voice behind the mask carried a hint of gravity. "It seems I need to get serious." The battle outside was equally intense. Two more members of the Dawn organization attempted to breach Squad 8's defense line and enter the ruins. Yushihong's Genjutsu, Kyushin's Gentle Fistia, and Akamaru's Taijutsu, and Zainai's insect secret techniques combined barely held the assault, but the situation was precarious. Kyushin's white eye clearly saw the danger Mingren was facing inside the ruins. Anxious, she executed the Gentle Fist even more desperately, and at a critical moment struck an enemy's chakra point, temporarily sealing their movement, creating an opportunity for Teacher Hong to defeat the opponent. Inside the ruins, Kakashi was locked in fierce combat with the powerful enemy, his Xiaolunian clashing continuously with the eerie dark purple energy. Mingren gasped for breath, his gaze sweeping over the steel at the center of the altar. The memory fragments triggered in his mind grew clearer. A bold idea emerged. "Kakashi-sensei, cover me!" Mingren shouted, charging recklessly toward the altar steel. Seeing this, the powerful enemy immediately abandoned Kakashi, trying to stop Mingren. Kakashi would not let that happen. The light of Raikiri gleamed in his hand as he fiercely entangled the opponent. Mingren reached the steel and pressed his palm against the ancient runes, simultaneously channeling his chakra with full force and attempting to guide the surrounding chaotic natural energy into it. He didn't know the exact method. He was acting purely on instinct and the guidance of memory fragments. The steel trembled violently, and the runes on it lit up with faint light one after another. The entire altar began to shake violently. An invisible energy barrier spread outward from the steely, precisely repelling the charging Dawn organization elite. "Impossible! How did you activate the boundary steel?" the enemy exclaimed in fury and shock. Mingren's face was pale. The action had nearly drained his chakra, but he had succeeded. Using his ancient memories, he had briefly activated the ruins' defensive mechanism. The energy barrier temporarily divided the battlefield, greatly relieving Kakashi's pressure. The enemies outside, seeing the situation was hopeless, sent a signal. Both inside and outside the ruins simultaneously performed a teleportation technique and vanished in smoke. Before leaving, the powerful enemy gave Mingren a deep stare, as if to etch his image into his soul. The crisis was temporarily resolved. The ruins were in disarray. Dr. Sugino, still shaken, looked at the glowing steel with even greater fervor in his eyes. Xiaoying rushed to check on Zuozu's injuries. Zuozhu sat up against the stone wall, watching Mingren standing before the glowing steely, panting, but with a determined gaze. His fists clenched tightly, the unwillingness and a certain resolve within him reaching a peak. Kakashi walked up to Mingren, patted his shoulder, and looked at him with a complex expression. "Good work, Mingren. But it seems the trouble we've stirred up is bigger than we imagined. At that moment Teacher Hong rushed in with Squad 8. Chu Tian immediately ran to Mingren's side, looking at his pale face, forgetting her shyness, and asked worriedly, Mingren-kun, are you all right? Are you injured? Mingren met Kyushin's anxious gaze, a wave of warmth surging in his heart. He grinned, though weakly, with a hint of pride. I'm fine. I'm the man who's going to become Hokage. A little scene like this is nothing. Chu Tian looked at his familiar smile, blushed, but this time she didn't look away. Instead she softly hummed in acknowledgement, her eyes full of trust. As the sun set, the mission team set off on their return journey. Though they had completed the escort mission and repelled the enemy, everyone carried heavy thoughts. The discoveries in the ruins, the powerful, mysterious organization Dawn, and the increasingly evident secrets around Mingren all heralded a greater storm approaching. Yet amidst this gloom a faint light shimmered. Mingren not only proved his growth, but also the quietly budding feelings between him and Chu Tian had weathered the trial of crisis like a tenacious seedling sprouting from a crevice brimming with vitality. The new shoots of Konoha were growing strong under the baptism of wind and rain. The story of the first volume ends here, but Uzumaki Mingren's brand new ninja way has just begun. In the Leaf Village, the atmosphere within the Hokage's office was heavier than ever before. Upon the desk of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi lay the detailed mission reports submitted by Kakashi and Kurenai Yuhi, along with the rune rubbings brought back from the ruins and the residual analysis of that dark purple energy. Amidst the swirling smoke his brow remained furrowed. Advisors Homura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain were also present at the meeting, their expressions equally grim. It's confirmed. The name Dawn appears in the marginal notes of ancient texts, often alongside taboo terms like world purification and reincarnation. It is believed to be an ancient secret society that adheres to extreme doctrines and seeks some form of world reconstruction. Homura Mitokado spoke in a low voice, his finger pointing at the emblem resembling a rising sun on the report. Unexpectedly, they truly exist and have become active in this era. Koharu Udatain added, regarding that dark purple energy, the analysis department has provided a preliminary conclusion. It is not pure chakra, rather it resembles a kind of corrupted, forcibly twisted natural energy with strong erosive properties and the ability to suppress life force. It is completely different from any known ninjutsu system. Their objective is very clear. The third Hokage slowly began, his voice laden with grave pressure. It is Naruto. Or rather the awakened fragment within Naruto that is connected to these ancient secrets. The steel in the ruins was merely a trigger or a coordinate. Hiruzen, the situation has exceeded the scope of conventional threats, Homura Mitokado said sternly. Uzumaki Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, has always been a target coveted by various nations. Now that he is entangled in an ancient conspiracy of this level, his safety is no longer merely a personal issue, but a strategic matter concerning the balance of the entire shinobi world. We must adopt more stringent protective measures and conduct the most thorough assessment of the origin and controllability of his abilities. His implication carried a tendency toward compromise with the root. Just then the office door was pushed open and Jiraiya strode in brashly, his face devoid of its usual levity. Stricter protection. Old man, I think you mean stricter surveillance and control, don't you? He interrupted the advisor without ceremony. Jiraiya, watch your tongue. Koharu Udatain snapped. Did I say something wrong? Jiraiya crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over the two advisors. Naruto just completed a mission, saved his comrades with his awakened abilities and courage, and foiled the enemy's plot. What awaits him upon his return? Not commendation, but deeper suspicion and scrutiny. Is this how the Leaf treats its heroes? This is not about commendation or suspicion, Jiraiya. Homura Mitokado retorted. This is risk assessment. The unknown power within him is like a time bomb. The appearance of the Dawn organization is proof of that. Precisely because there is danger, proper guidance is needed, not simple confinement. Jiraiya argued vehemently. I am his instructor. I know his current state better than anyone. That power is indeed ancient and formidable, but Naruto's heart is resilient and pure. He is learning to control it. Applying heavy-handed pressure at this moment will only backfire, and might even push him toward an unpredictable direction. The third Hokage raised his hand to quell the escalating argument. Enough! He took a deep drag of his pipe. Naruto's affairs will be solely entrusted to Jiraiya for guidance and supervision. The Umbu will strengthen perimeter vigilance, but unless there is conclusive evidence of a loss of control, they shall not interfere with his daily life and training. This is the final decision. He looked at the two advisors, his gaze unwavering. As for the Dawn organization, classify it as a rank threat. Mobilize all intelligence resources to thoroughly investigate its background objectives and bases. Simultaneously issue covert warnings to allied nations, but maintain strict secrecy to avoid causing panic. The meeting concluded in an unpleasant atmosphere. Jiraiya left the Hokage building with a furrowed brow. He knew that the third Hokage had held his ground, but Danzo would not let the matter rest. Beneath the calm surface of the leaf-submerged rocks had already emerged. Meanwhile, in the underground training room of the Uchiha compound, Sasuke, bare-chested, was covered in fresh wounds and scorch marks from lightning. He attacked a specially made metal training dummy with frenzied ferocity, the piercing screech of the Chidori echoing deafeningly in the enclosed space. In his mind, that cold voice echoed like a cursed sea. The higher-ups only care about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You, the last survivor of the Uchiha, are nothing but a disposable pawn in their eyes. Your hatred, your strength. No one truly cares. Shut up. Sasuke punched the metal dummy, his knuckles split open, but he felt no pain. Only boundless rage and emptiness. The scene from the ruins replayed repeatedly in his mind, Naruto's back as he stood before the glowing steely Kakashi's approving gaze, and his own helplessness when he was blown away. Join me. You will gain power truly sufficient to overturn everything. The Uchiha's Sharingan possesses infinite potential, not like now where you wield it like a child brandishing a blade. I need power. Sasuke panted heavily, his single Tomo Sharingan spinning wildly, appearing on the verge of evolving into a double Tomo, yet the light carried an ominous crimson hue. Tell me what I should do. A low, satisfied chuckle came from the voice. Excellent. First you need stronger stimuli to catalyze those eyes. Await my guidance. The voice faded. Sasuke collapsed to the floor, the training room filled with nothing but his heavy breathing. In the darkness, his gaze gradually turned cold and resolute. Evening in the garden of the Konoha hospital. Naruto sat listlessly on a bench, forced to rest due to excessive chakra depletion. Hinata, clutching a bouquet of fresh daisies, nervously approached. Naruto-kun, are you feeling better? She asked in a small voice, extending the flowers. These, for you. I hope you recover soon. Naruto looked at the pure white flowers, then at Hinata's cheeks flushed with nervousness. That inexplicable warmth surged within him once more. He took the bouquet and flashed a brilliant smile. Thanks, Hinata. I'm fine, just a bit tired. The flowers are really pretty, just like you. Ah! Hinata's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, her heart pounding so fast it felt ready to burst. She hurriedly lowered her head, twisting the edge of her coat with her fingers, utterly speechless. Seeing her like this, Naruto found it amusing and burst into laughter. The laughter dispelled some of the gloom in his heart. He gazed at the daisies in his hand, then at the quiet girl beside him, and suddenly felt that if someone could offer him flowers like this after every mission, it might be quite nice. But he quickly shook his head, suppressing the thought. He had more important things to do now. Become stronger, unravel the secrets within himself, and protect the village. The pervy sage said the upcoming training would be even tougher. The sunset's afterglow spilled over the two of them, painting a quiet and warm tableau. Yet both Naruto and Hinata knew that this brief tranquility was merely the last lull before the storm. The skies over the leaf had already gathered dark clouds. The shadow of dawn was silently seeping into every corner of the village. Behind the leaf village, the waterfall roared. Jiraiya stood by the pool, watching Naruto struggling desperately in the torrent, his eyes unprecedentedly stern. Feel it. Not resist but merge. Jiraiya's voice drowned out the waterfall. Natural energy is like this waterfall, vast and boundless. Your chakra is the boat, your mind the helmsman. To master it, you must first understand its force. Naruto gritted his teeth, drenched from head to toe, every limb aching with sharp pain. He tried to expand his circle of stillness. But in this violent natural energy environment, his perception field was compressed to the extreme like a tiny boat in a storm on the verge of capsizing at any moment. The ancient fragments of memory about energy manipulation surfaced again in his mind, but this time they brought not enlightenment but deeper confusion. The energy circulation methods in those memories seemed to share the same origin as the sage mode principles taught by Jiraiya, yet they held subtle fundamental differences like two diverging paths. No! What Pervy Sage said is different from what I feel. Naruto grew anxious, his breath faltering, and was instantly flung away by an invisible force crashing heavily by the pool. Idiot! Distracted again. Jiraiya frowned and scolded, but deep in his eyes lay a hint of worry. He could see that the ancient instinct within Naruto was conflicting with orthodox sage training. This was not necessarily bad. It indicated Naruto's immense potential, but the risk multiplied accordingly. One wrong step and the consequences would be dire. Again! Naruto wiped the water from his face, his eyes stubborn, and walked toward the waterfall again. He had to get stronger quickly. The threat of the Dawn organization hung over him like a sword. Meanwhile, in the forbidden area of the Uchiha clan, a sealed underground chamber, Sasuke, guided by the voice in his mind, found this place. The chamber was dimly lit, the walls covered with twisted Uchiha emblems and forbidden runes. In the center was a dried blood pool, the air thick with the stench of old blood and resentment. "Drop your blood into the pool," the cold voice commanded with a hint of eager excitement. Sasuke didn't hesitate. He cut his palm with a kunai and crimson blood dripped into the dried pool. The blood did not coagulate. Instead, like a living thing, it spread along the runes, gradually illuminating the entire chamber. A chilling, violent chakra rose from the blood pool and poured into Sasuke's body. Ugh! Sasuke let out a pained roar, feeling every meridian in his body being torn and reorganized. His Sharingan spun uncontrollably, the single tomo rapidly merging and transforming, finally becoming two tomo. A surge of power flooded through him, but accompanied by an even denser hatred and bloodlust. In his mind, the images of his clan's brutal deaths were clearer than ever, and the oppressive pressure of Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan nearly suffocated him. Good. Just like that. Hatred is your nourishment, pain is your power. The voice whispered with satisfaction. Next you need more fuel. Go hunt. The target. Ninjas with special chakra. Their energy will accelerate your transformation. Sasuke panted heavily, his Tsutomu Sharingan gleaming with a scarlet, icy light. He felt his heart being consumed by darkness, yet a twisted pleasure, and an extreme craving for power made him revel in it. A few days later, the intelligence department of Konoha received grim news. A squad of 3 special jonin on a border patrol mission was attacked by an unknown assailant, all killed. When the bodies were found, their chakra had been brutally drained. At the scene there were extremely faint traces of dark purple energy similar to the Dawn organization, but at the same time experienced Umbu analysts also detected a barely perceptible residue of violent lightning release chakra and the unique cold aura of the Sharingan. The news was strictly sealed, but the high command was shaken. Kakashi looked at the intelligence scroll, his face beneath the mask dark and ominous. The traces of lightning release and Sharingan gave him a most ominous premonition. And all this Naruto was still unaware of. He continued to struggle under the waterfall. Repeated failures left him exhausted in both body and mind. In the evening, he dragged his weary body back to the village, but unexpectedly saw a familiar figure on the training ground he often visited. It was Hinata. She was practicing gentle fist on a wooden post, her movements meticulous, her forehead covered in sweat, her white eyes filled with unprecedented determination. Her movements seemed somewhat different from before. Less restrained, more resolute, as if she was forcing herself to break through some limit. "Hinata!" Naruto called out in surprise. Hinata stopped at the sound, and seeing Naruto, her face instantly flushed. But this time she didn't immediately lower her head. Instead she took a deep breath, steadied herself, and said softly, "Naruto-kun, your training is over." "Ah, kind of." Naruto scratched his head a bit, dejected. "Still no progress. Pervy Sage's method is too hard." Hinata looked at Naruto's tired, but still bright face, gathered her courage, and said, "Naruto-kun, you can definitely do it. I also have to work harder." Naruto was startled, looked at Hinata's determined eyes, and asked curiously, "Hinata, you seem more driven than before. Hinata's face turned even redder. She lowered her head, her voice, as faint as a mosquito's but clearly reaching Naruto's ears, because, I don't want to just watch. I don't want to be unable to do anything when Naruto-kun needs help. I also want to become strong enough to protect the important people. After saying this, Hinata seemed to have exhausted all her courage. Even her ears were red. She didn't dare look at Naruto again, quickly bowed and ran away. Naruto stood dumbfounded watching Hinata's retreating figure, feeling a soft spot in his heart gently touched. He had always thought Hinata was a shy girl who needed protection, but never expected that beneath her fragile exterior lay such a strong heart. Her reason for wanting to become stronger. Protect the important people. An involuntary warm smile spread across Naruto's face. He felt the fatigue on his body seems to have lightened. Yes, he wasn't fighting alone. He had Iruka-sensei pervy sage companions who cared for him and someone like Hinata who silently worked hard to support him. He looked up at the darkening sky, his eyes becoming resolute again. No matter how difficult the road ahead, no matter what secrets lay within his body, he would keep going. To protect these warm lights, he must become stronger. However, Naruto did not know that another figure he once regarded as a rival and companion was slowly sliding into an abyss. The cracks in Konoha, in places where sunlight couldn't reach, were quietly widening, and the shadow of the dawn was silently growing within these cracks. Beneath the waterfall, Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated, no longer trying to resist the surging natural energy with his will, nor dwelling on the discrepancies between ancient memories and ninjutsu theory. He recalled Hinata's words, protect the important people, and his heart became clear and serene. He contracted his circle of stillness, no longer seeking scope, but instead refining it to an extreme within himself, as if creating an anchor of absolute calm amidst the torrent of violent energy. A wondrous change occurred when he ceased his resistance and instead used himself as a bridge to listen and guide. The originally turbulent natural energy seemed to become somewhat docile. It remained vast yet no longer hostile. Fragments of ancient memories surfaced again, but this time they were not chaotic commands. Rather, they felt like an instinctive rhythm. A primal cadence of how to dance with the energies of heaven and earth. A sharp gleam erupted in Jiraiya's eyes. He clearly sensed that the chaotic energy field around Naruto was stabilizing. An extremely faint yet utterly pure Senjutsu chakra was beginning to form within him, achieving a mystical balance with his own chakra and the ancient soul fragments. That's it. Boy seized this feeling. Jiraiya couldn't help but mutter. Naruto felt as if he had become part of the waterfall yet transcendent beyond it. His perception expanded in an unprecedented way. Not as clear images but as a sensing of existence itself. He could feel the weariness of a bird in the distant forest, the eternal silence of the rocks beneath his feet, and even faintly sensed several powerful and familiar chakra fluctuations from the direction of Konoha. One warm and slightly worried, seemingly Hinata, another sharp and scrutinizing from Kakashi-sensei, yet another cold, frenzied and brimming with ominous hatred. This was... Naruto's eyes snapped open and the icy perception vanished instantly, but the lingering impression weighed heavily on his heart. That was Sasuke's chakra, but it felt completely different, filled with an unfamiliar darkness. You did it, kid. You finally touched the threshold. Jiraiya slapped Naruto's shoulder excitedly. Though still faint, this is indeed Senjutsu chakra, and it seems you're getting along well with the old fossil inside you. But Naruto couldn't rejoice. He said urgently, pervy sage, just now, I think I sensed Sasuke. His chakra felt strange, very dangerous. Jiraiya's smile faded. He sighed about Sasuke. Kakashi has made some troubling discoveries. Don't worry about this for now. Focus on stabilizing your current state. You've just begun, it's still unstable. Meanwhile, deep within the forest of death, at the edge of Konoha, Kakashi intercepted Sasuke, who was about to leave the village. Sasuke was clad in black, his eyes icy, twin Tomo Sharingan slowly rotating, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Sasuke, things are unsettled outside the village lately. Without a mission, it's best not to act alone. Kakashi's tone was calm, but his gaze was piercing. Move aside, Kakashi. Sasuke's voice held no warmth. My affairs are none of your concern. Do you know about that border patrol squad? Kakashi cut straight to the point, staring intently into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke's pupils constricted almost imperceptibly, but his expression remained cold. What does that have to do with me? The residual chakra traces at the scene include lightning release and the ocular power of the Sharingan. Kakashi said slowly, Sasuke, tell me, where were you that night? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Sasuke sneered, his hand resting on the Kusanagi sword at his waist, which he had obtained through some means. Suspecting me, based on those vague traces. Kakashi, since when did you become so arbitrary? The air was thick with tension. Kakashi could sense the restless, overwhelmingly dark chakra within Sasuke far greater than before, but he had no concrete evidence. Sasuke, power isn't everything. Losing yourself in hatred will only destroy you in the end. Kakashi attempted a final plea. Shut up. Sasuke cut him off sharply, his Sharingan brimming with obsession and madness. You don't understand anything. You don't know the pain of losing everything. You don't know the despair of facing that man. Only power, absolute power, will let me take revenge. Konoha can't give it to me, you can't give it to me. Only I can take it myself. With that, he ignored Kakashi, vanished in a flash, and dissolved into a dark shadow deep within the dense forest. Kakashi did not pursue. He stood still, his face behind the mask etched with gravity. He knew Sasuke had already set foot on a path of no return. Sasuke dashed through the forest, his inner darkness engulfing him like a swamp. Kakashi's suspicion and interrogation only strengthened his resolve. The icy voice rang out at the right moment. See, trust is so fragile. Konoha can no longer accommodate you. Come to me. I can give you everything you desire. Just then another figure appeared before Sasuke, blocking his way. It was not Kakashi but Shimura Danzo, followed by two members of Root. Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo single eye stared at him without emotion. I can sense your thirst for power. The Konoha high-ranking officials are weak and incompetent, unable to give you real support. But Root can. Sasuke eyed Danzo, warily tightening his grip on the Kusanagi sword. Danzo continued, join Root, and you will have access to the best resources, the most brutal training, and the opportunity to uncover the true secrets of the Uchiha clan, including how to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan and the methods to counter Uchiha Itachi. This condition undoubtedly struck the deepest longing in Sasuke's heart. But the voice in his mind issued a warning. He's using you, boy. Root is just another cage. What I can give you is power beyond the common sense of the shinobi world. Sasuke fell into a brief struggle. Danzo represented the dark forces within Konoha, while the voice in his head represented a completely unknown, possibly more powerful path. In the end, the ultimate craving for power overwhelmed everything. He shot Danzo a cold glance. I'm not interested in your Root. Then he bypassed Danzo and continued running toward the direction the voice in his mind guided. Danzo watched Sasuke's retreating figure, a sinister glint in his single eye. He was not surprised by Sasuke's refusal, but the dark aura around Sasuke, neither belonging to the Uchiha nor to Konoha, convinced him even more that this pawn had fallen into the hands of another player. The situation was growing increasingly complicated. That evening Naruto ended his training and returned home tired, but with a hint of breakthrough joy. As he passed the Hyuga clan dojo, he unexpectedly saw Hinata alone, practicing the gentle fist under the moonlight. Her movements were smoother, her palm strikes fierce, clearly showing her hard work. Naruto did not disturb her. He simply watched quietly. Under the moonlight, Hinata's expression was focused, her fair skin seeming to glow faintly, possessing a breathtaking beauty. Naruto's heart involuntarily beat a little faster. As if sensing the gaze, Hinata stopped her movements, turned her head, and saw Naruto. Her face instantly flushed, but this time she didn't look away. Instead, she bowed slightly in greeting. Naruto walked over and sincerely praised. Hinata, you've gotten even stronger. Still far from it, Hinata said shyly, lowering her head. Naruto-kun must have made another breakthrough, right? He not bad. Naruto scratched his head and laughed. Seeing Hinata's flushed cheeks and glistening sweat from training, he inexplicably reached out a hand, wanting to wipe the sweat from her forehead. The moment his fingers were about to touch her skin, both froze. Hinata's face blazed as red as if it would bleed, her heart pounding wildly. Naruto also realized how intimate the gesture was, his hand awkwardly suspended in midair, the tips of his ears silently turning red. The air was filled with a sweet, awkward tension. Finally Naruto withdrew his hand and let out a hearty laugh. Well, it's getting late. You should rest early. Don't push yourself too hard. With that he almost fled. Hinata watched his hurried retreating figure touch the spot where his fingers had nearly brushed, and a shy yet immensely sweet smile bloomed on her face. The moonlight gently cascaded down, as if softly accompanying the burgeoning feelings between the young boy and girl. Yet in the dark corners untouched by this hazy moonlight, Sasuke followed the devil's whisper step by step, advancing toward an unknown and perilous future. Konoha's peace flickered like a candle in the wind, trembling and uncertain. The news of Sasuke's defection, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirred up overwhelming waves among Konoha's high-ranking officials. Inside the Hokage's office the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to have aged many years overnight. Before him stood Jiraiya with a grim face, Kakashi with icy eyes, and Tsunade, who had just been urgently recalled after finishing a short-term medical exchange abroad. Confirmed, Kakashi's voice was devoid of emotion, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Last night Sasuke broke through the patrol checkpoint outside the village. His direction is clear. He's heading straight for the land of rice fields. The residual chakra at the scene was filled with darkness and brutality identical to the aura at the site where the border squad was attacked. He also injured two Chunin who tried to stop him. Tsunade slammed her fist onto the table, and the solid wood surface instantly cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. That brat! What is that Uchiha kid thinking? Is he so eager to die? Jiraiya sighed, his gaze complex. He's blinded by hatred. In the end, we couldn't hold him back. He looked at the third. Old man, what now? Issue a retrieval mission. Or a kill order. The last three words came out with unusual difficulty. No matter what Sasuke has become, he is still the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan Kakashi student, and once Naruto's acknowledged comrade. The third was silent for a long time, smoke shrouding his face. Finally he spoke in a low voice. Issue and rank retrieval mission. Mission objective: bring Uchiha Sasuke back to Konoha alive if possible. Executors: Hatake Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto. What? Send Naruto. Tsunade was the first to object. What state is that kid in now? If he goes after Sasuke, what if he loses control? Or gets killed by Sasuke? This is a lesson he must face. The third interrupted, his gaze profound. And it's also the only chance Sasuke might turn back. Kakashi, you take the lead. Ensure the mission priority is retrieve, not eliminate. If necessary, you may use extraordinary means to restrain Sasuke, but try to spare his life. Kakashi knelt on one knee. Yes, Lord Hokage. His eyes were hidden beneath his headband, his emotions unreadable, but the heavy burden of responsibility nearly crushed him. Just then the office door was flung open and Naruto rushed in, his face full of anxiety and disbelief. Lord Hokage. Kakashi-sensei. They say Sasuke defected. Is it true? It can't be. He had just finished his morning training. The initial mastery of Sage Mode gave him a tranquil mind. But he suddenly sensed a heavy, sorrowful atmosphere pervading the village, and the familiar yet unfamiliar chakra of Sasuke disappearing completely beyond the village's borders. A strong premonition of doom drove him straight to the Hokage's office. Seeing Naruto's eager eyes, the third felt pity but still nodded. It's true, Naruto. Sasuke has chosen a dangerous path. Naruto staggered back as if struck by lightning, his blue eyes filled with pain and confusion. Why? Why did this happen? Weren't we comrades? Didn't we promise to grow stronger together? The power of hatred can sometimes devour everything. Jiraiya placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, trying to offer some comfort. Naruto, now is not the time to ask why. We need you. Naruto looked up sharply, fire blazing in his eyes. A mission, right? I'm going to bring him back. I have to find out the truth. Then I'll knock some sense into him and bring him back. Calm down, Naruto. Kakashi barked coldly. Sasuke's strength now is nothing like before. and there may be unknown forces behind him. Impulsiveness will only ruin things. This mission requires absolute rationality and strength. Naruto took a deep breath, trying to calm his surging emotions. He closed his eyes and tried to enter that state of resonance with natural energy. The wondrous circle of stillness unfolded again, small in scope but exceptionally clear. He could not only sense the heavy feelings of the people in the office but also vaguely perceive the residual chakra trail of Sasuke in the air, filled with hatred and determination, stretching far into the distance. I can sense the direction he left. Naruto opened his eyes, his gaze regaining firmness, even carrying a hint of the transcendent calm of a sage mode practitioner. Kakashi-sensei, please let me go with you. I promise I won't act rashly. I can find him, and I feel I can handle his current power. The steady and vast aura emanating from Naruto moved even the several powerful figures present. The training in sage mode seemed to have truly transformed this boy in a short time. The third exchanged a glance with Jiraiya and finally nodded. All right, Kakashi. Naruto, the mission is yours. Depart immediately. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Konoha, Hinata Hyuga stood among the crowd, watching Kakashi and Naruto assembling from afar. Her Byakugan clearly saw the complex expression of determination and pain on Naruto's face, as well as the unique chakra fluctuations around him that subtly resonated with nature. Her heart clenched tightly. She knew the dangers of this journey and how much Naruto valued Sasuke. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. She hated her own powerlessness, unable to fight alongside him, only able to pray silently here. Please come back safely. Naruto-kun, she screamed in her heart. And just as Konoha fell into tension and sorrow over Sasuke's defection, in the darkest corner of the Forest of Death, two members of the Dawn organization quietly emerged. The Uchiha vessel has chosen to fall. An interesting variable, one of them said hoarsely. Konoha's attention is diverted. This is our chance. The other man's compass needle, no longer pointing only toward Naruto, also began to slightly deviate toward the direction Sasuke had left. Both fragments of the key have left the sanctuary. The moment of dawn may come sooner than anticipated. Execute Phase 2 of the Steel Fire Plan. The two figures melted into the shadows as if they had never been. Konoha's crisis, never lessened by internal turmoil, was brewing an even greater storm in the dark. The mission to retrieve Sasuke was destined to be fraught with difficulties, and Naruto's newfound power would face its true test in the storm. The wind through the forest carried an air of murderous intent. Kakashi and Naruto raced one after the other through the treetops. Naruto closed his eyes and focused, controlling the range of his circle of stillness to about 100 meters, like an invisible sonar, precisely tracking the chakra trace ahead that was filled with hatred and darkness. The initial integration of sage art allowed his perception to go beyond mere space and energy. He could faintly sense the emotions contained within the chakra. Sasuke's chakra was like a burning black flame filled with pain, determination, and a madness bordering on self-destruction. He's fast and almost never stops. Naruto opened his eyes, his tone heavy. It's as if something is chasing him, or he's being drawn by something. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. It's that voice that's tempting him. We have to stop him before he's completely lost. He felt a creeping unease. Sasuke's state was worse than he had anticipated. The quality and quantity of that dark chakra far exceeded that of an ordinary jonin. Suddenly Naruto's expression changed and he abruptly stopped. Wait, ahead. There's a strong energy reaction. Not Sasuke. It's that nauseating feeling. He sensed two chakra signatures hidden in the valley ahead, carrying the peculiar hollowness and erosive quality of the Dawn organization, like vipers lying in wait for prey to fall into a trap. Kakashi instantly understood. A diversion. Or do they want to catch us all? He made a prompt decision. Naruto, keep tracking Sasuke, delay him as much as possible, but don't fight Hiden. They'll catch up after dealing with the tails behind. Got it? Naruto nodded and accelerated, without hesitation, detouring around the valley ahead. He trusted Kakashi-sensei's strength. Kakashi meanwhile flickered his form and silently stalked toward the two hidden chakra sources like a specter. The Sharingan quietly awakened beneath his forehead protector as he calmly analyzed the enemy's positions and possible tactics. Naruto pushed his speed to the limit. Empowered by sage chakra, he felt as light as a swallow, and his perception of the natural environment allowed him to always find the optimal path. Finally, by a rushing river, he caught up to Sasuke. Sasuke stood on a boulder by the bank, his back to Naruto, his black cloak flapping in the wind, the Kusanagi sword pointing diagonally at the ground. Visible black cursed mark patterns coiled around his body, exuding an ominous aura. "Sasuke!" Naruto shouted. "Stop! Come back with me!" Sasuke slowly turned around. His crimson Tudamo Sharingan held only cold indifference and unfathomable darkness. "Loser! You think you can stop me? I'm not here to stop you, I'm here to bring you home." Naruto leaped down from the treetop and landed opposite Sasuke, his blue eyes filled with pain and determination. "Aren't we comrades? Whatever difficulties arise, we can face them together. Revenge isn't everything, comrades." Sasuke sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. "What a naive word. You don't understand anything. You have the power of the Nine Tails and the guidance of the Sannin, so of course you can shamelessly prattle on about comrades and bonds. And me? I only have hatred. Only through these eyes can I gain the power to kill that man. Konoha can't give it to me, and neither can you. I can understand your pain." Naruto stepped forward, trying to get closer. "I've also been lonely, rejected by everyone. But Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, the perverted sage Sakura, and everyone else. They taught me that there are things in this world worth cherishing." Sasuke turned back. "Don't let hatred control you anymore. Understand. What do you know about understanding?" Sasuke's emotions suddenly flared up, the cursed mark's power spilling out uncontrollably as black chakra surged like flames. "Have you ever experienced the despair of your entire clan being slaughtered by your closest relative? Have you ever felt the agony of being woken by nightmares every night? Uzumaki Naruto, you're too naive. In this world, only power is real." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sasuke's figure vanished abruptly. The next moment he appeared before Naruto, the Kusanagi sword thrusting forward with a shrill sound of tearing air. His speed was far beyond before. Naruto's pupils contracted. His circle of stillness had already warned him. He chose not to meet the blow, his body floating backward, as if weightless, while his hands formed Seal's shadow clone technique. A dozen shadow clones appeared, trying to distract Sasuke. However, with the cursed mark and Tudamo Sharingan activated, Sasuke's power had soared. His movements were lightning fast. The Sharingan easily saw through the clones' deceptions, and the Kusanagi sword turned into streaks of black lightning, instantly eliminating all the clones. "Too slow." Sasuke coldly exclaimed, the tip of his sword again closing in on Naruto's throat. Naruto's eyes hardened. He finally held nothing back. He took a deep breath, entering a state of resonance with natural energy. Though he could not yet perfectly enter sage mode, the initially fused sage chakra already elevated his speed, strength, and perception to another level. He sidestepped the sword edge, his right hand gathering highly compressed chakra. No longer an ordinary Rasengan, but faintly carrying a flow of natural energy, glowing with a pale blue luster. Sage Art Rasengan. Humph! A petty trick. Sasuke neither dodged nor avoided. His left hand blazed with lightning, the Chidori crying out. The black power of the cursed mark merged with the lightning release, darkening the Chidori's color, and imbuing it with an aura of destruction. Cursed mark Chidori. Boom! The two powerful energies, blue-white and black-purple, collided violently. A fierce shockwave radiated outward from the pair, sending the river water surging into towering waves and shattering the rocks on the shore into fragments. Naruto felt a violent icy-cold power traveling up his arm, attempting to erode his chakra pathways, but the balanced and gentle nature of sage chakra, along with the instinctive rejection from the ancient soul fragment within him, effectively resisted this erosion. However, Sasuke's power was indeed astonishing. In the pure clash of energy, Naruto was still at a disadvantage, sliding backward more than 10 meters before stabilizing himself. Sasuke also took a few steps back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected Naruto's power to have increased so much in such a short time, and that sensation of chakra was very peculiar, carrying a purity that disgusted him. "So this is your reliance? A new power?" Sasuke shook his slightly numb arm, the killing intent in his Sharingan growing stronger. "But it's far from enough. Just then Kakashi's form appeared between them, as if teleported, his kunai deflecting Sasuke's Kusanagi sword that came again. His breathing was slightly ragged but his eyes remained calm. Clearly, he had just gone through a fierce battle and dealt with the dawn ambush. Sasuke stopped, Kakashi said in a deep voice. You're being used. That power is devouring you. Kakashi, you're going to stop me too. Sasuke looked at Kakashi, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes vanishing, leaving only utter coldness. Then, I'll take you down too. The battle escalated once again, becoming a joint effort of Kakashi and Naruto against Sasuke, who had fallen into darkness. Kakashi, with his vast experience and the keen insight of his Sharingan, complemented Naruto's sharp perception and the offense-defense integration of Sage Chakra. However, with the enhancement of the cursed mark, Sasuke's strength, speed, and reflexes reached a terrifying level. Coupled with the Sharingan's predictive ability, he could hold his own against the two. The intense battle continued by the river, as if it were a rehearsal for the future destined confrontation at the Valley of the End. And no one noticed that on a higher cliff in the distance, a figure in a cloak with a snake-like smile on his face was quietly overlooking the battle, his eyes full of satisfaction and anticipation for this vessel named Sasuke. The battle by the river had reached a feverish pitch. Kakashi's Sharingan and Chidori complemented each other flawlessly, always precisely cutting into the gaps of Sasuke's attacks. Meanwhile, Naruto, relying on the predictive power of the Circle of Stillness and his nascent Sage Chakra, executed agile and effective containment and counterattacks. However, under the influence of the dark curse mark, Sasuke was like an indefatigable killing machine. The Kusanagi sword swung with a madness that tore through everything, and the shriek of the Chidori grew even more piercing and violent. It's useless. You can't stop me. Sasuke roared, the curse mark patterns almost covering half his face, making him look ferocious and terrifying. The chakra within him seemed endless, but both Kakashi and Naruto could sense that his sanity was being rapidly eroded by that dark power. His chakra is chaotic and there's something foreign controlling him. Naruto shouted urgently to Kakashi while dodging the lethal slashes. Under his sage perception, he could clearly see a strand of alien energy, cold and serpentine, coiled around the core of Sasuke's chakra, not belonging to Sasuke himself. It was this energy that was constantly amplifying Sasuke's hatred and pain. Kakashi's eyes sharpened. It's the source of the curse mark. We must find a way to sever that external control. He once again used Chidori to drive Sasuke back, then shouted to Naruto, use that new power of yours to try to interfere with or even purify that alien chakra. It'll create an opportunity for you. Naruto's heart tightened. Purify. He had never tried it before, but there was no room for hesitation. He nodded firmly, took a deep breath again, and immersed his mind completely into resonance with natural energy. This time he was no longer content with mere preliminary fusion. He attempted to guide the vast natural energy around him to surge into his body more deeply. The risk was immense. With the slightest misstep, he would be assimilated by natural energy and turned into a stone frog. But the fragments of ancient memories concerning energy control resurfaced in Naruto's mind, guiding him almost instinctively to find the delicate balance point within the raging natural energy. Buzz! A presence far more powerful than before erupted from Naruto's body. Around his eyes, a faint frog pupil-like orange-eyed eyeshadow appeared. Although still blurry and unstable, it was indeed the sign of the initial activation of Sage Mode. Vast and pure natural energy surged into his meridians, forming a temporary and fragile balance with his own chakra, the Ninetails chakra, and the power of the ancient soul fragment. At this moment, Naruto's perception increased exponentially. The rustling of leaves, the flow of energy within a radius of several kilometers, and even the emotional fluctuations of all living things were clearly reflected in his mind. He saw that strand of cold serpentine alien energy inside Sasuke clinging tightly to the chakra core like a parasite. Right there. Naruto's eyes focused, his hands clasped in front of his chest. Highly concentrated sage chakra gathered not in the shape of a Rasengan, but forming a soft, bright, and vibrant green sphere of light. Sage art, nature purification. This was not any inherited technique, but a purification light against evil energy, instinctively created by Naruto at this moment, relying on his sage perception and understanding of life energy. Sasuke, wake up! Naruto shouted, pushing the green sphere towards Sasuke. Sasuke sensed the pure aura within the sphere that was extremely uncomfortable for the dark power inside him. A flicker of instinctive fear passed through his Sharingan, but more than that there was rage provoked. Get away! He fully activated the power of the curse mark, and a dark purple Chidori erupted once again, meeting the green sphere. However, this time, the nature was completely different. The natural purification light, full of vitality, collided with the curse mark power representing erosion and destruction. Instead of a violent explosion, it produced a sizzling sound like sunlight melting snow and ice. The dark purple Chidori was decomposed and purified at a visible speed. What? Sasuke stared in horror as his power was easily dissolved. The green sphere, though dimmed in turn, still stubbornly pierced through the defense of the Chidori and gently touched his chest. Ah! An indescribable searing pain, as if his soul was being burned, washed over him. The strand of alien energy inside Sasuke let out a sharp shriek and struggled violently. In contrast, Sasuke's suppressed consciousness and emotions, which belonged to his true self, experienced a moment of clarity. He saw Naruto's face with eyeshadow filled with worry and determination. He saw Kakashi Sensei's solemn gaze. In an instant, the tragedy of his clan's massacre, the time at the Ninja Academy, the moments spent with Naruto and Sakura. Countless images flashed through his mind. Naruto. He uttered the two words with difficulty. The crimson and darkness in his eyes briefly receded, revealing a trace of confusion and pain. But at that moment, the serpentine figure on the distant cliff let out a displeased snort. He moved his fingers slightly, and a more powerful will was transmitted through the air, forcibly suppressing the effect of the natural purification light and rekindling the dark side of the curse mark. No! I can't. Turn back. Sasuke's eyes were once again swallowed by darkness, even more insane than before. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the power of the curse mark erupted out of control, forming a black energy storm that engulfed him. Not good. He's going to force a breakthrough. Kakashi's face changed drastically. Naruto wanted to move forward, but maintaining the unstable sage mode and performing the purification light had drained his mind and chakra. The eyeshadow quickly faded, and a wave of intense weakness struck him, causing him to drop to one knee, unable to move. The black storm carried Sasuke shooting up into the sky and fleeing toward the direction of the Tian country, at great speed, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Kakashi did not give chase. He knew he couldn't catch up. He immediately went to Naruto's side to check his condition. Naruto, how are you? Naruto weakly shook his head, looking in the direction where Sasuke had disappeared, his eyes filled with reluctance and sorrow. I still couldn't bring him back. You did very well. Kakashi helped him up, his tone carrying a hint of relief and complexity. That power of yours managed to briefly suppress a curse mark of that level. Sasuke. He was clear-headed for a moment just now. This shows that deep inside he is not completely devoured by darkness. We still have hope. That said, both of them knew that after this battle, the possibility of Sasuke completely falling into darkness was even greater. The hidden hand behind the scenes would never give up easily. When Kakashi carried the exhausted Naruto back to the Konoha hospital, it was already late. Having received the news, Hinata was already waiting anxiously at the hospital entrance. Seeing Naruto unconscious and pale, her heart leaped to her throat and her eyes instantly reddened. She silently followed behind Kakashi, watching the medical staff settle Naruto into a hospital bed and conduct various examinations. Throughout the entire process, she bit her lip tightly, holding back tears, but her Byakugan eyes were filled with heartache and worry. In the dead of night, the ward was left with only the steady ticking and Naruto's even breathing. Hinata did not leave. She sat on a chair by the bed, quietly gazing at Naruto's sleeping face. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling over Naruto and illuminating Hinata's determined yet gentle eyes. She gently reached out her hand, wanting to touch Naruto's cheek, but stopped midair and ultimately just carefully tucked him in. Naruto-kun, she murmured in an almost inaudible voice. Please get well soon. I will become strong enough that next time I can face the storms with you instead of just waiting here. At this moment, within the heart of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main house, Something fragile was fading away, replaced by a resolve as firm as a rock. Her protective heart silently took root and sprouted under the quiet moonlight. Outside the village of Konoha, in a dark corner, the members of the Dawn organization gathered once again. The potential of one of the targets exceeded expectations. He can even initially use a power close to the origin to purify. The other target has completely fallen into darkness, and its value is equally immense. The plan needs to be adjusted. Well, proceed on two fronts. It's time to light the bonfire inside Konoha. Naruto's awakening of sage art, Hinata's silent protection, and the deeper conspiracy of Dawn will all drive the story toward a new climax. Naruto had been recuperating in the hospital for 3 days. The excessive consumption of sage chakra and the burden on his body exceeded expectations, but the benefits were also evident. His total chakra volume and purity had seen significant improvement, and his affinity for natural energy had also reached a new level. After Jiraiya examined his condition, he felt both fearful and relieved. Little brat, you really are lucky this time. Forcing your way into the unstable sage mode and not turning to stone is sheer luck. Jiraiya scolded him while carefully imparting a more stable method for practicing sage arts and precautions to Naruto. Remember, next time I'm not around, you absolutely cannot act so rashly. Kakashi then provided a more detailed analysis that purification light of yours does indeed have a restraining effect on that kind of dark energy. According to the Umbu's analysis of the residual energy at the scene, the source of the curse mark within Sasuke is likely related to Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin who defected. Orochimaru? Naruto clenched his fists. Is he the one who tempted Sasuke? The possibility is very high, Kakashi nodded. Orochimaru is obsessed with forbidden techniques and immortality, harboring a pathological desire for the Sharingan. Sasuke is in a very dangerous situation under his control. However, after this confrontation, we have also confirmed that Sasuke's heart is not entirely dark. This is the only hope we have. Naruto fell silent for a moment, then raised his head, his gaze extraordinarily firm. I understand. I will become strong enough to reclaim Sasuke from Orochimaru. Next time I will definitely succeed. Meanwhile, deep within the Hyuga dojo, Hinata knelt before Hayashi, her head lowered yet her back remained straight. She had just made a shocking request to her father to enter the pre-training for the Gentle Fist 8 trigrams, Return Heaven, a forbidden technique that only the core members of the Hyuga clan could access. Hayashi looked at his daughter expressionlessly, a powerful aura enveloping the entire room. Reason. You should know that Returning Heaven has extremely strict requirements for chakra control and physical fitness. Careless practice can easily damage one's meridians, even endangering life. With your current strength, it is still too early. Hinata lifted her head, her pale face devoid of the usual timidity, replaced instead by an unyielding determination. Father, I understand the risks. However, I no longer want to simply watch important people get hurt while I am powerless to help. I need strength not for the glory of the clan, but to have the ability to protect. Please give me this opportunity. I am willing to bear all consequences. Hayashi gazed at his daughter's white eyes, so similar to his yet infused with a completely different will, and remained silent for a long time. He saw the flames burning in her eyes, a light he had never seen in the usually gentle Hinata. Finally, he slowly spoke. All right, but you must pass my test. Starting tomorrow, your training volume will double, and if you can endure for a month without collapsing, I will allow you to access the introductory training of Returning Heaven. Thank you, Father. Hinata deeply bowed, her eyes filled with gratitude and determination. At the same time, the tranquility of Konoha village was shattered. That night, the Konoha archives suddenly exploded into flames. Although the guarding ninjas reacted quickly and extinguished the fire in time, the area housing some ancient scrolls and sealing technique materials suffered severe damage. The scene left clear signs of intrusion, along with a faint residual energy that bore a resemblance to that of the Dawn organization. Days later, several ninja tool shops and herbal medicine stores in the village were raided. What was stolen was not valuable possessions but rare materials used for special sealing techniques and obscure medicinal ingredients for specific concoctions. Soon after, rumors began to circulate discreetly within a small circle, such as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is the source of disaster, and the defection of the Uchiha orphan signify something ominous attempting to shake the villagers' trust and create panic. All of this seemed to indicate that someone was systematically testing Konoha's defenses, collecting specific materials, and sowing the seeds of chaos. The Third Hokage and the Umbu remained highly vigilant, enhancing patrols and checks, but the enemy acted in secrecy with few clues that were as elusive as ghosts. Naruto also sensed the unusual atmosphere in the village. During a visit to the memorial stone to pay respects to Minato and Kushina, his keen sage perception caught a fleeting malicious sense of being watched. He abruptly turned around but only saw a shadow flash past the street corner. Perverted sage, have those guys already entered the village? Naruto asked Jiraiya anxiously. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. I fear so. Their target is clear, it is you and everything possibly related to the ancient secrets. The items stolen from the archives and the materials taken all point to this. They are preparing for a greater operation. One evening, Hinata, having completed her rigorous training for the day, dragged her exhausted body home. Passing by the training ground, she saw Naruto practicing a slow and unique taijutsu move alone against a wooden post with subtle signs of natural energy circulating around him. His expression was focused and calm, a stark contrast to the playful boy he once was. Hinata did not disturb him, merely standing quietly at a distance watching. The setting sun elongated Naruto's figure, enveloping him in a golden glow. Watching him strive to become stronger filled Hinata's heart with warmth and strength. She touched her sore arms from overtraining, her gaze growing even more resolute. As if sensing her gaze, Naruto stopped his movements, turned his head, and saw Hinata from afar. He paused for a moment, then broke into a brilliant smile, waving and calling out Hinata. Hinata's face flushed slightly, but she still mustered the courage to step forward and softly asked, Naruto-kun, has your body fully recovered? Yes, I'm completely fine now, and I feel even better than before. Naruto nodded vigorously, then looked at the sweat on Hinata's forehead and her somewhat pale face, asking with concern, Hinata, you look like you're very tired. Are you okay? I'm fine. Hinata shook her head, revealing a faint yet exceptionally strong smile. I'm just doing some training. Naruto-kun is also working hard, so I can't slack off. Naruto looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar determined light in Hinata's eyes, as if he saw another version of himself striving and yearning to become stronger. He felt a stirring in his heart, and blurted out, Hinata, you really are amazing. So gentle and so strong. This straightforward compliment made Hinata turn into a red apple, her heart pounding as if she might faint. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, no, it's nothing. Naruto-kun is the one who... Naruto looked at her shy demeanor and burst into laughter, feeling inexplicably joyful. He reached out his hand, wanting to pat her head like before, but as his hand hovered in the air it paused and ultimately just lightly landed on her shoulder, seriously saying, let's work hard together, Hinata. For the things we want to protect. The warmth from her shoulder and Naruto's sincere words made Hinata shiver all over. She raised her head, meeting Naruto's bright blue eyes filled with sunlight and encouragement, and all her shyness and fatigue seemed to dissipate in that moment. She nodded vigorously, tears shimmering with determination in her eyes. Yes, let's work hard together. Under the setting sun, the two youths exchanged smiles, their vows to protect intertwining, silently transforming into the strength for their journey ahead. However, beyond this warm scene, the shadows of Konoha grew ever darker. Among the ashes of the archives, the Umbu discovered a charred wooden piece intentionally left behind bearing the Dawn emblem. This was no longer merely a test but a blatant declaration of war. The bonfire has been lit. Danzo caressed the wooden piece, a cold glint flashing in his one eye. Hiruzen, how long can your pacifism endure? In the dead of night, a secret message reached the Hokage's office. The border outpost confirmed the detection of an unidentified elite team, disguised as a merchant convoy, rapidly breaching the border defenses toward Konoha village. Their route was mysterious, their strength assessment extremely high. The storm was brewing, and the story of the second volume concluded amidst this turbulent and perilous atmosphere. Naruto had initially grasped the sage arts, and Hinata had pledged her vow to protect, while the claws of the Dawn organization had already reached for the heart of Konoha. The third volume, titled Academy Crisis, is about to erupt suddenly in the seemingly peaceful dawn. To all the fans, please give a nudge for updates and support. Volume 3 Academy Crisis. The morning of Konoha was still shrouded in an atmosphere of tranquility. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled spots of light. Wisps of cooking smoke rose, and the sounds of vendors' cries and children's laughter, heading to the ninja academy, gradually filled the streets. Yet beneath this serenity, those with keen perception could detect a subtle tension. The number of patrolling umbu had increased to their figures silently flitted across rooftops, scanning the ground below with vigilant eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, with his hands clasped behind his head, and a blade of grass dangling from his lips, strolled leisurely along the path to the academy. His circle of stillness was maintained as naturally as breathing. Though its range was limited, it granted him complete awareness of his surroundings. He could sense the guards hidden in the shadows, and also the faint lingering energy residue of the liming organization in the air. An unpleasant presence like oil seeping from polluted water, which despite efforts to clean left behind traces. Those guys. Have they really infiltrated the village? Naruto frowned slightly, and the suppressed rage from Sasuke's defection stirred within him once more. He clenched his fists, feeling the chakra that had initially fused with natural energy flowing through his body. Whatever you're planning, I won't let you succeed. In the classroom, the atmosphere was also subtly tense. Sasuke's empty seat was like a silent scar, reminding everyone of the upheaval that had occurred not long ago. Sakura glanced at the empty seat, her eyes dim, as she struggled to focus on the lesson. Inazuka Kiba and Akimichi Choji, on the other hand, seemed unaffected, and continued to mess around. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hinata sat upright in her seat, appearing to listen attentively, but beneath the desk her hands unconsciously practiced the force techniques of the gentle fist with an imperceptible flow of chakra at her fingertips. Her face was paler than usual, yet her eyes were more resolute than ever. Hayashi's training had been extremely harsh, but she had gritted her teeth and persevered, and had already begun to grasp the threshold of the heavenly rotation. The ultimate control and instantaneous burst of chakra. Irika, standing at the podium, explained the importance of ninja rules and teamwork, but his gaze involuntarily swept over Naruto and Hinata. He could sense the transformations in these two students. Naruto had become more composed, occasionally revealing a gaze of profound depth beyond his years, while Hinata, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, though still shy, now possessed a core of unignorable resilience. As a teacher, he felt both gratified and subtly worried. It was not entirely good for children to bear heavy burdens and power too early. During the lunch break, Naruto leaned against the railing of the school building's rooftop, gazing absently at the lower-grade students playing in the playground below. Hinata hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage and walked up with a lunchbox. "Naruto-kun," she called softly. Naruto turned around, and upon seeing Hinata, a smile appeared on his face. "It's you, Hinata. What's up?" "Well, I made some lunch, if you don't mind." Hinata, blushing, extended the exquisite lunchbox in her hands. She had woken up early to prepare it, filling it with dishes she had observed Naruto liked. "Wow, thank you, Hinata. I'm just hungry." Naruto's eyes lit up as he unceremoniously took the lunchbox and opened it, his surprise growing. "Oh, miso chashu and omelet rolls, all my favorites." Watching Naruto eat with relish, Hinata felt as sweet as honey in her heart, and the blush on her face lingered. She said softly, "Naruto-kun, you seem to have a lot on your mind lately." Naruto paused in his eating, swallowed the food in his mouth and sighed. "Yeah, that Sasuke guy. And those bastards hiding in the shadows. I feel like something bad is about to happen." He looked at Hinata and scratched his head. "But seeing you work so hard, I can't slack off either. I still have a long way to go." Hinata lowered her head, her voice soft but firm. "But I'll keep striving. So that I can help." Just then Naruto's expression changed drastically. The lunchbox nearly slipped from his hands as his sharp gaze swept toward the forest behind the school. In his circle of stillness perception, several chakra signatures, extremely well hidden but carrying clear malice and that familiar hollow emptiness, were infiltrating the ninja academy as silently as poisonous snakes. Their target was unmistakable, not the teachers or the school building but the children playing in the playground, those with various chakra fluctuations. One subtle trace of prying even swept across his and Hinata's position several times. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked, tensely sensing Naruto's abnormality. Though her Byakugan mainly observed the chakra network, it also had an instinctive sensitivity to malice, and she too felt a faint unease. There are enemies. Naruto lowered his voice, his eyes instantly becoming like drawn blades. Many. They're coming for the school. Hinata, go inform Iruka-sensei and the other jonin. Evacuate the younger students. Understood. Hinata didn't hesitate for a moment. She nodded immediately, knowing this was no time for shyness or fear. She turned and ran downstairs. Wait, Naruto called out, his expression extremely serious. Be careful. They might be targeting you too. He had sensed that the gaze probing Hinata carried an air of scrutiny and greed. Hinata's body trembled and she nodded firmly. They'll be careful. She then dashed downstairs at her fastest speed. Naruto took a deep breath, his eyes turning icy. He formed hand seals and instantly created over a dozen shadow clones. Go. Guard all the entrances and walls of the school. If you spot any suspicious figures, sound the alarm immediately and intercept them. The shadow clones dispersed in all directions. Naruto's main body stood at the edge of the rooftop, slowly channeling sage chakra, with faint orange-eyed eyeshadow appearing around his eyelids. He fixed his gaze on the several malevolent chakra signatures moving swiftly through the forest. Trying to turn this place into a hunting ground, you bastards. Naruto muttered, his blue eyes blazing with anger. Then come and try. It'll make you realize what a stupid mistake it is to provoke the young buds of Konoha. The storm descended without warning. The once book-filled and laughter-filled ninja academy was instantly enveloped by an invisible shroud of killing intent. Hinata's figure streaked across the schoolyard like a white blur as she burst into the school building. Her voice, trembling with urgency, yet piercingly clear, echoed down the corridor. Enemy attack. Enemies are invading. All lower-grade students, follow your teachers to the underground shelter immediately. Repeat, enemy attack. In an instant, the building, which had been steeped in a lazy afternoon atmosphere, erupted into chaos. Screams, cries of shock, and the clattering of desks and chairs filled the air. Yet the teachers of Konoha displayed remarkable composure and a profound sense of duty. Iruka was the first to rush out of the classroom, barking orders at the panicked students. Mizuki and the other Chunin instructors swiftly reacted, organizing the evacuation, forming a human shield to protect the children as they moved toward the designated safe zones. Hinata, what's the situation? Iruka asked, urgently, shielding a terrified first-year student behind him. Naruto spotted enemies on the rooftop, many of them, coming from the direction of the rear hills. Their target is the students. Hinata spoke rapidly, her Byakugan already activated, her 360-degree vision, scanning their surroundings tensely. They've already reached the perimeter wall. As if to confirm her words, a thunderous explosion tore through the northwest corner of the school. Amidst the flying debris, a figure wreathed in dark violet energy shattered through the smoke and dust, pouncing like a panther toward a little girl who had run off in terror. Watch out! A shadow clone of Naruto materialized just in time, shielding the girl with its body, but it was shattered by a single strike from the enemy, dissolving into white smoke. Yet that brief obstruction was enough. Another teacher's thrown kunai forced the enemy back, and some upper-grade students, under their instructor's direction, managed to perform a simple earth style, raising a low earthen wall in a desperate attempt to block the assault. Combat erupted without warning in every corner of the campus. The invading members of the Dawn organization numbered about 6. They were well-trained, coordinated, ruthless in their movements, and singular in purpose. To bypass the teacher's interception and capture students with special chakra natures or latent bloodline limits. Their methods were also bizarre. Aside from the corrosive dark violet energy, some could slip through shadows, others released a mist that interfered with chakra perception, making defense immensely difficult. On the rooftop, the real Naruto made his move. He locked onto the enemy leader, the first to breach the wall and the most menacing in presence. That tall man wore a pure white featureless mask. He ignored the scattered resistance below his gaze, cutting directly through space to the Naruto on the rooftop. Found you. The one bearing the source substance. A raspy voice came through the mask, carrying the delight of a predator who had spotted its prey. If it's me you're after, then stay away from everyone else. Naruto roared, channeling his sage chakra, at full power, the orange-red markings around his eyes becoming starkly visible. With a vicious push of his foot, the rooftop pavement cracked as his body shot forward like a cannonball, diving straight at the masked leader. Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan. A giant blue orb far larger than a normal Rasengan with energy currents flowing in natural rhythms materialized in his hand in an instant, and with a roar that tore the air slammed down with devastating force. Oh! This power! The masked leader let out a curious murmur, seeming somewhat surprised, yet his reaction was swift. He dared not underestimate the attack. He brought his hands together before his chest, dark violet energy, heavily condensing into a spinning dark vortex that seemed to devour light itself. Devouring energy maelstrom. Boom! The blue of creation and the purple of devouring, two energies of utterly opposite nature, collided violently. This time there was no stalemate. Sage chakra seemed to possess an inherent advantage over that dark violet energy. The big ball Rasengan crushed the dark maelstrom, overwhelmingly its residual might hurtling toward the masked leader. What? The leader's face drained of color. In his haste, he could only cover himself with dark violet energy. Thud! He was blasted away, crashing through a section of the wall amid a cloud of dust and debris. Though his formidable strength and strange energy spared him from severe injury, he was left considerably disheveled. Naruto pressed his advantage, prepared to pursue, but two other Dawn members broke away from the teachers and attacked him from both sides. One swung his arms, releasing a viscous, numbing purple mist, the other, like a ghostly shadow, thrust a poisoned short blade from the darkness. Naruto! Be careful! Hinata's anxious cry came from below. She had just felled an enemy trying to ambush a lower-grade student when she saw Naruto caught in a pincer. Naruto remained calm in the crisis. His circle of stillness clearly reflected the trajectories of both attacks. He twisted his body like a fish, evading the poisoned blade by a hair's breadth, then inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, and exhaled violently. Wind-style great breakthrough. A raging cyclone erupted from his mouth. Although not a high-level jutsu reinforced by sage chakra, its power was formidable, instantly dispersing the purple paralyzing mist and forcing back the shadowy enemy. But in the moment he dealt with the pincer attacks, the repelled masked leader rose from the rubble. He abandoned Naruto, his cold gaze locking onto Hinata below, who stood out with her stark white eyes while helping the evacuation. A pure Byakugan. An excellent specimen too. With a flicker, he became a violet blur circling around the battlefield at astonishing speed, charging straight at Hinata. Hinata! Naruto's eyes blazed with fury. He wanted to rush back to her aid, but was held fast by the other two enemies. Hinata also felt the solid murderous intent and the greedy gaze locking onto her. Her heart nearly burst from her chest. Fear drenched her like ice water, freezing her hands and feet. She saw the masked leader lunging at her like a demon, a speed so great, she couldn't even complete the basic gentle fist stance. Was she about to die? No, she couldn't. She had promised to grow stronger, to protect. At the very least not to be a burden to Naruto. In that instant between life and death, Hinata's mind went blank, all distracting thoughts, the key points drilled into her by her father Hayashi's harsh training, the insights on extreme chakra control, and the fierce will to protect. All erupted at once. Instead of trying to form a perfect gentle fist posture, she followed instinct. She gathered and compressed all her chakra at unprecedented speed and precision, then, through the 361 tenketsu points of her body, released it violently and unreservedly outward. Ha! A sharp cry, not a roar, but filled with a desperate resolve. Boom! A pale blue spherical barrier roughly 2 meters in diameter, formed by countless rapidly spinning chakra threads, imperfect but real, materialized abruptly around Hinata. This was not a complete rotation. Only a crude imitation, an absolute defense born of her will and training under extreme pressure. The masked leader's confident grab slammed hard against this azure chakra barrier. Shink! A piercing screech rent the air. The corrosive dark violet energy fought fiercely against the high-speed spinning chakra, emitting a grating sound. The barrier trembled violently, flickering as if it would shatter in the next second. Yet it ultimately withstood the lethal blow. What? The Hyuga's rotation. At her age? Shock and disbelief were written all over the face hidden behind the mask. Though he could tell this barrier was far inferior to the true rotation a Ninja Academy student performing it was already astonishing. Inside the barrier Hinata's face was as pale as paper. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her lip, and a tearing pain racked every meridian in her body. This forced pseudo-rotation placed an immense strain on her. Yet she held on with all her might, her Byakugan fixed on the enemy outside, showing no sign of retreat. Hinata! Naruto witnessed this. A mix of sympathy and rage surged within him as his chakra roiled like a volcano. He held nothing back. Sage chakra and the Nine-Tails chakra resonated subtly, and an even more terrifying aura began to emanate. All of you are absolutely unforgivable. The battle entered an even more brutal phase. The battlefield of the young saplings had to be guarded with blood and will. The pseudo-rotation forced by Hinata flickered like a candle in the wind, violently swaying under the ferocious assault of the masked leader, as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment. Inside the barrier Hinata's face was as pale as paper, blood continuously trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her arms supporting the barrier trembled violently, yet the will burning in her Byakugan shone brighter than ever. Hinata! Witnessing this, Naruto felt an uncontrollable raging fury surge straight to his head. The helplessness of Sasuke's defection, the cowardice of the enemy attacking the school, and the fear of Hinata's peril. All these emotions intertwined, instantly overwhelming his barely maintained rational defenses. Roar! A guttural, inhuman cry of pain and rage burst from Naruto's throat. A scarlet, ominous chakra erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. No longer the faint-tailed beast cloak this time, the chakra formed a clear, tangible fox-like shape. One tail of pure, malevolent energy lashed wildly behind him. The orange-eyed sage eyeliner intertwined with the scarlet chakra of the Nine-Tails, creating a bizarre yet terrifying aesthetic. Sage chakra and Nine-Tails chakra, two fundamentally different powers driven by extreme emotions, now produced a highly unstable, yet astonishingly powerful temporary fusion, the Sannin Kyuubi mode embryonic form. Damn! Naruto has lost control. Iruka, locked in combat with two other Dawn members, was horrified. He tried to rush over but was blocked by the enemy's attacks. The two Dawn members attacking Naruto, sensing this terrifying aura mixed with nature's wildness, and the tailed beast's hatred, their movements froze for a moment, and fear flickered in their eyes for the first time. Target's energy level skyrocketing beyond projections. Danger! One shouted, but it was already too late. Completely consumed by rage, or temporarily dominated by the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto whipped around his eyes, now scarlet beast pupils locking onto them. Die! A single word carried a soul-freezing, murderous intent. Naruto's, or the fox's, figure vanished instantly. It wasn't the body flicker technique, but pure extreme speed. Thud! Thud! Two wet, tearing sounds of flesh being pierced rang out almost simultaneously. The two Dawn members couldn't even react before their chests were pierced by claws covered in scarlet chakra materialized from chakra. Dark purple blood splattered. Their eyes froze in shock and disbelief as they collapsed weakly. Instant kill. Naruto, in Sannin Kyuubi mode, underwent a staggering transformation. Dispatching the interfering grunts, his berserk gaze instantly turned to the masked leader, still attacking Hinata's barrier. The masked leader, feeling the terrifying aura behind him, spun around in shock. Seeing Naruto like a reincarnated Asura, and his two subordinates dead in an instant, the face under the mask twisted in horror. Monster! He muttered under his breath, knowing the mission had failed, and that he himself was in grave danger. Without hesitation he abandoned his assault on Hinata, his form retreating rapidly, while his hands wove seals for an escape technique. Where do you think you're going? Naruto let out a bestial roar, his figure turning into a scarlet lightning bolt, moving faster than the retreat, instantly appearing before the masked leader. His claws, wreathed in raging energy, swiped viciously at his head. The masked leader, his soul nearly fleeing in terror, channeled dark purple energy to its peak, forming a thick energy shield before him. Rip! Like a hot knife through butter, the scarlet claws effortlessly tore through the shield, continuing unhindered toward the mask. Crack! The mask shattered, revealing a pale, horrified, middle-aged man's face. On his forehead, a black mark resembling a simplified tree, similar to the symbol on the stone tablet from the ruins, was clearly visible. He grunted, using the impact of the shield's destruction to propel himself backward like a broken kite, while hurling several smoke bombs. Bang! Thick smoke instantly filled the area. Naruto's claws struck only air. He flailed violently, dispelling the smoke, but only broken mask shards and a trace of blood remained. The leader had escaped through the smoke, his presence fading rapidly. Eh! Naruto roared to the sky, his scarlet chakra erupting uncontrollably, blasting away the rubble and debris around him. He was still in a berserk state, his hostile gaze sweeping indiscriminately, even landing on the evacuating students and teachers. Naruto! Snap out of it! Iruka rushed over, recklessly shouting to try to awaken his reason. But Naruto, nearly completely overtaken by the Ninetales, will let out a threatening growl at that moment. A weak but utterly determined voice sounded, Naruto-kun. It was Hinata. She forced her nearly broken body to stand, dispelled the shaky barrier, staggered forward a few steps, and reached out a hand toward the familiar yet alien figure wrapped in scarlet chakra. Her Byakugan fixed on Naruto, her eyes held no fear, only endless concern and a gentle "Come back, Naruto-kun. It's okay now." Her voice was soft yet like a clear spring flowing through Naruto's raging heart. The scarlet beast eyes snapped toward Hinata, a murderous brutality almost spilling out. But when he saw Hinata's pale yet gently smiling face and the unwavering trust and worry in her eyes, the raging will seemed to be struck by something profound. Hina. Naruto uttered indistinct syllables, the scarlet chakra around him fluctuating, violently expanding and contracting. The ancient soul fragment within him also seemed to release a trace of cooling energy, helping him resist the Ninetales' corrosion. In the end, the concern for his comrade and his struggle for his own will overcame the urge to rampage. The berserk scarlet chakra receded like a tide, the tailed beast cloak dissipated, and the sage eyeliner slowly faded. The red in Naruto's eyes faded, returning to blue, but filled with exhaustion and dizziness. His body went limp and he fell forward. Naruto-kun! Hinata cried out, ignoring her own injuries, rushed forward, and managed to support him with her frail body. They both collapsed to the ground. Hinata held the unconscious Naruto tightly, tears finally streaming down her face, falling onto his golden hair stained with dust. At that moment several figures rushed over. It was Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the head of the medical unit Tsunade, who had dealt with the faint attacks from other directions. Seeing the devastated campus, and the entwined fallen figures of Naruto and Hinata, their expressions turned grim. Treat the wounded immediately. Assess the damage. Strengthen the village's alert. Tsunade ordered, her voice cold and authoritative. She quickly approached Naruto and Hinata knelt down, and her hands glowed with green medical chakra as she began checking their conditions. Severe chakra depletion, multiple meridian injuries, but thankfully no life-threatening danger. Tsunade let out a breath, but her brow remained furrowed. This kid, always so reckless. Jiraiya looked at the unconscious Naruto with a complex expression. Sage art and the Ninetales' power. To think he forcibly merged them under those circumstances, though very unstable. Looks like we'll have to be even more cautious in guiding him. Kakashi silently picked up the broken mask fragment on the ground, examining the peculiar black mark, his eyes sharp as a blade. Dawn. What exactly is your purpose? The crisis at the school was temporarily resolved, but the wounds and mysteries left behind were far deeper than the surface destruction. The young saplings had survived the storm, but they had truly tasted the cruelty of the ninja world. And the hidden power within Naruto, along with the emotional bond between him and Hinata, sharpened in the face of life and death, would become key to shaping the future landscape. The Konoha hospital was filled with the scent of disinfectant, and sunlight streamed through the clean windows, illuminating the ward. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. The glaring light made him squint, and then he felt an excruciating pain throughout his body, as if his bones were dislocated. Particularly his chakra pathways felt as though they had been scorched by flames. Awake! A slightly hoarse but unmistakably concerned voice sounded beside him. Naruto turned his head and saw Jiraiya sitting by the bed, an unusual weariness on his face. Pervy sage. Naruto's voice was hoarse. Everyone, how are they? Where's Hinata? Most of the teachers and students only sustained minor injuries and shock. A few children need psychological counseling. Iruka suffered some internal injuries but nothing serious. Jiraiya paused, looking at Naruto. That little girl from the Hyuga clan. Her chakra and pathways are severely overstrained, she needs to rest for a while. But Tsunade said it hasn't damaged her foundation. After recovery she might even gain a blessing in disguise. Her chakra control could reach a higher level. She's in the next room. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, then tensed up again. Did I lose control again? Did I hurt anyone? He vaguely remembered the madness of his rampage and the impulse to destroy everything. Jiraiya sighed and patted his shoulder. You killed 2 invaders, scared off the leader, and protected many people including Hinata. But kid, you must remember power is a weapon and the user is the key. The Nine-Tails chakra and that old relic inside you are double-edged swords. You were lucky this time. That girl Hinata called you back. What about next time? Naruto silently lowered his head, looking at his bandaged hands. He longed for power to bring back Sasuke and protect his comrades. But if the price was losing control and hurting the people he cared about, what meaning did such power hold? What should I do? He looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and longing. Control it. Jiraiya's gaze was sharp. Not suppression, not indulgence. True control. Let your will become the reins that harness your power. This is harder than mastering any strength jutsu, but you must achieve it. From today onward your training focus will be control. Meanwhile, in the next room, Hinata was leaning against the headboard, her face still pale but her spirits decent. Hayashi stood by the window, his back to her. The room was silent. What you performed was not the true Kaiten. Hayashi finally spoke, his voice unreadable. The chakra flow was rough, the form unstable, and the defensive range far insufficient. Hinata's heart sank slightly. She lowered her head. I'm sorry, father. But... Hayashi interrupted, slowly turning around. In his Byakugan was an extremely complex expression, almost appreciative. In a life-or-death moment you relied on will and basic skills to forcibly simulate the rudiments of Kaiten and protect yourself. That quick thinking, decisiveness, and the will to protect your comrades did not disgrace the Hyuga name. Hinata's head shot up. She looked at her father in disbelief. She had never imagined hearing such words from her strict father. Rest and recover well. Hayashi's tone returned to its usual coldness, but the content warmed Hinata's heart. Formal training in Kaiten can begin after you have recovered. With that he turned and left the room. Hinata watched his retreating figure, gripping the corner of the blanket tightly. Tears filled her eyes. But they were tears of joy and relief. Her efforts and choices had finally been recognized. In the Hokage's office the atmosphere was heavy. The third Hokage, the 2 advisors Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi were all gathered. On the table lay the broken mask with the tree-shaped mark clearly visible. Based on combat records and autopsy, we confirm 6 intruders. 2 killed, the rest escaped. Their energy signature matches the Dawn organization. Their objective was clear: to target students with special chakra and bloodline limit potential. Kakashi reported, the mark on the leader's forehead closely resembles a simplified version, or perhaps a degraded imitation, of the karma associated with the Otsutsuki clan as recorded in the ancient texts. Imitating the power of the Otsutsuki. Homura Mitokado frowned deeply. This organization is even more dangerous and insane than we imagined. This is a declaration of war against Konoha. Koharu Udatane's tone was stern. We must retaliate decisively. I propose forming special action squads, immediately launching preemptive strikes to wipe out their strongholds within the Land of Fire. We lack intelligence. Blind sorties will only cause unnecessary casualties, Tsunade objected. Our priority is to strengthen internal defenses, especially the protection of the academy and key facilities, while gathering intelligence with full effort. Hiruzen, you can't hesitate any longer. Homura turned to the third Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki's power has already gone out of control once, and Hinata Hyuga has also displayed dangerous potential. For the stability of the village, we must tighten surveillance and control over them. I oppose. Jiraiya interrupted directly. Naruto needs guidance, not imprisonment. This incident precisely proves that he is an important force protecting the village. As for surveillance, he glanced at the silent Danzo. Some people's overreaching hands would be best withdrawn. Danzo gave a cold snort but didn't directly refute. He merely said flatly, "Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If the high-ranking continue to be indecisive for the sake of Konoha's future route, we'll take necessary actions." The meeting ended in a tense and discordant atmosphere. Nevertheless, one decision was passed: the formation of a special intelligence squad, led by Kakashi, composed of elite jonin codenamed Dark Crow, exclusively responsible for investigating, infiltrating, and striking the Dawn organization. A few days later, Naruto was able to get out of bed. His first order of business was to visit Hinata. Gently pushing open the ward door, he saw Hinata leaning against the headboard, reading a book, sunlight spilling over her, peaceful and beautiful. Hearing the sound, Hinata looked up. Seeing it was Naruto, her cheeks immediately flushed. "Naruto-kun, are you all right?" "Yeah. Thick-skinned, recover fast." Naruto grinned, walked to the bedside, and scratched his head sheepishly. Hinata, thank you. Back then, if it weren't for you, I might have." Hinata quickly shook her head. "No, it's me who should thank Naruto-kun for saving me. And it was Naruto-kun who defeated the enemy." They looked at each other, both recalling that critical moment and the overwhelming desire to protect one another. For a while, neither knew what to say. The room was filled with a delicate, slightly awkward, yet immensely warm atmosphere. Hinata." Naruto suddenly spoke, his eyes serious. "Let's get stronger together. Strong enough to protect everyone we want to protect, and never let something like this happen again." Hinata looked into Naruto's determined blue eyes, her heart filled with courage and strength. She nodded firmly and revealed an infinitely gentle yet resolute smile. Let's get stronger together." The setting sun lengthened their shadows. The crisis at the academy had passed like a nightmare, but the scars and warnings it left were deeply etched in everyone's hearts. The young shoots drew lessons from their pain and fortified their convictions through protection. And the great tree of Konoha, under the impact of external threats and internal undercurrents, strove to spread its roots, preparing to face the fiercer storms ahead. The waterfall at the rear of Konoha still thundered, but Naruto's training method had become utterly different. He no longer sought the instantaneous burst of power. Instead, he sat cross-legged beside the swift current, eyes shut, his expression so focused it bordered on solemn. Within his body, three distinctly different powers were meticulously maintaining a fragile equilibrium. His own vast chakra resembled a surging great river. The Nine Tails' crimson energy, filled with hatred and brutality, was forcibly confined deep within the channel like an imprisoned beast, occasionally letting out unwilling roars, and the initially fused sage chakra, like moisture diffused in the air, gentle yet pervasive, sought to infiltrate and harmonize the other two forces. Deeper still, the ancient memories belonging to the Otsutsuki lay like submerged reefs beneath the riverbed, silent and steadfast, occasionally emitting guiding glimmers. "Feel the boundaries between them, Naruto." Jiraiya's voice rang out from the side, uncharacteristically stern. "Your chakra is the foundation, the self. The Nine-Tails' power is a beast requiring a cage and reins. Natural energy is the mediator and also the amplifier. As for those ancient memories, treat them like a map. You may consult it, but you must walk the path yourself. Now try maintaining the circle of stillness, while guiding a single strand of Nine-Tails chakra, wrapping it in sage energy, and letting it flow according to your will, even if only for an instant." This was an extremely dangerous and delicate operation. The slightest misstep could cause that drawn thread of Nine-Tails chakra to ignite his entire consciousness like a spark falling into an oil depot. Fine beads of sweat formed on Naruto's brow. His spirit was stretched to the breaking point. With painstaking care, he extended a sliver of his mind, like reaching into a cage to touch the restless crimson energy. Stinging, cold, vicious. A host of negative emotions assailed his consciousness along the chakra connection. Clenching his jaw, he immediately summoned the gentle natural energy, weaving it like a supple film to wrap and isolate that strand of crimson energy, then attempted to guide it along a specific meridian pathway. The process was slow and agonizing, as if dragging molten lava through his veins. Yet, in the moment that the sage-wrapped Nine-Tails chakra successfully traveled a short distance, Naruto felt an explosive yet firmly controlled enhancement in his strength, speed, and even perception. Though it lasted only an instant before that thread of Nine-Tails chakra broke free, and retreated into the depths. The sensation revealed a whole new realm of possibility to Naruto. I actually succeeded for a moment. Naruto panted heavily, looking at Jiraiya with excitement. A flicker of surprise and relief crossed Jiraiya's eyes, but his face remained stern. Don't get ahead of yourself. This is merely the first step of a 1,000-mile journey. Remember that feeling just now. The focus is control, not release. Continue. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan's training ground, Hinata, clad in a pristine white training uniform, stood in the center of the field. Her injuries, treated by Tsunade and aided by her own Uzumaki constitution, faintly inherited from her mother, had largely healed. Hayashi himself was overseeing the session, with several clan elders observing. Rotation is not a mere burst of chakra, Hayashi stated gravely, demonstrating personally. He spun like a top, and in an instant a perfect impenetrable blue sphere of chakra appeared, deflecting all incoming training shuriken. It is the ultimate taijutsu technique that releases chakra from every chakra point simultaneously, and through extreme rotation forms an absolute defense domain. Its core lies in the concept of the circle, and the precise control over the gathering and release of chakra. Hinata steadied her mind, activated her Byakugan, and carefully observed the flow of chakra within her father. She recalled the pseudo-rotation she had forcibly executed in the crisis, and by comparison immediately identified countless rough and flawed aspects. She began to try. The first time the chakra release was uneven, forming a crooked barrier that instantly collapsed. The second time her rotation speed was insufficient, leaving the defense weak. The third time a chakra control error nearly damaged her own meridians. Sweat quickly soaked her training uniform. Each failure came with a severe drain of chakra and physical pain. But she did not give up. In her mind she repeatedly replayed the image of Naruto striving to control his raging power, and recalled the vow she had made to protect. Her gaze grew more resolute. She adjusted time, and again trying over and over. An elder watching from the side gave a slight nod. Staunch spirit, neither impatient nor rash, truly a rough gem. Hayashi remained expressionless, but deep in his eyes, he was somewhat surprised at his daughter's rate of progress. The potential that had erupted in the crisis seemed to be steadily converting into a solid foundation. In a secret room adjacent to the Hokage's office, the special squad, codenamed Dark Crow, assembled for the first time. The captain was Hatake Kakashi, vice captain and intelligence analysis expert Yamanaka Inoichi, tracking expert Aburame Shibi, Shino's father, and medical and poison expert Shizun. It was a streamlined yet highly efficient elite team. According to available intelligence, the traces of the Dawn organization's activities within the land of Fire point mainly to several directions: an abandoned temple on the northwestern border, the ancient legend site of the Yumabozu on the southeastern coast, and the vicinity of the Otoge in the land of rice fields. Kakashi pointed to markers on the map. Orochimaru's base is also in the land of rice fields. This is no coincidence. Otoge is a rogue ninja nest built by Orochimaru. If Dawn is in league with him, things will become extremely problematic. Shizun said worriedly. Perhaps not a league. Yamanaka Inoichi said gravely, his sensory abilities exceptionally sharp. I'm more inclined to believe that Dawn is exploiting Orochimaru's research, or coveting something in his possession, for instance Uchiha Sasuke. The escape technique used by the leader with the mark on his forehead left residual mental fluctuations pointing toward the land of rice fields. Aburame Shibi pushed up his sunglasses. His Kakechu had just analyzed the enemy blood samples collected from the academy battlefield. The energy components in the blood are highly complex. Apart from that contaminated natural energy, we also detected residues of several rare medicinal herbs and minerals, several of which are essential materials for advanced sealing techniques or forbidden summoning techniques. Kakashi summed up, then our primary target is the border of the land of rice fields. Infiltrate, covertly investigate any possible connection between Dawn and Otoge, and find out what they intend to use these materials for. Inoika-senpai, please focus on any mental residue related to ancient seals or summoning. The Dark Crow set off silently, merging into the night like true crows flying toward unknown danger. One evening a few days later, Naruto finished another grueling day of control training, feeling mentally exhausted, yet the boundaries among the three forces within him seemed a bit clearer. He strolled to the Konoha library. a place he had rarely set foot in before. He used to find it tedious, but now the ancient memory fragments that occasionally flashed in his mind sparked an unprecedented thirst for knowledge, especially about the history of the shinobi world and ancient legends. He hoped to find clues there about the Otsutsuki, the divine tree, and the mysteries surrounding himself. He navigated through the vast array of scrolls and books, relying on fragments of words from his memories to seek relevant records. Most books were vague, relegating ancient history to myth and legend, until by chance, in the deepest part of the library, in an inconspicuous corner, he discovered an ancient dust-covered manuscript with a parchment cover and no title. As if by some unseen force, he reached out and took the manuscript. The moment his fingertips touched it, the dormant fragment of the ancient soul within him trembled violently, and the manuscript itself seemed to emit a faint wave of energy that resonated with him. Naruto's heart pounded. He carefully brushed off the dust and opened the first page. The writing was not in modern common language but in a much more ancient twisted script, 7 or 8 out of 10 resembling the Otsutsuki characters in his memories. Just then the librarian's scolding voice came from not far away. "Hey, that yellow-haired brat, that area is off-limits. You can't enter without permission. Put that down now." Startled, Naruto instinctively closed the manuscript, tucked it into his jacket, turned around, and slipped out as if nothing had happened. He had no idea that this accidentally obtained manuscript would drag him into such a forbidden vortex. The forbidden secret of the 4th volume had already begun to unveil itself. Late at night, Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor of his apartment, carefully spreading open the parchment scroll. Under the dim yellow light, the twisted ancient symbols writhed like living creatures, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. The ancient soul fragments within him continued to pulse faintly, as if engaged in silent communication with the scroll. "I can't understand it at all." Naruto scratched his head, looking troubled. These characters were somewhat similar to the fragments that occasionally flashed through his mind, but they were more complex and obscure. He tried to concentrate, channeling a faint wisp of sage chakra into his eyes. A new discovery from his control training that could momentarily enhance his perception and insight. The symbols in his vision seemed to sharpen slightly, but their meaning remained enigmatic. With patience, he turned the pages one by one. Aside from text, the scroll contained simple sketches, twisted trees, connecting to stars, strange humanoid beings performing a ritual, and scenes depicting space being torn open with energy surging forth. When he reached a page near the middle, Naruto's gaze froze. The page depicted a colossal tree whose branches seemed to pierce the heavens, with many figures kneeling at its base, each bearing 2 horns on their foreheads. At the tree's roots, a complex pattern of countless circles and lines was drawn. At its center was a mark extremely similar to the divine tree symbol in his memory. More importantly, beside the pattern, there was a passage of explanatory text written in slightly clearer strokes. The script of this text had a higher degree of overlap with the language used in the Otsutsuki memory fragments within his mind. This? A key. Naruto barely identified one recurring term through the resonance of the soul fragments. His heart suddenly raced. A key. A key to what? Power? Secrets? Or disaster? He suppressed his excitement and continued struggling to decipher. Combining the drawings and scattered words, he vaguely understood that it seemed to describe a method of communicating with, or borrowing, energy existing in different spatial dimensions. An extremely ancient, extremely dangerous, forbidden technique that could even shake the foundations of the world. Its core seemed to lie in understanding and leveraging space and the origin of energy. Space-time perception. Naruto murmured, thinking of his awakened ability. Could this ability be related to the forbidden technique? A prerequisite for cultivation? Or a side effect? A chill ran through him, yet he also felt an irrepressible curiosity. If he could understand or even master this power, would he be able to retrieve Sasuke faster? Would he be able to better protect Konoha? Just as his mind was in turmoil, a faint sound, almost blending with the night wind, came from outside the window. Naruto instantly became alert. The keen perception from long-term cultivation of the circle of stillness allowed him to immediately catch this anomaly. Not an animal. A ninja. Moreover, it carried a faint, extremely subtle residual energy similar to that of the Dawn organization, an unsettling presence. He quickly closed the scroll, tucked it into his bosom, and instantly extinguished the room's light. His body slid silently to the window like a cat peering out through the gap in the curtains. Under the moonlight, a vague black shadow clung to the shadows of the opposite building like a gecko, a pair of cold eyes fixed intently on the window where he had just been. Under surveillance. Because of this scroll, Naruto's heart tightened. Had the library staff discovered it? Or someone from the Dawn organization? He held his breath, shrinking his circle of stillness to its limit, carefully sensing his surroundings. Only one. Strength. Unknown, but their stealth skills were remarkable. If not for his unique perception and the fact that the target had momentarily relaxed due to the scroll's energy fluctuation, he would never have detected them. He must not alert the enemy. Naruto calmed down. He didn't know if the Watcher was acting alone or had accomplices. Rash action could put him at a disadvantage. He quietly retreated to the center of the room, pretending nothing had happened, and relit the lamp. Instead of looking at the scroll, he picked up an ordinary ninjutsu textbook and flipped through it while rapidly formulating a plan in his mind. Meanwhile, deep in the forest at the border between the Land of Fields and the Land of Fire, the Dark Crow team encountered an unprecedented crisis. Kakashi and his team, guided by Shibi Aburame's destruction bugs, tracked down the entrance to a secret hideout buried deep underground. However, just as they were about to infiltrate, they triggered an extremely intricate and vicious composite barrier trap. It was not a simple alarm or attack barrier, but a spiritual contamination barrier that could distort perception and amplify inner negative emotions. At the same time, the barrier also incorporated physical poison, mist attacks, and space-distorting effects. Be careful. The barrier is strange. Yamanaka Inoichi was the first to notice. His spiritual perception was strongly disrupted, as if countless malicious whispers echoed in his mind. Shibi Aburame's destruction bugs died in droves in the poison mist, and the feedback they provided was chaotic. Shizune quickly distributed antidotes and tried to analyze the poison's composition, but with little effect. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly as he tried to see through the barrier's nodes, but the energy property within the barrier was extremely eerie, carrying that familiar tainted natural energy quality, severely impairing his insight. Retreat. Get out of the barrier's range first. Kakashi made a prompt decision. But it was too late. The surrounding trees seemed to come alive, their twisted branches like tentacles reaching for them, while the ground grew muddy and sticky as if to swallow them. More terrifyingly, the spiritual contamination caused noticeable sluggishness in the movements of Shibi and Shizune. Aside from Kakashi with his Sharingan and Inoichi, whose spirit was strong, and their faces showed painful struggle. He. Konoha's Dark Crow. Sharp noses, but a pity. You've walked right into the trap. A hoarse voice came from deep within the barrier with a cat-and-mouse mockery. Several figures draped in gray cloaks and wearing pure white masks emerged from the twisted forest. The leader was none other than the one who had had his mask shattered by Naruto in the previous encounter at the academy, bearing a tree-shaped mark on his forehead. The scars on his face had not fully healed and his eyes were filled with venom and murderous intent. So you're indeed colluding with the Otoge cure? Kakashi calmly stared at him, the light of Chidori flickering in his hand. Colluding? No, it's making use of trash. The leader sneered. That fool Orochimaru only pursues shallow immortality, and the Sharingan ignoring the truly great source of power. However, the materials and environment here are quite suitable for us to conduct some small experiments. He waved his hand. Capture them, especially that Hatake Kakashi. His Sharingan might help us better understand the mystery of the karma. Battle erupted instantly, under the unfavorable environment, and the eerie barriers influenced. The Dark Crow team was locked in a fierce struggle. Back in Konoha, Naruto spent a restless night. That Watcher quietly left before dawn, but Naruto knew the crisis was not over. He had to decipher the scroll's contents as soon as possible and find a way to deal with the potential threat. He carefully hid the scroll and decided to consult Jiraiya. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga Dojo, Hinata's training had reached a critical moment. She could barely form a relatively stable pale blue chakra sphere, about 1 meter in diameter. Though its rotation speed and defensive strength were far inferior to Hayashi's, its shape had taken initial form. However, after a full-power attempt she collapsed from chakra exhaustion, and a severe headache nearly made her faint. Hayashi walked over to her and said in a deep voice, "Your chakra control has achieved some success, but your mental strength is still far from enough. Kaiten is not just the rotation of chakra, it is also a fortress of will. Starting tomorrow, increase meditation training to temper your spirit." Hinata nodded with difficulty, sweat soaking her forehead hair. She looked at her trembling hands and thought of the bizarre and powerful enemies Naruto had to face. It's still not enough. Far from enough. All factions were moving swiftly. Forbidden knowledge, dangerous experiments, silent surveillance, and arduous training were intertwined into an increasingly tight net enveloping everyone. The morning sunlight did little to dispel the gloom over Naruto's heart. Clutching the heavy folio as if it were a burning coal, he hastened toward Jiraiya's dwelling. The streets appeared ordinary, yet his fully extended sphere of stillness keenly detected at least 3 distinct gazes, cold bearing the peculiar frost of root operatives, fixed upon him from different angles. So I am being watched. Danzo's men. Naruto's heart tightened. He quickened his pace while carefully suppressing his aura, minimizing the folio's presence to the utmost. Just as he turned into a relatively secluded alley to take a shortcut, a sudden change occurred. The light at both ends of the alley dimmed abruptly, as if shrouded by an invisible curtain. 4 root operatives wearing animal masks materialized like phantoms, sealing off every escape route. They exuded not killing intent but a pure mechanical coldness, the chilling essence of orders executed without emotion. "Uzumaki Naruto, Lord Danzo requests your presence." The lead operative's voice was flat and imperative. "I don't have time." Naruto clenched his fists, his chakra flowing subtly within. He knew he could not be taken away here. Once in Danzo's clutches, the folio's secrets and his own uniqueness would become bargaining chips for the manipulator. "That is not for you to decide." The 4 root operatives moved simultaneously. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, flawlessly coordinated. They used not lethal jutsu but specialized wire nets and sealing talismans for capture and restraint, evidently aiming to take him alive. Naruto's eyes sharpened. He knew he could not prolong the fight. He must end it. Instantly he mobilized Sage Chakra. The faint orange eyeshadow appeared around his eyelids. Instead of using the destructive Rasengan, he infused the Sage energy into his feet. Sage Art Body Flicker technique. His figure blurred, leaving a faint afterimage in place, while his true body appeared before the enemy on the left side of the alley entrance, as if teleported. The speed far exceeded their expectations. The operative reacted quickly, dropping the wire net. But Naruto did not dodge. His hand blade, coated with Sage Chakra, slashed like lightning, precisely striking the net's nodes. Rip! The specially made wire net was torn apart by the natural energy-infused hand. Naruto's other fist shot toward the opponent's face, the punch whistling, forcing them to retreat and defend. Yet the other 3 operatives' attacks were already upon him. Sealing talismans plastered toward him like clinging parasites, and 2 more wire nets descended from the sides. In that critical moment, the vague descriptions of space and energy flow from the folio flashed through Naruto's mind. Inspired, he did not attempt to resist Hiden or fully evade. Instead, he contracted his sphere of stillness to its limit, precisely sensing the trajectories of the 3 nets and talismans, and the tiny energy gaps resulting from their less than perfect coordination. His body twisted in an impossible, unnatural manner, slipping like a fish through the narrow gaps, narrowly evading most of the attacks. Only 1 talisman grazed his sleeve, leaving a chilling touch. The operatives let out baffled sounds. Naruto's bizarre movement defied conventional taijutsu. It seemed more like an instinctive manipulation of space and energy flow. Just as Naruto prepared to force his way through the last barrier, a booming, angry voice exploded in the alley like a thunderclap. "Danzo's old fox has stretched his hands too far." A white figure descended from the sky like a giant hawk, standing before Naruto. It was Jiraiya, who had arrived on hearing the commotion. His immense chakra bore down like a mountain, instantly dispersing the operative's cold aura. Jiraiya, the root squad leader, started momentarily startled, then resumed his cold demeanor. "We are acting on Lord Danzo's orders to summon Uzumaki Naruto for questioning." "Questioning? In this manner?" Jiraiya sneered. Go tell Danzo that Naruto is my disciple. If he has any problems, tell him to come directly to me. Or to see the old Third Hokage. If he dares to use such despicable tricks on my disciple again, I won't be polite. He released his formidable sage pressure without restraint, making the operatives gasp for air. Knowing they stood no chance against one of the Sannin in direct confrontation, the operatives exchanged glances, bowed silently, and vanished into the shadows as abruptly as they had appeared. Pervy sage. Naruto sighed in relief and hurried over. What's going on, brat? Why are Danzo's men after you? Jiraiya frowned, his gaze sweeping over Naruto, immediately sensing the ancient, anomalously pulsating folio in his chest. This is... Naruto quickly recounted the library encounter the previous night and the surveillance, pulling out the parchment folio. Jiraiya took the folio and with a mere brief, sensing his face turned immensely grave. So ancient. So ominous. The energy fluctuations within are of the same origin as that old fossil inside you, but far more dangerous and chaotic. He quickly flipped through the pictures and symbols, and when he saw the image of the giant tree and the spatial tear, his pupils contracted sharply. Kid, do you have any idea what you've got hold of? Jiraiya's voice carried unprecedented seriousness. What's recorded here is likely a long-lost, even deliberately sealed, forbidden spacetime jutsu. The level of power involved far exceeds ordinary jutsu. If this gets out, not just Danzo, the entire shinobi world might go mad for it. Naruto's heart trembled, but he said firmly, Pervy sage, I feel that what's in here might be related to the secret inside me. And maybe it can help me become stronger faster and bring Sasuke back. Become stronger. Jiraiya looked at him deeply. Power is never free, especially forbidden power. The consequences it brings may be something you cannot bear at all. Look at this image, he pointed at the space-tearing scene. With the slightest misstep, the caster could be torn apart by spatial rifts, or even open a gate to an unknown, terrifying dimension. He closed the folio, his tone heavy. Listen, Naruto. You now face a choice. Do you continue on the relatively safe but slow path of sage arts, strengthening your foundation and gradually mastering the power within you? Or do you risk touching the forbidden knowledge in this folio, seeking a shortcut but facing possible doom? Naruto looked into Jiraiya's stern eyes, feeling the seductive yet dangerous pulse of the folio against his chest, and fell into silence. One path was safe but might be too slow to save Sasuke and protect the village. The other was fraught with unknown risks but offered a shortcut to immense power. This choice was unbearably difficult. Meanwhile, in the distant border of the land of fields, the embattled Crow Squad also encountered a turning point. With the help of his Sharingan, Kakashi finally located a weak point in the barrier and forcibly tore open an opening with Chidori. Move! He barked at the mentally wounded Shibi and Shizune. Yamanaka Inoichi concentrated his last mental strength and launched a mind shock at the Dawn leader, which, though not seriously wounding him, succeeded in disrupting him for a moment. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, the four rushed out of the barrier and fled without looking back toward the land of fire. Behind them came the enraged roar of the Dawn leader. Crow's first mission ended in failure, but they brought back crucial intelligence. The Dawn organization was indeed utilizing the resources of the hidden Sound Village for some dangerous experiments, and their target was squarely aimed at ancient forbidden powers, perhaps even involving the mysteries of space. All of this seemed faintly connected to the folio that Naruto had unexpectedly acquired. Silence spread in the secluded alley, with only the faint sounds of the marketplace drifting from afar. Jiraiya's gaze was like a torch fixed intently on Naruto, awaiting his response. The ancient parchment in his hand felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Naruto looked down at his hands, flashes of Sasuke's resolute departure, Hinata's pale face in peril during the academy attack, and Iruka's worried expression crossed his mind alongside the serious demeanor of the perverted sage guiding him in controlling his power. Two choices waged a fierce battle in his heart. The secure path of ninjutsu was like building a tall tower on solid ground step by step, but by the time the tower was completed, perhaps everything would have changed. In contrast, the path revealed by the forbidden parchment was like walking a tightrope between cliffs. A slight misstep could lead to shattering, yet it might allow him to reach the other side at the fastest speed. He took a deep breath, raised his head, and although his blue eyes still held confusion, there was more of a determined light. Perverted sage. Naruto's voice was slightly hoarse but exceptionally firm. I want to give it a try. Jiraiya's brows furrowed deeply. Naruto continued, I know it's dangerous, but Sasuke can't wait and the threats facing Konoha can't wait either. I can't just stand by and watch the important people in my life fall into danger again, while I am powerless to help. This parchment and the thing within me, they came to me perhaps. It's not entirely coincidence. He pointed at the parchment. I feel like I can understand part of what's written, especially regarding spatial perception. This might not be a completely unfamiliar road. Rather, it's the path I was meant to walk. It's just that no one guided me before. Now with this parchment and with you, perverted sage, watching over me, I don't want to miss this opportunity. He looked at Jiraiya, his eyes almost pleading. I won't act recklessly. I promise. I will focus on ninjutsu training and control. I just want to refer to the knowledge on this parchment, to try to understand my own powers, finding a faster yet relatively safe way to strengthen myself. If I sense anything amiss, I will stop immediately. Is that all right? Jiraiya looked into Naruto's eyes, filled with a weightiness and determination beyond his years, feeling a mix of emotions within. He understood Naruto's urgency and sense of responsibility, but he also knew the terrifying nature of forbidden knowledge. After a long pause, he let out a deep sigh. Very well. Jiraiya handed the parchment back to Naruto, his tone heavy. Since you've made your decision, I won't stop you any longer. But Naruto, remember what you said today. Base your training on ninjutsu and control, progressing step by step. Never recklessly attempt the dangerous parts. Every time you study this parchment, it must be under my supervision. Once I notice any signs of you losing control, I will destroy it immediately and forcibly interrupt your training. Do you understand? Understood. Thank you, perverted sage. Naruto took the parchment, nodding solemnly, feeling a heavy stone lift from his heart. Let's go, this isn't the place for research. Jiraiya patted his shoulder. Let's head to the usual place. Meanwhile, in the meditation room of the Hyuga dojo, Hinata sat cross-legged on a cushion, her eyes closed and breathing steady. The mental training mentioned by Hisashi was no easy task. She needed to maintain the insight of the Byakugan, in a void of emptiness, resisting all external distractions, while concentrating her willpower to simulate the flawless, indomitable state when performing the heavenly spin. At first, various distracting thoughts flooded her mind: worries about Naruto's injuries, resentment over her own weakness, frustrations from failed training. These thoughts surged like a tide, shaking her spirit and causing her chakra to fluctuate, blurring her Byakugan vision. But she did not give up. She recalled how Naruto struggled to regain control even against the Nine-Tails' influence, and remembered the vow she had made. She gradually stripped away all distractions, focusing her spirit to a single point, imagining herself as a perfect, rapidly spinning chakra sphere, impervious to external attacks or inner turmoil forged by her will. Sweat dripped from her brow, and her body trembled slightly from prolonged mental concentration. Yet her breath grew steadier, and the clarity of her Byakugan vision increased, allowing her to see her chakra becoming more refined and orderly under the guidance of her spirit. Unaware of how much time had passed when she opened her eyes again, the weakness in her Byakugan was replaced with a tranquility and clarity like that of a boulder. She felt as if her spirit had been cleansed. Though exhausted, she was extraordinarily clear-headed. Hisashi appeared at the door at some point, observing the light that had settled in his daughter's eyes, slightly nodding, barely passing. Starting tomorrow, you can begin to try integrating the concept of circle from meditation into actual heavenly spin training. Hinata rose and respectfully bowed. Yes, father. She knew this was just the beginning, but she had already found her direction. At Konoha Hospital, in a special ward, members of Team Dark Crow were receiving emergency treatment from Tsunade. Yamanaka Shiki and Ino had suffered significant mental trauma and needed rest. Yamashiro Aoi was in slightly better condition but still pale. Only Kakashi, relying on his Sharingan and Indomitable, had the lightest injuries. The situation is dire, Kakashi reported to the Third Hokage, and the two advisors who had rushed over. That barrier is not just a trap. It seems more like a cultivation chamber. The Dawn organization appears to be utilizing the resources and environment of the Sound Village, combining that tainted natural energy to conduct some sort of catalytic experiment, possibly aiming to create stronger warriors or something else entirely. They mention the mystery of the wedge seemingly plotting something regarding the Sharingan and even higher-level ocular techniques. He produced a sealed scroll. This is the fragment of information that Aoi-senpai managed to riskily extract from the mind of their leader at the last moment. It's very vague but mentions several key terms: seeds of the God Tree container selection, Pure Land returned to ruins. Mito Menju and Tokiwa Koshiro looked at these terms, their expressions turning extremely grim. Each had appeared in the forbidden records of the sealing book, each associated with terrifying legends capable of destroying the world. It seems Dawn has grand ambitions far beyond our imagination. The third Hokage's voice was exceedingly heavy. They are not merely pursuing ordinary power or strength. They are attempting to touch the taboo roots of the ninja world's inception. We must accelerate our actions. Tokiwa Koshiro urged. Immediately mobilize more troops to eliminate that stronghold. No! Tsunade immediately opposed. The enemy is clearly prepared. You all heard the power of that barrier. Rashly attacking will only cause greater casualties. Moreover, alerting them might drive them deeper into hiding. Are we supposed to just sit idly by? Mito Menju retorted angrily. Of course not, Kakashi said calmly. We need more precise intelligence to understand the content and progress of their experiments. At the same time, we must strengthen internal defenses, especially protecting those special individuals like Naruto and Hinata, who might become their targets. The meeting fell into a stalemate once more. Facing a hidden enemy that wielded forbidden knowledge and had strange objectives, Konoha appeared somewhat passive. Meanwhile, by the waterfall in the back mountain, Naruto officially began studying the forbidden parchment for the first time under Jiraiya's close supervision. He carefully avoided touching the dangerous parts, describing the tearing of space and energy absorption, focusing instead on the foundational theories about the essence of energy, spatial structure, and deepened perception. Combining his understanding of spatial perception and his experiences in ninjutsu training, the obscure words and symbols gradually came to life, revealing to him an unseen vast world of energy on a microscopic scale. He felt his comprehension of the circle of stillness deepening, even beginning to attempt to touch and influence the surrounding spatial structure more delicately, using only ninjutsu and his own chakra without invoking the Nine-Tails chakra. During a failed attempt, the air in front of his fingertips emitted an extremely faint string-like hum, and a black fissure as thin as a hair flashed and vanished, instantly sealing back to normal. Jiraiya's pupils dilated sharply, almost rushing to intervene. But seeing Naruto turn pale and quickly withdraw his power without causing greater turbulence, he suppressed his impulse, yet a storm brewed within him. This kid, his talent for space is simply terrifying. This parchment, is it a blessing or a curse? Naruto gasped, looking at his fingers that had just caused a subtle fluctuation in space, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He felt a door to a new world slowly opening before him, accompanied by immense risks. The training in the rear mountains grew increasingly perilous and silent. The roar of the waterfall was no longer mere background noise, but a disturbance that tested Naruto's concentration. He sat cross-legged by the pond, the sheepskin notebook spread open on his knees, his eyes fixed intently on the passages describing how energy flowed within the fabric of space, and how to locate its natural nodes and folds. Jiraiya stood guard beside him, leaning lazily against a rock, yet every muscle in his body was taut. His senjutsu perception was fully deployed, like the most precise radar, monitoring every fluctuation of chakra and spatial energy around Naruto. He had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power hidden within this young man, and he was acutely aware of how taboo the contents of this notebook were. His tension was unavoidable. Naruto made an attempt. He did not touch the terrifying techniques that directly involved tearing or absorbing. Instead, following the foundational theories in the early part of the notebook, he extended his highly condensed senjutsu chakra, like the most delicate probe, warily toward the space before him. Within his circle of stillness perception, the world was no longer solid matter, but a construct woven from countless flowing energy lines and subtle voids. The theories in the notebook served as a key, helping him better understand the meaning of these lines and voids. He sought the nodes that were theoretically the most unstable and most prone to creating ripples. The first time the chakra probe touched a node, and instantly caused a faint spatial ripple like a stone thrown into water, dispersing his own chakra probe. Failure. The second time he adjusted the frequency and output of his chakra, attempting to resonate with the node's fluctuations. Succeeded. He felt his perception spread outward along the ripple extending several meters in an instant, sharpening his awareness of the surroundings manifold. But maintaining this resonance was incredibly draining. After only 3 seconds, a sharp pain lanced through his mind, forcing him to withdraw. On the third attempt he grew bolder. While sustaining the resonance, he tried to inject an extremely faint strand of senjutsu chakra, imbued with the intent of separation. Not tearing, but more like gently plucking the spatial threads. Buzz. A sharp yet brief whine like the sound of glass on the verge of cracking rang out before Naruto's fingertip. The air visibly twisted, and a crack finer than a strand of hair shimmering with an ominous black light abruptly appeared. The instant the crack emerged, a faint suction force radiated from it, carrying an absolute emptiness and a chilling sense of devouring. The surrounding light seemed to dim for a moment. A few leaves by the pond were drawn toward the crack by an invisible force, turning into dust too fine for the eye to discern upon contact. Naruto grunted, feeling his mental energy and chakra being siphoned away like water through a broken dam, a small portion lost to the crack. Alarmed, he instinctively severed his chakra supply and summoned all his will to drive natural energy into smoothing out the spatial threads he had disturbed. Peft! Like a bubble bursting, the minuscule black fissure closed in an instant, vanishing without a trace. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion, but Naruto's face was deathly pale, drenched in sweat. He collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Simply creating such a tiny crack had drained nearly half of his chakra and mental energy, and the icy, devouring sensation made his very soul tremble. Jiraiya appeared beside him in an instant, pressing a hand on his shoulder and channeling powerful senjutsu chakra into his body to stabilize his surging chi and nearly depleted spirit. See? That's the power of taboo. Jiraiya's voice carried an unprecedented severity and fear. It's like the most venomous snake. Beautiful but deadly. You merely brushed against it and almost suffered backlash. If you hadn't pulled back so quickly, and if I weren't here, even if that crack widened by a hair, it could have swallowed your entire hand or even half your arm, leaving not even ashes. Naruto looked at the finger he had used with lingering dread and nodded vigorously, his voice still trembling. I understand, pervy sage. I won't try that again lightly. At least not until I've fully mastered it. Jiraiya looked at his pale face and softened his stern tone. Good that you understand. Remember this lesson. The power of space is the domain of gods. Immortals who tamper with it invite heavenly punishment. Continue from the very basics of energy perception and theoretical comprehension. Without my permission, do not attempt any substantive interference again. Yes. While Naruto was brushing against forbidden power in the rear mountains, a war without smoke was unfolding in the Hokage's office. Danzo leaned on his cane, his lone eye sweeping across the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, as well as Homura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain. His voice was low and oppressive. Hiruzen, even now you still cling to that naive philosophy of peace. The tentacles of the Dawn organization have already reached inside the village, daring to attack the Ninja Academy. Their targets are clear Jinchuriki and children with special bloodline limits. What does this mean? It means that our next generation's vital forces are being coveted and the very foundation of Konoha's future is being shaken. He paused, tapping his cane heavily on the floor, and Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, not only has a tailed beast within him, but now signs of an extremely dangerous ancient power of unknown origin have appeared. According to reports from Root, his recent movements have been strange, and he has frequently come into contact with taboo knowledge from unknown sources. Such an extremely unstable existence with destructive power, and you still allow that wanderer Jiraiya to teach him as he pleases. This is putting the entire safety of Konoha on a gambling table. Homura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain remained silent, their expressions shifting uncertainly. The academy attack and the intelligence brought back by the Raven Squad had indeed made them feel an unprecedented crisis. Danzo's words were not without reason. The third Hokage took a deep drag of his pipe. Amidst the swirling smoke, his face looked unusually weathered, but his eyes remained steadfast. Then, in your opinion, what should be done with Naruto? A glint flashed in Danzo's lone eye. Have Root take over the protection and research of Naruto Uzumaki. thoroughly analyze the source and nature of the ancient power within him and assess its risk and value. If necessary, coercive measures can be taken to ensure his power is completely under the village's control, making him an absolutely reliable weapon against dawn and other threats. Instead of being like now a time bomb that could explode at any moment. Absolutely reliable. Tsunade's voice came from the doorway. She had just finished treating the wounded of the Raven Squad, and her face bore undisguised anger. Danzo, your so-called absolutely reliable means turning people into mindless puppets, doesn't it? Like the members of your root. Don't forget Naruto is the son of Minato and Kushina, the hero who saved the village. He is not your experiment. Son of a hero. Danzo sneered. Precisely because his parents were heroes, he should devote everything to the village. That is the true will of fire. Not like now dragging the entire village into danger because of personal feelings and bonds. You! Tsunade trembled with rage. Enough! The third Hokage finally spoke, his voice not loud but carrying undeniable authority. I have already made my decision regarding Naruto Uzumaki. He will continue to be guided by Jiraiya. The Umbu will increase their presence to secretly protect and monitor his movements, ensuring his safety and stability. Until there is concrete evidence that he has lost control or poses a substantive threat to the village, no one shall interfere with his training and life in any form, especially through coercive means. This is the final decision. He looked at Danzo, his gaze deep. Danzo, I understand your concerns. But Konoha does not exist through fear and oppression. Hope and trust are its true foundation. This matter is closed. Danzo stared at the third Hokage, his lone eye glittering coldly. Finally, he gave a snort, said nothing more, and turned to leave the office, taking with him an oppressive gloom. He knew that, with the third Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others protecting him, he could not touch Naruto in the short term. But the seed had been planted. He only needed to wait for the right opportunity. At that moment, inside the Hyuga training hall, Hinata achieved a crucial breakthrough in her training. After countless failures and enduring the pain of chakra depletion and mental exhaustion, she finally integrated the circle concept honed in meditation with precise chakra control and the perfect rotation of her body. Ha! With a crisp shout, Hinata's form spun, rapidly like an elegant top. It was no longer the faint flickering blue sphere she had barely sustained before, but a stable, condensed, soft yet resilient white sphere of chakra nearly 2 meters in diameter. The rotation, training shuriken kunai, and even the probing palm strikes from the Chunin instructor were mercilessly deflected and shredded upon contacting this high-speed rotating chakra barrier. Inside the barrier, Hinata's eyes were tightly shut, her mind completely immersed in the state of perfect harmony and absolute defense. Within the Byakugan's field of vision, only the flawless, smooth circulation of her own chakra remained. The rotation ceased and the chakra sphere slowly dissipated. Hinata panted lightly, her face somewhat pale from the heavy chakra consumption, but those white eyes shimmered with unprecedented confidence and light. She had done it. She had finally truly mastered the secret technique of the Hyuga main house. The rotation. Hayashi stood at the edge of the training ground, watching his daughter's straight back and the resolute gleam in her eyes. His face remained as impassive as ever, but the slight nod of his head indicated his inner approval. Barely passable, he said flatly, then turned and left. But Hinata knew that these few simple words carried immense affirmation for her. Night fell and the lights of Konoha village came on. Naruto returned to his apartment, his body exhausted yet carrying a spark of insight. The theories in the notebook and that perilous scene still echoed in his mind. Hinata silently wiped her sweat in the training hall, feeling the more refined chakra and resilient spirit within her. They were both walking their own thorny paths toward greater strength. Meanwhile, deep underground in the headquarters of Root, Danzo stroked the Sharingan beneath his bandages, gazing at the fragmented intelligence displayed on the crystal ball. Vague images of Naruto contacting forbidden knowledge. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Hiruzen Sarutobi, your era is over. Konoha needs iron will and absolute control, not an illusory will of fire. Soon you will understand. Jiraiya's warning struck Naruto like a drenching of ice water, jolting him fully awake from the brief exhilaration of touching forbidden power. He no longer attempted to tug at the fabric of space. Instead, he settled his mind and delved deeper into the foundational theories of energy essence and spatial structure recorded in the manual. He cross-referenced these theories with his experiences in Sage Mode training and controlling the Nine-Tails chakra, deepening his understanding of his own power at an unprecedented rate. The range of the Circle of Stillness did not expand, but the precision and depth of his perception underwent a qualitative leap. Now he could not only sense the flow of energy and subtle fluctuations in space, but even faintly read fragments of weak information embedded in residual energy. For instance, he could perceive the vigilant emotions left by an ANBU operative who had paused here a few days ago, or the life force exuded by an animal passing through much earlier. This ability granted him an extraordinary advantage in tracking and reconnaissance. However, the tree may crave stillness, but the wind will not cease. Danzo's patience seemed to have run out. Late one night, a few days later, in the old training grounds northwest of Konoha, Naruto was engaged in routine taijutsu practice while solidifying his understanding of the manual's theories. Jiraiya had been forced to leave temporarily after receiving an urgent ANBU report about anomalies at the border, but before departing he repeatedly admonished Naruto not to attempt anything dangerous. The moonlight was obscured by thin clouds, and the training ground was shrouded in silence, broken only by the sound of Naruto's fists cutting through the air. Suddenly Naruto halted mid-motion and whipped his head toward the eastern woods. The Circle of Stillness issued a fierce warning. Over a dozen presences, each carrying icy killing intent, and the distinctive chakra fluctuations of root operatives were rapidly converging from three directions. Their speed was extreme, their target unmistakable. Finally lost your patience, Danzo. Naruto's eyes turned cold as he instantly entered a state of heightened alert. Sage chakra flowed silently, and a faint orange tint appeared around his eyelids. He knew that this time it was not a capture team like before, but a true assassination squad. He did not choose to flee. The enemy had clearly prepared for this, and escape routes were likely sealed. He took a deep breath and formed hand seals. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of shadow clones materialized instantly like a well-trained army, automatically dividing into groups, occupying advantageous positions within the training ground, and watching the encircling enemies warily. The next moment 12 root operatives wearing various animal masks emerged from the shadows like phantoms surrounding Naruto and his clones completely. Without a word they launched their attack. Ninjutsu, shuriken, poison, mist, sealing tags. A torrent of lethal techniques rained down like a storm. The battle instantly reached its climax. Though numerous Naruto's shadow clones were quickly eliminated by the well-coordinated and ruthless root elites, vanishing into puffs of white smoke. Naruto's original body, relying on the precognition of the Circle of Stillness and the speed and strength enhanced by Sage Mode, barely dodged and counterattacked amidst the hail of attacks. Sage Art Rasengan Barrage. Two small Sage-enhanced Rasengans formed in his hands, in an instant striking like meteors toward two charging root members. The two did not dodge, one slammed his hands to the ground. Earth release, earth-style wall. A thick earthen wall rose while the other hurled kunai attached with explosive tags from behind it. Boom! The Rasengan shattered the wall, but the explosive tags detonated near Naruto, and the blast sent him flying. He twisted his body in midair, but before he landed an icy blade struck from behind. 8 trigrams palm rotation. At that critical moment, a clear, resolute female voice rang out. A white figure spun into the battlefield like a whirlwind, and around Naruto, a solid, perfect white chakra sphere suddenly appeared, rotating at high speed. Clang, clang. The poison blades and shuriken of the root members were all deflected by the absolute defense barrier. The powerful rotational force even sent 2 nearby root operatives staggering backward. Hinata. Naruto landed, staring in surprise at the girl who stood before him, maintaining the Kaiten barrier. What was she doing here? Hinata dispelled the Kaiten, panting slightly, her face pale, but her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, her Byakugan locking onto the surrounding enemies. I sensed a strong chakra fluctuation and killing intent here. Naruto-kun, are you alright? I'm fine. Thank you, Hinata. Naruto felt a warmth in his heart, but then grew more worried. It's dangerous here. You should go. No. Hinata refused without hesitation, stepping up beside Naruto and assuming the gentle fist starting stance. This time I will fight alongside Naruto-kun. Though her Kaiten was only recently mastered and had limited duration at this moment, it became the key to breaking the encirclement. The root operative's assault faltered momentarily. They had not expected the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main house to appear suddenly and to have mastered Kaiten. However, the word retreat did not exist in Root's dictionary. The leader waved his hand and the attack resumed, even more ferocious. They assigned 4 to specifically entangle Hinata, while the other 8 focused their full assault on Naruto, clearly intending to eliminate the primary target first. Hinata's pressure intensified. Although she had mastered Kaiten, her combat experience was limited. Against 4 root elites she could barely hold on with Kaiten, and the insight of her Byakugan facing danger at every turn. Each use of Kaiten drained her significantly, and her breathing soon became rapid. Naruto saw this, and anxiety gnawed at his heart. He knew he could not delay any longer. A flash of determination crossed his eyes. He leaped back, pressed his palms together in front of his chest, and held back no longer. Sage Chakra. Nine-Tails Chakra. Merge. He risked drawing on a strand of the Nine-Tails Chakra wrapped in sage energy. A crimson hue once again tinted the whites of his eyes, and a violent, powerful aura surged skyward. Though far from the terrifying rampage of last time, his strength, speed, and reflexes all soared again. Get out of my way. He lunged like a true beast, his claws materialized and wreathed in red-black chakra, easily tearing through a root member's defense and sending him flying. His movements were so fast they left only afterimages. The root leader's face twisted behind his mask. Stop him. Use sealing jutsu. Several enormous sealing talismans descended like a net toward Naruto. But at this moment Naruto's perception and speed far exceeded before. He wove through the gaps of the talismans, while simultaneously forming a Rasengan infused with both sage energy and a trace of the Nine-Tails power in each hand, then slammed them into the ground. Sage Fox Wild Strike. Boom! Boom! The ground shook violently, gravel flew like cannonballs, and the raging chakra shockwave blasted back all nearby root members. The encirclement was torn open in an instant. Hinata, let's go. Naruto grabbed the exhausted, swaying Hinata and dashed toward the gap. But just as they were about to burst out of the training ground, a gaunt figure appeared like a specter at the gap, blocking their path. It was Shimura Danzo. Leaning on his cane, his single eye stared coldly at Naruto and Hinata, and the immense chakra and icy aura emanating from him seemed to freeze the very air. Uzumaki Naruto Hyuga Hinata. Danzo's voice was like ice. Defying orders, attacking Anbu. It seems you cannot be allowed to live. He slowly raised his arm wrapped in bandages, and powerful wind-released chakra began to coalesce. Naruto and Hinata's hearts sank to the bottom. Against a cage-level powerhouse like Danzo, the advantage they had fought so hard for was completely nullified. Just as despair set in, an even more colossal, more blazing presence descended like the sun. Danzo, how dare you? Jiraiya's figure crashed down like a meteor before Naruto and Hinata. His immense sage mode pressure, pressing mercilessly against Danzo, dispersing the gathered wind-released chakra. His face blazed with unprecedented fury, his white hair flowing without wind. To lay hands on my disciple, and with such despicable means. Danzo, do you truly think I am nothing? At the same time, several other powerful presences rapidly approached. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hayashi Hyuga, his face ashen. The situation had reversed in an instant. The air within the training ground seemed to freeze into solid ice. Jiraiya stood before Naruto and Hinata like an enraged guardian deity. His immense sage chakra emanating an oppressive aura visible to the naked eye, counterbalancing Danzo's dark and sinister presence, diluting the pervasive killing intent. Right behind him, the figures of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hayashi Hyuga appeared at the edge of the field. The third Hokage's face was grave, his eyes smoldering with suppressed fury. Hayashi remained stone-faced, his Byakugan glinting coldly, as he fixed his gaze on his daughter, who stood pale-faced yet defiant behind Naruto's protective stance. Danzo. The third Hokage's voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority. I demand an explanation. Why are your root operatives attacking village genin here, and of all people the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the daughter of the Hyuga main family? Danzo, facing the sudden appearance of 3 powerhouses, showed no hint of panic in his single eye. Instead he sneered. An explanation. Hiruzen, how long will you keep deceiving yourself? Uzumaki Naruto has privately accessed forbidden knowledge of dubious origin, shown clear signs of power instability, repeatedly disobeyed orders, and attacked the ANBU. His danger level can no longer be ignored. I am merely executing Root's duty, eliminating uncertain factors that threaten the village's stability. His gaze swept over Hinata. As for Hyuga Hinata harboring a dangerous individual and attacking the ANBU, she is equally guilty. Hyuga clan head, is this how you teach the heir of the main family? Hayashi stepped forward, his formidable aura meeting Danzo's without flinching. My daughter's conduct is for the Hyuga clan to discipline, and does not require Lord Danzo's concern. Rather, I wonder Root's nocturnal presence here, deploying such a force to surround two underage genin. Whose orders are you following? Does the Hokage know of this? These words directly challenged the legitimacy of Danzo's actions. Danzo snorted coldly. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. For Konoha's absolute security, a few procedural matters are trivial. Trivial, you say? Jiraiya laughed in bitter anger. Danzo, do you even acknowledge the Hokage? Do you respect the village's shared rules? It seems you want to turn Konoha into a dictatorship under your root. Enough! The third Hokage's sharp voice cut through the escalating quarrel. He fixed a piercing gaze on Danzo. Danzo, order your men to withdraw immediately. I will personally investigate and handle the matter concerning Naruto and Hinata. Until the investigation results are out, no one is to lay a hand on them for any reason, or it will be considered treason against the village. The last 4 words were spoken with heavy emphasis laced with chilling severity. Danzo's single eye narrowed as he stared at the third Hokage for a long moment. He knew that with the third Jiraiya and Hayashi all voicing their opposition, tonight's operation had utterly failed. Forcing the matter further would only lead to an open rupture which offered him no advantage. Humph! He finally snorted, waving his hand. The remaining root operatives around them, like puppets receiving commands, immediately ceased their assault, melting silently into the darkness and retreating swiftly, as if they had never been there. Danzo cast one last deep look at Naruto. A gaze so cold and greedy it sent a chill down Naruto's spine, then turned leaning on his cane and vanished step by step into the shadows. The immediate danger was over. The third Hokage approached Naruto and Hinata, looking at the 2 shaken, injured children, with a flicker of guilt and tenderness in his eyes. He patted Naruto's shoulder and spoke gently to Hinata. It's all right, children. Go back now, get some rest, and have your wounds treated. The village will give you an account of today's events. He then turned to Hayashi. Hayashi, take Hinata home and let her recover properly. Hayashi gave a slight bow. Yes, Lord Hokage. He walked to Hinata's side, observing his daughter forcing herself to stand tall. A complex look flashed in his eyes, but he only said calmly, let's go. Hinata cast a worried glance at Naruto, and when he nodded to her, she whispered, yes, father, and followed Hayashi away. Only the third Hokage Jiraiya and Naruto remained. Old man, you saw it too. That old bastard Danzo has gone mad. Jiraiya's anger was still simmering. He dared to attack Naruto today. Tomorrow he'll go after others. We can't indulge him any longer. The third Hokage sighed, his face etched with exhaustion. I know, but Danzo is deeply entrenched and Root's power is interwoven like a tangled web. Touching him rashly without concrete evidence and thorough preparation would only cause internal division in the village and give enemies an opening. He turned to Naruto, his tone serious. Naruto, that manual. You truly cannot touch it anymore. It brings you not only power but also endless danger. What happened today is the clearest proof. Naruto lowered his head, looking at his own trembling hands from overusing his power. In his mind flashed the terrifying suction of the spatial rift, the life-threatening moments Hinata had faced, and Danzo's icy gaze. For the first time he realized so clearly how heavy the price of power could be. I understand, Grandpa Hokage. Naruto's voice was hoarse. Entrust the manual to Pervy Sage. Until I fully master the power I already have, I won't look at it again. It was a difficult decision, as if abandoning a shortcut to immense strength. But to protect himself and those important to him, he had to make that choice. The third Hokage nodded with relief. Good boy. Remember, true strength comes from controlling your own power, not from blindly chasing dangerous external forces. He then instructed Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, Naruto is in your hands. Strengthen his protection, and also intensify the investigation into the Dawn organization and Danzos movements." Understood. That night Naruto solemnly handed the forbidden knowledge-laden parchment manual over to Jiraiya. Jiraiya sealed it within a special scroll and stored it carefully. Lying in his apartment bed, Naruto tossed and turned. Danzo's threat, the allure of the manual, the hidden dangers of his own power, his worry for Sasuke, his guilt toward Hinata. All these thoughts surged like a tide, keeping him from sleep. He realized he could no longer act solely on passion and impulse. The enemies he faced, whether Dawn or Danzo, were cunning, powerful, and ruthless. He needed greater strength, but even more he needed the wisdom and calm to wield it. Also unable to sleep was Hinata in the Hyuga mansion. Her father had not scolded her much, but his silent demeanor told her that tonight's impulsive behavior might have brought trouble to the clan. Yet recalling the sight of Naruto surrounded, she felt no regret. Rather, she yearned even more to become stronger, to truly and calmly stand by his side instead of barely holding on or even becoming a burden. In the underground base of Root, Danzo stroked the Sharingan beneath his bandages, his single eye glinting with a sinister light. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, your weakness will eventually bury Konoha. Since you cannot make up your mind, then let me turn the gears of fate. That Uzumaki Naruto and the power within him must serve Konoha." He whispered to the shadow behind him, "Initiate the second phase of the Wedge Plan. Target the main strongholds of the Dawn organization within the Land of Fire. We need more samples and data." In the early autumn of the 60th year of the Leaf Village, a slight chill lingered in the air, yet it could not disperse the tense atmosphere enveloping the village. The repercussions of the Academy's attack and the Roots' night raid had yet to fully subside when a piece of encrypted intelligence arrived from the distant Land of Water, once again tightening the nerves of the higher-ups in the Leaf. The intelligence indicated that the activities of the Dawn organization had significantly increased in the Land of Water over the past few months, especially around its ninja village, Kirigakure. What was even more unsettling was that there seemed to be some abnormal turmoil within Kirigakure, as several small clans with special bloodline limits had suffered mysterious attacks or bizarre disappearances with methods resembling the energy extraction techniques commonly used by the Dawn organization. In the Hokage's office, smoke swirled around Kirigakure, that place known as the Village of Blood Mist. Mitarashi looked at the intelligence scroll, his brow furrowing. Ever since the mysterious death of the fourth Mizuka Jigura, it has remained in a state of closure and chaos barely maintained by the elders like Jinjetsu and Terumi Mei. The fact that Dawn chose to be active there is certainly not coincidental. According to the intelligence brought back by the Dark Crow team, Dawn has been collecting samples related to bloodline limits and ancient energy. Kakashi added, his injuries no longer serious under Tsunade's treatment. Historically, Kirigakure has been famous for its numerous bloodline limit clans. Although many perished during the Blood Mist policy period, the foundation remains. To them, it is indeed a bountiful hunting ground. Turning to Nara Shikamaru, he asked, "Even so, what can we do? Kirigakure has always been exclusive, especially in this sensitive period. They may not accept our intervention." The silent Third Hokage spoke slowly. "We do not need to intervene directly. But Dawn is a common threat to us. A few days ago, I received a secret communication from Elder Genjutsu of Kirigakure. They too have noticed the unusual happenings internally and suspect that external forces are meddling. They hope to engage in limited intelligence sharing and cooperation with us." Cooperation with Kirigakure? Tsunade crossed her arms, somewhat skeptical. "Can we trust those who hide in the mist? It could be a trap." Genjutsu is a rational person and shares a philosophy similar to that of the late Third Mizukage. He understands that the internal chaos must be quelled and that external threats like Dawn require vigilance. This is an opportunity. The Third Hokage looked at Jiraiya. Moreover, this cooperation may also serve as a chance for certain children to gain experience and avoid the current turmoil within the village. Jiraiya instantly understood the Third Hokage's intention. Temporarily sending Naruto away from the Leaf would not only protect him from further schemes by Danzo, but also hone his skills in actual combat, while investigating leads on Dawn, killing multiple birds with one stone. What is the mission? Jiraiya inquired. Form a capable small team under the guise of a civilian escort mission to the Land of Watermeat, with a liaison from Kirigakure Exchange Intelligence regarding the Dawn organization, and provide limited assistance as needed. The focus is on investigation, not combat. The third Hokage turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, you will lead this mission. The members are Uzumaki, Naruto, Hyuga, Hinata, and Haruno Sakura. Choosing Naruto is for his sensing abilities, and targeting Donna. Hinata was chosen for her Byakugan's irreplaceable capabilities in reconnaissance and insight, while Sakura is included for her emerging medical talent and calm analytical skills, serving as support for the team. This is a team that balances capability and harmony. I understand. Kakashi nodded and accepted the mission. When the news reached Naruto's ears, he was momentarily stunned, then flames ignited in his eyes. Leaving the leaf for the unknown and dangerous village of Blood Mist, he felt not fear but a sense of liberation and anticipation. He could finally escape Danzo's suffocating gaze for a time, seek power, and unravel the clues of the mysteries in a broader world, and most importantly, he could personally strike against the Dawn organization that harmed his comrades. I will definitely find their hideout. Naruto clenched his fists and vowed to Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at him, sighed, and pressed a specially made talisman into his hand. Kid, remember, the village of Blood Mist is not the leaf. The rules there are different, and people's hearts are hard to gauge. Be cautious in everything, follow Kakashi's arrangements, and do not act recklessly. This talisman contains my Flying Thunder God technique mark. It may save your life at a critical moment. On the other side, in the Hyuga estate, Hinata's father looked at his kneeling daughter and said in a deep voice, this mission is exceptionally perilous. The environment of Kirigakure is complex. The Byakugan's abilities can both be an advantage and a target. Remember, your primary task is to ensure your safety, gather intelligence, and do not expose your Byakugan unless absolutely necessary. Follow the orders of Hatake Kakashi in all actions. Yes, father. Hinata respectfully replied, her heart equally filled with determination. This was her first true mission out, a chance to assess her training's results and fulfill her vow of protection. She secretly clenched her fists, telling herself to become more useful. Sakura received the notification in the medical class. She was both nervous and excited, as this was her chance to prove her worth. She prepared a large number of medical supplies and antidotes overnight, repeatedly reciting information about the customs and common toxins of the Land of Water, determined to be the most reliable support for the team. A few days later, a team disguised as merchants' guards quietly left the Leaf Village, heading southeast towards the mist-covered island nation. Kakashi maintained his usual lazy demeanor, never letting go of his book, and Naruto was excitedly looking around, filled with curiosity. Hinata quietly followed behind her Byakugan, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, while Sakura diligently recorded the plants and geological features along the way, preparing for potential medical situations. The first few days of the journey were calm, but as they approached the waters of the Land of Water, the humidity in the air increased, and thick fog began to rise from the sea, drastically reducing visibility. Just as their boat passed through an especially dense fog area, Naruto, standing at the bow, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His circle of silence, honed through theoretical study and sage arts, distinctly sensed two presences with obvious malice and a familiar hollow feeling of chakra lurking in the thick fog ahead. It felt strikingly similar to the members of the Dawn organization. They seemed to be tracking another smaller vessel. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto lowered his voice, pointing in that direction. There's something going on. It's Dawn members. They're following a boat. Kakashi instantly closed his book, his Sharingan quietly activating beneath his forehead protector. Sakura and Hinata immediately entered a state of alert. Can you sense the situation on the tracked boat? Kakashi calmly asked. Naruto concentrated, focusing his sensing abilities. On the boat, there are 5 chakra signatures. 4 are very weak, like ordinary people. But 1 is very strong, extremely strong. It feels very cold, like a block of ice. And there's a sharp, blade-like sensation. Icy, blade-like. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Is it a rogue ninja from Kirigakure? Zabuza Momochi? Or is it someone from the Hozuki clan? He decisively ordered change course and follow them to take a look. Be discreet, do not alert the enemy. The Leaf's vessel silently adjusted its course like a true ghost ship, blending into the thick fog, heading towards the unknown encounter. The curtain of the village of blood mist slowly lifted within this veiled mist. The thick fog like a milky white beast devoured light and sound, leaving only the monotonous rustle of the boat cutting through the sea. Konoha's boat, akin to a cautious hunter, extinguished most of its lights, relying solely on Naruto's extraordinary circle of serenity perception to lock onto the distant target through the mist where visibility was less than 10 meters. The distance is closing. Naruto lowered his voice, closed his eyes, and concentrated, seeming to merge with the sea fog. Those two dawn chakras have slowed down, as if they're waiting for the right moment to strike. The small boat being pursued. It's fast, but its course is erratic, as if trying to shake them off, though not very effectively. Kakashi stood beside him, his Sharingan emanating a faint red glow in the dense fog, attempting to penetrate the obstacle, but with little effect. Can you discern more details about the powerful and cold chakra on the pursued boat? Naruto frowned slightly, concentrating his perception. It's a very strange chakra, like countless tiny ice crystals flowing slowly but extremely condensed. A piercing sensation comes from something he's carrying, like a huge sword, and it seems he's injured. The chakra flow is somewhat sluggish in places. A wounded strongman carrying a large blade targeted by Dawn. Kakashi's mind raced through the list of Kiri missing Nin and bloodline limit users. Many possibilities. Keep your distance. Well, observe first. Sakura and Hinata also stood on guard, tense. Sakura had already placed her medical kit within easy reach, while Hinata's Byakugan was fully activated. Although the mist severely hindered her vision, she could still vaguely see the chakra outlines of the distant boats, especially the two unsettling hollow chakras of the Dawn members standing out like inkblots spreading in murky water. Suddenly the crisp clang of weapons clashing, and a short grunt came from ahead. They've made their move. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Almost simultaneously, the two Dawn chakras abruptly became active and aggressive, the dark purple energy glow clearly visible even in Naruto's perception. They lunged at the small boat like phantoms. Speed up. Move in. Kakashi ordered. With a low growl, Konoha's boat engine roared, cutting through the waves toward the scene. Within the thick fog, the battle scene flickered in and out of view. On the deck of the small boat, a tall figure with pale skin and spiky hair was wielding a massive white bandaged blade, almost as tall as himself, fiercely battling two gray-masked Dawn members. The tall man moved with swift, fierce precision, the enormous blade weightless in his hands, each swing carrying a bone-chilling cold and a piercing whistle as it tore through the air. His swordsmanship was simple yet lethal, every strike aimed at vital points. He was none other than the Kiri Missingnin Zabuza Momochi. However, his opponents were equally formidable. The Dawn members moved eerily, as if they had no physical form, flickering in and out of existence through the mist in short-range teleportation. The dark purple energy was not only corrosive but also interfered with the opponent's chakra perception. Though Zabuza's attacks were ferocious, they were repeatedly deflected by the enemy's uncanny maneuvers. An unhealed wound on his left shoulder clearly hampered his movements, making him somewhat restrained. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Seizing and opening, Zabuza quickly formed hand seals. The seawater beneath him churned, coiling into a ferocious water dragon that roared toward one of the enemies. The Dawn member neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he extended both hands, forming a vortex of dark purple energy that swallowed and dissolved the powerful water dragon. It's useless, Zabuza Momochi. Your chakra, your bloodline limit, though not mainstream, your demon body is still special. Will all become nourishment for Dawn. The other enemy took the chance to attack from the side, materializing a dark purple energy dagger aimed directly at Zabuza's injured left shoulder. Just as Zabuza was about to be struck, a figure shot out like a white lightning bolt from the flank. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. It was Hinata. Seizing the moment when the attacker's strength had waned and new force had yet to gather, her Byakugan precisely discerned the enemy's chakra points. Her palm strikes, like fluttering butterflies, instantly sealed several key acupoints on the opponent's arm and shoulder. The Dawn member stiffened, the dark purple energy dagger collapsing abruptly. He stared in shock at the sudden appearance of Hinata. Who are you? The leader fighting Zabuza also noticed the Konoha boat's approach and Hinata's intervention, his voice tinged with anger. Just passing by. Kakashi's lazy voice rang out as he appeared like a ghost on the bow, idly playing with a kunai in his hand, while his Sharingan coldly locked onto the two Dawn members. "But I don't like the look of you." Naruto also leaped onto the deck, standing beside Hinata, his sage chakra flowing subtly as he kept a wary eye on the enemies. Sakura remained on the boat, ready to provide support and healing. "Konoha shinobi." Zabuza panted heavily, hefting the executioner's blade, his cold gaze sweeping over Kakashi and Naruto, lingering briefly on Naruto's unusual chakra sensation. "Humph, meddlesome. Looks like we interrupted your fun." Kakashi eyed the two Dawn members. "But it seems these two are the ones we've been looking for." Konoha's dark crow. "You're quick." The leader sneered, seemingly recognizing Kakashi. "But do you really think you few can keep us here?" "We'll see." Naruto stepped forward, blue eyes burning with battle spirit, recalling the attack on the academy. "This time we won't let you escape." "Arrogant brat." Enraged, the leader formed hand seals, unleashing dark purple energy, like a tide that coalesced into several energy tendrils lashing out toward Naruto and the others. At the same time, the mist under his control seemed to grow thicker, severely impairing vision and perception. "Careful. There's something wrong with this fog." Hinata's Byakugan vision was also affected, and she quickly warned. "Sage Art Wind Style Great Breakthrough." Naruto expelled a powerful whirlwind from his mouth, attempting to disperse the fog and the energy tendrils. However, the dark purple energy was extremely stubborn, the whirlwind only forced it back slightly, unable to dispel it completely. Kakashi vanished in a flash, lightning cutter gleaming in his hand as he charged straight at the leader. "Your opponent is me." The enemy, whose acupoints had been sealed by Hinata, forcibly broke through part of the sealed dark purple energy, recoalescing as he lunged at Hinata and Naruto. The battle erupted anew on the mist-covered sea. Kakashi clashed with the Dawn leader, lightning and purple light intertwining with ceaseless explosions. Naruto and Hinata teamed up against the other enemy. Naruto used Circle of Serenity and Sage-enhanced speed to circle the enemy, searching for openings. Hinata provided support from the side, her Byakugan tracking the enemy's chakra flow, using Gentle Fist to disrupt his energy circulation. She held her rotation in reserve, keeping it as a defensive trump card for critical moments. Zabuza Momochi leaned on the executioner's blade, watching the melee coldly. His pale face betrayed no emotion, as if weighing his options. His gaze occasionally flicked to the Konoha boat, then back to the combatants. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, another change occurred. From the distant sea, a low, majestic horn sounded. Moments later, several warships bearing the Kiri village insignia broke through the fog, encircling them in a fan formation. Standing on the bow were several sharpied, powerful shinobi in Kiri battle vests. Leading them was a woman with emerald eyes, long wavy brown hair, and a voluptuous figure. The standout of Kiri's younger generation, possessing both the lava release and boil release bloodline limits, Mei Terumi. Well, quite a gathering. Mei Terumi surveyed the chaotic battlefield with a charming smile, but her eyes were as sharp as blades. "But causing trouble in the waters of the Land of Water, don't you take the Kiri village seriously?" Her arrival instantly made the already complex situation even more ambiguous. The appearance of Zhao Meiming was like a ladle of cold water poured into a cauldron of boiling oil, instantly solidifying the chaotic battlefield. Mist's war vessels dispersed with practiced discipline, forming a semicircular encirclement. The ninjas on the decks were sharp and formidable, their gazes locked onto every individual present. Kakashi's squad, from my two members of the Liming organization, and the rogue ninja Tauri Zaibuzen. My, what a lively scene. Zhao Meiming brushed her brown hair aside, her jade-green eyes sweeping over the crowd, with a scrutinizing smile finally settling on Kakashi. "Isn't this the copy ninja of my Chimu Kakashi? What brings you to our humble coastal waters? And with such adorable juniors?" Her gaze lingered on Mingren for a moment, seemingly curious about his unique chakra. Kakashi sheathed his kunai, his copy will I fading, as he resumed his lazy demeanor, raising a hand to signal Mingren and Chu Tian to stop. "Senior Zhao Meiming, I've long heard of you. We are merely on a routine escort mission, passing through this area when we happened upon these two friends." He gestured to the two Liming members, harassing this Mr. Tauri Zaibuzen. "Out of ninja way we lent a hand." "Lending a hand?" Zhao Meiming chuckled softly, her gaze shifting to the two grim-faced liming members. These two look unfamiliar. They aren't from our water country, are they? On our mist territory attacking a former mist ninja. She emphasized the word former. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The liming leader's eyes flickered behind his mask, knowing the situation was untenable. The arrival of the mist main force had completely shattered their plans. He stared intently at Mingren, as if determined to remember the youth who had repeatedly thwarted his schemes, then rasped. We were merely pursuing a defector from our organization with no intention of opposing Mist. Since Mist is here, we shall take our leave. With that, he made a decisive hand signal, and both members leaped backward simultaneously, their forms dissolving into the thick fog. A few flickers and they vanished, moving with remarkable speed, clearly having prepared an escape route. Zhao Meiming did not order pursuit, merely watching the direction of their disappearance, with a thoughtful gleam in her eyes. Humph, they ran fast enough. Taudi Zaibuzen snorted coldly, hefting his decapitating greatsword back onto his shoulder, eyeing Zhao Meiming and Kakashi with wariness. As a rogue ninja, his status was sensitive, and caught between three factions, his position was exceedingly precarious. Zhao Meiming withdrew her gaze, turning back to Kakashi with a smile, as enchanting as ever, yet carrying an undertone of finality. Mr. Kakashi, since we've met, why not come to our Mist Village as guests? Elder Yuanshi has been looking forward to Mui's envoy for some time. And she glanced at Zaibuzen. Regarding certain rogue ninjas and recent unpleasant incidents, we also need to have a good talk. This was a clear invitation, but also a veiled detainment. Kakashi knew well that refusing on their territory would not be wise. Moreover, contacting Mist was part of the mission. In that case, we shall impose on your hospitality. Kakashi nodded, signaling Mingren and the others to return to the ship. Zhao Meiming then turned to Zaibuzen. Zaibuzen, you come too. Some things can't be avoided by hiding. Zaibuzen was silent for a moment, his pale face revealing no emotion, and finally, he gave a cold snort which was taken as acquiescence. Thus Mui's vessel followed Mist's warships, while Taudi Zaibuzen's small boat was taken over by Mist ninjas. The group broke through the mist, heading toward the direction of the Blood Mist Village. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Kakashi-sensei, can that Zhao Meiming be trusted? Mingren couldn't help but ask, his impression of Mist still colored by the brutal legends of the Blood Mist Village. Zhao Meiming is a representative of the reformist faction in Mist Village, along with Elder Yuanshi. They advocate ending the closed and bloody policies, and establishing contact with the outside world. She herself is immensely powerful, and enjoys high prestige within the village. Theoretically, she is someone we can approach, Kakashi analyzed. But the internal factions in Mist are complex, and we must remain vigilant. He looked at Mingren. Especially you, Mingren. Your chakra and perception abilities are very unique, and can easily attract attention. Until we understand Mist's true intentions, try to keep a low profile. I understand, Mingren nodded. Chu Tian sat quietly in the corner, her white eyes field of vision piercing through the cabin, observing the chakra flow of the Mist ninjas outside, silently memorizing their movement patterns, and assessing their strength. Xiaoying meanwhile made the most of the time to organize her medical kit, preparing for any situation that might arise. Several hours later, the ship passed through a peculiar sea area shrouded in a faint red mist. The silhouette of a massive island cloaked in hazy fog gradually emerged before their eyes. The island was studded with undulating mountains, buildings clinging to the slopes. The air was thick with the scent of salty moisture and a faint lingering smell of blood. This was Mist Village, the Blood Mist Village. The port was heavily guarded, Mist ninjas scrutinizing the arriving ships and strangers with sharp eyes. Led by Zhao Meiming, Kakashi's team, and the guarded Taudi Zaibuzen disembarked, smoothly walking along the slippery stone steps toward the largest building at the village's highest point, the Shuang building. The streets were sparsely populated, and most passers-by moved with haste, their eyes carrying wariness and a hint of numbness. Compared to the bustling prosperity of this place felt exceptionally cold and oppressive. Mingren could sense many gazes peering at them from the shadows, filled with curiosity, vigilance, and even malice. In a reception room within the Shuang building, they met the actual highest decision-maker of Mist Village, Elder Yuanshi. He was an old man with white hair and beard, a kind countenance but eyes as deep as the ocean. "Welcome to Mist Village, esteemed guests from Mai and Zaibuzen." Yuanqi's voice was calm, yet carried the authority of one long accustomed to power. His gaze slowly swept over the group, pausing briefly on Mingren, a faint flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Elder Yuanshi." Kakashi gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your hospitality. No need for formalities." Yuanshi gestured for everyone to sit. "I assume Zhao Meiming has already informed you. Recently there have indeed been some problems within our Mist Village. Several small clans with bloodline limits have met with misfortune, and the traces left at the scenes are quite similar to the liming organization you mentioned. We suspect that an external force is attempting to stir up trouble in Mist and steal our bloodline's secret techniques." He looked at Kakashi. "That is why I have taken the liberty of inviting you here. We hope to share intelligence on the liming organization with Mai and engage in limited cooperation on this matter." Kakashi pondered for a moment, then said, "Sharing intelligence and jointly confronting threats is something Mai is naturally willing to do. But may I ask, Elder Yuanshi, what form do you wish this cooperation to take?" Yuanshi slowly replied, "The liming organization's activities in Mist are very covert, and we have yet to locate their core stronghold. However, according to clues, their next likely target is a small bloodline clan settlement in the northeastern part of the village near the Blood Pool secret realm. The remnants of the ice-released Snow Clan." "The Snow Clan?" Kakashi's eyes flickered. "That was an ancient bloodline clan nearly wiped out during the Blood Mist era." "Yes." Yuanshi nodded. "We would like the Mai team as neutral parties to go to the Snow Clan settlement to investigate and provide warning. If Mist people show up, it might alert the enemy or cause unnecessary panic. And you all, especially this young lady of the Rishiang clan with the white eye and this young man with exceptionally keen perception." He glanced at Chutian and Mingren. "Might uncover clues we have overlooked." This was a mission that seemed reasonable yet fraught with unknown risks. Delving deep into Mist's interior, investigating a sensitive bloodline clan, and facing the mysterious liming organization. Kakashi did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Mingren, Chutian, and Xiaoying. This was a mission that required the team's collective decision. Feeling the gazes of Yuanshi and Zhao Meiming and recalling the evils of the liming organization and the possible leads, Mingren took a deep breath, looked at Kakashi, and nodded firmly. Chutian and Xiaoying also indicated their agreement in turn. "Very well." Kakashi turned to Yuanshi. "We accept this mission." A faint smile appeared on Yuanshi's face. "Excellent. Zhao Meiming will provide you with the necessary maps and intelligence. I wish you all a successful mission." Just as Kakashi's team was preparing to leave the Shuang building after accepting the mission, Taudi Zaibuzen, who had been kept under guard and silent all along, suddenly raised his head. His cold eyes fixed on Mingren, and he rasped, "Kid, you carry a scent that is similar to yet different from those white-masked fellows. A nauseating stench." His words, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, made everyone's movements freeze. Mingren whirled around to face Zaibuzen, his blue eyes filled with shock and suspicion. Zabuza's cryptic words pierced Naruto's heart like a shard of ice. A similar yet different aura. Was it referring to the soul fragment of Otsutsuki? Or was it the influence of that forbidden scroll? Could the power within him be of the same origin as the Dawn organization? This question remained unanswered for now. Under Terumi Mice arrangements, Team Kakashi quickly obtained a map and brief intelligence on the Snow Clan settlement. They were instructed to act as discreetly as possible to avoid drawing attention from other factions. As she left the Mizukage building, Terumi May cast a knowing glance at Naruto and chuckled, "Be careful, little boy. The blood pool over there is hardly a scenic spot. Moreover, you're probably not the only ones eyeing the Snow Clan's legacy besides Dawn." With this warning and a heart full of doubts, Team Kakashi set off again, heading northeast of the village toward the desolate region known as the Blood Pool secret realm. The farther northeast they went, the harsher the environment became. The moisture in the air carried a rusty metallic stench. Vegetation was sparse, revealing dark red soil beneath. It was said that this land was once an altar to an evil god in ancient times, soaked with the blood of countless lives, hence the name Blood Pool. A faint blood-colored mist pervaded throughout the year, not only obstructing vision but also impairing the perception of chakra to a certain extent. The natural energy here is chaotic and carries a sense of resentment. Naruto frowned, struggling to maintain his circle of stillness, but his sensory range was compressed to less than 50 meters. The feedback was filled with noise, as if countless spirits were whispering. "The rumors aren't unfounded," Kakashi said, warily scanning their surroundings. "Everyone be careful. The environment itself is dangerous." Hinata's Byakugan was also heavily disturbed, her vision, as if veiled by a bloody gauze. The flow of chakra became indistinct. She had to concentrate even harder to barely discern the chakra reactions around her. Sakura noticed occasional strange marks on the ground, as if corroded by strong acid, along with scattered, unnaturally formed dark purple crystal fragments. She carefully collected some samples. These marks and fragments are very similar to the energy nature used by the Dawn members we encountered before. After half a day's trek through a jagged rocky canyon, a small village nestled at the foot of a snowy mountain and surrounded by crude ice walls appeared before them. The temperature here had dropped noticeably, with tiny ice crystals floating in the air in stark contrast to the blood-colored wasteland outside. This was the settlement of the Snow Clan survivors. 2 guards stood at the village entrance, dressed in thick cotton coats with wary expressions. They held crude ice spears, their eyes filled with distrust toward outsiders. "Stop! Who are you?" one guard barked, his voice piercing through the cold air. Kakashi stepped forward, presenting a pass signed by Elder Yuan disguised. "We are rogue ninjas commissioned by the Mizukage's office to investigate recent anomalies in the vicinity. May we meet with the village elder?" The guard inspected the pass carefully, then sized up Team Kakashi, particularly eyeing Hinata with her Byakugan, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. The 2 guards conferred quietly for a moment, then one turned and ran into the village to report. After a moment, an elder with snow-white hair, a face covered in frostbite and wrinkles yet with sharp eyes, came out, surrounded by several young clansmen. He was the current elder of the Snow Clan, Feng Hua Nuteo. "Rogue ninjas." Feng Hua Nuteo's voice was as cold as the snow and ice underfoot. "Our Snow Clan has lived in seclusion for a long time. We do not welcome outsiders. There have been no anomalies recently. Please return." His attitude was firm with clear rejection. As Kakashi was about to say more, Naruto suddenly stepped forward. Though his circle of stillness was disturbed, he had caught some unusual details. He pointed at the faint mist above the village, almost blending with the falling snow, and said, "Old man, it seems something else has mixed into the mist around your village. It feels very unpleasant. It feels very similar to the energy of those attackers we encountered outside." Feng Hua Nuteo's expression shifted slightly, and several young clansmen behind him showed nervous looks. "What are you saying? What attackers?" A boy of about 15 or 16 with short ice-blue hair and a delicate but stubborn face stepped out from behind Feng Hua Nuteo and asked urgently. He was Feng Hua Nuteo's grandson, Feng Hua Xiaoxue. "Xiaoxue, stand back!" Feng Hua Nuteo growled. But Feng Hua Xiaoxue did not retreat. He stared intently at Naruto. "Did you really encounter attackers? Was it a group of people in gray clothes and white masks?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, that's them. They seem to be capturing people with special abilities." Upon hearing this, Feng Hua Xiaoxue's face turned pale. He turned to Feng Hua Nuteo, his voice choked with tears. "Grandfather, I told you the recent disappearances of our patrols around the village were no accident. It's them. They've really come for us. We can't hide anymore." Feng Hua Nuteo was silent for a moment, the wrinkles on his face seeming to deepen. He let out a long sigh and his once straight spine seemed to stoop slightly. He looked at Team Kakashi, especially Hinata with her Byakugan and Naruto with his keen perception, and finally made a difficult decision. "Come in," he said, stepping aside to let them pass, his voice filled with exhaustion and resignation. "It's cold outside. Let's talk indoors." As they entered the village, they realized the situation was even worse than it appeared from outside. Most of the houses were dilapidated, the villagers looked malnourished with dull eyes. Only a few able-bodied men patrolled inside the ice wall with crude weapons. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. In Feng Hua Nuteo's drafty crude, wooden hut, they sat around a hearth with a small fire. "At this point, there's nothing left to hide." Feng-hua Nudo's voice was low. Our Snow Clan, after being nearly wiped out during the Blood Mist Policy era, the remaining clansmen fled here, surviving by relying on the remaining ice-release secret techniques of our ancestral land, and this unique environment. We only wanted to live in peace. But the Dawn Organization, that's what you call them, they somehow learned the location of our clan's territory, and for the past few months they've been constantly At first they just watched, but later they started attacking our patrols when we went out. 3 young men have gone missing. Feng-hua Xiaoxue added, his eyes red, fists clenched tightly. What do they want? Kakashi asked. Our Snow Clan's ice release Kekkei Genkai, and deep within the clan's territory in the ancient Ice Weeping Cave, the enshrined Ice Covenant. Feng-hua Nudo's voice carried a hint of fear. It is a sacred relic left by our ancestors, said to contain the primordial power of extreme cold, but also accompanied by a great curse. We have guarded it for generations and have never dared to use it lightly. Ice Covenant, Naruto mused, recalling the descriptions of various energy origins in the scroll. At that moment Hinata suddenly stood up, her Byakugan fixed on one direction of the village, her expression grim. Someone is infiltrating very fast, and their chakra feels very cold, but it's not from the Snow Clan. They're heading toward the mountain behind the village. Almost as Hinata finished speaking, a sharp alarm and the roar of battle erupted from outside the village. Not good. They're creating a diversion. Kakashi realized instantly. The target is the Ice Weeping Cave. Xiaoxue, take our guests to the Ice Weeping Cave. We must protect the Ice Covenant. Feng-hua Nuteo rose abruptly and roared to the clansmen around him, the rest of you follow me. Hold off the enemies outside. Instantly the previously quiet village erupted into chaos. Feng-hua Xiaoxue gritted his teeth and shouted to Kakashi and the others, follow me. Then he turned and ran toward the snow-covered peak behind the village. Kakashi, Naruto, Hinata, and Sakura immediately followed. As he ran, Naruto could clearly sense that the originally faint and uncomfortable mist above the village was now growing thicker, and the dark purple energy within it became increasingly distinct. The Dawn Organization had finally bared its fangs, and their target was the Ice Covenant, which might hold ancient power. A battle for the icy treasure erupted abruptly in this isolated village. The snow-capped mountains behind the village are steep and perilous, with jagged rocks covered in eternal ice and snow. Feng-hua Xiaoxue, well acquainted with the terrain, led Kakashi's team as they swiftly climbed the nearly vertical ice wall, rushing towards the entrance of the Ice Cry Cave, located halfway up the mountain. Behind them, the sounds of explosions and shouts from the village grew more intense, indicating that the Mist Ninja or Snow Tribe Guards had engaged in direct combat with the forces of Dawn. Hurry! The seal of the Ice Cry Cave can only be briefly unlocked by the bloodline of our Snow Tribe. Feng-hua Xiaoxue shouted anxiously, the white mist from her breath instantly crystallizing into ice. Naruto, with the enhanced physical prowess from his Sage Mode chakra, followed closely behind. His circle of stillness encountered less interference as they neared the mountain peak, allowing him to clearly sense 2 cold and unfamiliar chakra signatures attempting to forcefully breach a layer of energy barrier, emitting a faint blue glow. That must be the seal set by the Snow Tribe. They are already attacking the entrance, Naruto exclaimed. Finally the group reached an ice-covered cave entrance. The cave entrance stood about 3 men high, blocked by a wave-like blue energy membrane. Outside, 2 members of Dawn, dressed in gray combat attire and unmasked perhaps for ease of movement, were repeatedly pounding on the energy membrane with fists covered in dark purple energy, causing the glow of the membrane to ripple violently, seemingly on the verge of shattering. These 2 individuals exuded a chilling aura and moved with agility clearly stronger than the cannon fodder they had encountered before. Stop! Feng-hua Xiaoxue roared, forming hand seals with both hands, biting her thumb and flicking a drop of blood onto the energy membrane. By the blood of the Snow Tribe, I unlock the seal. As the blue energy membrane made contact with the blood, it swiftly opened a gap like melting ice and snow. Rush in, Kakashi commanded in a low voice, his figure transforming into lightning as he dashed into the cave, the light from Raikiri instantly illuminating the dark cavern. Seeing the seal broken, the 2 Dawn members immediately abandoned their attack and turned to face them. One of them pressed both hands against the ice wall. Ice release, Ice Rock Hall, no. In an instant, countless sharp ice spikes formed from the cave ceiling and shot towards Kakashi like a torrential downpour. The other individual flickered and transformed into 3 afterimages lunging at Naruto, Hinata, and Xiaoxue from different angles, wielding dark purple ice blades which seemed capable of merging their own energy with the ice release using the environment. Be careful. Hinata's Byakugan instantly locked onto the true body of the 3 afterimages. Her gentle fist stance ready. Naruto-kun, leave the left side to me. Alright. Naruto replied without hesitation, charging towards the enemy directly in front of him as Sage Mode chakra surged, delivering a powerful punch that collided fiercely with the opponent's dark purple ice blade. Bang! Crack! The dark purple ice blade shattered under the impact of the punch, imbued with natural energy. The Dawn member let out a muffled groan, staggering back a few steps, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes, as he clearly did not anticipate Naruto's ferocity. Meanwhile, Hinata's gentle fist moved like a butterfly through flowers, accurately dispersing the other 2 afterimages, her palm wind pressing towards the true body. The enemy was forced to reveal themselves, dodging, with an eerie step, the dark purple energy coiling towards Hinata like a venomous snake. Sakura stood guard beside Fenghua Xiaoxue, who was struggling to maintain the cave's seal, preventing more enemies from entering, vigilantly observing the battlefield with antidotes and food pills at the ready. Kakashi was locked in a fierce battle with the Dawn member wielding ice release. The opponent's ice release was extremely skilled, utilizing the corrosive properties of the dark purple energy to turn the narrow cave into his domain, with ice spikes, walls, and mirrors continuously emerging, causing Kakashi considerable trouble. However, Kakashi's rich experience and the incredible insight of his Sharingan allowed him to always find gaps to break through, and the sharpness of Raikiri made the opponent hesitant to confront him. Hidden deep within the cave, a faint sound resembling weeping winds could be heard, as if something were lamenting. The further they went in, the colder it became, and peculiar symbols emitting a faint blue glow began to appear on the surrounding ice walls. Naruto was suppressing the enemy in front of him, but he felt increasingly anxious. He could sense a massive and ancient cold energy slowly awakening deep within the cave, carrying a blend of sorrow and fury. That must be the contract of ice. They had to stop the people from Dawn from getting close. Hinata, cover me! Naruto shouted, suddenly bursting forth with even greater speed, forcefully shaking off his opponent and charging deeper into the cave. The Dawn member fighting Naruto attempted to block him, but was met with Hinata's precise 8 trigrams 32 palms, sealing off their path. Your opponent is me, Hinata declared firmly, her gentle fist stance flawless, binding the opponent tightly. Naruto broke through the obstruction, speeding down the winding ice tunnel. The cave expanded further inside, and he finally arrived at a vast natural hall entirely composed of millennia-old ice. In the center of the hall was a small ice platform upon which floated a crystal about the size of a fist, irregularly shaped and emanating a profound, deep blue glow. Inside that crystal it appeared as if blue sand was slowly swirling, releasing an extremely cold aura that sent shivers down one's soul and an indescribable ancient pressure. It was indeed the contract of ice. At this moment, standing in front of the ice platform was a third member of Dawn. This person was tall and thin, facing away from Naruto, dressed in a gray robe with silver trim that was slightly different from the other members. He did not directly touch the contract of ice, but was forming a complex hand seal with both hands, muttering incantations as a dark purple energy slowly coiled around the contract of ice, seemingly attempting to establish a connection and perform some kind of ritual. Stop! Naruto shouted loudly, charging forward, without hesitation, his Sage Mode Rasengan instantly forming. The gray-robed man seemed to reach a critical moment and did not turn back, merely snorting coldly. Instantly, 2 ice sculptures of guards, holding ice tridents, rose from the ice near him, coming to life with a chilling aura, advancing towards Naruto. Get out of my way! Naruto roared, his Sage Mode Rasengan smashing down on one of the ice sculpture guards. Boom! Ice shards flew everywhere. The ice sculpture guard was obliterated, but the shattered ice pieces were rapidly reassembled under the influence of the dark purple energy. Another ice sculpture guard's ice trident was already thrusting towards him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hall, Kakashi and Hinata had also dealt with their respective opponents and rushed in, their expressions changing at the sight before them. He's forcibly resonating with the contract of ice. We must stop him. Kakashi instantly assessed the situation, Raikiri reappearing as he thrust it towards the gray-robed man's back. Hinata swiftly supported Naruto, her gentle fist striking out the palm wind, cutting like a blade, shattering the other reassembling ice sculpture guard again, and attempting to disrupt its energy core with a point strike. The gray-robed man seemed to sense the deadly threat behind him, and the ritual was forcibly interrupted. He spun around abruptly, revealing a pale and sinister middle-aged face with the same tree-shaped mark on his forehead, but in a deeper color, almost like a brand. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes as he waved his hands, and the dark purple energy surrounding the contract of ice suddenly erupted, forming an energy shockwave, imbued with both extreme cold and corrosive properties spreading outwards. Heavenly return. Hinata did not hesitate, instantly moving to stand in front of Naruto and Kakashi, a perfect white chakra sphere appearing and spinning rapidly. Bang! The energy shockwave slammed into the heavenly return barrier, emitting a piercing screech of friction. The dark purple corrosive energy, an extreme cold aura, relentlessly tried to penetrate the defense. Hinata's face instantly paled, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, but she held on tightly. The barrier trembled violently yet stubbornly remained unbroken. Well done, Hinata. Naruto seized the opportunity, bursting out from the side of the heavenly return, his sage mode chakra reaching its peak, mixed with a hint of the tightly controlled Ninetales power, his eyes glowing faintly red as his speed surged. Sage Fox mode pseudo. Super large Rasengan. A gigantic Rasengan far larger than before, swirling with sage energy, and faint red markings smashed towards the gray-robed man with the intent to obliterate everything. The gray-robed man's expression finally changed. He had not anticipated that these young ninjas from Konoha would be so troublesome. In a hurry, he condensed a heavy dark purple ice shield in front of him. Crack! Boom! The Rasengan and ice shield obliterated each other, unleashing a terrifying energy that shook the entire hall, causing ice shards to fall in droves. The gray-robed man was sent flying by the explosive force, crashing heavily into the ice wall behind him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Affected by the energy shockwave, the suspended contract of ice glowed violently, the internal blue sand spinning wildly, and an even more violent and uncontrollable cold energy began to erupt outward uncontrollably. The temperature in the hall plummeted to a terrifying degree, as if the very air was about to freeze. Not good. The contract of ice is about to go berserk. Fenghua Xiaoxue and Sakura rushed in as well, and upon seeing this scene, Zyux's face turned pale. The gray-robed man struggled to rise, gazing at the uncontrollable contract of ice with a hint of greed and regret in his eyes. He knew it was futile, glaring viciously at Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, I will remember you. The will of dawn will ultimately cover this land. With that, he abruptly crushed a talisman stone and vanished in a spatial fluctuation, having used a high-level escape talisman or similar life-saving item. Don't let him escape. Naruto attempted to pursue but was blocked by Kakashi. Don't chase. We must find a way to stabilize the contract of ice. Otherwise the entire cave and even the whole snow mountain may be frozen. Kakashi urged, at this moment having lost the gray-robed man's ritual guidance, and under the impact of the energy shockwave the contract of ice resembled a lit powder keg, a terrifying cold wave centered on it, sweeping outward like a tsunami. The ice layer thickened at a visible speed, as if even chakra was about to freeze. We can only use that. Fenghua Xiaoxue looked at the uncontrollable sacred artifact, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He approached the ice platform with my snow tribe's direct bloodline. As a guide, I beseech the power of my ancestors to pacify the wrath of the sacred artifact. He cut his palm, smearing blood on the ice platform, while reciting ancient incantations. A weak yet kindred bloodline power gradually infused into the raging contract of ice. The rampaging cold wave seemed to be soothed by this bloodline power, calming slightly but remained extremely unstable. We will help too. Naruto felt the faintness of that bloodline power, and immediately stepped forward, placing his hand on the ice platform, attempting to summon the ancient soul fragment within him, emanating a peaceful, harmonious rhythm that sought to communicate with all things. Hinata also reached out, gently infusing her gentle and pure chakra. With the combined powers of the Snow Tribe bloodline, the ancient aura of the Otsutsuki, Hinata's pure chakra, and Naruto's own harmonizing force, the raging contract of ice gradually calmed down, its ghostly blue glow stabilizing, although its interior seemed to bear a faint, almost imperceptible connection resonating with Naruto's power. The crisis was temporarily averted. The hall was in disarray and the cold was bone-chilling. The group slumped to the ground panting heavily. Although they had repelled the strong members of Dawn and preserved the contract of ice, everyone was immensely drained and had caught a glimpse of the deeper powers and terrifying goals of the Dawn organization. Naruto gazed at the now calm contract of ice, recalling the resentful eyes and words of the gray-robed man before his departure, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. He knew that the war with Dawn had only just begun, and amidst this crisis, he seemed to have gained new insights into the fusion and application of his own powers. The chill within the ice-weeping cave lingered like solidified sorrow. The group slumped on the ice platform, the exhaustion of survival interwoven with bone-piercing cold. Fenghua Xiaoxue, having forcefully activated his bloodline power to pacify the ice contract, was now pale as paper, his breath weak, leaning against Sakura, who emanated gentle chakra to stabilize his injuries. For now, it is stabilized. Xiaoxue weakly looked at the crystal that had returned to its deep blue glow, his eyes carrying relief and lingering fear. Thank you. Without you, the last sacred relic of the Snow Clan would surely have. Kakashi checked the cave entrance, confirmed temporary safety, and walked back, his gaze solemnly fixed on the ice contract. The power within this object is too vast, and it seems to possess its own consciousness. Keeping it here long-term may not be a blessing for your clan. Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded bitterly. Our ancestors' teachings, we are well aware. But without it, the Snow Clan would lose the symbol of revival and the very source of our strength. We have no other path. Naruto stared at the ice contract, which radiated a familiar yet strange fluctuation. Within him, an ancient soul fragment resonated faintly, and a barely perceptible longing. He shook his head, suppressing the odd sensation, and spoke. Those guys with white masks won't let this go. Since they failed this time, they'll likely send stronger ones next time. Hinata softly added, moreover, they seem to have a way to locate and influence such ancient relics. She recalled the robed figure's ritual attempting to establish a connection. Just as everyone fell into silence contemplating the future of the Snow Clan, a sudden the now calm ice contract suddenly emitted a soft blue glow again. A thin ray of light like crystallized ice shot out without warning and precisely entered Naruto's brow. Naruto-kun! Hinata cried out, instinctively stepping forward. Don't move! Kakashi immediately stopped her, his Sharingan fixed intently on Naruto. He realized that the ray was not an attack but rather a transmission of energy and infusion of information. Naruto stiffened, feeling a vast icy torrent surge into his mind. It was not chakra but countless fragmented images and information. Primeval ice plains, roaring blizzards, ancient sacrificial rituals, and a vague silhouette with horns sitting alone on a frozen throne. Finally, there was a fragment of knowledge on how to channel and seal extreme cold energy, and a deep sigh that seemed to transcend time. This flow of information came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. When the blue light faded, Naruto felt that some vague knowledge had been added to his mind. His understanding of ice and energy sealing seemed to deepen slightly, and the ancient soul fragment within him seemed to have condensed an infinitesimally small amount. At the same time, he felt that his time-space perception had gained a clearer understanding of energy flow under low temperature and condensation states. The glow of the ice contract dimmed, returning to its previous calm as if nothing had happened. Naruto, are you all right? Kakashi asked with concern. Naruto shook his head, feeling no discomfort, but rather more clear-headed. I'm fine. It seemed to give me some knowledge about ice and sealing. He himself couldn't explain the feeling. Fenghua Xiaoxue struggled to sit up, looking at Naruto, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of understanding. The sacred relic chose you. It acknowledged your power, or rather, some kind of aura within you that is of the same origin. He recalled an ancient legend his grandfather had mentioned, that sacred relics were not lifeless objects and would choose their own master. This unexpected turn surprised everyone. Kakashi looked thoughtfully at Naruto and the ice contract, sensing that matters had become even more complicated. After a brief rest, confirming that Fenghua Xiaoxue was out of immediate danger, and that the sounds of battle from the village had ceased, Kakashi decided to immediately return to Kirigakure with the intelligence gained and the weakened Snow Clan youth. Staying here any longer posed too great a risk. They resealed the cave entrance with snow and ice camouflaging it, then set off back along the same path, with Fenghua Xiaoxue. As expected, the battle in the village had ended. The Snow Clan guards and some Kirigakure ninja who arrived in time had repelled the main force of Dawn, but at a heavy cost. Many houses in the village were destroyed, and the air was thick with sorrow and the smell of gunpowder. Elder Fenghua Nuteo had sustained minor injuries, and was directing his clansmen in tending the wounded and clearing the battlefield. Seeing Kakashi's team return with his grandson safe and sound, Fenghua Nuteo visibly relaxed. When he heard about everything that had happened in the ice-weeping cave, especially the disturbance of the ice contract, and the space-time escape talisman used by the gray-robed figure, his expression turned extremely grim. Dawn! Their methods and goals are more terrifying than we imagined. Fenghua Nuteo's voice was hoarse. This matter must be reported to Elder Yuan-Shi immediately. Under the escort of Kirigakure ninja Kakashi's team, and the Fenghua grandfather and grandson returned to Kirigakure village. At the Mizukage building in the meeting room, after hearing Kakashi's detailed report and Fenghua Nuteo's supplementary account, Elder Yuan-Shi and Terumi Mei fell into a long silence. The space-time escape talisman, the method to make such items, has long been lost. Yuan-Shi spoke slowly, his brow furrowed. Not only does Dawn master forbidden energy manipulation, but they also possess such high-tier escape tools. Their foundation is unfathomable. Moreover, their ability to precisely locate the Snow Clan's sacred relic and perform a resonance ritual indicates their understanding of these ancient artifacts may far surpass ours. He turned to Naruto, his gaze profound. As for the ice contract's choice, Uzumaki Naruto, it seems the secrets you carry are more numerous than we imagined. This may be your opportunity, but it could also bring greater trouble. Naruto scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Regardless, thanks to the assistance of Konoha's team, the Snow Clan's sacred relic was preserved and the powerful enemy repelled. Terumi Mei took over, her tone more sincere. Regarding intelligence sharing on the Dawn organization, Kirigakure will honor our agreement. Here is the information we've compiled on the locations of several other suspicious strongholds within the Land of Water, along with ability analyses of some members. She handed an encrypted scroll to Kakashi. Additionally, regarding Momochi Zabuza, after interrogation he admitted that he was recently attacked and recruited by Dawn, but he refused. He attacked the Kirigakure patrol to seize supplies and treat his injuries. How to deal with him is an internal matter for Kirigakure. Kakashi took the scroll and nodded. Thank you for your trust and cooperation. Our mission is complete. It's time to return to Konoha to report. Yuan-Shi nodded. Very well. Give my regards to the Third Hokage. I hope that this cooperation can open a new chapter between our two villages. That evening, Kakashi's team politely declined Kirigakure's invitation to stay and boarded the ship bound for Konoha. Fenghua Xiaoxue saw them off at the dock and said solemnly to Naruto, "Brother Naruto, thank you. The Snow Clan will forever remember your kindness. If you ever encounter trouble related to ice or need help, you can come find us at the Blood Pond." Naruto grinned and patted his shoulder. "Yeah. Take care. You must become stronger and protect your clan and the sacred relic." The ship slowly departed from the harbor, shrouded in blood-red mist. Standing on the deck looking back at the receding village of bloody mist, everyone felt a mix of emotions. This mission had shown them the complexity and cruelty of Kirigakure, and made them more deeply aware of the threat posed by the Dawn organization. Finally, we can go back. Sakura sighed with relief. This mission had helped her grow. Hinata quietly watched Naruto's back, recalling his fighting figure in the ice-weeping cave, and the blue light when the ice contract chose him. In her heart, she felt both happy for him and a hint of inexplicable worry. Kakashi looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand, his expression solemn. He knew that bringing back this intel was only the beginning of what Konoha was about to face was the prelude to a massive storm sweeping across the entire ninja world. Naruto, sensing the additional vague knowledge of ice and sealing in his mind and the ancient soul fragment that seemed to have become slightly more active within him, clenched his fist. Power was growing, but so were responsibilities and mysteries. He glanced at Hinata beside him, then looked toward Konoha, his gaze firm. No matter what lay ahead, he would bravely walk forward to protect everyone important to him. However, they were unaware that in a dense fog far from the shipping lane, a black ship with no markings like a lurking sea monster was silently adjusting its course, its bow aimed at the route they must take on their return journey. On the bow, a cloaked figure toyed with a crystal that sparkled with dark purple light, a cold smile curling at the corner of their mouth. The journey home was not smooth. The shadows still followed. The ship sailed on the sea route back to the land of fire, the thick mist gradually left behind and sunlight once again spilled across the deck, yet it could not dispel the solemnity weighing on everyone's hearts. The brutal battle in Bingshi Cave, the space-time escape talisman used by the gray-robed figure, the unusual activity of the ice contract, and the Dawn organization's covetousness and mastery of ancient power. All pressed down like boulders upon their hearts. Kakashi locked himself in the cabin, meticulously studying the encrypted scroll that Terumi May had given him. The intelligence within was alarming. The Dawn organization had at least 3 suspected bases within the land of water, with frequent activity and financial and informational exchanges with multiple underground black markets and rogue ninja organizations. Even more unsettling, the scroll mentioned that there were suspicions within the Mist Village that high-ranking personnel had been infiltrated or bribed, which was one of the reasons they had sought external aid and acted with such caution. Internal strife and external threats. Kakashi rubbed his temples, feeling that this mission had brought back not just intelligence, but a massive powder keg. Naruto sat at the bow, eyes closed in concentration, attempting to comprehend the fragmented knowledge and sensations from the ice contract within his mind. He discovered that his perception of temperature had become extraordinarily acute, especially his sense of cold. He could even vaguely sense the temperature variations at different depths beneath the sea, as well as the moisture and ice crystals contained in the clouds far away. This perception, combined with his original spacetime perception, elevated his environmental awareness to a new level. Try guiding it, Naruto thought to himself, carefully channeling a trace of chakra, according to the incomplete information in his mind about directing extreme cold energy. The air temperature in front of his fingertips plummeted, and several tiny ice crystals formed not from water vapor, but directly from energy conversion, materialized out of thin air and drifted slowly downward. It worked? Naruto rejoiced inwardly, but immediately felt a slight mental fatigue. This technique of directly converting energy into matter, even if only minuscule ice crystals, demanded extremely high chakra control and mental fortitude. Can't use it often, but it might come in handy at a crucial moment, Naruto noted, silently storing it as a new trump card. Hinata sat nearby, quietly watching Naruto practice, her face carrying a faint blush and a trace of barely perceptible worry. She could sense that the aura around Naruto-kun seemed to have undergone some subtle change, becoming deeper. She clenched her fists, telling herself that she must work even harder to keep up with him. Sakura, meanwhile, organized the medical records and samples collected from the mission, especially the analysis of those dark purple crystal fragments and blood samples from Dawn members. She discovered that the dark purple energy had a powerful corrosive and assimilative effect on biological cells, as if it sought to transform everything into an energy body of the same nature. Utterly eerie. Just as the ship was about to enter the territorial waters of the Land of Fire, and everyone assumed they would arrive safely, Naruto's eyes snapped open, his pupils contracting sharply. Ambush! In the water! Many of them! He shouted in a harsh voice. His ever-active circle of stillness, combined with his cold perception, had detected dozens of targets rapidly approaching beneath the hull, reeking of icy killing intent and chakra fluctuations. Almost as he issued the warning boom, 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 several enormous water columns erupted from both sides of the ship, following that countless giant shuriken wrapped in steel wires and kunai with explosive tags shot out like a swarm of bees from underwater and from behind several abrupt reefs nearby, blanketing the entire vessel. Enemy attack! Defend! Kakashi burst out of the cabin in an instant, his Sharingan activated, swinging a kunai to precisely deflect the attacks aimed at vital points. Water-style water wall. Naruto reacted swiftly, forming hand seals. A thick waterspout rose around the ship, blocking most of the shuriken and kunai, but the explosions from the explosive tags still shook the vessel violently. Hinata's Byakugan instantly saw through the situation underwater. Over 20 ninjas clad in black tight diving suits and wearing breathing masks were swimming around the ship like sharks, wielding special ninja tools capable of firing chakra harpoons and cutting nets. Additionally, on the nearby reefs, several more ninjas were preparing a second round of long-range attacks. They're not from Dawn. Kakashi quickly judged the nature of their chakra and combat style. They're rogue ninjas. Or mercenaries. Their target is the ship. They want to sink us. Sakura yelled, having already seen several chakra harpoons hit the hull, causing leaks. Damn it! Naruto cursed Sage Chakra, surging about to leap into the water to deal with the enemies below. Don't rush. Kakashi stopped him. The water is their territory. Hinata pinpoint the densest concentration of enemies underwater and the positions of those on the reefs. Naruto used the big one. Hinata instantly understood her Byakugan, locking on port side forward 10 meters deep. 5 enemies gathered. Starboard rear 3 on the reef. Got it? Naruto pressed his palms together in front of his chest. Massive Sage Chakra, gathering wildly. Sage Art Wind Style Vortex Gale Palm. He thrust both palms forward violently. Instead of directly striking the water, he violently agitated the air, creating a massive high-speed air vortex on the sea surface to the port side of the ship. The powerful suction of the vortex instantly pulled up the seawater in that area, along with the 5 enemies hidden beneath, tearing them out of the water and flinging them into the air. Now, Kakashi appeared like a phantom on the reef to the starboard rear. A flash of lightning blade was all that was seen. Lightning blade. Amid the piercing, chirping sound, the 3 enemies on the reef, along with the crossbows they were about to fire, were pierced and shattered. The chaos created by Naruto and Kakashi's precise strikes immediately threw the ambushers into, but the remaining enemies still attacked fearlessly. Chakra harpoons and cutting nets kept coming, worsening the ship's damage. At this rate, the ship will sink. Sakura shouted anxiously, already trying to plug the leaks with bandages and makeshift timber, but with little effect. Abandon ship. Head for the nearest island. Kakashi made a swift decision. Just then, on the distant horizon, 3 swift boats bearing the symbol of the hidden Cloud Village appeared, racing toward their location. Cloud Village ships. Hinata's Byakugan spotted the ninjas on board. Friend or foe? Kakashi's heart tightened. Cloud Village's relationship with the Leaf Village had always been delicate. Their appearance at this sensitive moment was no coincidence. However, the 3 Cloud Swift boats did not approach directly but stopped at a certain distance. A ninja with dark skin, a sturdy build, and 7 swords strapped to his back. Karui shouted from the bow. Leaf ninjas ahead. We received intelligence that unknown forces are ambushing ninjas from various villages in these waters, so we came to investigate. Need assistance. His words seemed friendly, but Kakashi keenly noticed that the ninjas on his boat had already quietly assumed combat formations, their chakra subtly locked onto them. Thanks for the offer. We can handle it. Kakashi called back loudly, while signaling Naruto and the others to prepare for both combat and evacuation. The remaining underwater ambushers, upon seeing the cloud ships, seemed to receive some command. They quickly ceased attack, dived into the deep, and disappeared. Only the damaged Leaf ship and the watchful Cloud Swift boats remained on the sea, and the atmosphere grew eerily tense. Karui looked at Kakashi, then at Naruto, and the others, who bore obvious signs of a fierce battle and injuries, especially giving Naruto a few extra glances with a hint of curiosity. He continued to shout, "Looks like you've been through a tough fight. We happen to be heading to the Land of Fire for a routine visit. How about traveling together? Safety in numbers. Routine visit." At this timing, Kakashi's suspicions deepened. He sensed that Cloud's appearance might be connected to this ambush or even to Mist's intelligence. No need. We have our own arrangements. Kakashi refused again, his tone resolute. He could not allow Cloud ninjas of unclear intentions to enter the heart of the Land of Fire. Seeing this, Karui did not insist, merely smiled. In that case, we'll be on our way. May you have a safe journey. The 3 Cloud Swift boats turned, accelerated, and soon vanished over the horizon. Watching their departing direction, then looking at the ship about to sink beneath his feet, Kakashi's expression turned grim. Kakashi-sensei, they. Naruto also sensed something was wrong. We'll talk later. Kakashi cut him off, his gaze sweeping over the still shaken group. First find a place to land, repair the ship, and then we must get the intelligence back to the Leaf Village as quickly as possible. He had a strong premonition that the ninja world situation was sliding into an unknown abyss at an uncontrollable speed. And the Leaf Village was at the center of the storm's eye. The rupture of the 6th volume's alliance had already begun. After numerous setbacks, Team Kakashi finally managed to land on a desolate island in a sorry state, relying on Naruto's wind release to barely propel the damaged boat and Sakura's emergency repairs. After a day and night of frantic repairs and rest, they eventually hitched a ride on a passing merchant ship and made their winding way back to Konoha. The atmosphere within the Hokage's office was even heavier than when they had left. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stared at the encrypted scrolls and detailed mission report brought back by Kakashi. Especially the anomalies concerning the ice contract, the gray-robed man's space-time talisman, the ambush on their return, and Cloud's perfectly timed chance encounter. His brow furrowed deeply into a crease. The faces of the two advisors, Mitokado Homura and Udatain Koharu, were also exceptionally grim. The tentacles of the Dawn organization stretch farther and deeper than we anticipated. The third spoke slowly, his voice tinged with weariness. Their understanding and utilization of ancient powers have reached a dangerous level. Moreover, they are clearly sowing discord in a calculated manner. There is a traitor inside Kirigakure, and Cloud appears at this sensitive moment. Mitokado Homura's tone was stern. This is no mere coincidence. How sincere is the so-called cooperation from Kirigakure? Are Yuanshu and Terumi aware of the situation? Or is this itself a play staged by them and Cloud aimed at obtaining Naruto? Intelligence on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, or even luring him out of Konoha? This speculation was extremely bold, yet not without foundation. The covetousness of the shinobi nations for the Jinchuriki had never ceased, and Naruto's recent display of anomalies undoubtedly made him an even more enticing target. And Cloud? Udatain Koharu interjected. They claim it's a routine visit, yet they appeared in the sea where we were ambushed with an ambiguous stance. The fourth Raikage, that militant, has always had his eyes on Konoha. There's no guarantee he wouldn't take advantage of the chaos. Danzo had also appeared in the corner of the office like a lurking shadow. He spoke coldly. I have said it before, cooperating with other villages is like seeking skin from a tiger. The value of Uzumaki Naruto is enough to drive any faction to take risks. Kirigakure and Cloud have likely already reached some kind of tacit understanding. This so-called ambush might very well be a self-staged act with the purpose of testing Naruto's strength or creating incidents to find excuses for subsequent actions. His words were full of instigation, deeply planting the seeds of suspicion. Do not jump to conclusions without evidence. Tsunade retorted, but her tone was not as firm as before. As the head of the medical department, she understood the importance of Naruto's physical data and the consequences if other villages obtained it. Jiraiya crossed his arms, his expression gloomy. Danzo, stop your scaremongering. You unsure if Kirigakure is not short-sighted? Cooperating with a dangerous organization like Dawn brings them no benefit. As for Cloud, the Raikage may be warlike, but he is no fool. Before interests, nothing is impossible. Danzo snorted. Hiruzen, you must make a decision early. Strengthen border vigilance, restrict all non-essential exchanges with Kirigakure and Cloud, and most importantly tighten control over Uzumaki Naruto. He must not be allowed to leave the village freely. The third remained silent, smoke swirling around him. As Hokage, he had to weigh pros and cons and consider the worst-case scenario. Trust was the foundation of cooperation, but at that moment trust was teetering. Finally, he made a decision. Inform the border troops to raise the alert level. Suspend the joint missions with Kirigakure that have not yet begun. As for Cloud's routine visit, reply that Konoha is currently busy with internal affairs and cannot receive foreign guests. Kakashi, your team will stay in the village for rest. Naruto, without my permission you are not to leave the village. This was virtually house arrest. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, but seeing the tired yet resolute look in the third's eyes, he ultimately swallowed his words. He knew that Grandpa Hokage was under immense pressure. Understood. Kakashi calmly accepted the order. Just as Konoha's high ranks were on edge due to suspicion, a discordant note came from Kirigakure as well. A few days later, an encrypted letter from Kirigakure elder Yuanshu arrived on the third's desk. The tone of the letter, though still polite, carried a subtle note of questioning. Yuanshu mentioned that according to intelligence from Kirigakure's hidden agents abroad, Konoha ninja, implicitly referring to Team Kakashi, seemed to have had contact with Cloud Ninja after leaving the Land of Water. Moreover, news about the anomaly of the ice contract, and the possibility that the Snow Clan's sacred relic contains special powers, had somehow circulated on a small scale in the black market, with its source vaguely pointing toward the Land of Fire. This letter, like an icy dagger, stabbed into the already fragile trust of Konoha's high ranks. The guilty party filing the first complaint, Udatane Koharu, trembled with rage. They have internal problems and leaked information themselves, yet they suspect us. It's Dawn's provocation. This must be their scheme. Jiraiya said decisively. Evidence. Danzo said coldly. How can we prove our innocence? Will Kirigakure believe our explanation? Once trust is broken, repairing it is as hard as reaching the sky. The situation reached a stalemate. The budding cooperation between Konoha and Kirigakure was shrouded in a thick shadow. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, the Dawn organization, seemed to have vanished with no large-scale actions. Yet the faint, invisible undercurrent of sowing discord continued to surge quietly among the nations. Naruto was confined to the village. Although he continued training under Jiraiya to improve his control, and tried to explore the ice-based abilities from the ice contract, his mood was somewhat depressed. He felt like a bird trapped in a cage, unable to fly freely to pursue the truth, or to strike at enemies. One evening he was practicing alone on the training ground, attempting to attach a sliver of extreme cold energy to a kunai. The kunai instantly became covered in a layer of white frost, the biting cold, slightly distorting the surrounding air. Still not condensed enough. Naruto frowned, dissatisfied with his progress. At that moment, a figure appeared silently in the shadow of a tree not far behind him. Naruto whipped around, watching the shadow warily. Who's there? A low, familiar voice sounded. A thirst for power will lead you astray, Uzumaki Naruto. As the words fell, Shimura Danzo emerged slowly from the shadows, leaning on his cane, his single eye glinting eerily in the twilight. Danzo. Naruto tightened his grip on the kunai, his eyes full of caution and distrust. What do you want? Danzo paid no heed to his attitude, merely saying flatly, You've felt it, haven't you? Bound, suspected, treated as a tool and a threat. That weak philosophy of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya cannot grant you true power, nor can it protect everything you wish to protect. They only use so-called bonds and the will of fire to tie your hands. He stepped forward, his single eye fixed on Naruto. Join Root and you can gain true power without restraint. We can help you fully control the tailed beast within you, decipher that ancient inheritance, and make you an existence above all. Not like now, like a caged rare beast unable even to leave the village. These words, full of temptation and extreme danger, echoed like the whispers of a demon in the twilight. Danzo had finally ceased to hide his intentions, extending his olive branch, or rather casting his bait, to Naruto. Naruto looked at Danzo's cold, solitary eye, and sensed the undeniable desire for control emanating from the man, triggering alarm bells in his heart. He knew this was a trap even more dangerous and closer than the Dawn organization. As dusk settled, the training ground darkened, casting Danzo's elongated shadow like a predator lurking in wait. His words, dripping with temptation and control, echoed in the silent air, pressing down on Naruto with an icy weight. Naruto tightened his grip on the frost-covered kunai. The cold touch slightly cleared his chaotic thoughts. He stared at Danzo's single eye, hidden beneath bandages, yet seemingly able to peer into one's soul. The Ninetales chakra within him stirred faintly at the threat, while deeper still the fragment of the Otsutsuki soul radiated an instinctive repulsion and disgust. Unrestrained power. Naruto finally spoke, his voice cold in the evening breeze. Like the members of your root. Puppets without emotions, only following orders. Or like you, willing to sacrifice even comrades for the sake of the so-called village. He recalled the earlier attack by root members, Danzo's persecution of Sasuke, and the perpetual coldness in this old man's eyes. Danzo's single eye narrowed unprovoked, as if he had anticipated this reaction. Emotions, bonds, merely excuses for the weak and shackles for the strong. Look at Konoha now, high-ranking officials suspicious of each other, allies drifting apart, and even the Jinchuriki protecting the village is confined in a cage. Is this the result of the bonds you cherish? Uzumaki Naruto, you possess the power to change all this, yet you are bound by vulgar rules and hypocritical emotions. How pathetic. His words like venomous snakes precisely struck Naruto's inner confusion and oppression. Naruto fell silent. He indeed felt stifled and powerless. He yearned for power to bring back Sasuke, to crush the Dawn conspiracy, and to protect everyone important to him. But must the path to power truly require discarding everything and plunging into this suffocating darkness? Countless images flashed through his mind: Iruka-sensei shielding him from a shuriken of Jiraiya, though lecherous, earnestly teaching him; Kakashi-sensei's lazy yet reliable demeanor; Sakura diligently training in medical jutsu; and Hinata, her gaze always shy yet unwaveringly determined, the figure who without hesitation performed the rotation in front of him at the Bingchi cave. Were these warm, real bonds really shackles? No. Naruto lifted his head abruptly, his blue eyes gleaming in the dim light like a star piercing the night sky. The sage chakra within him seemed to sense his firm resolve flowing naturally, emitting a calm and vast aura that dispelled some of the chilling oppression brought by Danzo. "You are wrong, Danzo." Naruto's voice no longer wavered, filled with unprecedented clarity and strength. "Emotions and bonds are never shackles. They are the source of my power. It is precisely because I have people I want to protect that I can break through my limits time and again and become stronger." Iruka-sensei, the pervy sage, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Hinata, and everyone in Konoha. They trust me and care for me. That is why I stand here. He stepped forward, staring fearlessly into Danzo's single eye. "I will not join your route, nor will I become a ninja who knows only darkness and control. I trust the Third Hokage, the pervy sage, and myself. I will use my own way to master this power, protect Konoha, bring back Sasuke, and crush the Dawn conspiracy. That is my ninja way." His resolute words echoed across the empty training ground. The aura emanating from Naruto, a blend of pure sage chakra and his own firm will, caused genuine surprise to flicker in Danzo's eyes for the first time before it deepened into a colder darkness. Foolish naivety. Danzo snorted coldly, knowing his verbal temptation had failed. "You will regret your choice, Uzumaki Naruto. When disaster strikes and everything you cherish is destroyed before your eyes, you will understand that power is the only truth." With that, he turned without lingering, leaning on his cane, and silently vanished into the forest shadows, merging with the dusk. After Danzo left, Naruto let out a long sigh. His back was soaked with cold sweat. Confronting a figure of Danzo's caliber, both a powerhouse and a politician, required immense courage merely to refuse. Yet he felt no regret. Instead, a heavy weight lifted from his heart, and his conviction grew purer and firmer. "Become stronger. In my own way." Naruto gazed at his own hands, feeling the power flowing within his eyes, growing more determined. Just then, the soft sound of footsteps came from behind. Naruto turned alertly, and saw Hinata standing not far away, her hands nervously clasped in front of her, her face bearing concern and a hint of relief. "Hinata, you? When did you get here?" Naruto was slightly surprised. I was just passing by," Hinata murmured, her cheeks flushing. She was certainly not just passing by. She had sensed an abnormally powerful chakra fluctuation near Naruto Danzo's, and had quietly followed out of worry. She had overheard most of Naruto's conversation with Danzo, especially his final firm words. Are you alright, Naruto-kun?" Hinata stepped forward, concerned. "Yeah, I'm fine." Naruto showed her a reassuring smile. "Just had a few words with a troublesome old man." Looking into Hinata's pure Byakugan, a thought struck him. "Hinata, do you think my choice is right? To reject a way that might grant power more quickly?" Hinata nodded firmly, without a moment's hesitation. Though her voice was soft, it was exceptionally resolute. "I believe in Naruto-kun's choice. Naruto-kun's power exists for protection. If you lose the will to protect, then no matter how strong the power, it loses its meaning." Her simple words struck directly at the core, perfectly aligning with Naruto's own thoughts. Looking at her, a warmth surged in his heart. All the oppression and confusion seemed dispelled by this gentle yet steadfast trust. He broke into a grin, the sunshine returning to his face. "You're right, Hinata. Thank you." They exchanged smiles, and even the twilight seemed to grow softer. Yet they did not know that in a dark corner far from Konoha, a storm targeting the trust crisis of the village was being quietly ignited. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread across the ninja world like wildfire. The elder of the Mist Village Genji had been assassinated. Though he survived, he was gravely wounded. And all evidence subtly pointed toward Konoha. Fragments of what appeared to be standard Konoha umbu weapons were found at the scene, along with the remnants of unique explosive tags bearing fire-natured chakra. At nearly the same time, the Cloud Village sent a sharply worded letter of inquiry to Konoha demanding explanations for deliberate destruction of the Alliance, assassination of a Mist Elder, and suspicious military movements in border areas. On the black market, rumors such as Konoha intends to spark the Fourth Great Ninja War, and the Ninetales Jinchuriki is on the verge of going berserk, ran rampant. The Fourth Hokage of the Cloud Village, who had long harbored ambitions toward Konoha, issued a public statement vehemently condemning Konoha's treachery and declaring that the Cloud Village was entering a state of war readiness. In an instant, Konoha was thrust into the eye of the storm, becoming the target of all. The fragile trust painstakingly built with other ninja villages was utterly shattered under the meticulously orchestrated scheme of the Dawn organization. Suspicion, accusations, and the dark clouds of war hung like heavy leaden blocks over the hearts of every Konoha shinobi. Inside the Hokage's office, the Third Hokage stared at the mountain of protest letters and urgent military reports from the border, seeming to have aged 10 years overnight. He knew his worst fears had come true. The Dawn organization was not merely gathering power and sowing discord, they intended to ignite a war across the entire ninja world. And Naruto, who had just fortified his resolve, had yet to digest the shock from Danzo when he was forced to face an even harsher reality. The village he cherished, the peace he wanted to protect, was being pushed toward the abyss of war by an invisible hand. The alliance of the sixth volume, amid suspicion and conspiracy, existed only in name. What awaited ahead were even more severe trials and fiercer conflicts. My village seemed to be bound by invisible shackles overnight. News of border skirmishes kept pouring in, and the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Although the villagers did not understand the cause, they could feel the impending crisis from the solemn expressions and frequent deployments of the ninjas. In the streets and alleys, whispers were filled with unease and suspicion. The Hokage building was brightly lit with high-level meetings held almost non-stop. The Third Hokage Yuanfei, risen, advocated calmness, demanding a thorough investigation into the assassination of the master, and actively sought to clarify through diplomatic channels with Wu Yin and Yunin. However, Tuanzang and the Gen division under his control constantly emphasized the inevitability of war, advocating preemptive strikes, and even proposed seizing the opportunity to cleanse internal unstable elements. His words were fierce and sharply opposed the third stance. The two advisors, Shuihuman Yen and Zhuanqin Xiaochun, wavered, torn between fearing the devastation of war and dreading my falling into complete passivity in public opinion and diplomacy. Evidence. We need solid evidence to prove our innocence, shouted the third, banging the table, his voice hoarse but resolute. Before the truth is revealed, any rash military action will only fall into the enemy's trap. Innocence, sneered Tuanzang. Risen, are you still dreaming that Wu Yin and Yunin will listen to our defense? They only need an excuse to carve up my... When their allied forces reach our gates, it will be too late. We must mobilize immediately and seize the key strategic locations bordering the Land of Fire. That is provocation. It is a declaration of war. Gangsho glared at Tuanzang. Do you want to drag Mai into an abyss of doom? Cowardice is the greatest danger. Tuanzang did not yield. The internal rift among the high ranks spread like a plague through the village, causing widespread panic. Mingren was strictly confined within the village, with even Umbu keeping watch, surveilling him from a distance during his daily training. Being treated as both a dangerous element and a fragile doll infuriated him. Several times he tried to storm into the Hokage office to argue, but was stopped by Kakashi and Zilai. Going out now will only make things worse, said Kakashi, pressing Mingren's shoulder with rare sternness. Tuanzang is just looking for a reason to take harsher measures against you. Be patient and trust the third. Zilai also sighed. Kid politics is far more complicated than ninjutsu duels. What matters most now is to stay calm and find the evidence of the Liming organization's scheming. Mingren punched a tree trunk, growling in frustration. Are we just supposed to wait here, letting those bastards get away with it and turning the village into a mess? The Nine-Tails chakra within him stirred slightly due to this fury, and the soul fragment of the Daitongmu in his mind transmitted a cold, restless sensation, as if mocking the foolish struggles of the mortal world. Just then, a secret message reached Kakashi through a special Umbu channel. The source was unknown, but the content was earth-shattering. The true assassin was not from Mai but a disguised member of the Liming organization. The Maya standard weapons and explosive tags used were counterfeits from the black market, and the assassin had briefly stopped near the Inran village of the land of Tion before the operation. Inran village. Deshuan's lair. This clue was like a lightning bolt in the darkness. If it proved true, it could not only clear Mui's name but also directly implicate Liming and Dashuan. Is the information reliable? Kakashi immediately found the third and Zilai. The source cannot be confirmed, but the content is worth the gamble. A glimmer of hope rekindled in the third's eyes. If we can find solid evidence before Wuin and Yunin take further action, they'll go. Mingren immediately stepped forward, his eyes burning. They'll go to the land of Tion and find the evidence. No. The third and Zilai opposed almost simultaneously. The land of Tion was Deshuan's territory, fraught with danger, and Mingren's identity was too special for him to risk himself. This is the only lead we have, argued Mingren. And only my perception ability can possibly find traces under Inran village's tight blockade. Let me go, whoring grandpa. Perverted sage. I promise I won't act recklessly. Seeing the undeniable determination and urgency in Mingren's eyes, the third and Zilai fell silent. They knew Mingren was right. Conventional reconnaissance methods would hardly work in the heavily guarded Inran village. His unique perception and growing strength indeed made him the best choice for this mission despite the high risk. Just as the third was hesitating, Tuanzang, somehow informed of the news, appeared again in the Hurrying office. I pose. Tuanzang's stance was firm. Sending the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki deep into enemy territory is like walking into a trap. If he is captured by Dashuan or Liming, the consequences will be unthinkable. This unverified message could itself be a trap. His concerns were not without reason, and the office fell into a deadlock again. Late at night, Mingren sat alone in his apartment, gazing at the silent village outside the window, his heart in turmoil. He fully understood the mission's danger, but he could not bear to see the village plunged into war over false charges, nor could he bear to remain helplessly waiting. In my own way. Become stronger. Protect. He murmured to himself, recalling Kyushin's trusting gaze, Iruka Sensei's expectations, and the perverted sage's teachings. A resolute will surged within him. He quietly got up, left a note with only a few simple words: I'm going to find evidence. I'll be back soon. Then he changed into a dark outfit, carefully adjusted his forehead protector, took a deep breath, and contracted his Jingji Yuan to its utmost, blending into the night like a gentle breeze. Soundlessly evading the village gate guards and Umbu surveillance, he disappeared beyond Mui's borders. He chose to act alone. Like a lone wolf separated from its pack, he resolutely rushed toward that unknown and perilous darkness, only to bring back the light of truth that could illuminate the village's path ahead. Shortly after his departure, a soft knock came at his apartment door. Outside stood Chutyen, her face full of worry. In her hands, she held a freshly made, still-warm bento. After hesitating for a long time, she summoned the courage to come, only to find the cold note. Seeing the familiar handwriting on the note, Kyushin's heart clenched tightly, her fair fingers trembling slightly. She bit her lip firmly, not letting out a sob, but her eyes shimmered with a mixture of worry, heartache, and a hint of even more resolute light. Mingren-kun, you must come back safely, she whispered in prayer, gently placing the bento at the doorstep. Her receding figure under the moonlight looked unusually fragile, yet seemed to hold a power about to burst forth from the earth. The storm in Mai was still brewing, and the solitary youth had already embarked on his own journey. Because of Mingren's reckless yet responsible decision, the situation was headed toward an even more unpredictable direction. Leaving the barrier of Konoha, Naruto immediately accelerated to his utmost speed. Instead of taking the conventional route, he relied on his keen perception of terrain and energy through the sphere of stillness to choose a treacherous, uninhabited mountain path that cut straight to the border of the land of fields. The sage chakra flowed gently within him, not only enhancing his physical prowess, but also creating a wondrous resonance with the natural environment rendering his footsteps nearly silent, and his aura perfectly merging with the night wind and forest. He had to be fast, to get as far away from the land of fire as possible before the village discovered his disappearance and possibly launched an interception. At the same time, he needed to find crucial evidence before the Dawn organization or Orochimaru caught wind of his move. In his mind, the anonymous intelligence echoed repeatedly. The assassin briefly halted near the Otogakure village in the Land of Fields. Otogakure was Orochimaru's long-established lair, heavily guarded, riddled with traps, and swarming with monstrous creatures altered by forbidden techniques. Directly infiltrating its core would be suicide. Can't storm in. Need to find their peripheral outposts or traces of shady transactions. Naruto analyzed calmly. He focused his perception on traces of human activity, abnormal chakra fluctuations, and especially the disturbing remnants of dark purple energy. After 2 days and nights of relentless travel, without sleep, Naruto finally stepped into the Land of Fields. The very air here seemed tinged with a cold, viscous feel utterly different from the brightness of Konoha. He moved with even greater caution, hiding his trail like a true elite ANBU weaving through the shadows. On the evening of the third day, as he lurked in a dense forest overlooking the iconic tower of Otogakure, the sphere of stillness finally detected an anomaly. It was an extremely faint but unmistakable trace of the hollow energy belonging to the Dawn organization, mixed with a faint smell of blood and a pungent medicinal odor. The trail was fresh, no more than a day old. Naruto's spirit lifted and he immediately began tracking it. The trail wound in a serpentine path, bypassing several obvious Otogakure patrol points, and ultimately pointed to an extremely concealed cave entrance hidden behind a waterfall. The entrance was protected by simple genjutsu and warning barriers, but to Naruto, whose perception was monstrous, and who had dabbled in forbidden spatial knowledge, they were as good as non-existent. He carefully circumvented the barrier and slipped into the cave like a wildcat. The interior was deeper than expected, the air damp and cold, thick with the smell of medicine and blood. Occasionally scattered fragments of experimental vessels engraved with runes and dried, discolored bloodstains could be seen on both sides of the passage. Naruto's heart tightened and he quickened his pace. As he went deeper, voices came from ahead. Holding his breath, he hid in the shadow of a rock and crept closer. At the end of the cave was a relatively open space with fluorite embedded in the walls, emitting a sickly green light, illuminating a facility resembling an operating table, and 2 figures conversing nearby. One of them, wearing a Otogakure Chunin vest with a pale face and numb eyes, was respectfully reporting to the other. The other figure was wrapped in a gray cloak, back turned to Naruto. But the silhouette and the faint snake-like cold and slippery chakra made Naruto's hair stand on end. It was Orochimaru, or rather a clone or subordinate of Orochimaru, felt much weaker than the original. Subject: No. 17 has rejected the wedge fragment too violently and has lost vital signs. The Otogakure Chunin reported mechanically. The energy extraction ritual still requires 3 living bodies with chakra pathways as sacrifices. Humph, worthless, said the figure resembling Orochimaru in a hoarse voice. The Dawn side is pressing hard. They need more source material to stabilize the incomplete key. Gather the sacrifices from nearby villages. Keep it clean. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Also, the mission to disguise as Konoha ninja and attack the Mist Elder was well executed. Although you failed to kill Elder Gen, it was enough to make those fools in the water mist and Konoha tear each other apart. Hey, race the other half of the payment promised by Dawn. A partial scroll on the optimization of the impure world reincarnation. The gray-cloaked figure tossed a scroll to the Otogakure Chunin. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Hearing this, Naruto nearly lost control and charged out. It was them after all. The disguised attack, the sowing of discord. The evidence was right before his eyes. But he forced himself to hold back. The opponent's strength was unknown. Acting rashly could alert them, and leave him unable to escape unscathed. He needed more solid evidence that could be taken back. His gaze swept the room and suddenly fixed on an inconspicuous corner near the operating table where a few damaged masks and several torn garments stained with dark purple blood and bearing the insignia of Mist Elder guards lay discarded. That was the irrefutable proof of framing Konoha. At that moment, the gray-cloaked figure seemed to sense something and abruptly turned around. Beneath the cloak emerged a pale, gaunt face with snake-like vertical pupils. Although it wasn't Orochimaru's main body, the chilling aura was still spine-tingling. A rat has slipped in. He extended a long tongue, licked his lips, and his eyes glinted with dangerous light. He had been discovered. Naruto's heart tightened. He knew he could no longer hide. In an instant he burst forth, targeting the pile of evidence. Sage Art Shadow Clone Technique. Multiple shadow clones appeared, charging at the gray-cloaked figure, and the Otogekyur Chunin to obstruct them, while Naruto's main body shot like an arrow toward the evidence. Presumptuous. The gray-cloaked man sneered, twisting his body, as if boneless, easily evading the clone's attacks while spitting out wine-style great breakthrough. A violent whirlwind swept toward Naruto, mixed with purple toxic mist. Rotation. At that critical moment, a voice that absolutely should not have been here rang out. A white figure rushed out from the shadows behind Naruto like a whirlwind, a perfect sphere of chakra, instantly expanding to shield Naruto and deflect the wind and poison. Hinata? What are you doing here? Naruto was both surprised and delighted, but more worried. Hinata's face flushed, but her eyes were resolute. I couldn't let Naruto-kun take the risk alone. After finding the note Naruto left, she had tracked him all the way using the Byakugan's tracking ability and an inexplicable surge of courage. With Hinata's support, Naruto's pressure lessened. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the torn garments and masks and stuffed them into his robe. Got it? Let's go. The gray-cloaked man, seeing the evidence taken, flew into a rage. Think you can leave? Stay here. Manda's snake formation. He formed hand seals, and countless venomous snakes surged from the ground, hissing as they lunged at them. Naruto-kun, leave the left side to me. Hinata shouted, activating rotation again, repelling and shredding the snakes on the left. Her rotation, honed after the battle at the ice-weeping cave and subsequent training, was even more refined and stable. Naruto handled the right side, his fists wrapped in sage chakra, each blow carrying mountain-splitting force, smashing the incoming snakes into pulp. The two fought in perfect coordination, retreating while advancing toward the cave entrance. The Otogekyur Chunin tried to block them, but was sent flying by a sage art Rasengan from Naruto, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. The gray-cloaked man was not weak, unleashing a barrage of bizarre ninjutsu and poison attacks, but with Naruto and Hinata working together, he couldn't gain the upper hand. Seeing them about to rush out of the cave, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. He bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Summoning technique Rashomon. A massive iron gate carved with demon faces rose from the ground and slammed shut, completely blocking the entrance. Damn it! Naruto and Hinata's expressions changed. He. Where do you think you're running? The gray-cloaked man sneered as he approached. Leave both the evidence and your bodies behind. Cornered Naruto looked at the evidence that could clear the village's name in his arms, then at the panting but unwavering Hinata standing protectively in front of him. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He gently placed the evidence into Hinata's hands and whispered, Hinata, when I open a path, you take these and go straight back to Konoha. No. Naruto-kun, I want to stay with you. Hinata shook her head urgently. Listen to me. Naruto's tone was unprecedentedly stern. The evidence is more important. Trust me, it'll be fine. He took a deep breath, pressed his hands together in front of his chest, and a hint of crimson flashed in his eyes. This time, instead of suppressing it, he actively guided the sliver of Ninetail's chakra wrapped in sage chakra, forcibly merging it with a fragment of information from the Ice Covenant in his mind about guiding and sealing extreme cold energy. A bizarre chakra far more potent than before, combining the purity of sage chakra, the savagery of Ninetails, and an extreme cold surged wildly in his hands. The surrounding temperature plummeted. The cave walls instantly became coated in thick white frost, and even the Rashomon began to freeze over. What power is this? The gray-cloaked man felt a fatal threat, and his face turned pale. Naruto's own face was pale, clearly under great strain from this technique. He aimed at the weakest point of the Rashomon and thrust forward the unstable sphere of energy that shimmered in blue, red, and white. Sage Art Ninetail's Ice Erosion. The sphere struck the Rashomon silently. No explosion, only extreme cold and corrosion. The Rashomon's indestructible iron upon contact began to rapidly dissolve and disintegrate like ice thrown into strong acid, turning into a shower of iron filings and ice crystals. A massive hole appeared. Go. Naruto shoved Hinata toward the hole. Hinata looked at Naruto's determined pale face, and knew this was no time to hesitate. With tears in her eyes, she nodded firmly. Naruto-kun, you must come back. With that she passed through the hole without hesitation and vanished outside the cave. Naruto turned to face the enraged gray-cloaked man, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth caused by the backlash of his power, and bared his teeth in a mad battle-hungry grin. Now it's time for us to settle the score. Within the cavern the chill pierced to the bone as ice crystals cascaded down with a soft rust. The backlash from Mingren's forced fusion of Sage Art Ninetales power and glacial erosion energy left his internal organs feeling both frozen and torn, yet his azure eyes blazed with unyielding flames locked firmly on the gray-cloaked figure ahead. Brat! What kind of monster are you? The gray-cloaked figure, Orochimaru's proxy, spoke with a hint of barely concealed fear in his voice. He had never witnessed such a bizarre and violent combination of powers. The glacial erosion effect could instantly dismantle the Rashomen's defenses. I am Uzumaki Mingren, the shinobi who will smash both you and the Dawn conspiracy to pieces. Mingren growled, enduring the agonizing pain, as he launched another proactive assault. He knew his time in this state was limited, and he must finish the battle quickly. He refrained from using the heavily taxing composite jutsu, instead coating his body surface and limbs with the biting cold erosive force. His speed, augmented by both Sage Art and Ninetales power, became ghostly swift, and every strike carried piercing cold and corrosive energy. Bang! 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 Mingren's fists clashed against the gray-cloaked figure's serpentine jutsu and venomous claws. The glacial erosion force continuously eroded the opponent's chakra defense, while the biting cold severely hampered his movements. The gray-cloaked figure grew increasingly alarmed as he fought, feeling as if he had fallen into a tightening icy quagmire, his movements stiffening and chakra flow becoming sluggish. Hidden shadow, multiple snake's hand. Countless venomous snakes shot from his sleeve, attempting to coil around Mingren. Sage Art Lion's main jutsu. Mingren's golden hair instantly surged like countless golden blades, severing all the incoming snakes, the tips of his hair also coated with icy cold, freezing the severed snakes into ice shards. Damn it! Summoning jutsu. The gray-cloaked figure tried to summon a stronger beast, but Mingren would not give him the chance. I won't let you. Sage Art Spiraling Suction Sphere. Mingren formed a single-handed spiraling sphere with immense suction, not aimed at the enemy but slammed into the ground. Boom! The ground cracked. The massive suction not only disrupted the gray-cloaked figure's hand seals, but also pulled in the scattered experimental vessel's rubble, and the residual dark purple energy crystals instantly crushed and purified by the spiraling sphere. My experimental data! The gray-cloaked figure cried out in distress, losing his focus. Opening! A sharp glint flashed in Mingren's eyes, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before the opponent, his right fist coated with icy cold and scarlet chakra like a cannonball smashing into the figure's face. Ice Fox Heavy Burst. Boom! A violent explosion resounded throughout the cavern. The gray-cloaked figure was struck squarely by this punch, flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the rock wall behind his cloak, shattering, revealing a pale, twisted face beneath. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with ice shards, his aura instantly wilting, seemingly losing combat capability. Mingren also dropped to one knee, panting heavily, and forcibly deactivated the fusion state, his face as pale as paper. The last blow had nearly drained his remaining strength. He dared not linger, staggering to his feet, glanced at the unconscious Otoge Chunin, and the incapacitated gray-cloaked figure quickly collected a few residual crystal fragments bearing the unique energy signature of the Dawn organization as additional evidence, then rushed out of the cavern without looking back. He must leave the land of fields as soon as possible. The commotion here had likely already alerted the main Otoge forces. Meanwhile, Hinata, clutching the irrefutable evidence, was speeding through the forest at her utmost velocity. Her Byakugan's field of vision was fully expanded, evading any possible tracking and interception. There was only one thought in her mind: faster. Faster. She must deliver the evidence safely back to Konoha. She recalled the resolute and trusting gaze Mingren gave her when he pushed her out of the hole, and his pale yet determined face. A surge of unprecedented courage and strength filled her entire being, making her forget fatigue and fear. I must succeed. For Mingren-kun. For Konoha. 2 days later, utterly exhausted, Hinata finally saw the outline of Konoha. She rushed toward the gate without hesitation, holding high the tightly wrapped evidence bundle. "I am Hyuga Hinata. I have urgent intelligence to see the Hokage-sama. It concerns the survival of the village." Her shout drew the attention of the guards, who recognized her, and immediately came to assist, escorting her to the Hokage's office at the fastest speed. Inside the Hokage's office the atmosphere remained heavy. When Hinata appeared before them covered in the dust of travel, and clutching the crucial evidence, everyone was stunned. "Hinata! How? What is this?" The third Hokage stood up in surprise. "Hokage-sama, this is the evidence Mingren risked his life to obtain from an outpost in the Land of Fields. It proves that the attack on the Mist Village Elder Gen was a disguise by the Dawn organization colluding with Orochimaru of Otsutsuki." Hinata urgently presented the bundle, her voice trembling with excitement and exhaustion. The office fell into silence. Kakashi and Jiraiya immediately stepped forward to examine the evidence. The torn fabric bearing the Mist Guard's insignia, imitation Konoha weapon fragments, residual dark purple energy crystals, and shards of Otsutsuki's experimental vessels. The evidence was ironclad. "Excellent." Jiraiya slapped his thigh, a look of ecstasy on his face. "With this, let's see what the Mist and Cloud villages have to say." The third Hokage's eyes also rekindled with light. He immediately ordered, "Make copies of this evidence immediately, and send them through the fastest and safest channels to Kirigakure and Kumogakure. Attach our official explanation. Simultaneously release part of the evidence to the entire shinobi world, exposing the Dawn organization's conspiracy." Konoha's massive war machine, thanks to this bundle of evidence, instantly shifted from passive defense to active counterattack. The evidence was swiftly delivered to Kirigakure. The severely injured Elder Gen, looking at the familiar fabric fragments and the conclusive energy analysis report, remained silent for a long time, then finally let out a long sigh and ordered the withdrawal of some troops stationed at the border, sending a letter of apology to Konoha expressing a desire to reopen communication. Under the pressure of irrefutable evidence and international public opinion, the fourth Hokage of Kumogakure, though still stubborn, had to temporarily curb his aggressive stance, announcing a suspension of military operations while calling for further investigation. The war clouds that had loomed over Konoha were temporarily dispelled to some extent. However, just as Konoha breathed a slight sigh of relief, an even more startling news arrived from the front lines. Mingren, who had infiltrated the Land of Fields, was intercepted by an elite Kumogakure squad, while attempting to cross the border back into the Land of Fire. They claimed to detain and investigate him for illegal border crossing and possible possession of dangerous items. Leading that Kumogakure squad was none other than Karui, the one he had briefly encountered at sea carrying 7 swords. Their true purpose was likely far more than just investigation. The newly eased situation once again became tense and confrontational due to Mingren's unexpected encounter. Alone and far from home, Mingren was now caught in a new, even greater crisis. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Fields, the wind swept up sand and stone, carrying a tense, storm-laden stillness. Naruto lay prone behind a rocky ridge, breathing heavily. His face was pale from exhaustion and days of flight, but those sharp blue eyes, as keen as an eagle's, fixed on the 5 figures slowly spreading into a fan formation and closing in from the valley below. They were the elite squad of Kumogakure, led by Karui, clad in dark combat uniforms, ninja swords on their backs, their bodies wrapped in active lightning-released chakra, resembling 5 walking thunderclouds exuding an oppressive aura. The leading kunoichi, Karui, had dark skin that gleamed with a metallic luster in the dim light. One hand rested on the hilt of the longest of the 7 swords on her back, and her eyes, like those of a leopard stalking prey, locked onto Naruto on the ridge. "Naruto Uzumaki, give up your futile resistance." Karui's voice carried the characteristic metallic quality of the Land of Lightning echoing through the valley. "You have illegally infiltrated another nation's territory under suspicious circumstances. We have the authority to take you back to Kumogakure for investigation. If you resist, it will be considered an act of war against Kumogakure." Naruto spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, grinning with a defiant smile. "Investigation? That sounds nice. You're just after the 9 tails inside me, or the commotion I caused at the Otsutsuki village, right? If you want it, come take it yourself." Anxiety churned within him. Hinata should have returned to Konoha with the evidence, but being entangled by these cloud ninjas, he had to break free as soon as possible. His chakra had been heavily depleted in the earlier battle with the gray-cloaked figure Sage Chakra, had not yet fully recovered, and the Ninetales power had temporarily fallen into silence due to forcibly merging the ice erosion force. Only the cold knowledge from the ice pact and the faint sensations from the ancient soul fragment still flowed clearly in his mind. Incorrigible! Karui's eyes turned cold, and she made a gesture. The 4 cloud ninjas behind her moved instantly. 2 flanked him from left and right at blinding speed, forming dazzling lightning in their hands. Lightning release, lightning bind. The other 2 leaped high, their hands forming seals. Dark clouds gathered overhead, electric serpents writhing. Lightning release, gratitude wave. A typical Kumogakure battle style, swift, fierce, and flawlessly coordinated, aiming to subdue the target in an instant. Naruto's pupils contracted. He fully opened his circle of stillness, combined with his keen perception of low temperatures, and instantly tracked the trajectories and energy nodes of the 4 attacks. Instead of meeting them head-on, his body drifted backward as if weightless while his hands formed seals rapidly. Sage Art Earth Release, Earth-style wall. A massive earthen wall far thicker than an ordinary one, and faintly covered with a thin layer of white frost, rose with a roar, blocking the lightning binds from both sides. The lightning struck the wall, producing a sizzling frozen sound, and its power was weakened by 30% by the layer of bitterly cold Sage Chakra. At the same time, Naruto inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, and spat out a condensed whirlwind upward. Sage Art Wind Release, Great Vacuum Sphere. The highly compressed wind bullet shot upward, precisely hitting the center of the descending gratitude wave thundercloud. The fierce wind pressure disrupted the stability of the lightning release chakra, making the falling lightning strikes scattered and weak, most of them blasting into the ground around Naruto, leaving charred craters. Oh! Karui's eyes flickered with surprise. The opponent's timing and jutsu applications surpassed that of an ordinary jonin, especially the strange cold that could weaken lightning. You do have some skill, as expected of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. But it ends here. She finally moved. Her figure, like a true bolt of lightning, crossed tens of meters in an instant. The long sword on her back slid from its sheath with a sharp ring, the blade wrapped in blinding lightning, carrying the momentum to rend everything. A single slash aimed at Naruto. Lightning release, lightning fong. Fast. Unbelievably fast. This slash's speed surpassed even the warning limit of Naruto's circle of stillness. He couldn't dodge. Alarms blared in Naruto's mind. At the critical moment of life and death, he instinctively drew upon the fragmented knowledge of guiding extreme cold energy in his mind, pouring the remaining Sage Chakra and the faint ice erosion force into his arms, crossing them before him to block. Ice armor. Crack. SZZZ. The lightning fong slammed into Naruto's crossed arms. The expected severing of his arms did not occur. A thin yet tough layer of ice crystals, shimmering with a deep blue luster, instantly covered his forearms, forcibly halting the fatal slash. Lightning and ice clashed violently, producing an ear-piercing screech. Ice chips flew, but the ice armor did not shatter completely. The tremendous impact still sent Naruto flying, crashing heavily into the rock wall behind him. A sweet taste filled his mouth as he spat blood. His arms screamed with bone-splitting pain. The covering ice armor was riddled with cracks and quickly dissipated. You managed to block my lightning fong. Karui stood with her sword, staring at the rapidly melting ice armor on Naruto's arms, her surprise deepening. That ice is not ordinary water release. She held back no more. With a wave of her long sword formation, lightning release, lightning dream, lightning man. The 4 cloud members immediately took positions at 4 cardinal points, resonating with Karui. Their lightning release chakras connected like an electric grid, forming a massive lightning barrier covering the entire valley. Inside the barrier, lightning was like a prison, the air was filled with numbing sensations, and even chakra flow became extremely difficult. This was a sealing barrier used by Kumogakure to capture large summon beasts or powerful rogue ninjas. They were clearly aiming to capture Naruto alive. At the center of the barrier, Naruto felt as if he were trapped in quicksand. Every movement was agonizingly difficult. The lightning constantly eroded his defenses, and Sage Chakra recovery lagged far behind consumption. The situation was critical to the extreme. Damn it! Is it really going to end here? Naruto clenched his teeth, a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. He could still feel the restless brutality of the Nine-Tails within him and the cold agitation from the ancient fragment in his mind, but he dared not use them recklessly again. He didn't want to taste that backlash a second time. Just as he was about to be completely consumed by the lightning, the soul fragment belonging to the Otsutsuki suddenly transmitted a clearer yet still incomplete piece of information. Not an attack or defense, but a strange method concerning energy frequency resonance and perception of weak points in spatial nodes. As if enlightened, Naruto closed his eyes. Instead of resisting the omnipresent lightning, he pushed his residual sage perception to its limit, integrating the newly gained knowledge, and focused on sensing the extremely minute fluctuation point within the massive energy flow of the lightning dream lightning man barrier, the point where the 5 chakras were not perfectly synchronized. Found it. At the southeast corner of the barrier, where 2 members connected, there existed an extremely brief ripple gap in the energy. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and within his blue pupils frost seemed to swirl. He no longer conserved power, pouring all remaining sage chakra along with the wisp of ice erosion force into his right foot. He stomped hard at the sensed gap. Sage Art Ice Shunshin. It was not a high-speed movement but a bizarre one. As if he turned into ice crystals himself, instantly dissolving and reassembling, appearing outside the barrier like a refraction of light. Only a slowly dissipating ice crystal afterimage remained. What? Penetration of the barrier? Karui and the 4 members cried out in unison, unable to believe their eyes. No one had ever forcibly escaped the lightning dream lightning man seal like that. Seizing this golden opportunity, Naruto didn't look back, pushing his speed to the limit as he fled madly into the land of fire. He had to bring the news of Kumogakure's open interception back to Konoha as soon as possible. Karui watched Naruto's retreating figure, her face as dark as thunder. She sheathed her long sword and stopped her subordinates from pursuing. No need to chase. Mission failed. She took a deep breath to calm the storm within. Immediately send this intelligence back to the village target. Naruto Uzumaki possesses an extremely special ice-based bloodline limit or secret technique that can weaken or even penetrate lightning release suspected to be linked to some ancient energy. His threat level. Recommend raising it to maximum. She stared in the direction Naruto had vanished, her eyes filled with unprecedented gravity. This Konoha Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was no longer just a simple Jinchuriki. He himself was a moving, unknown treasure, or perhaps a disaster. And at that moment, in the distant Hokage's office of Konoha, the atmosphere, which had just relaxed slightly due to Hinata's returned evidence, froze again with the arrival of urgent border intelligence. Kumoga finally couldn't resist making a move, could they? The third Hokage stared at the intelligence scroll, his fingers trembling slightly. Whether from anger or worry, it was unclear. Danzo's single eye glinted coldly. This is provocation. A declaration of war. Hiruzen, we must respond forcefully immediately. Dispatch elite troops to rendezvous with Naruto Uzumaki and apply pressure on the Kumogakure border. Jiraiya opposed no. Escalating the conflict now plays right into Dawn's hands. Our priority is to ensure Naruto's safe return. While using the evidence, we have to pressure Kumogakure on the international stage. The high command fell into argument again. And the storm's center, that scarred youth who kept breaking his limits, dragged his weary body through the mountains, racing toward the home that could offer him shelter, but also held new challenges and unknowns. The climactic battle of the volume began with a breathtaking border breakout, but the true storm was only starting to brew. The process of crossing the border was far more arduous than Naruto had anticipated. Though he temporarily shook off the pursuit of Yunin, it was clear that they had not given up. From time to time, he could sense the chakra fluctuations of small groups of Yunin reconnaissance ninjas relentlessly following him like a parasite. He had to rely on the circle of silence and his familiarity with the terrain, constantly changing routes to avoid potential blockades. The fatigue of his body and the pain from his injuries surged like a tide. The backlash from forcibly using ice armor and ice body flicker exceeded his expectations. Although the bones in his arms were not broken, the burning pain in his meridians and the tearing sensation in his muscles made every hand seal exceptionally difficult. What was even more troubling was that the excessive overexertion resulted in an extremely slow recovery of his sage chakra. while the chakra of the Nine Tails lay dormant like a beast in slumber, temporarily inaccessible. I must hurry back. Naruto gritted his teeth, holding on with an indomitable will as he stumbled through the dense forest. In his mind, fragments of knowledge about spatial resonance and the chilling control information conveyed by contract of ice flickered like a faint light in the darkness, guiding him to avoid danger and seek the safest path. 2 days later, the familiar gates of Konoha finally came into view. However, as he approached with his exhausted body, he noticed an unusually tense atmosphere. The number of gate-guarding ninjas had doubled, their gazes sharp, and their checks strict, filling the air with a palpable sense of impending storm. Halt! Identify yourself! The guard captain barked sternly, his kunai aimed threateningly at Naruto, who was ragged and bloodied. It's me, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto raised his head, revealing a face smeared with dirt and blood. Upon recognizing him, the guard captain's expression grew complex, a mix of relief and unspoken vigilance. He signaled his subordinates to lower their weapons, yet his tone remained grave. Uzumaki Naruto, please come with us to the Hokage Tower for a debriefing. Also, please cooperate with our inspection. Inspection? Naruto frowned. It's a requirement, please understand. The guard captain said expressionlessly as two Chunin stepped forward, indicating Naruto to disarm, even though he had little weaponry left, and undergo a simple search and chakra examination. This nearly suspect-like treatment ignited anger within Naruto, but recalling the village's current situation and the news he brought back, he suppressed his feelings and complied with the inspection. As he walked toward the Hokage Tower, he could feel countless gazes upon him. Some were concerned, some curious, but most held a scrutinizing and faintly rejecting air. Whispers from the street corners seemed to intermingle with terms like troublemaker and Yunin's excuse. The oppressive atmosphere made him feel a weight in his chest. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was even more tense. The third Hokage, two advisors Jiraiya Tsunade and Karui as a Yunin envoy cheer were present, and Danzo was glaringly among them. As Naruto entered, all eyes instantly focused on him. Grandpa Hokage, I'm back. I have evidence. Hinata should have brought it back by now, right? Yunin intercepted me at the border trying to. We have received the evidence, and it has proven useful. The third Hokage interrupted him, his tone steady yet carrying a hint of barely detectable fatigue. The misunderstanding with Kirigakure has been temporarily resolved. However, Naruto, regarding your unauthorized departure from the village and the conflict with Yunin at the Land of Rice border, you need to provide a detailed explanation. Especially about that ice ability you used, which does not belong to conventional ninjutsu. The topic directly pointed to Naruto's most crucial secret. Danzo scoffed coldly, his one eye sharp as a hawk's gaze fixated on Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, you left the village without permission, violating a prohibition, which is one crime. Engaging in fierce conflict with unidentified forces, referring to sound ninjas, and ninjas from another country, referring to Yunin, nearly provoking a large-scale war, which is a second crime. Possessing a dangerous power of unknown origin that poses a potential threat to the village's safety, which is a third crime. All these offenses warrant severe punishment according to village regulations. His words hung like cold chains, attempting to bind Naruto tightly. Danzo, stop with the alarmist rhetoric. Jiraiya immediately retorted. Naruto risked his life to bring back evidence vindicating the village's honor. His merits outweigh his faults. As for his power, that is his fortune and also the village's strength. An unknown power, whether it is a blessing or a curse, remains to be seen. Mitoiman Yen said in a deep voice, especially this ability that can easily penetrate lightning barriers. If it falls into the hands of enemy nations or is imitated, the consequences would be dire. We must thoroughly investigate its origin and nature. Kagura also chimed in. Moreover, with the Yunin envoy present, they demand an explanation regarding the border conflict. Uzumaki Naruto, you engaged in battle with forces suspected to be sound ninjas within the Land of Rice using a power of unknown nature. Then, at the border of Kaminari, you illegally crossed the border and attacked our Yunin patrol team, employing an ice secret technique that can weaken or even penetrate lightning ninjutsu. What is your explanation for this? Do you possess some dangerous, forbidden technique? Or are you associated with certain taboo entities? Her questioning pushed Naruto into the spotlight, placing Konoha in an awkward situation. Should they protect Naruto and confront Yunin Hiden? Or under pressure should they hand over Naruto for investigation? Naruto gazed at the prominent figures who held the village's fate in their hands, observing their eyes filled with concerned suspicion or coldness. He recalled his desperate battles outside all to bring back the evidence, and an inexplicable feeling of grievance and anger surged within him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions, and looked straight at the third Hokage. Grandpa Hokage, I left the village to find evidence to prove the village's innocence. I was in the land of rice to dismantle the conspiracy of Dawn and the sound ninjas. As for my power, he paused. The blue light of contract of ice, and the stirring of the Otsutsuki soul fragment flashed through his mind, and he ultimately chose a vague explanation. That is something I comprehended during my training, combining sage arts and some ancient heritage. It belongs to me and to Konoha. I can use it to protect the village, not to be interrogated like a monster. His words struck with conviction, filled with the stubbornness and undeniable belief of youth. The office fell into a brief silence. At that moment there was a gentle knock on the door. Upon permission, Hyuga Hizashi entered with Hinata. Hizashi first bowed to the third Hokage, and the elders then calmly surveyed the room, finally resting his gaze on Naruto, and said lightly regarding the ice ability used by Uzumaki Naruto, my Hyuga clan can testify that its power source is pure and not malevolent. In previous missions he had utilized this power to assist Hinata in stabilizing the Snow Clan's sacred artifact contract of ice, thereby averting greater disasters. Based on my observation of his character, there is no intention to harm the village. His intervention carried significant weight. The Hyuga clan, being the oldest ocular jutsu family in Konoha, held high authority in matters concerning energy nature. Hinata also mustered her courage and took a step forward. Though her voice was small, it was clear Lord Hokage esteemed elders Naruto-kun. He has always been thinking of the village. If it weren't for his risking himself to obtain evidence, the village might have already. Please trust him. The father-daughter duo's statements were like a reassuring stone cast into the turbulent undercurrents. The third Hokage's expression softened somewhat as he looked at Karui. As you can see, while Naruto's power is unique, it is not forbidden, nor is there evidence linking it to dangerous forces. Regarding the border conflict, we maintain that it was your side that initiated the unwarranted interception. As for Naruto's unauthorized departure from the village, we will handle it according to our regulations. His words indicated Konoha's stance, to protect Naruto and not to compromise with Yunin. Karui watched the scene unfold, realizing there would be little progress today. She cast a deep glance at Naruto as if to imprint this boy, who had repeatedly surprised her, into her memory, then slightly bowed to the third Hokage. In that case, I will report your village's position accurately to Lord Raikage. Farewell. After saying this, she turned and left the office. The pressure from Yunin had temporarily lifted, but the atmosphere in the office remained tense. Danzo scoffed coldly, and also left, leaving behind a warning. Hizashi, you will regret today's decision. The remaining high-ranking officials began discussing how to handle Naruto. Ultimately, with the insistence of the third Hokage and Jiraiya, it was decided that Naruto would be placed under house arrest for a month as punishment for leaving the village without permission, and he would need to report his physical and power status to the medical department regularly. This was already the lightest punishment. As he left the Hokage tower, the sun was setting. Naruto gazed at the fading red in the sky and let out a long sigh. Though the process had been tortuous, he had at least managed to get through this phase for now. Naruto-kun. Hinata's voice came from behind. Naruto turned his head and saw Hinata standing not far away, her hands nervously clasped together, her face reflecting concern mixed with a hint of relief. Thank you, Hinata, Naruto said sincerely, and thank you, Hizashi. Hinata shook her head, a blush creeping onto her face. I didn't do anything. It was Naruto-kun who was amazing. Looking at her shy yet earnest expression, the gloom in Naruto's heart seemed to dissipate. He smiled and was about to say something when his gaze inadvertently swept toward the direction of Hokage. In the shadow of the statue of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, he seemed to vaguely see a very blurry outline, like a watercolor brushstroke, quietly overlooking the entire village. That outline vanished in an instant, as if it were merely an illusion under the sunset. Yet within Naruto's body, the dormant Otsutsuki soul fragment stirred subtly at this moment, transmitting a faintly ancient and weak sense of resonance. The days of being confined were far from pleasant. Although he no longer faced direct inquiries from the higher-ups or the threats from Yoon, the feeling of being constantly watched by unseen eyes left Naruto on edge. Outside his apartment, at least 3 groups were taking turns to keep watch. The Umbu directly under the Hokage Danzos route and sensory ninjas sent by the medical team to observe his physical condition. Training had also become a constrained affair. He dared not casually attempt to merge with the Nine-Tails power or delve deep into his ice abilities, fearing unnecessary troubles and suspicions. Most of the time he could only engage in the most basic chakra control exercises or study the scrolls left by Jiraiya about the foundational theories of sage arts, trying to find a theoretical method to safely utilize his new powers. In his mind, the vague ink-like silhouette he glimpsed on the Hokage rock surfaced from time to time like a brand. Every time he thought of it, a faint yet undeniable tremor resonated from the fragments of the Otsutsuki's soul within him, as if reminding him of something. What exactly was it? An enemy or a friend? Or was it related to this ancient soul fragment? This uncertainty was more distressing than the confinement of his body. That evening, after a day of dull training, he stood by the window gazing at the gradually illuminating lights of countless households in the distance, feeling a sense of frustration. At that moment, a faint sound like leaves softly landing on the ground came from the roof. It was neither the Umbu nor a routine patrol from route. The sound was so faint it was almost non-existent. Had it not been for Naruto's circle of silence being maintained instinctively after a long time, he would not have noticed it at all. Someone had infiltrated the surveillance circle, and their skills were remarkably high. Naruto instantly became alert, his body tense, chakra flowing quietly, yet he made no sudden moves. He pretended not to notice, continuing to stare out the window, while concentrating all his perception on the roof. The person on the roof seemed equally cautious, remaining still for a full quarter of an hour without any movement, merely quietly observing. Naruto could feel a cold, scrutinizing gaze devoid of any emotion sweeping across his back like a scalpel, as if evaluating something. This feeling was even more uncomfortable than Danzo's desire-laden gaze. Finally, that gaze shifted away. A barely audible sigh came from the roof, and then the presence vanished silently, leaving no trace. Naruto abruptly turned around, rushing to the window, activating the circle of silence to its fullest, yet he could no longer detect any anomalies. The intruder had come and gone in a mysterious manner, as if they had never been there. Who was it? Naruto frowned, filled with questions. Was it someone from the Dawn organization? Or another force coveting his power? What was the purpose of their visit? Merely to observe? That night Naruto tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The next day he tried to inquire with Kakashi or Jiraiya about any unusual individuals infiltrating the village, but both stated they had received no relevant reports. The surveillance records from the Umbu and route were also normal, as if everything from last night was just an illusion. But Naruto was certain it was not an illusion. The cold, scrutinizing feeling along with the subtle reaction of the soul fragments within him could not be mistaken. Just as he was deep in thought, Hinata arrived. She was one of the few allowed to visit Naruto under guard. She carried a food box containing carefully made snacks and chakra-replenishing medicinal food. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Hinata asked, worriedly, noticing the lingering seriousness on Naruto's face. "I'm fine." Naruto managed a strained smile as he accepted the food box. "Thank you, Hinata." They sat in the living room, the atmosphere somewhat silent. Naruto contemplated several times whether to ask Hinata if she sensed anything, but he felt it inappropriate to involve her in this unknown danger. However, the attentive Hinata noticed his hesitance. After a moment of hesitation, she said softly, "Naruto-kun, if you have any worries, you can talk to me. I might not be able to help much, but at least I can listen." Looking into her pure and concerned Byakugan, Naruto felt warmth in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he selectively told her about the strange feeling of being watched last night and the vague outline he saw on the Hokage rock, omitting the details regarding the Otsutsuki soul fragment. "That's how it is. I feel like there's someone or something watching me in the dark." But Kakashi-sensei and the perverted sage both said there were no abnormalities. Naruto sighed. Hinata listened seriously, a thoughtful expression appearing on her fair face. After a moment she said, "In the past couple of days, I did not find any unusual strong chakra, while patrolling around the village with my Byakugan. However, she paused, seeming to organize her thoughts. While Byakugan can perceive chakra pathways and forms, there are times when it may have blind spots for certain entities that are exceptionally skilled at hiding or whose chakra nature seamlessly blends with the natural environment. Naruto-kun's feeling must not be unfounded. I believe you. I will pay more attention to the movements around the village, especially near the Hokage rock. Hinata. Naruto looked at her serious expression, feeling touched yet somewhat worried. You must be careful too. Hinata nodded vigorously. After sending her off, Naruto's mood did not lighten much. Hinata's trust and support warmed him, but the feeling of an unknown threat loomed over him like dark clouds. He realized he could not sit idly by. During his confinement, he had to do something. He redirected his attention to the Forbidden Techniques notebook, a replicated study note that Jiraiya had sealed along with the fragmented knowledge from the contract of ice and the Otsutsuki fragments. Since he could not engage in actual energy manipulation, he would conduct pure theoretical deductions and knowledge integration. He attempted to cross-verify and logically sort out the concepts of harmonizing sage energy descriptions of spatial structures from the notebook, information on extreme cold control from the contract of ice, and the transcendent perspective brought by the Otsutsuki fragments. This process was extremely tedious and mentally exhausting, but Naruto found joy in it. He felt like a traveler groping in the dark, trying to piece together a complete map from a few glimmers of light. Gradually, he developed a deeper and more systematic understanding of his own powers, the essence of energy, and even the application of the Circle of Silence. He vaguely sensed that the Circle of Silence was not merely about perception. It seemed more like a prototype of a domain. If he could further refine it, perhaps it could not only perceive but also influence the flow of energy within a certain range, even exert a degree of control. This thought made his heart race. If it could be realized, even the most rudimentary influence would be revolutionary in battle. While Naruto was immersed in theoretical exploration, outside the village of Konoha, deep within the Forbidden Death Forest, the mysterious figure that had once peered at Naruto reappeared. It, or rather they remained as indistinct as ink sketches, quietly standing atop a dead giant tree, gazing in the direction of Konoha. In its hand it toyed with a peculiar substance that constantly changed forms, sometimes resembling liquid metal, other times solidified darkness. The growth of the container exceeds expectations. A voice, neither male nor female, devoid of emotional fluctuation, resonated directly in the air, without passing through vocal cords. The Otsutsuki's contract is deepening its fusion with the rules of this world. Interesting. It raised its hand, and the peculiar substance floated in its palm, emitting faint waves that subtly resonated with the soul fragments within Naruto. Interference must be eliminated. Dawn is merely insignificant dust. The true trial is about to begin. The figure slowly dissipated like ink dropped into water without a sound. Only the peculiar substance remained in place, flickering, slightly resembling an ominous eye watching over the tumultuous shinobi world. Meanwhile, far away in the land of Thunder, Raikage AI looked at the detailed report brought back by Karui, especially the description of Naruto's unique ice abilities, his rugged face showing unprecedented seriousness and a hint of undisguised greed. Ice that can weaken or even penetrate lightning. Suspected to be an ancient inheritance. He muttered to himself, clenching his fist, lightning crackling around his body. Konoha truly hides something extraordinary. No more waiting. He suddenly stood up, ordering his secretary Mabui, notify Killer B to end his training and return immediately. Also contact Inoki from Iwagakure and Gaara from Sunagakure. Some business needs to be discussed. A greater storm was silently gathering in the shadows of the shinobi world. And at the center of this storm, Naruto remained oblivious, desperately accumulating power in the limited space he had, waiting for the day he would break free. The days of confinement slowly passed in tedium and anxiety. Naruto felt like an insect trapped in amber, acutely aware of the changing winds of the outside world, yet powerless to escape. The fleeting ink-like silhouette atop Hokage rock, along with the cold gaze from the rooftop, pierced his heart like two invisible thorns. He was convinced that an unknown and extremely dangerous undercurrent was silently approaching Konoha, with the target likely being himself. conventional training and theoretical deductions could no longer satisfy the urgency building within him. He needed a breakthrough, a way to shatter the stalemate and at least glimpse more truths. He placed his hopes on a deeper exploration of the circle of silence. According to previous theoretical deductions, if he could elevate this field of perception from receiving information to subtle influence, even if it was just to interfere with his opponent's chakra perception or briefly obscure his own presence, it would result in a qualitative change. He began undertaking extremely dangerous attempts to maintain the circle of silence while evenly distributing his highly refined sage chakra throughout the entire domain like the finest threads. This required an almost perverse level of control over his chakra. A slight misstep could lead to a chakra meltdown. Each initial attempt ended in failure. The chakra threads either could not be evenly distributed or would instantly dissipate. The most dangerous attempt even triggered a stir within his body's nine-tails chakra, causing him to stop immediately drenched in cold sweat. Yet he did not give up. Relying on the stubborn resilience of the Uzumaki clan and his unwavering determination, he failed, repeatedly adjusting each time. The vague memories of energy micromanipulation from the Otsutsuki fragments in his mind, along with the insights about energy stability and form changes conveyed by the contract of ice, became the lighthouse guiding his exploration in the dark. After countless failures on a quiet night, as he once again immersed his mind into that formless field of perception, a miracle happened. The countless delicate threads of sage chakra finally spread successfully and stably across a spherical space of approximately 10 meters in radius centered around him. They intertwined like a spider's web, yet did not interfere with each other, slowly circulating and creating a marvelous resonance with the natural energy within the domain. With a slight shift in thought, Naruto attempted to drive these chakra threads to oscillate gently at a specific frequency. A hum. An invisible weak wave spread out from him. Though invisible to the naked eye in Naruto's perception, the light within that 10-meter radius seemed to undergo extremely subtle distortions, and the flow of air momentarily stagnated. More critically, he felt that the chakra fluctuations he emitted were greatly weakened and interfered with by this invisible domain. Success. The advanced application of the circle of silence. Sage Art Dust Veil Domain. Although the range was small, the duration brief, and the consumption of mental energy and chakra immense, this was undoubtedly a milestone breakthrough. Just as he was overjoyed and prepared to further familiarize himself with this new ability, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted him. It was Kakashi, his expression graver than ever. Naruto, something has happened, Kakashi stated succinctly. In the northeastern direction of the village, near the border outpost of the Valley of the End, it was attacked by an unidentified assailant last night, and all personnel were annihilated. There were no traces of the enemy's chakra left at the scene, only some stains resembling dried ink. Ink stains. A sudden jolt ran through Naruto's heart, as he instantly recalled the ink-like silhouette on Hokage Rock. Additionally, Kakashi continued his gaze sharp as he looked at Naruto. According to the vague description from a survivor, a lower ninja, who narrowly escaped while patrolling the outskirts, the attacker seems not to be a physical entity, but rather a flowing humanoid shadow. A shadow, the ink silhouette, the cold gaze, all the clues connected in an instant. It's them! Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi-sensei, it's that guy who was spying on me before. He's made his move. Kakashi nodded. The higher-ups share this judgment. The opponent's methods are bizarre, their intentions unclear, but their strength is terrifying. Currently there is significant disagreement within the village. Danzo advocates for your immediate relocation and more stringent protection, even suggesting that you be placed under the supervision of the root organization. Lord Third and Lord Jiraiya, however, insist that you are safer within the village. Naruto clenched his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. Danzo again. Even with an external enemy present, all he thinks about is internal strife and control. I can't keep hiding here. Naruto said resolutely. That guy's target is me. If I don't show up, he might attack more innocent outposts or even infiltrate the village. I have to go out. Draw him out. No. It's too dangerous. Kakashi immediately opposed. The opponent's strength is unfathomable. Acting alone would be tantamount to delivering yourself to death. Then give me a team. Or let the pervy sage come with me. Naruto argued. It's better than sitting here and waiting to die. Kakashi-sensei, you know I have new abilities to protect myself. He demonstrated the newly mastered Dust Veil domain. Although it was merely a prototype, that peculiar energy fluctuation still caused a glimmer of surprise in Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi fell silent. He knew deeply that Naruto spoke the truth. Passive defense was always the worst strategy, especially when facing such an elusive enemy. But letting Naruto act as bait was far too risky. Just then, an Umbu suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee to report, "Captain Kakashi, Lord Hokage summons you urgently. The border patrol team has reported that near the Valley of the End, they discovered what appears to be traces of the assailant. The opponent seems to be lingering without taking further action." Lingering? Are they waiting for something? Naruto and Kakashi exchanged glances, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. "I'll go." Naruto wasted no time. "I'll go with you." Kakashi finally made his decision. "But all actions must follow my command. Absolutely no impulsiveness." Moments later, the two figures silently left Konoha, racing towards the northeastern direction of the Valley of the End. Naruto had finally temporarily escaped the cage of confinement, but ahead awaited even more unpredictable dangers. At the Valley of the End, the roaring waterfalls continued to thunder. The giant statues of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara stood facing each other across the river, witnessing the vicissitudes of history. When Naruto and Kakashi arrived, an eerie silence permeated the valley, and even the sounds of birds and beasts had vanished. Naruto's circle of silence fully unfurled, instantly capturing an extremely subtle yet oppressive energy source located right above the statue of Hashirama Senju. He looked up to see that ink-like outlined figure quietly standing there, looking down at them. Unlike before, when it was merely peering, this time the figure seemed to have solidified slightly. Although still indistinct, it could be vaguely discerned as a tall humanoid shape. "You have finally arrived. The vessel." A voice that was neither male nor female, devoid of emotional fluctuations, resonated directly in their minds, not transmitted through the air. "Who are you? Why did you attack the outposts of Konoha?" Naruto shouted sharply, sage chakra already gathering around him, a faint orange hue appearing around his eyelids. "Just clearing away troublesome dust." The ink-like figure's voice remained flat. "My mission is to observe and select. You Uzumaki Naruto carry the contradictory existence of the Otsutsuki contract and the tainted beast of this world within you, making you a key variable. I need to confirm whether you are qualified to participate in the upcoming purification." The Otsutsuki contract, the tainted beast of this world, referring to the Nine Tails purification. These strange terms sent shockwaves through Naruto and Kakashi's hearts. "Stop the nonsense!" Naruto shouted angrily, no longer wasting words, forming hand seals. Sage Art Wind, release spiraling shuriken. A massive shuriken screeching with natural energy shot towards the top of the statue. However, the ink-like figure did not flinch or evade, merely lifted a hand. As the spiraling shuriken approached within a few meters of him, it suddenly slowed down, as if it had fallen into a bottomless pit. Its form began to distort and collapse, ultimately transforming into the most primitive chakra particles, dissipating into the air. Silently and effortlessly, it neutralized one of Naruto's strongest long-range attacks. Naruto and Kakashi's pupils constricted. "Is that all?" The ink-like figure's voice seemed to carry a hint of disappointment. "If your potential is limited to this, then there is no value in observation." He slowly raised another hand, dark energy swirling at his fingertips like thick ink, yet sparkling with starlight. "Then, disappear." A cold, killing intent far more terrifying than before instantly enveloped the entire Valley of the End. The killing intent at the Valley of the End was palpable, freezing the air itself, as if the roar of the waterfall was isolated in another world. The ink-like figure's fingertip condensed a pitch-black darkness, exuding an annihilating aura that made the soul tremble. Every cell in Naruto's body screamed danger. He knew that the next strike could never be as easily deflected as the Raisen Shuriken had been. Death. Certain death. Kakashi-sensei, get back! Naruto roared, shoving Kakashi backwards. At the same time, he held nothing back, shattering the fragile balance within his body completely. Roar! The Nine Tails' violent crimson chakra burst forth like a breached dam, breaking free from the restraints of Sage Mode and surging out madly. But this time it was different. The fragments of extreme cold energy from the ice pact along with the instinct for forced energy convergence and form fixation transmitted from the Otsutsuki soul fragment within his mind forcibly intervened in this raging torrent of power. The clarity of sage chakra, the crimson of the nine tails, and the icy blue of the frost erosion, three completely different inherently conflicting powers, formed a highly unstable, twisted, and terrifying temporary fusion under Naruto's transcendent will and the uncanny mediation of the ancient fragments. Naruto's form expanded in the interweaving of red, blue, and white light, not a complete tailed beast transformation but a semi-fox-like state. Two chakra tails composed of pure energy shimmering with ice crystals and lightning flames lashed wildly behind him. His sclera turned crimson, while his pupils transformed into icy blue vertical slits. The sage eye shadow around his eyelids intertwined with the markings of frost erosion, making him appear eerie and formidable. Sage Art Ninetales Ice Mode. He roared to the sky, his voice a mix of bestial howls and the sharp crackle of shattering ice. The energy fluctuations emanating from his body caused the ground of the entire Valley of the End to crack, freeze, and then shatter under the violent chakra. Oh! The utterly emotionless voice of the ink-like figure showed, for the first time, a hint of the slightest fluctuation. Forced fusion. A unity of contradictions. Interesting, but still crude. He lightly tapped forward with the darkness at his fingertip. There was no sound, no light burst. Only a straight pitch-black line that seemed to erase space itself, silently shooting toward Naruto. Naruto's icy blue vertical pupils instantly contracted to their limit. In his perception, wherever that black line passed, all energy, matter, and even the concept of existence were being utterly annihilated. Can't take it. Can't even block it. The only path to survival was to dodge before the black line reached him. Dust concealment domain open. Buzz. With Naruto at its center within a spherical space of 10 meters radius, light, sound, and chakra fluctuations instantly became chaotic and blurred. That invisible net of sage chakra violently trembled, attempting to interfere with and delay the destructive black line. It worked, but only slowed it down by an imperceptible instant. But for Naruto in his current state, that instant was enough. Ice body flicker. His body dissolved into a flurry of ice crystals again, attempting to refract and evade. Yet the black line seemed to lock onto his origin, ignoring the crystal afterimages, and accurately shot toward one core ice crystal. Just as it was about to strike, Chidori. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck from behind, not attacking the black line but fiercely slashing just ahead of the targeted core ice crystal. It was Kakashi. In the nick of time, using the speed and power of Chidori, he forcibly altered the trajectory of that ice crystal. SSSSS. The black line grazed the ice crystal and struck the arm of the statue of Madara Uchiha behind. No explosion, no sound. That massive stone arm vanished in an instant, as if erased by an eraser, leaving a mirror-smooth cross-section, as if it had never existed. Naruto reformed at a short distance, his face deathly pale, the fusion state nearly collapsing. The clothes on his left shoulder, along with some flesh, had been annihilated along with the grazed ice crystal, leaving a bizarre smooth wound with no blood flowing. Only an extreme cold aura preventing further deterioration. Kakashi was panting heavily, his Sharingan fixed on the ink-like figure. That previous prediction and rescue had nearly drained his mind and chakra. The ink-like figure slowly withdrew his fingers, seemingly unconcerned about the failed strike, and instead appeared more interested in Naruto's forcibly fused state. Unity of contradictions. Crude yet containing potential. Your struggle, for now, passes. His androgynous voice rang out again, carrying a superior judging tone. Observation. Continues. Next time we meet, I hope you will show a more complete capacity. With those words, his form began to rapidly fade and dissipate like ink washed away by water, along with the cold, killing intent that had enveloped the valley. Wait, who are you? What does purification mean? Naruto shouted, forcing himself up, despite his weakened state. Yet the ink-like figure did not answer, vanishing completely, leaving behind only a faint, barely perceptible residue of strange energy, with the scent of ink and starlight. Having confirmed the enemy had truly left, Naruto could no longer hold on. The semi-fox state instantly dissolved, and he collapsed to the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood mixed with ice shards. The backlash from forcibly fusing 3 powers along with the spiritual impact from the annihilating black line left him nearly depleted. Kakashi immediately rushed over to check his injuries, his expression extremely grave. The wound on Naruto's left shoulder was bizarre, as if missing at a conceptual level likely beyond the reach of conventional medical ninjutsu. We must return to the village immediately. Find Tsunadesima. Kakashi carried the unconscious Naruto on his back, glanced at the missing arm of the Madara statue, then looked at the top of the Hashirama statue, his heart heavy. This enemy who appeared suddenly and vanished mysteriously displayed power, and revealed information pointing to a level far beyond the Dawn organization, even beyond the current understanding of the shinobi world. Otsutsuki purification capacity. What secrets lay behind these words? And Naruto seemed to be drawn into the very center of this unknown storm. When Kakashi returned to Konoha carrying the severely wounded Naruto, it immediately caused an uproar. Tsunade personally intervened, employing every means available to barely stabilize Naruto's condition. But the bizarre missing wound on his left shoulder baffled even her. She could only temporarily seal the wound with powerful yang-release chakra to prevent further deterioration. At the high-level meeting after hearing Kakashi's report, everyone fell silent. The power displayed by the enemy was beyond their comprehension. Spatial annihilation. An attack at the conceptual level. Jiraiya's face paled. This is by no means within the realm of conventional ninjutsu. What the hell is that guy? Otsutsuki. The third Hokage repeatedly mulled over the term, his gaze profound. Scattered records in ancient texts speak of a clan from beyond the heavens. A godly race. Could the legends be true? Danzo's single eye gleamed with calculation, his greed and wariness reaching their peak at Naruto's ability to briefly contend with such an existence through his fusion power. Regardless, the enemy's target is clearly Naruto. Tsunade said solemnly. We must strengthen his protection, and at all costs investigate the origin of that ink figure and the so-called Otsutsuki. While Konoha was shaken by this encounter in various dark corners of the shinobi world, certain ancient existences seemed to sense this unusual aura of annihilation, and the violent fluctuations of the Otsutsuki pact opening their eyes from slumber. At that moment, Naruto, lying unconscious on the hospital bed, sank into a peculiar dream. He seemed to float beneath an endless starry sky, with the burning land of the shinobi world beneath his feet. Before him, a colossal divine tree piercing through the stars, and the mortal world slowly swayed its branches. Under the tree, countless figures clad in white robes with horns on their foreheads knelt in worship. One of them slowly raised its head to look at him, and its eyes shared the same origin as the soul fragment within him. The storm had only just begun to reveal a corner. In the special ward of Konoha Hospital, the air was filled with a peculiar blend of disinfectant and medicinal herbs. Naruto lay on the hospital bed, his face still pale, but his breathing had steadied. The eerie smooth wound on his left shoulder was wrapped in layers of sealing techniques and bandages emitting a faint frigid aura. Tsunade had just finished a meticulous examination, her brows furrowed deeply. The physical injuries are healing rapidly under the influence of the sage body and yang release. In fact, the total chakra reserves have even increased due to this extreme compression. Tsunade addressed Jiraiya and Kakashi, who were keeping vigil by the bedside. However, the toll on his mental state is immense. The method of forcibly merging different natures of power has placed a heavy burden on his soul and will. More importantly, this wound. She pointed at Naruto's left shoulder. This is not ordinary physical or energy damage. It feels more like an erasure at the level of some rule. My medical ninjutsu can only temporarily seal it, preventing its spread, but cannot regenerate it. I fear we need to find a power of the same origin, or one of a higher order to possibly repair it. Jiraiya looked at his unconscious disciple, the usual levity gone from his face, replaced by gravity. What exactly is that ink-like being? Otsutsuki purification vessel. Every word he said sends chills down my spine. Kakashi added, according to the Umbu's investigation of the Valley of the End, the missing part of the Uchiha Madara statue has no trace of matter or energy residue, as if it never existed. This kind of attack is unprecedented. At that moment, Naruto's eyelashes trembled on the bed, and he slowly opened his eyes. Those azure blue eyes were initially dazed but quickly regained clarity, carrying a hint of survivor's trance and profound exhaustion. Naruto, how do you feel? Jiraiya immediately stepped forward. Perverted hermit. Kakashi-sensei. Granny Tsunade. Naruto's voice was hoarse. He tried to sit up, but the movement pulled at the wound on his left shoulder, and a bone-chilling icy pain made him grunt. Don't move. Tsunade pressed him down. Your injury is troublesome, you need rest. Naruto felt the hollow sensation of nothingness in his left shoulder, and recalled the earth-shattering finger from the Valley of the End still shaken. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and recounted in detail the words of the ink-like figure before he lost consciousness, as well as the strange dream of the starry divine tree to the three of them. The Otsutsuki Pact. Does it refer to the ancient soul fragment inside me? The beast of this world's filth is the Nine Tails. What does he want to purify? And what is the screening of vessel for? Naruto's eyes were filled with confusion and urgency. Jiraiya and the others listened, their expressions growing even more solemn. The information Naruto brought not only confirmed the enemy's terror, but also revealed a vast mystery that might involve the very origin of the world. Otsutsuki. If the ancient records are true, they are deities from beyond the sky who plant divine trees and harvest chakra fruits. If that ink-like figure is related to the Otsutsuki, then the purification he mentioned might. Jiraiya's voice grew dry, and he dared not think further. Whatever his goal, we must prepare, Kakashi said gravely. His strength far exceeds Kage level. Conventional ninjutsu and tactics may be ineffective. We need greater power and also more allies. Tsunade nodded. I will continue researching your injury, and also mobilize all medical resources and ancient texts to find records about the Otsutsuki and that kind of rule-based damage. Jiraiya intelligence gathering is entrusted to you. Kakashi, the village's internal defense and patrols must be further strengthened, especially Naruto's protection. As the Konoha High Command urgently adjusted their strategy, due to the appearance of the ink-like figure, another war, without smoke, was unfolding in the Hokage's office. Danzo stood leaning on his cane before the third Hokage, his single eye gleaming with sharp light. Hiruzen, will you still hesitate even now? The power of that monster, you saw it too. It is something no mortal can contend with. Uzumaki Naruto is the key. Inside him is not only the Nine Tails but also an ancient power that could briefly contend with such a being. This is Konoha's chance. Our only chance to seize absolute power, unify the shinobi world, and even face the unknown threat. He stepped forward, his aura pressing. Hand him over to me. The root has the ability to unearth all his potential and completely master that power. Not like now, letting him be an unstable time bomb, repeatedly dragging the village into danger. The third Hokage took a deep drag of his pipe. Amidst the swirling smoke, his face appeared exceptionally aged, but his eyes remained as firm as a rock. Danzo, power is never the goal, protection is. The third spoke slowly, his voice low but carrying unyielding authority. That boy Naruto's power stems from his heart to protect his comrades and the village. If you follow your way and turn him into a tool without feelings, will that power still exist? It would likely only give birth to another, even more terrifying monster. He stood up, his gaze piercing as he looked at Danzo. Where leaves of Konoha dance, fire burns ever brighter. The fire will illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. This is the will of fire, not the extreme control that drags everything into darkness. My decision regarding Naruto is final. He will remain in the sunlight, guided and protected by us. There is no need for further discussion. Danzo stared fixedly at the third, cold light flickering in his single eye. Finally, he let out a cold snort, said no more, and turned to leave the office. But the coldness and resolve in his back made the air seem to freeze. He knew that, under the protection of the third Jiraiya and others, he could not move Naruto for now. But he would never give up. He needed to wait for an opportunity, or create one. A few days later, Naruto's physical condition stabilized. Although the wound on his left shoulder remained troublesome, he was able to get out of bed and move around. He was allowed limited freedom of movement within the village under the strict protection of the Umbu. Having gone through a life-and-death trial, Naruto seemed to have matured. He was no longer as restless as before, but instead devoted more time to sorting out and deepening his understanding of his own power. He repeatedly replayed every detail of his battle with the ink-like figure, especially the feeling of forcibly merging the three powers. Sage Mode, Ninetales Ice Erosion, and the fragment of Otsutsuki. Naruto sat alone in a corner of the training ground, eyes closed in concentration. Their natures are completely different. The backlash from forced fusion is too great. Perhaps I shouldn't seek fusion but rather find a way of coexistence and conversion. He attempted not to twist the three powers into a single rope, but to let them flow like streams in specific meridians within his body without interfering with each other, yet able to quickly convert or superimpose power natures through certain nodes when needed. This process was also difficult, but compared to forced fusion it seemed more feasible and placed much less burden on his body. His mastery of the microdust hidden domain also improved. Although the range had not expanded, the duration and concealment effect had significantly increased. One evening Hinata came to visit. Looking at the thick bandages on Naruto's left shoulder, her eyes were filled with deep concern. "Naruto-kun, your injury." "It's nothing, Hinata." Naruto smiled and flexed his right arm. "Just a small wound, it'll heal soon." Hinata knew he was putting on a brave front but didn't call him out. She set down the food box she had brought and said softly, "Naruto-kun, I've been having some new insights during my training recently. Father said that my Byakugan seems to be able to see deeper things." "Oh, really? That's great." Naruto was genuinely happy for her. Hinata hesitated for a moment, then continued, I can vaguely sense that inside you, besides the power of Sage Mode and the Ninetales, there is also a very, very ancient, very cold aura like a sleeping star. Is that the Otsutsuki Pact? Naruto was taken aback, not expecting Hinata's Byakugan to perceive such a subtle level. He nodded. "Yeah, it should be, but I still don't understand what it is exactly. I believe Naruto-kun can definitely master it." Hinata said, her gaze firm and gentle. "Because Naruto-kun grows stronger to protect." Looking at her pure and trusting eyes, the gloom in Naruto's heart seemed to dissipate. He nodded firmly. "Yes, thank you, Hinata." Under the setting sun, the two sat side by side. Although no more words were spoken, a silent understanding and support flowed between their hearts. However, beneath this brief tranquility, the undercurrents of the shinobi world surged ever more violently. In Kumogakure, the fourth Hokage stared at the intelligence regarding the severe injury of Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki, and the appearance of a mysterious powerful enemy, lightning flickering in his eyes. "Opportunity," he muttered to himself. "Konoha is in disarray. This is the time for us to act. Inform everyone the plan is ahead of schedule." In Iwagakure, Inoki looked at similar intelligence, a meaningful smile on his old cunning face. "Chaos, chaos. The more chaotic the better for us." Sunagakure, Kirigakure. All the major villages were stirring due to the successive incidents in Konoha. And deep underground in a secret base, unknown to the world, Konoha's Ninetales brat got injured and stirred up something terrible. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips, his golden reptilian eyes burning with excitement and greed. "Looks like the karma plan needs to be accelerated. Sasuke-kun, you must grow up quickly." His gaze fell on a figure silently training in the darkness, a young boy surrounded by black curse mark power. The dawn light of Konoha filtered through the window lattice, spilling across Naruto's pallid face. Seated cross-legged on his hospital bed, he sank his consciousness inward, meticulously sensing the eerie wound upon his left shoulder. Tsunade's sealing technique radiated warmth like sunlight, halting the wound's deterioration. Yet the chilling void of its non-existence, and the faint frigid trace of cosmic law lingering within, remained unmistakably palpable. This scar was both a threat and a window. Each time his sage art perception or the fragmented power of the Otsutsuki soul shards brushed against it, he caught fleeting, incomprehensible fragments, warped stellar coordinates, ghostly echoes of ancient rituals, and a ravenous, almost predatory gaze fixed upon the very essence of chakra. "What exactly does that man want me to see?" Naruto frowned deeply. He resolved not merely to passively sense but to actively guide an infinitesimal thread of sage chakra delicate as a probe toward the residual traces of alien law edging the wound. A resonant hum. His mind jolted violently. A far clearer vision flashed forth in the infinite void. Countless planets hung like withered fruit from colossal vein-like branches. And at their origin rose a tree of unimaginable scale piercing through countless dimensions. An indescribable sorrow coupled with an all-consuming hunger surged back along that slender thread of chakra crashing against Naruto's awareness. Ugh! Naruto grunted, severing the connection instantly. Cold sweat beaded upon his brow. The vision's torrent of information and emotion was too vast, too corrosive. His current mental fortitude could not bear it. No, far too dangerous. His heart still raced with aftershock, yet a quiet certainty settled within him. But this path may yet lead to the truth. He realized the scar was more than trauma. It was a key, perilous, precious, and uniquely capable of unlocking the secrets of the Inkwash figure and the entire Otsutsuki clan. He would need greater mental resilience and finer control before he could explore it safely. As Naruto struggled upon his sickbed to decipher the scar's enigma, unseen currents beyond Konoha had already swelled into a raging tide. At the border of the land of fire, within a secluded mountain valley, the towering figure of the Fourth Hokage stood like an iron citadel crackling with suppressed lightning. His sharp gaze swept over two figures before him. One cloaked in the blackened clouded robe of the Akatsuki, a spore clone of Zetsu, the other draped in gray, wearing a featureless white mask, an emissary of the Dawn organization. Raikage-sama, have you reached your decision regarding our proposal? The Dawn emissary spoke in a rasping voice like grinding metal. Konoha now faces internal strife and external threats. Its Nine-Tails Jinchuriki gravely wounded mysterious enemies circling. This is a Ancient Millennium opportunity. Our Dawn organization can provide exhaustive intelligence. The weaknesses of Konoha's barrier system's precise troop deployments even assist you in restraining or even capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. All you must do is apply sufficient pressure upon Konoha at the opportune moment, and tacitly permit certain modest operations within the Land of Lightning. Zetsu's clone let out a grotesque chuckle. It is high time Konoha, the great tree, had some of its superfluous branches pruned. Rotting roots only breed deeper darkness. The Hokage crossed his arms. Lightning snapped and sputtered across his skin, his voice a low, thunderous rumble. Easy to say. Konoha's legacy remains formidable. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Jiraiya, and those other old foxes still draw breath. And what of that mysterious foe who struck down the Nine-Tails brat? How will you contend with him? The Dawn emissary replied with quiet confidence. Regarding the observer, we possess our own countermeasures. Though mighty, it is not omnipotent. Its actions are bound by ancient immutable laws. So long as we refrain from violating its taboos, it will not readily intervene in mortal. As for Konoha's elite combatants, he paused deliberately. We have our arrangements. Perhaps a long-lost friend of yours may choose to lend you aid at the decisive hour. A flash of calculation lit the Hokage's eyes. Konoha's decline truly presented an ideal chance to expand his influence, and the Nine-Tails' power had long been his coveted prize. Allying with such perilous factions as Dawn and Akatsuki was akin to bargaining with tigers. But risk and reward were forever entwined. I demand the most comprehensive intelligence. All operations shall be led by Kumogakure. The Hokage declared at last, his voice grave. And the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I want him alive. As you wish. The Dawn emissary murmured, bowing slightly. Beneath his mask his lips curved faintly upward. Pleasure doing business with you, Raikage-sama. Thus a conspiracy against Konoha was sealed in shadow. Almost simultaneously, deep within Root's hidden base in Konoha, a Root operative knelt before Danzo. Lord Danzo, confirmation received. Akatsuki members have secretly met with the Hokage at the border. The Dawn organization participated as well. Their target is unequivocally the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo's solitary eye glinted with icy light as his fingers tapped softly upon the armrest. Akatsuki. Wasn't that the organization where the traitor Orochimaru once served? And Dawn? Mere vermin skulking in sewers, daring to covet Konoha's treasure. He fell silent for a breath, then commanded coldly, continue surveillance. Do not alert them. Also initiate Operation Ko. It is time our weapon stepped into the light. Konoha's chaos is the richest nourishment for Root's ascendance. Yes. Meanwhile atop Myobokuzan, far from worldly clamor, Jiraiya reported to the Great Toad Sage on the confrontation at the Valley of the End. That is precisely how it unfolded. Great Toad Sage, that ink-wash figure. Its power transcends all our understanding. It spoke of the Otsutsuki and purification. Do you know anything of these? Jiraiya asked, respectful yet urgent. Deepa and Kairama, the elder toad sages, stood beside him, their expressions grave. Upon his throne the great toad sage sat with half-lidded eyes, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Yet his ancient profound voice stirred slowly, heavy with eons, the Otsutsuki visitors from a distant shore, who plant the divine tree and harvest chakra fruits, insatiable travelers of the starry void. He paused as if sifting memories older than mountains. As for purification, an ancient prophecy foretold, when the world's corruption accumulates beyond measure, the hunters shall descend, to cull and cleanse the unworthy, along with their entire world, returning all to oblivion. Jiraiya recoiled as though struck by lightning, his face draining of color. Cleansing the world, erasing it entirely? How is that possible? Prophecy is but one thread of possibility. The great toad sage murmured, his voice fading. The future lies veiled in mist. A variable has already emerged. The child of prophecy, his choice, will determine the fate of this world. Then silence returned, and Jiraiya stood frozen, his spirit roiling with cataclysmic dread. Hunters, world cleansing, the child of prophecy's choice. Every clue converged upon Naruto. Jiraiya instantly knew. He must return to Konoha without delay, and he resolved with unshakable conviction to impart every secret of sage art to Naruto, holding nothing back. Time was slipping away. All factions, spurred by the ink-wash figure's emergence and Naruto's unique nature, were accelerating their moves. An invisible net, vast and inexorable, tightened from every direction. Toward Konoha, toward Uzumaki. Naruto, yet lying unconscious on his hospital bed, Naruto remained utterly unaware. He wrestled only with the scar's whispered echoes, striving to assemble truth from those perilous remnants of alien law, and searching with desperate focus for the single path that might preserve both himself and all he cherished when the coming storm broke. The scar on Naruto's shoulder was like a frigid brand, a constant reminder of the insurmountable chasm between him and that ink-wash figure. Conventional training proved utterly futile against wounds inflicted at the level of fundamental laws. He had no choice but to devote more energy to mastering the microdust hidden domain and cautiously deciphering the residual information embedded in the scar. The process was slow and perilous. Each time his consciousness touched that icy rule, it felt like walking along a precipice. Late that night, he once again attempted to channel a thread of sage chakra into the scar's edge. This time he did not see the terrifying divine tree devouring the stars. Instead he caught a glimpse of a more fragmented yet seemingly more essential stream of information. About the weaving and unraveling of energy, about the determination and ambiguity of physical existence. These concepts far exceeded the scope of ninjutsu, approaching the fundamental rules governing the world. Could it be that attack wasn't destruction but the unraveling of existence itself? A startling thought flashed through Naruto's mind, sending chills down his spine. If that were true, the level represented by that ink-wash figure was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Just as his mind was reeling, a violent, soul-tearing cold stab came from the scar on his left shoulder. The sealing technique flared intensely, and the yang-release chakra left by Tsunade showed signs of being eroded by the residual rule. Not good. Naruto's heart leaped in alarm. He immediately mobilized all his sage chakra to stabilize the seal, while forcibly severing his connection to the scar. He collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. In that instant he felt as if a part of his very existence was about to be erased by the icy rule. It's too much. I can't endure information of this level yet. Naruto stared at his trembling hands, a wave of powerlessness washing over him. The enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, while his own growth seemed agonizingly slow. Meanwhile, deep within the Hyuga dojo, in a secret chamber layered with barriers accessible only to the main family's core members, Hinata was undergoing an unprecedented trial. She sat cross-legged in the center of an ancient formation, eyes tightly shut, veins bulging around her Byakugan, fine beads of sweat covering her forehead. Hayashi stood outside the formation with a solemn expression, maintaining a complex hand seal as powerful chakra poured ceaselessly into the array. This was a forbidden ritual known in the Hyuga clan's ancient records as the White Eye refinement, designed to utterly wring out the potential of the Byakugan and guide it toward a higher evolution. The process was excruciating and fraught with risk. At worst, vision loss, at worst, complete destruction of the chakra pathways. Had it not been for Hinata's astonishing will and potential demonstrated in previous missions and training, and Hayashi's deep awareness of the crisis facing Konoha and the entire shinobi world, he would never have initiated this ritual lightly. Within Hinata's mind, a torrent of information was assaulting her consciousness. The Byakugan's 360-degree vision expanded infinitely. It was as if she could see the most microscopic flow of chakra, the energy veins that composed matter, and even faintly touch upon an invisible web of rules shrouding all things. The immense data stream threatened to burst her awareness. Excruciating pain surged in waves. Give up? No. In her mind flashed the image of Naruto, gravely wounded and unconscious, his resolute back, as he faced a powerful enemy alone, and his eyes filled with trust and encouragement. I can't just watch anymore. I have to become stronger, strong enough to truly protect. A tenacious conviction born from the depths of her soul sustained her, allowing her to hold onto a sliver of clarity amid the flood of information, guiding her chakra like the finest chisel along the delicate threads of the rule web, arduously expanding the boundaries of her Byakugan. After an unknown length of time, as the formation's light dimmed and Hayashi, pale-faced, released his hand seal, Hinata slowly opened her eyes. They were still the same pure white eyes, but now something ineffable seemed to have deepened in the pupils. No longer was it mere insight into chakra pathways and chakra. It was a vision closer to the essence. She could see the faint trajectories of natural energy flowing in the air, the nearly imperceptible energy imprint left by the inkwash figure on the distant Hokage rock, and even vaguely see the twisted icy residual rule lingering around the scar on Naruto's left shoulder from his hospital room. Her Byakugan had transcended its traditional limits and entered the realm of the pure eye. Though it was only an initial awakening, with the visual range and data processing capability far from perfect, this was undeniably a qualitative leap. How do you feel? Hayashi's voice carried a trace of barely perceptible weariness and concern. Hinata took in the new world through her eyes. Though still mentally exhausted, her heart swelled with strength. She rose and bowed respectfully to her father. Father, I succeeded. I can see more. Hayashi looked at the light that had settled in his daughter's eyes like a gem after polishing, and gave a slight nod, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. Good. Remember the responsibility that comes with this power. Go and see him. His condition seems unfavorable. Hinata's heart tightened, and she immediately sensed toward Naruto's direction. In her pure eye vision, the energy fluctuations from Naruto's hospital room were extremely chaotic, especially the icy rule remnant on his left shoulder, which hovered like a flickering ghost flame in the darkness, exuding an ominous aura. She did not hesitate. She turned and dashed out of the secret chamber, heading straight for the hospital. When she arrived at Naruto's room, she saw him propped against the headboard, his face pale, a faint chill emanating from the bandage on his left shoulder. Tsunade and Shizune were urgently reinforcing the seal, their expressions grave. Lady Tsunade, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked hurriedly. Tsunade frowned deeply. The residual rule in the wound suddenly became active, trying to erode the seal. The backlash was powerful. That kid almost... She did not finish, but the implication was clear. Naruto saw Hinata and forced a smile. Hinata, you're here. I'm fine. Seeing him strain like that, and the scar on his left shoulder, now more distinct in her pure eye vision, like a black hole constantly trying to devour the surrounding existence. Hinata's heart clenched painfully. She stepped forward, ignoring the eyes of others, and gently took his uninjured right hand. Naruto-kun. Her voice trembled, but her gaze was resolute. Don't give up. I can see more now. I will find a way to help you. Under her pure and steadfast gaze, Naruto felt a warm energy flow into his heart, dispelling some of the coldness and helplessness. He gripped her hand back tightly and nodded firmly. Yet this silent support and warmth between them could not dispel the thickening gloom outside the... At the boundary of the Forest of Death, on the outskirts of Konoha, a figure flickered among the trees, swift and silent like a wraith. He wore a white mask with a spiral pattern, a black tight combat suit, and carried on his back a peculiar weapon that seemed to be made of liquid metal. This was Danzo's secret ultimate weapon codenamed Kino, or rather Yamato Tenzo. His mission was to covertly eliminate any unidentified reconnaissance units attempting to approach Konoha. However, beneath his mask his brow furrowed slightly. Just moments ago through his would release secret technique that allowed him to sense plants, he had detected an extremely subtle yet malevolent chakra fluctuation, but it vanished in an instant as if it had never existed. Not an ordinary spy. Yamato's heart tightened, and he immediately transmitted the intelligence to Root through a special channel. Almost simultaneously, the Hokage's office received urgent border intelligence. Some elite units of Kumogakure had begun an abnormal concentration toward the Land of Fire's border. At the same time, within several small countries bordering the Land of Fire, large numbers of unidentified rogue ninjas had appeared, their movements vaguely forming an encirclement around Konoha. The wind was up and the storm was coming. The Third Hokage looked at the pile of intelligence on his desk and sighed deeply. He knew that the brief calm was about to end. Enemies lurked outside. Danzo was restless within, and their greatest asset Naruto was gravely wounded by a strange attack. Konoha was facing its most severe trial since the Nine-Tails rampage. He stared at the overcast sky outside the window, his gaze eventually falling on the direction of the hospital. Naruto, Hinata, Konoha's future may truly depend on you saplings. At that moment no one was aware that far beneath Konoha, in a secret laboratory remodeled from an ancient ruin, Danzo was staring at the analysis data of the rule residue on Naruto's scar displayed in a crystal ball, his single eye blazing with fanatical light. Traces of rules, the underlying code of the world. This is true eternal power. He muttered to himself, stroking the Sharingan under his bandages. Sarutobi, you will never understand. Only by mastering such power can Konoha truly stand unshaken. Soon all of this will belong to Root. The truth of the 8th volume was being slowly pushed toward an unfathomable abyss amid the struggles of various factions and the ambitions of a few. The dark clouds above the leaves did not dissipate due to the brief tranquility. Instead they grew heavier. The unusual gathering at the Union border, and the frequent activities of unidentified rogue ninjas felt like a tightening noose suffocating every person in the village. The hospital had become a de facto forbidden zone, with the guards of the Umbu and Root intertwining outside Naruto's ward, the atmosphere tense and on the brink of explosion. Inside the ward, Naruto leaned against the headboard, his complexion still pale, but his gaze was sharper than before. The warmth and determination brought by Hinata, along with the new light in her eyes that seemed to pierce through illusions, provided him with immense support. He no longer obsessed over forcefully interpreting the rules hidden within his scars, instead focusing more on consolidating his foundation and deepening his understanding of the micro-dust hidden domain. He discovered that when the micro-dust hidden domain unfolded, the cold residual rules at the scar on his left shoulder became relatively quiet, as if temporarily disrupted by this chaotic energy field. This led him to a possibility. Perhaps the micro-dust hidden domain could not only be used for concealment and interference, but in the future, as his understanding of the rules deepened, it might even serve as a barrier against that kind of annihilating force. I need a broader range and a more stable structure. Naruto closed his eyes in concentration, cautiously expanding the boundaries of the micro-dust hidden domain from 10 meters to 11 meters, 12 meters. With each expansion, the requirements for chakra control and mental strength grew exponentially. Sweat continuously dripped from his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, a silent game concerning the village's fate was underway. The crystal ball communication technique lit up, and the rugged and oppressive face of the 4th Hokage appeared on the screen. Hizashi, I don't have time to beat around the bush. The Hokage spoke bluntly, his voice like thunder. Border friction is increasing, and the blood of my Yunin youths cannot be shed in vain. You must provide a clear account regarding the illegal border crossing by Uzumaki Naruto, the attack on my Yunin ninjas, and the dangerous power he carries. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering past friendships. The 3rd Hokage's expression remained calm, but the fingers holding the pipe tightened. Slightly, Your Excellency Raikage. Regarding the border conflict, we maintain that it was your side that intercepted us without cause. As for Naruto, he is a leaf ninja and his power is used to protect the village. Where is the danger in that? It is rather your side's contact with certain underground organizations referring to Dawn that is more worthy of vigilance, isn't it? Humph. Where's the evidence? The Raikage scoffed. It is you leaf who harbors a Jinchuriki capable of using unknown ice techniques, potentially attracting calamities from beyond the heavens, which poses a threat to the entire ninja world. I propose that the 5 great nations jointly send representatives to conduct an examination of Uzumaki Naruto to ensure his power does not spiral out of control and harm the world. This so-called examination is no different from putting Naruto on the chopping block for others to butcher. Absolutely not. The Third Hokage firmly rejected his tone. Resolute. Naruto is a leaf ninja, and his issues will be handled by us. There is no need for Your Excellency Raikage and the outside world to worry. If Yunin insists on provoking conflict, Leaf will accompany you to the end. The communication was abruptly cut off amidst the tense atmosphere. The Third Hokage wearily rubbed his forehead, knowing that the Raikage's hardline stance was undoubtedly fueled by Dawn, or even Akatsuki stirring the pot behind the scenes. War seemed inevitable. Notify everyone the entire village is to enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. All ninjas on missions abroad are to be recalled as soon as possible. Strengthen the barrier's intensity, especially for aerial defense. The Third Hokage issued a series of commands. Additionally, let the people of Root tone it down a bit. The last sentence carried a deep sense of helplessness. He knew that Danzo would never miss this chaotic opportunity, but internal stability was equally crucial. As expected by the Third Hokage within the Root base, Danzo looked at his subordinate kneeling before him wearing an animal mask, a cold light flickering in his single eye. Sarutobi is still so indecisive. Danzo's voice was hoarse. With external enemies looming, he still worries about internal so-called stability. It is this weakness that has led Leaf into crisis time and again. He stood up and walked to a massive cultivation tank, submerged in a green liquid. Inside the tank, a blond boy resembling Naruto to a significant degree, but with hollow eyes, floated with his eyes closed. Countless tubes were connected around him, and the instruments displayed complex life signs and data. The report from Yamato confirmed that unidentified forces are spying on the outskirts of the Forest of Death. Their concealment methods are highly advanced, suspected to be related to Dawn, or that ink-like figure. Danzo caressed the cold glass of the cultivation tank. This is our best opportunity to seize fragments of the key amidst the chaos and complete the wedge implantation experiment. He turned to his subordinate and commanded, initiate the cicada capture plan. Target lock onto Hyuga Hinata. According to intelligence, her Byakugan seems to have undergone an unknown evolution, perhaps capable of seeing through even more secrets. Capture her, but she must be alive. As for Uzumaki Naruto, let Snake create some chaos to draw attention. Yes. As night fell, Konoha village floated in a tense tranquility. Naruto finished another round of arduous training and fell into a weary sleep. In his dreams, he once again arrived beneath the vast starry sky, the shadow of the divine tree casting darkness over the land. But unlike before, this time, the scar on his left shoulder emitted a faint blue light in the dream, resonating with a distant star in the night sky. A clearer yet still fragmented stream of information flowed into his consciousness through this resonance. Not a destructive rule, but a star map. A star map marked with several coordinates seemingly pointing to specific locations in the ninja world. One of the coordinates vaguely overlapped with a place in his memory, the Valley of the End. Meanwhile, Hinata, who was also training her pure eye late at night, suddenly opened her eyes wide. In her newfound vision, she clearly saw 2 chakra signatures with obvious malice quietly infiltrating the outer perimeter of the Hyuga clan. Their target was none other than herself. Another more concealed and sinister chakra, like a venomous snake, was stealthily approaching the direction of the hospital where Naruto lay. Crises were approaching from 2 directions simultaneously. Without any hesitation, Hinata immediately activated the alarm within the clan's territory, while forming hand seals. Under the cold moonlight, her pure white eyes seemed to burn with icy blue flames. Gentle Fist Technique 8 trigrams Empty Wall. An invisible barrier mixed with pure chakra and faint natural energy rapidly expanded from her center, enveloping the entire core area of the clan. The two infiltrating root ninjas crashed into the barrier like colliding with an invisible wall, their figures instantly exposed. Enemy attack. Protect the clan. The alarm bells and shouts from the Hyuga clan shattered the tranquility of the night. Meanwhile, a shadow-like figure, a subordinate or experiment of Orochimaru, had quietly infiltrated the corridor outside Naruto's hospital room, the cold killing intent locking onto the sleeping figure inside the ward. The truth of Volume 8 was pushed to a climax amidst the silent game and the sudden assault. What secrets did the star map in Naruto's dreams reveal? Could Hinata cope with the capture from Root? And what changes would the shadow infiltrating the hospital bring? All clues would gradually surface in the upcoming conflict. The alarm at the Hyuga clan compound pierced the night stillness. The two root ninja, forced out of hiding by the 8 trigrams vacuum wall, moved, without a moment's hesitation, like well-trained hounds lunging at Hinata from both sides with ferocity. They understood the importance of their target and knew they had to act swiftly. Yet Hinata was no longer the same person she once was. With her pure eye activated, the world revealed a completely different visage to her. The flow of chakra within her attackers, the subtle signs of muscle exertion, even the faint energy fluctuations on their ninja tools were all as clear as if she were examining them in the palm of her hand. She chose not to meet force with force. Her form drifted like a willow catkin weaving through their fierce assault. The gentle fist's palm strikes always found their mark at the critical nodes of their chakra circulation, forcing them to constantly alter their techniques and slowing their offensive. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Palm shadows bloomed like a lotus, not seeking a lethal blow, but weaving an invisible web that constricted the two root ninjas' space and disrupted their coordinated rhythm. Her fighting style shifted from passive defense to a more perceptive and proactive control. One root ninja attempted a forceful breakthrough, concentrating chakra into his limbs for a powerful taijutsu attack. But in the view of the pure eye, the path of his gathered power was unmistakable. Hinata sidestepped the brunt of his strike, her right index and middle fingers together like a serpent, striking precisely, targeting a minuscule acupoint on the inside of his elbow. Ugh! The root ninja felt the chakra in his entire arm dissipate instantly, leaving it numb and powerless, his attack crumbling. Seeing his comrade subdued, the other instantly hurled several shuriken, attached with explosive tags to create chaos. Hinata's Byakugan locked onto the trajectory of the shuriken and the energy core of the tags. Instead of retreating, she advanced, drawing a smooth arc with her palms. Rotation modified. It was not a complete spherical defense, but a chakra shield formed by concentrating the rotational force of the rotation forward, spinning at high speed. The shuriken bounced off the shield, and the explosive tags, before they could fully detonate, were forcibly suppressed and annihilated by the condensed spinning chakra. Dread filled the two root ninja. The target's strength and fighting style were completely different from the intelligence. This was no ordinary Jonin's capability. Just then Hayashi and several Hyuga clan Jonin arrived. Seeing Hinata holding her own against two elite root operatives, even gaining the upper hand, a flicker of undisguised shock and relief crossed Hayashi's eyes. Seize them, Hayashi commanded coldly. The tide turned instantly, yet Hinata's heart did not ease. Her pure eye pierced the compound walls, clearly seeing that cold serpentine chakra had already breached the hospital's outer defenses and was closing in on Naruto's ward. Father, leave this to you. Naruto is in danger. Hinata cried urgently, and without waiting for Hayashi's reply, her figure turned into a streak of white light racing toward the hospital. She pushed her speed to the limit, her mind filled with a single thought. Faster. Even faster. Meanwhile, inside the hospital ward, Naruto was not asleep. After receiving the star map information in his dream, he had been jolted awake by a strong sense of unease. The scar on his left shoulder throbbed with a cold tremor, as if responding to an external threat. He rose silently, expanding his sphere of stillness to its maximum. Outside the corridor, that cold, greasy chakra was spreading like liquid poison. So it's come. Naruto's gaze turned icy, and sage chakra began to flow within. He glanced at the heavy night outside the window, and the star map surfaced in his mind again. The coordinate point at the Valley of the End shone with an exceptionally bright light. The Valley of the End. What lies there? Before he could dwell on it, the the ward door slid open silently. A twisted boneless shadow slithered in like liquid. It was a man with a pale face and snake-like vertical pupils. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with cruelty and greed. "Nine-tails Jinchuriki. Come quietly and you'll suffer less." His voice was hoarse. Naruto said nothing, just stared at him coldly. In the perception of the sphere of stillness, the man's chakra nature resembled that of the gray-cloaked figure Orochimaru's substitute they had encountered earlier, but it was more venomous and refined. Seeing Naruto unmoved, the snake-eyed man let out a sneer, his form blurring like a ghost as he lunged. His fingernails turned black and elongated, striking at Naruto with a foul wind. Hidden shadow snake hands. Naruto was prepared. He sidestepped deftly, barely avoiding the attack, and at the same time, his right hand formed a blade covered in highly concentrated sage chakra, thrusting toward the man's ribs. Sage art finger carving. But the man's body seemed boneless, twisting at an impossible angle to evade the vital point while venomous snakes shot from his sleeve toward Naruto's face. The battle erupted instantly within the cramped ward. Naruto relied on his preemptive awareness from the sphere of stillness, and the speed and strength enhanced by Sage Mode to parry, but the man's movements were too bizarre, his angles too vicious and poisoned, forcing Naruto onto the defensive. The scar on his left shoulder sent sharp pains through him with every violent motion, disrupting his chakra flow. Cornered, a fierce glint flashed in Naruto's eyes. He stopped dodging and took a snake claw strike on his right shoulder. As blood sprayed, he slammed his left palm onto the ground. Sage art earth release, swamp of the underworld. The ward floor transformed into a muddy bog, its powerful suction trying to swallow the snake-eyed man. This wide area control technique was exceptionally effective in a confined space. The snake-eyed man's face shifted slightly. He writhed like a fish in the mud, barely escaping the pull, but his movements slowed markedly. "Now!" Naruto gritted his teeth, ignoring the pain, and brought his hands together in front of his chest. The star map blazed in his mind again, especially the coordinate point at the Valley of the End, which seemed to resonate with something inside him. In a stroke of inspiration, he stopped forcibly drawing on the ice release or Nine-Tails power, instead attempting to channel a strand of the cold, vast starry energy from the map's resonance, mixing it with sage chakra in his palm. A faint blue light, seemingly containing the mysteries of the infinite cosmos, flickered to life in his hand. What is this power? The snake-eyed man felt the vast alien aura within the blue light, so different from chakra, and showed fear for the first time. At that moment, the ward window shattered. A white figure shot in like moonlight. It was Hinata, having arrived just in time. Naruto! Before she even landed, her palm struck first. 8 trigrams empty palm infused with pure chakra blasted toward the snake-eyed man's back. With Naruto's strange stellar light ahead and Hinata's fierce 8 trigrams empty palm behind, the snake-eyed man was trapped. He roared and his body burst into a cloud of black mist, dispersing into countless tiny snakes that shot in all directions, attempting to escape. Don't even think about it. Gentle fist art 8 trigrams, sealing points. Hinata's pure eye instantly locked onto the core chakra of every snake, and her palm shadows fell like snowflakes, precisely striking each one. Most of the snakes dissolved into chakra smoke midair, but one, the most solid, shot like lightning toward the broken window. A cold glint flashed in Naruto's eyes. The starlight from his palm shot out not as an attack but like an invisible net that instantly enveloped the fleeing snake. The snake's movement froze abruptly, as if caught in a sticky starry quagmire, its speed plummeting. Hinata seized the moment and struck the snake's vital point with a final gentle fist palm. Poof! The snake exploded into a mass of pure chakra and a residual mental imprint, which were completely purified and absorbed by the starlight in Naruto's palm. The battle ended, leaving the ward in shambles. Naruto staggered, clutching his bleeding right shoulder, his face pale, but his eyes blazing with intensity. He felt the strand of starlight absorbed into his sage chakra, slowly merging, and the star map in his mind became even clearer. Shock filled his heart. Hinata hurried to support him, her eyes full of pain and lingering fear. "Naruto, your injury." "I'm fine." Naruto shook his head, looked at Hinata, and gave a weary but genuine smile. "Thank you, Hinata. You saved me again." He looked into her pure eye, which seemed to hold a galaxy, and said softly, "Your eyes have become even more remarkable. Hinata blushed, lowered her head, and whispered, "It's because of what you taught me. The belief to never give up." Their gazes met. In the air thick with the scent of blood and burning the relief of surviving, and the unspoken feelings between them flowed quietly. Yet both knew that tonight's attack was only the beginning. Danzo's ambition, the threat of Kumogakure, the schemes of dawn, and that ink-washed figure suspended above the stars. More storms awaited them ahead. Naruto raised his hand, watching the fading starlight in his palm, then looked toward the direction of the Valley of the End outside the window. His gaze gradually turned resolute. The Valley of the End. It seems we must go there. The hospital disturbance was quickly quelled. The Dark Division swiftly took over the scene, sealed off information, and erased the traces of the battle as much as possible. The laceration on Naruto's right shoulder healed rapidly under Tsunade's personal care, but the icy tremor from the regular scar on his left shoulder seemed to stir faintly due to the forced invocation of stellar power, causing Tsunade to furrow her brow deeply. In the short term, do not attempt to invoke that power again. Tsunade warned Naruto in a stern tone. The injury on your left shoulder is very peculiar. Though the stellar power is vast, there are unknown conflicts and risks with your chakra system and even with the remnants of that rule. Before we fully understand it, using it rashly will only accelerate the deterioration. Before fully understanding it, using it rashly will only accelerate the deterioration. Naruto nodded. He could also feel that each time he invoked the stellar power, the scar on his left shoulder conveyed not only strength but also a bone-chilling loneliness from the ancient cosmos eroding his will. Yet the star chart in his mind and the intense resonance from the Valley of the End's coordinates were like a call of destiny that he could not ignore. Granny Tsunade. Naruto raised his head with determined eyes. I must go to the Valley of the End. There lies what I need and perhaps the key to unraveling all these mysteries. Tsunade looked into his uncompromising blue eyes, then at Hinata standing beside him with equally resolute eyes, and finally sighed. I knew I couldn't stop you. Kakashi and Jiraiya are already investigating the attacker's origins. As for Danzo, Humph will settle that score sooner or later. You may go, but you must be fully prepared and return as soon as possible. The village's current situation cannot withstand any more storms. That afternoon, a small and highly confidential meeting was held in the Hokage's office. The participants were only the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Naruto, and Hinata. Naruto explained in detail the matter of the star chart and the resonance of the Valley of the End's coordinates. After hearing this, Jiraiya and Kakashi's faces turned extremely grave. Guidance from the stars. This has completely exceeded the scope of ninjutsu. Jiraiya rubbed his chin. The Great Toad Sage's prophecy, the inkwash figure's purification, and now the star chart. Kid, the vortex you're caught in is far deeper than we imagined. Kakashi added, the Valley of the End is where the first Hokage fought Uchiha Madara to the death. It inherently holds special historical significance and a powerful residual of natural energy. If the star chart points there, it's no coincidence. I suggest that I lead an elite squad to investigate. The third Hokage pondered for a long time and finally made the decision, fine. But the team must be compact and the operation must be kept absolutely secret. Kakashi, you'll be the captain. Members: Uzumaki, Naruto, Hyuga, Hinata. Haruno Sakura will accompany as medical support. Additionally, you'll have Yamato Tenzo provide backup from the shadows. His would release can work wonders in reconnaissance and defense. Choosing Naruto and Hinata was inevitable. Their abilities were the core of this mission. Sakura's medical skills and calm mind were crucial guarantees. Kakashi's experience and strength were the team's anchor, and Yamato's would release could handle various complex environments. Remember, your mission is to investigate, not to fight. The third Hokage admonished solemnly. If you encounter uncontrollable danger, retreat immediately. The future of Konoha cannot be gambled on a single adventure. Understood? They chorused. Just as Naruto's team was busily preparing to depart, the undercurrents outside Konoha grew increasingly turbulent. In the root base, Danzo gazed at the reports in his hand, regarding the failed attack, Hyuga, Hinata's unknown dojutsu, and Naruto's suspected mastery of stellar power. The cold light in his single eye intensified. Pure eye. Stellar power. Sarutobi, the variables you cannot control, ill take over. He murmured to himself, then instructed the shadows behind him. Notify the snake that the plan has changed. Redirect the target to the Valley of the End. Have them assist our heroes in finding what they need and then bring them back, people and objects together. Yes. Meanwhile, in the cloud village of the Land of Lightning, the Fourth Hokage also received intelligence about the internal turmoil in Konoha and the suspected secret mission of an important figure. Finally on the move. The Hokage's lips curled into a ferocious grin. Send orders, have Yujito and Omoi lead a strike squad to infiltrate the Land of Fire and keep a strict watch on the Valley of the End. Once the Nine-Tails brat is confirmed, capture him at all costs. Remember, take him alive. Yes, Rikage-sama. In a secret stronghold of the Dawn organization, the envoy, who had once contacted the Hokage, watched the blurry star pattern changes in a crystal ball and let out a hoarse laugh, star shine guiding. The key is actively seeking the lock hole. Very good. Saves us a lot of trouble. Notify the others according to the predetermined plan. Set up the net in the Valley of the End. This time we must not let the variable escape. The eyes of many forces all focused on that Valley of the End, which carried legends and secrets. Before dawn the next day, in the darkest moment, a capable team quietly left Konoha, speeding toward the Valley of the End. Kakashi led the way with his Makeout Paradise book, rarely put away his Sharingan, alertly scanning the surroundings beneath his forehead protector. Naruto and Hinata followed closely, both focused. One constantly sensed the guidance of the star chart in his mind, while the other kept her pure eye active, scanning all energy fluctuations around. Sakura brought up the rear, her medical kit and combat gear fully prepared. In a higher dimension imperceptible to them, the figure outlined in ink appeared again silently. It quietly watched the team moving below, especially Naruto, faintly encircled by the star chart's glow. A voice neither male nor female echoed in the void. Choice has been made. The path to truth is strewn with thorns and temptation. Let me see whether your capacity can bear the weight of this starlight. Its figure slowly dissipated as if it had never existed. The forest raced backward under their feet. The roaring of the Valley of the End grew close. Naruto could feel that as the distance closed, the cold remnant of the rule on his left shoulder resonated more and more intensely with the star chart's coordinate point, like two magnets attracting each other. He knew that the answer to this journey might unravel some of the mysteries about him, but it could also push him into deeper unknowns and dangers. He glanced at Hinata beside him with her determined eyes, then at the reliable Kakashi and attentive Sakura ahead, and a surge of warmth and courage rose in his heart. No matter what lay ahead, he would not face it alone. Valley of the End, here we come. The roar of the Valley of the End was like an eternal background sound. The colossal statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha faced each other across the valley, witnessing the vicissitudes and weight of history. When Kakashi's team arrived at the bottom of the valley, dusk was approaching. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the waterfall golden red, but it could not dispel the somber and ancient aura pervading the place. It's right here. Naruto closed his eyes and the star map in his mind became clear. The coordinate point representing this location pulsed like a heartbeat, resonating strongly with the cold throbbing of the scar on his left shoulder and the faint star power within him. He pointed at a rock wall behind the waterfall directly below the statue of Hashirama Senju, covered by vines and traces of time. The spot with the strongest sensation is there. Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan, her gaze penetrating layers of obstruction. In her enhanced vision, the rock wall was not solid. Inside it interwove countless complex and ancient energy patterns, forming a vast semi-activated sealing barrier. At the core of the barrier, a faint starlight glimmered, echoing the resonance from Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, there is a powerful sealing barrier behind the rock wall, extremely ancient in structure. Its core energy shares the same origin as the star power Naruto sensed. Hinata reported quickly. Kakashi observed the surroundings, his Sharingan capturing some extremely subtle traces of chakra that were not naturally formed. It seems we're not the only ones to have found this place. Someone else has been here first. Very careful, but they can't fool the Sharingan. Everyone stay alert. Sakura had already prepared reconnaissance and antidote tools, watching the surroundings vigilantly. Can we open it, Hinata? Naruto asked, sensing something behind the barrier calling to him. Hinata focused on the energy flow of the barrier, her Byakugan rapidly analyzing its structure, and nodes, the barrier is very complex. Forcibly breaking it might cause unpredictable consequences. But its energy core seems to acknowledge the star power on Naruto. Perhaps it needs resonance to open. Naruto understood, stepped forward, and gently placed his palm on the cold rock wall. He calmed his mind, no longer attempting to mobilize chakra. Instead, he sank his consciousness into the star map in his mind, guiding the faint star power within him and slowly infusing it into the rock wall. At first the rock wall showed no reaction, but as the star power continued to flow, the ancient patterns on its surface began to glow with faint blue light one by one, as if a sleeping galaxy had been quietly awakened. The resonance grew stronger, and the scar on Naruto's left shoulder sent waves of cold pain, as if engaging in a dialogue with the ancient barrier. Finally, when the star power reached a critical point, the core starlight in the center of the rock wall suddenly expanded. A complex doorway made of pure starlight slowly rotating appeared silently before them. On the doorway were ancient inscriptions resembling certain symbols in the star map. "It's open!" Sakura exclaimed in surprise. "Don't let your guard down," Kakashi warned, stepping forward first and tentatively extending a kunai toward the light door. The kunai passed through without obstruction, as if the other side was another space. "The situation behind the door is unknown. Stay close to me and maintain formation." With Kakashi leading Naruto and Hinata in the middle, and Sakura bringing up the rear, the four stepped through the starlight door one by one. It felt like passing through a cold water curtain. The surrounding scene instantly transformed. The roar of the waterfall vanished, replaced by an absolute silence. They found themselves in a wide passage paved with some kind of glowing jade. The walls on both sides were covered with ancient murals and indecipherable scripts, while the ceiling was inlaid with gems that emitted a soft white light like stars, illuminating the entire passage. The natural energy in the air was so dense it was almost viscous, even surpassing that of Mount Myaboku. More startlingly, a pressure filled the place, originating from the same source as the inkwash figure, but more ancient and vast. "This place feels so ancient," Sakura said in a low voice, unconsciously moving closer to Kakashi. Hinata's Byakugan scanned the passage and murals as she whispered, "The energy flow on the walls is very stable, but ahead there is a strong energy reaction, and traces of a battle seem to be present." The group carefully proceeded inward along the passage. The content of the murals was obscure, seemingly depicting the movement of stars, the growth of giant trees, and scenes of horned humanoid beings performing rituals bearing many similarities to the visions Naruto had in his scar-induced illusion. After advancing several hundred meters, the passage ended at a huge circular plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a severely damaged altar built from the same glowing jade. Around the altar, traces of battle were scattered. Scorched craters, areas of frozen crystals, and fragments of broken ninja tools, bearing the emblems of Kimogakure and the Dawn organization. As expected, someone got here first. Kakashi's eyes sharpened. And it seems more than one faction has clashed here. Naruto's gaze, however, was drawn to the center of the altar. There floating was a palm-sized, irregularly shaped crystal fragment radiating deep starlight. The aura emitted by the fragment was identical to the star power within him and the star map in his mind. The resonance was so intense that his soul trembled. "Is that what the star map was guiding us to?" Naruto murmured. Just then a sudden change occurred. From the passage entrances on the other two sides of the plaza, footsteps and powerful chakra fluctuations emerged simultaneously. From the left passage, the elite Kimogakure squad, led by Yujito ni Two-Tails Jinchuriki and Omoi, emerged. Their sharp eyes instantly locked onto the starlight fragment on the altar and Naruto. From the right passage, three members of the Dawn organization appeared, draped in gray robes and wearing pure white masks. The leader's aura was obscure. In his hand, he held a spinning dark purple compass that absorbed surrounding light. "It seems we've all found what we're after." Yujito ni licked her lips, a faint-tailed beast chakra cloak flickering around her. "The Nine-Tails brat and that fragment. Kimogakure will take both." "Humph, arrogant." The leader of the Dawn spoke hoarsely, pointing the dark purple compass at the starlight fragment. The star core fragment is a divine object we seek. How dare mere mortals covet it? As for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he is also an important experimental subject. The three forces formed a standoff in this ancient ruin plaza. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Kakashi's team immediately stood back-to-back in a defensive formation. Naruto looked at the star core fragment on the altar, then at the menacing Kumogekure and Dawn ninjas. He took a deep breath and his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Kakashi-sensei, that fragment is crucial. We can't let them take it. Hinata's Byakugan scanned the enemies as she whispered. The Kumogekure squad has 5 members, all strong. Yujito Ni is extremely dangerous once she transforms into her tailed beast form. The 3 from Dawn have strange chakra natures, and that compass feels very dangerous. Sakura had also prepared her ninja tools and medical supplies, her gaze unwavering. I'll support everyone with all my might. Just as the battle was about to erupt, no one noticed that in the shadow of the starry dome above the plaza, an ink-wash-sketched figure was quietly overlooking them from above, like a chess player observing the board. In the depths of the Valley of the End, the air felt as if it had solidified into heavy lead. The 3 factions stood in a triangular formation, their chakras colliding and compressing against each other, stirring up invisible currents that brushed against the fine dust on the ground. The starry gems of the dome cast a cold light, illuminating every tense face. The Nine-Tails little demon and that fragment, we from the Yunin must have them. The proclamation from the 2 wooden figures carried the unique arrogance and undeniable presence of tailed beasts, their blue chakra flames swirling around them, intensifying in ferocity. 2 ethereal tails made of chakra swayed behind them, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The star core fragment is a divine artifact we seek. How can it be coveted by mere mortals? As for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he is also vital experimental material. The leader of the Dawn organization, with a voice filtered through a mask, sounded like a venomous snake hissing in the dark, cold and slimy. The dark purple compass in his hand emitted ominous waves, as if it could swallow light and sound. Kakashi's Sharingan swiftly scanned both sides, his mind analyzing the situation like a precision instrument. He lowered his voice and spoke rapidly to the 3 behind him. The situation is unfavorable. A Hedon clash is not the best approach. Our primary objective is to ensure the safety of Naruto and the fragment. Hinata, continue monitoring the flow of their chakra and potential ambushes. Sakura, prepare to assist the injured, especially be wary of the compass strange effects. Naruto, do not act impulsively, follow my commands. Your strength is crucial, but it is also their main target. Understood, Kakashi-sensei? The 3 responded in a low voice simultaneously. Naruto took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He could feel the intense call of the star core fragment on the altar, as if it were a long-lost part of him. At the same time, he was acutely aware of the strong malice coming from Yunin and Dawn. Omoi, known for his pessimism and caution, was unusually calm as he analyzed Lord Yuki. The opponents are Kakashi, a copy ninja from Konoha, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, along with 2 young ninjas of unknown strength. The methods of the Dawn organization are peculiar, and that compass is dangerous. It is advised to concentrate forces to crush one side or let them exhaust each other first. However, the pride of the 2 wooden figures made her more inclined towards direct domination. There's no need to complicate matters. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are futile. At that moment of subtle disagreement within Yunin, the leader of the Dawn organization acted. He seemed unwilling to engage in pointless verbal exchanges, and the dark purple compass in his hand suddenly flared with intense light. Forbidden technique, domain of darkness. As his hoarse incantation rang out, a thick darkness which seemed capable of absorbing all light swiftly spread from the compass, instantly enveloping the entire square. Not just visual darkness, but sound, smell, and even chakra perception were significantly weakened. Be careful. This darkness can interfere with perception. Hinata immediately called out, her Byakugan playing a crucial role at this moment. Although the pure darkness created some obstruction in her view, she could still clearly see the flow of energy and the outlines of everyone's chakra. A trivial technique. One of the wooden figures snorted coldly, and the massive chakra of the 2 tails erupted violently, the blue flames dispelling the nearby darkness like a lighthouse in the dark. She directly entered a half-tailed beast transformation, her body, enveloped in blue chakra, her hands morphing into cat-like claws covered in blue flames. Cat claw flame slash. The wooden figure's silhouette flickered, moving at an astonishing speed, directly lunging towards the position of the Dawn leader, her claws ablaze with blue flames tearing through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek. The leader of Dawn seemed to have anticipated this, retreating like a specter in the darkness, while the two members beside him simultaneously hand-sealed. Secret technique, shadow binding technique. Secret technique, bone corroding wind. Several dark shadows sprang from the ground, attempting to entangle the limbs of the wooden figure, while a gray whirlwind carrying a foul odor surged towards her. Get lost! The wooden figure roared, swinging her tail, violently dispersing the shadows, while simultaneously spitting out a massive blue fireball that collided with the bone-corroding wind, producing a corrosive hissing sound as their energies violently clashed. The other members of Yunin also sprang into action, engaging in battle with the other two members of Dawn. Omoi's swordsmanship was sharp, infused with the paralyzing effect of lightning release, clashing fiercely with a member of Dawn, who employed a peculiar earth release technique, manipulating the ground's jade to form spikes. Kakashi-sensei, what should we do? Sakura clenched her fists tightly in the darkness, the diamond mark of the 100-heel seal flickering, ready to provide support at any moment. Kakashi's Sharingan flickered with crimson light in the darkness as he calmly observed the battlefield. They've engaged in combat just as planned. Hinata, report on the fragment and the situation above. Naruto, prepare to act, target the fragment but do not rush. Hinata's Byakugan looked towards the altar. The seals around the altar seemed to have become unstable due to the previous battle, and our intrusion, the energy fluctuations of the star core fragment are intensifying. Above, that ink-like silhouette is still there, doing nothing but observing. She then looked at the two combatants. The Yunin wooden figure is very strong, suppressing the leader of Dawn, but that compass is strange, as if it is absorbing the dissipated energy of the battle. Dawn's other two members worked in perfect harmony, their techniques were odd, and another member of Yunin was injured. As Hinata said, the battle seems to be dominated by the wooden figure. Her tailed beast chakra is frenzied and powerful, forcing the leader of Dawn to keep dodging. However, the compass in the leader of Dawn's hand, its dark purple glow, was becoming ever more intense, like an abyss, silently absorbing all the chakra fluctuations and energy chaos generated from the conflict. Naruto restrained his impulse to rush forward and seize the fragment. The resonance between the starlight power within him and the fragment was growing stronger, even creating an illusion that he could summon it with a mere stretch of his hand. But he trusted Kakashi's judgment. Suddenly, the Dawn member fighting Omoi made a mistake, taking a direct hit from Omoi's lightning release sword, energy spitting blood, and flying backward, headed straight for Kakashi's team. Opportunity! Omoi's gaze sharpened, thinking he had seized a chance, and immediately pursued. However, this seemingly accidental misstep was in fact a scheme of Dawn. As Omoi charged into the dark area near Kakashi's team, the fallen Dawn member suddenly slammed the ground. Secret technique, transfer mark. A preset small seal immediately lit up and Omoi's figure abruptly blurred, forcibly teleported directly above the altar. The ancient seals around the altar, already unstable due to the energy surge of the star core fragment, were violently stimulated by the incoming chakra from Omoi, instantly activating their defense mechanisms. Buzz! The altar erupted with blinding white light. Countless beams of pure energy shot out from the altar's surface like tentacles, wildly spiraling towards Omoi, who was suspended in midair and unable to gain leverage. Omoi! The wooden figure exclaimed, wanting to rescue him, but was firmly entangled by the leader of Dawn. This is bad. Kakashi's pupils constricted. At that critical moment, a golden figure moved faster than anyone else. Rasengan! Naruto had long been ready to act. At the moment Omoi was teleported, and the altar activated, he relied on his exceptional battle intuition and spatiotemporal perception to predict the danger. He did not use a ninjutsu that required hand seals, but instead concentrated wind attribute chakra in his palm, forming a Rasengan flickering with starry blue light. This was a subtle change that occurred when he combined his chakra traits with the faint starlight power. The Flying Thunder God technique did not activate as there were no kunai of his technique here, but he concentrated chakra under his feet, erupting with a speed far beyond normal, dashing towards the altar like golden lightning. In the moment before the energy beams were about to engulf Omo-e, Naruto leaped up his Rasengan, not aimed at the beams, but rather forcefully struck the side of Omo-e's waist. Go! Bang! The impact of the Rasengan propelled Omo-e away like a cannonball, pushing him out of the range of the altar's beam attack, while Naruto himself narrowly grazed the edges of several energy beams as he fell to the other side of the altar. Omo-e landed heavily on the ground, rolling a few times. Though the Rasengan had stirred his internal energy, he had managed to evade the fatal ceiling counterattack. He looked up at Naruto on the altar, his expression complex. Naruto! Sakura and Hinata cried out simultaneously. Naruto landed on the edge of the altar, just a few steps away from the floating star core fragment. Due to the recent explosion, the altar's energy was temporarily in a low ebb, and the beam-like tentacles slowly retracted. This is the moment! A glint of determination flashed in Naruto's eyes as he reached for the star core fragment within arm's reach. Not a chance! Stop him! Almost simultaneously, both the wooden figures and the leader of Dawn temporarily abandoned their opponents and launched attacks at Naruto. The wooden figure unleashed a barrage of dense blue fireballs, rat fireballs covering all of Naruto's escape routes. Meanwhile, the leader of Dawn aimed the compass, now charged with a vast amount of energy, at Naruto, launching a concentrated dark purple beam that seemed capable of tearing through space. Naruto! Kakashi's figure instantly vanished from the spot, reappearing at Naruto's side, his hands forming seals Z, Wu, Shin, Hai-Wu, In, Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball surged towards the barrage of rat fireballs, resulting in a violent explosion. However, that dark purple beam eerily penetrated through the fiery explosion, its speed undiminished. Gentle step, twin lion fists. Hinata shouted, rushing to Naruto's other side, her fists coalescing pure blue chakra into lion heads, striking fiercely at the dark purple beam. Boom! Hinata let out a muffled groan, shaken back several steps by the bizarre force contained within the beam. Her arms numbed, the chakra lion heads dimming considerably, but the beam was also forcefully deflected, grazing the edge of the altar and piercing into the jade stone wall behind, leaving a deep, smooth hole. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto's hand finally touched the star core fragment. Just as his fingertip made contact with the fragment. Boom! It was as if the sound of thunder erupted in his mind. Naruto felt an overwhelming, ancient and pure starlight power surging like a flood into his body through his arm. This resonated violently with the star map in his mind, the scar on his left shoulder, and the originally faint starlight power within him. Ah! Naruto couldn't help but let out a low roar as dazzling star blue light erupted from his body, lifting him into the air, suspended above the altar. The star core fragment in his hand melted, transforming into liquid light, gradually merging into. At the same time, the star map in his mind suddenly lit up, becoming clearer and more complex, with countless new star points and routes appearing, pointing to various corners of the ninja world, several coordinate points radiating exceptionally strong light. The scar on his left shoulder brought a burning pain, as if some seal was being impacted and shattered by this power. Did we succeed? Sakura exclaimed in surprise. No! Something's not right. Kakashi's expression turned grave as his Sharingan fixated intensely on the floating Naruto. He could sense that Naruto's current state was very peculiar. His power was rapidly increasing, but his aura was extremely unstable, like an energy source that could explode at any moment. The two wooden figures and the leader of Dawn also paused their attacks, staring uncertainly at Naruto enveloped in star blue light. They all felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from the surging energy far beyond their understanding. In the shadow of the dome, the ink-like silhouette which had been quietly observing seemed to slightly move at this moment. 2 points of ink-colored light ignited on its blurred face, as if it had opened its eyes, focusing on Naruto. Buzz! The entire ruins began to tremble slightly, the murals on the walls appearing to come to life as stars flowed and great trees swayed. The altar's glow brightened once more, but this time it was no longer an aggressive beam, but a gentle pulsing light akin to breathing, harmonizing with the star blue light enveloping Naruto. The power of the star core fragment was merging deeply with Naruto's Otsutsuki bloodline and the soul memories from a distant past, and this fusion was just beginning. The vibrations in the relic square grew increasingly intense, the starry gemstones embedded in the dome flickering erratically, as if resonating with the stellar power surging within Naruto. He hovered above the altar surrounded by a starry blue light, akin to burning cold flames illuminating the space shrouded in the dark domain with a stunning and eerie glow. A tremendous energy formed visible ripples expanding outward in waves, making it difficult for the onlookers to breathe. That kid absorbed the fragments. The two wooden figures' pupils constricted, disbelief etched on their faces. She could feel that the energy level emanating from Naruto, though of entirely different nature, had a purity that seemed to even surpass her tailed beast chakra. The star core fragments actually fused with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The leader of the Dawn organization spoke with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, not of fear but a mix of shock and an almost frenzied excitement. The plan has deviated, but this might be a higher possibility. Record data capture the energy spectrum. He shouted at the members beside him, the dark purple compass in his hand, spinning wildly, attempting to analyze the vast energy field surrounding Naruto. Naruto! Sakura called out anxiously, wanting to step forward, but was stopped by Kakashi's hand. Don't go near Sakura. Kakashi's Sharingan was firmly locked onto Naruto, his tone heavier than ever. He is currently in a peculiar state of unconscious fusion. The energy is extremely unstable. Approaching recklessly could trigger an energy backlash or disrupt him. He could see that Naruto's chakra meridian system was being forcibly widened and transformed by that stellar power. The process appeared wild, yet subtly followed an ancient rhythm. This was a dangerous opportunity. Hinata's Byakugan perceived, even deeper changes. Naruto-kun's energy is resonating with the entire relic. The murals on the walls, the runes on the altar, and the starlight of the dome. The energies flow all pointed towards him. It was as if he had become the core of the entire relic's energy network. Just as everyone was filled with suspicion, the floating Naruto suddenly made a new movement. He was not actively controlling it, but rather seemed to follow instinctively, slowly raising both hands. The expanded star map in his mind shone brightly, the burning sensation of the scar on his left shoulder, and the surging power within him gradually reaching a subtle balance. Buzz! Centered around Naruto, a more dazzling star blue pillar shot into the sky, instantly breaking through the confinement of the dark domain, and even penetrating the dome of the relic, as if connecting the heavens and earth outside. Within the light pillar, countless tiny points of light like stars swirled and danced, sketching vague constellations and ancient runes. The two wooden figures were the first to be hit, pushed back several steps by the shockwave of the suddenly erupting energy, their tailed beast cloaks swaying around them. She was horrified to discover that her chakra connection with the two tails had become sluggish in the face of this stellar power. The compass in the leader's hand emitted a series of piercing hums, the needle spinning chaotically, the dark purple light flickering erratically, seemingly unable to effectively absorb or analyze this suddenly elevated level of stellar energy. This power can actually interfere with tailed beast chakra and our forbidden techniques. Omo steadied himself, his face filled with astonishment. On Kakashi's team, although they also felt the strong sense of oppression, Hinata keenly observed this energy seems to hold no malice towards us. Rather, it appears to be rejecting the power of Yunin and the Dawn, exerting only a natural pressure on us. As if to validate Hinata's words, the towering light pillar slowly retracted, ultimately coalescing behind Naruto into a vague starry phantom. The phantom's features were indistinct, yet its outline was grand and imposing, with dual horns protruding from its forehead, draped in a robe woven from stars, exuding an aura that was both ancient and vast, akin to that of the Otsutsuki clan. What the star core fragments contained was not just a power but a mark from a distant past. Naruto slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, no longer the usual azure blue but transformed into a deep dark blue, as if harboring an endless sea of stars. He scanned the crowd below with a hint of bewilderment, but more so with a certain awakened authority. This place is not for your conflicts. A deep voice echoing, as if resonating with countless stars, emerged from Naruto's mouth, yet still carried his original tone, sounding extraordinarily peculiar. The legacy of the stars shall return to the guiding one. He raised his hand, pointing at the compass in the leader of the Dawn's hand. Defile the starry instrument and be sealed. As he spoke, a concentrated ray of starlight shot from his fingertip, not attacking the compass itself, but striking precisely at the dark purple energy core that was continuously spinning within the compass. Like cold water splashing into hot oil, the dark purple energy instantly boiled, and decayed violently. The ominous light emitted from the compass rapidly dimming with even tiny cracks appearing on its surface. My star-gathering disk. The leader of the Dawn was both shocked and furious. This compass was a vital treasure of their organization, and had been heavily damaged by a single blow. Naruto then turned his attention to the two wooden figures, his gaze focused on the turbulent-tailed beast chakra surrounding her. Violent power, be still. He pointed once more, and a gentle yet irresistible starlight fell like cooling moonlight enveloping the two wooden figures. The wooden figure was astonished to find that the previously raging two-tails chakra within her under the illumination of the starlight calmed down like a soothed beast, forcibly withdrawing her from the half-tailed beast transformation and returning to her normal state. How is this possible? The wooden figure felt an unprecedented calm within her tailed beast chakra, disbelief written all over her face. This was not a sealing technique, but rather a higher level of soothing and suppression. With each gesture, he effortlessly subdued the relied-upon forces of both leaders. Was this the power displayed after the fusion of the star core fragments by Naruto, or rather the ancient consciousness temporarily controlling his body? The members of Yunin and Dawn were dumbfounded momentarily, not daring to make any moves. Kakashi's mind was a tumultuous sea, and Naruto's current state and power had completely surpassed his comprehension. However, just as Naruto or the ancient consciousness seemed to have control over the situation and was preparing to take further action, I finally waited for this moment. A bland voice carrying an echo of emptiness suddenly resonated above the square. Everyone was startled, looking up. There, in the shadow of the dome, the ink-like figure that had been observing quietly had quietly appeared at some point. It maintained a blurry human shape composed of flowing ink, as if a living ink wash painting floating in midair, gazing down. The ancient star guardian's mark awakens through a suitable vessel. Though it came a bit earlier than expected, it's of no matter. The ink-like figure's voice bore no emotional fluctuations. Your mission is complete. This vessel containing Otsutsuki factors, along with the initially activated star core power, belongs to me. It raised its arm made of ink and lightly beckoned at Naruto. Naruto's body trembled violently, the starry phantom behind him swayed, the starry sea color in his eyes began to fluctuate wildly, and a look of painful struggle appeared on his face, as if two consciousnesses were vying for dominance within him. Bastard! What do you want to do to Naruto? Sakura shouted angrily, unable to hold back any longer, her chakra erupting beneath her feet, as she prepared to charge forward. Sakura, don't be impulsive. Kakashi hurriedly stopped her, but his own hand was also resting on his ninja tool pouch, his Sharingan firmly fixed on the ink-like figure, searching for a flaw. The ink-like figure seemed completely unconcerned with the reactions of others, its focus entirely on Naruto. Resistance is futile. Your soul and this world's physical body have not fully merged. This ancient mark is but a rootless floating reed. To become my ink puppet is your honor. More ink flowed from its body like living tendrils reaching towards the struggling Naruto. The ink contained a bizarre sealing power. As it passed, even the starlight seemed to be blackened and devoured. You shall not take my body and power. Naruto gritted his teeth, letting out a roar from deep within his throat, his own will fiercely resisting, and the nine-tails chakra within him seemed to sense a tremendous threat beginning to stir, the golden chakra intertwining with the starry blue light, trying to dispel the encroaching ink. Naruto-kun! Hinata cried out anxiously, her Byakugan seeing the ink eroding Naruto's energy field, even beginning to affect his soul's fluctuations. Without hesitation she rushed forward, palms outstretched, gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams air palm. A powerful shockwave surged towards the ink-like figure, yet it was absorbed as if it were nothing, failing to create any ripples. Ant-like power. The ink-like figure didn't even spare Hinata a glance. As the ink tendrils were about to completely wrap around Naruto, Kakashi's eyes flashed with determination, preparing to use his trump card. In this moment of utmost crisis, enough. A cold voice infused with endless authority and fury resonated within everyone's hearts like the chilling sound of ice from the heavens. It was neither Naruto nor the ink-like figure. The source of the voice was within Naruto. Immediately afterward, an even more violent destructive aura of crimson chakra erupted violently from within Naruto. Like blood-red lava bursting through the earth's crust, it instantly shattered the encroaching ink tendrils into pieces. Damn fox! Naruto gasped, feeling that familiar powerful force within him. At this moment, the Nine Tails actively lent more power to Naruto. Or rather, it could not tolerate another existence attempting to seize its temporarily recognized vessel in this manner. The crimson-tailed beast cloak manifested on Naruto's body, one tail, two tails. The chakra tails rapidly coalesced. The starry blue light and crimson-tailed beast chakra did not repel each other. Instead, under Naruto's powerful will and some peculiar balance, they began a difficult preliminary fusion. The starlight and beastly eyes flickered alternately in Naruto's gaze. He raised his head, locking his eyes on the ink-like figure in the air, his voice, a blend of his own determination, the ancient starlight, and the Nine Tails' ferocity. You think you can make me a puppet? Do you think you can do it with your sneaky tricks? The situation reversed once more. The true crisis had only just begun to descend. Scarlet and Starry Blue, two utterly distinct forces that should have conflicted, now achieved a perilous equilibrium within Naruto. The rampaging chakra from the tailed beast coat surged like molten lava, while the starry power felt like the cold, profound cosmos itself. The two intertwined and coiled, forming a bizarre yet formidable armor over Naruto's body. Its base a restless dark crimson adorned and flowing with river-like cerulean patterns reminiscent of a galaxy. His eyes. One was the scarlet vertical pupil of Kurama brimming with savagery and destruction. The other remained the dark blue that held a sea of stars exuding ancientness and majesty. This contradiction of traits concentrated within him made Naruto emanate a soul-stirring aura that struck fear into hearts. This power. The eyes beneath the Dawn Leader's mask were filled with shock and greed. The Nine Tails chakra and the Star Core's energy can coexist. Incredible. That body must be obtained. Yujito Ni meanwhile felt a deep tremor from within her bloodline. Partly from sensing a higher level of tailed beast power, partly from dread toward this unknown hybrid force. Nine Tails brat. Just what kind of monster are you? The ink-wash figure hovering in the air seemed to flicker with subtle motion across its blurry face. It clearly had not anticipated that Kurama would intervene so fiercely and form a temporary alliance with the starry power. Interference. Remove. The ink-wash figure's voice remained flat, but the power converging in its raised ink-colored arm grew deeper and heavier. More ink surged from its body, no longer as tentacles but as countless dense locust-like ink droplets blanketing the sky as they converged on Naruto. Each droplet contained a sinister energy that eroded both chakra and soul. Naruto, watch out! Kakashi shouted, his hands flying through hand signs. Lightning blade! A blinding bolt of lightning coalesced in his hand. He had to relieve some pressure off Naruto. Gentle fist 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Hinata rushed without hesitation to Naruto's forward flank, spinning rapidly to form a perfect absolute chakra defensive barrier, trying to block part of the ink droplets. Sakura meanwhile punched the ground. Strength of 100 earth-style wall. A thick earthen wall rose as a second line of defense. Yet the inkwash figure's attack operated on a level far beyond their imagination. Those countless droplets seemed alive, easily piercing through the revolving heavens chakra wall, though somewhat weakened, corroding the earth-style wall, and still stubbornly hurtling toward Naruto at the center. Everyone get back! Naruto growled, feeling the swelling and tearing sensation from the two forces within him, desperate for release. He did not use a complex ninjutsu, but instead with raw simplicity thrust forward the immense chakra that blended star and tailed beast. Star Tail Shockwave. A colossal torrent of energy mixing starry cerulean light and tailed beast scarlet roared toward that sky-filling sea of ink like a breached galaxy. No finesse, pure overwhelming power. Boom! The energy torrent and the ink mass collided violently, unleashing a deafening thunder. The entire ruined plaza shook violently, murals on the walls peeled off in large patches, and star gems from the dome rained down. The blued entwined energy and pitch-black ink corroded and annihilated each other. The resulting shockwave sent Hinata and Sakura, who were closest flying Kakashi, was forced to retreat to steady himself. Members of both Cloud Village and Dawn scrambled for cover, evading the terrifying aftermath. When the light and ink dissipated slightly, everyone was horrified to see that the seemingly unstoppable inkdroplet attack had been completely shattered by Naruto's brutish strike. And the inkwash figure was blasted backward several meters by the powerful impact. The ink flowing around it dimmed and thinned. It's working! Sakura scrambled up, wiping blood from her lips, exclaiming with joy, "It's not just raw power. That star power seems to have a purifying effect against the ink shadow." Kakashi's Sharingan caught the detail. During the energy clash, the starlight's purification effect against the ink was significantly stronger than the tailed beast chakra. Naruto panted heavily. The attack had drained him, but the effect was dramatic. He looked up, his heterochromatic pupils locking onto the ink-wash figure. Feeling a certain resonance generated from the collision of the two forces within him, a bold idea arose in his mind. "Stupid fox, don't get in the way. Lend me a bit of control over that power," he yelled inwardly to Kurama. "Humph, brat, don't play with fire." Kurama's deep voice responded, but instead of withdrawing its power, it seemed to relax its absolute control over the chakra, allowing Naruto to attempt to guide it. Naruto concentrated, casting aside the violent emotions brought by the tailed beast chakra, sinking his consciousness into the star map in his mind. Using the order of star power as the core, he tried to discipline and tame the rampaging Ninetails chakra. It was an extremely dangerous move. One misstep could mean being consumed by the beast's negative emotions or causing the two forces to go out of control and explode within him. But he succeeded, for a single instant. He raised his hand again, and this time it was not a simple energy blast. Starlight blue gathered in his palms, stretched, and formed a bow of shimmering starlight. At the same time, the scarlet-tailed beast chakra automatically coalesced into an arrow of ominous aura knocked onto the bowstring. The bow was the order of stars, the arrow the fury of the tailed beast. "Star-tail demon bane arrow." Naruto shouted low, releasing the invisible bowstring. That red-blue intertwined energy arrow vanished instantly. Not flying in a straight line, but as if merging into space itself. And the next moment it appeared directly at the inkwash figure's chest. The speed surpassed the limits of visual perception. The inkwash figure clearly did not anticipate Naruto could harness the two forces to such a degree in such a short time. It barely managed to condense a thick ink shield over its chest. Thud! There was no earth-shattering explosion. The demon bane arrow pierced through the ink shield as easily as a hot knife through butter. The star's purifying power and the tailed beast's destructive force erupted simultaneously from the arrow. Ugh! The ink-wash figure let out a muffled, inhuman groan. The ink at its chest was instantly pierced and purified into a void. The surrounding ink churned violently, becoming extremely unstable. Its entire form began to blur and dissolve. "Impossible! A mortal body! How can it?" Its hollow voice carried a trace of disbelief. Finally, the whole figure burst into a sky full of ink specks, then dissipated into nothingness under the lingering starlight, leaving only a faint, resentful, and astonished psychic ripple echoing in the air. The formidable foe seemed to have been repelled. The tailed beast coat and starlight receded rapidly from Naruto's body. Overwhelming weakness struck him. He dropped to one knee, gasping heavily, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. That blow had almost drained his physical strength and spirit. "Naruto! Naruto-kun!" Kakashi, Sakura, and Hinata immediately rushed to his side, guarding him vigilantly. The plaza fell into a dead silence. Both Cloud Village and Dawn members were stunned by this reversal. That mysterious, seemingly all-controlling inkwash figure had been killed in a single blow by the Ninetails Jinchuriki. "Let's go!" Yujito Ni made the snap decision. She shot a deep glance at the weakened Naruto, and his Kakashi team then, without hesitation, gave the order to retreat. The star core fragment had been absorbed, the mysterious ink shadow repelled. Staying to fight an uncertain battle with the Konoha team was pointless, especially with the Dawn organization still lurking nearby. Cloud Village members quickly helped their wounded companions, and retreated along the passage they came from. The Dawn leader stared at the dissipating ink shadow, then at Naruto, closely guarded by Konoha. His eyes flickered beneath the mask. The star core fragment was temporarily unrecoverable, and the ink shadow, an unexpected variable, was gone. Continuing to engage was not the best course. "Retreat!" He gave the hoarse order. The three Dawn members slowly sank into the shadows at their feet, as if they had never existed. In the blink of an eye, only Kakashi's team, and a scene of devastation remained in the chaotic plaza. "Is it over?" Sakura sighed in relief, feeling her legs go weak. "Temporarily safe, but we shouldn't stay here long." Kakashi kept a wary eye on the surroundings, especially where the inkwash figure disappeared. That thing might not be completely destroyed, and the ruin looks very unstable. As if to confirm his words, the entire ruin trembled even more violently. Huge cracks spread across the ceiling and walls, and rocks fell constantly. We must leave immediately. Hinata's Byakugan saw that the entire ruin's energy network due to the removal of the core star shard, and the fierce battle was collapsing rapidly. Naruto, can you still move? Kakashi looked at him. No problem. Naruto forced himself to stand, though weak his gaze remained determined. He instinctively clenched his fist, feeling the distinctly different sense of power within him and the clearer star map in his mind that pointed to the next target. The star core fragment brought not only power but also more information and responsibility. Follow me. The star map shows the way out and it's marked the next location. Naruto pointed to the other end of the plaza. A narrow passage previously concealed by energy, but now exposed due to the ruin's collapse. The four hesitated no longer. With Naruto leading and Kakashi guarding the rear, they quickly dashed into that unknown passage, leaving the crumbling ruin plaza behind. Shortly after they left, in the air where the inkwash figure had dissipated, a barely perceptible wisp of ink regathered into a tiny speck. It trembled like a dying ember, then silently seeped into the crevices of the collapsing rocks and vanished. The roaring collapse of the ruins pursued them relentlessly like the dying roar of a colossal beast. The narrow passage shook violently with gravel and dust cascading down, as if it would completely close in at any moment, swallowing the four of them. Faster! Even faster! Mingren led the way, the star map in his mind, shining brightly, clearly marking a winding but precise escape route. He endured the weakness of his body, and the throbbing pain from the initial fusion of the two forces within him, gathering his remaining chakra into his feet, sprinting desperately. After the star core fragment merged, his perception of energy and space became sharper, even able to predict in advance which areas had the most unstable structures. Kakashi followed closely, his Cielunion capturing every detail in the dimness, while his kunai occasionally knocked away falling larger rocks, clearing obstacles for the team. His heart was far less calm than his appearance, the power Mingren just displayed. And that inkwash figure. Things are getting more and more complicated. How much do Tuanzang and Gen know? What is the purpose of the Liming organization? Watch out on the left. Kyushin's Jingyan pierced through the smoke and dust, issuing a timely warning. Xiaoying immediately understood, throwing a punch that sent her monstrous strength to blast a gap in the collapsing rock wall on the left, avoiding the danger of being buried alive. Thank you, Xiaoying Chutian. Mingren shouted without looking back, his voice echoing in the passage. Don't get distracted, Mingren. Focus on leading the way. Xiaoying replied, though panting, her gaze firm. She noticed that Mingren's running posture was somewhat awkward, clearly a sign of exhaustion and physical discomfort, but now was not the time to stop and check. The passage was not smooth all the way. Sometimes they had to climb broken stone steps, and other times they waded through underground streams with chaotic energy and extremely high temperatures. The path, guided by the star map, cleverly avoided the most dangerous energy turbulence zones, but physical collapses were everywhere. While crossing a wide crevice, a rock under Mingren's foot suddenly gave way. His body tilted, and he was about to fall into the bottomless abyss below, flickering with unstable energy arcs. Mingren-kun! Chutian cried out, instinctively reaching out her hand. But someone was faster than her. Kakashi's figure appeared like a specter beside Mingren, grabbing his arm, while his other hand threw a kunai with a wire which firmly lodged into the opposite rock wall. The two swung across precariously, using the wire's force. Huff! Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Mingren was still shaken after landing. Conserve your strength, focus on sensing. Kakashi reminded briefly, his gaze sweeping over Mingren's slightly pale face. Well, talk outside. After running for what seemed like an eternity, a natural light different from the starlight inside the ruins finally appeared ahead, and fresh air rushed in. We're almost at the exit. Mingren's spirits lifted. The four of them accelerated, sprinting out of the long, seemingly endless passage back into the familiar humid air of the Zhongma Valley. Outside it was still night, but a faint glimmer of dawn was appearing on the horizon, heralding the approaching sunrise. They emerged on the shoulder of the Chensho Jujian statue at a very hidden cave entrance. Looking back, the passage behind them was collapsing rapidly, with huge rocks rolling down, completely burying the Star Gate, and the internal ruins leaving only rumbling sounds and billowing dust. The roar of the waterfall reached their ears once more, bringing a sense of relief after surviving the ordeal. Finally, we're out. Xiaoying leaned on her knees, panting, heavily drenched in sweat. Chu Tian was also breathing slightly, her Jingyan carefully scanning the surroundings to confirm there were no ambushes or other dangers. Temporarily safe. No chakra reactions from Yunin Liming or other pursuers. Kakashi leaned against the rock of the statue, pulled down his mask, and let out a long sigh. His Xie Lunyan also returned to its normal black. He looked at Mingren, his tone serious. Mingren, how are you feeling now? Any abnormalities in your body? Mingren collapsed directly onto the ground, feeling the empty chakra in his body and the still aching meridian channels. He bitter smiled. Chakra is almost depleted, my body feels hollow, but nothing seems particularly wrong. He tried to summon a trace of chakra, and the golden chakra obediently emerged, though faint, still pure as ever. At the same time, he could clearly perceive that deep within the chakra, there was an additional strand of deeper, colder star power, like a dormant volcano, faintly connected to the star map in his mind, and the scar on his left shoulder that had calmed down. That star power and the Nine Tails power? Xiaoying asked worriedly. They are inside you. Mingren scratched his head, also somewhat confused. It feels very strange. They don't seem to be fighting, just staying in different places. That Julama guy seems to have quieted down too. And he closed his eyes, the star map in his mind unfolding. Besides being clearer and marked with more unknown star coordinates, he also faintly felt that his perception of the surrounding space had become sharper, and could even vaguely sense the faint residual fluctuations of a time-space ninjutsu technique on Kakashi Sensei not far away. And what? Kakashi pressed. And my sense of space seems clearer. Mingren opened his eyes, looking at Kakashi. Also, Kakashi Sensei, you seem to have the scent of the Phylician technique. Very faint, but I can sense it. Kakashi's pupils contracted. The Phylician technique was the pinnacle of time-space ninjutsu, and its technique mark was extremely concealed, extremely difficult to detect without specialized perception. Mingren, having only just initially fused the star core fragment, could already possess such keen time-space perception. This ability of time-space perception seemed far more powerful than anticipated. This is a good thing, but it must be treated with caution. Kakashi suppressed his shock and warned, new power requires time and practice to master. Avoid blind use, especially in battle. I understand, Kakashi Sensei. Mingren nodded seriously. So what's next? Chu Tian asked softly. Does the star map have any new instructions? Mingren focused again to sense the star map in his mind. On that vast star map, aside from the coordinates of the recently collapsed Zhongma Valley ruins, which had become dim, there were several star coordinates in other directions of the Ninja World continent, emitting either bright or gentle light. Among them, a coordinate point located in the northwest near the border of the land of Earth had the most stable and clear light, as if quietly waiting for his arrival. Yes, there are instructions. Mingren pointed northwest. The next location is over there. The star map shows the information. Place of sedimentation, foundation of power. Place of sedimentation, foundation of power. Xiaoying repeated thoughtfully. Sounds like a place suitable for training and stabilizing power. Exactly. Kakashi nodded. You have just obtained powerful new strength, but it's obvious you cannot use it skillfully or even fully control it. The urgent task is to find a safe place for you to thoroughly master this power and transform it into true strength. The guidance of the star map exactly meets our current needs. He paused, looking at his three disciples. This ruin exploration has allowed us to obtain a key item, but it has also exposed us to the view of more forces. Yunin Liming and that mysterious inkwash figure. There may also be uncertain factors within We must be even more cautious in our next actions. We will first return to my report to Lord Horying Resupply, and then proceed to the next location according to the star map's guidance. Yes. Mingren, Xiaoying, and Chu Tian answered in unison. Just then Mingren suddenly frowned slightly and instinctively touched his left shoulder. The scar was not unusual, but he seemed to faintly hear an extremely weak, seemingly from a distant time, cold snort filled with resentment and malice, like a drop of ink falling into clear water, instantly dissipating, never to be caught again. Was it an illusion? Or? He shook his head, suppressing this strange feeling deep in his heart. Now was not the time to investigate. In the east, the first rays of dawn finally pierced the night, spilling over the rushing waterfall, and the giant statues of the Zhongma Valley also illuminating the tired but determined faces of the four. The exploration of the ruins has come to a temporary end, but the path guided by the star map has just begun. What awaits them are broader horizons, stronger enemies, and the ultimate secret hidden behind the history of the ninja world concerning destiny. The morning light had fully dispelled the gloom of the Valley of the End, and the cascading waterfall sparkled with golden scales under the sun. Kakashi's team of 4 stood upon the shoulder of Hashirama Senju's statue, gazing at the hidden leaf village, enveloped in a serene atmosphere in the distance. Though physically exhausted, the eyes of each member were more resolute than when they had departed. Naruto in particular seemed to harbor a hint of ineffable profundity in the depths of his azure eyes. Finally going home. Sakura stretched her slightly aching arm, a relaxed smile spreading across her face. Yeah, but we can't let our guard down completely yet. Kakashi pulled up his mask, reverting to his usual languid yet sharp demeanor. Although Cloud and Dawn have temporarily retreated, they might ambush us on the way back to the village. Hinata, I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me, Kakashi-sensei. Hinata instantly activated her Byakugan, her pure white eye vision, expanding immediately as she meticulously scanned the forests and mountains leading to Konoha, not missing the slightest abnormal chakra fluctuation. No large-scale or hidden chakra reactions detected within 5 kilometers ahead. Only the normal flow of animal life energy and natural energy. Good. Let's move out, maintain a defensive formation. Kakashi ordered. The 4 of them leaped down from the statue like agile swifts weaving through the dense forest. The journey back seemed unusually smooth. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light. Birds sang and insects chirped as if the earlier horror in the ruins had been nothing but a dream. Yet Naruto could not fully immerse himself in the tranquility of returning home. In his mind, the star chart persisted like a backdrop. Though it no longer emitted a strong light actively, the coordinates pointing northwest to the place of precipitation reminded him of his upcoming mission with a steady heartbeat-like persistence. What distracted him even more was the initially fused power within his body. The golden Ninetales chakra, though only a borrowed portion, flowed like warm surging magma, brimming with immense life force and destructive power. Meanwhile, the newly acquired stellar power resided like cold, profound cosmic vacuum, quietly dwelling in the deeper layers of his chakra pathways, forming a stable triangular connection with the star chart in his mind and the scar on his left shoulder. The two were distinct and did not interfere with each other, but Naruto could sense that they lacked a bridge to truly achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of their parts. The brief outburst in the ruins earlier had relied more on the brute force of the initial fusion of the star core fragment and the temporary assistance of the Ninetales rather than genuine mastery. The place of precipitation, the foundation of power. Naruto repeated the star chart's hint in his mind while running. Is it telling me to completely make these 2 powers my own? How should I do it? He seemed to vaguely hear the faint information transmitted by the stellar power. Not words, but a feeling about balance, order, and containment. The Ninetales, on the other hand, was much simpler and cruder. Only a slumber-like silence and an occasional barely perceptible hint of wariness toward the stellar power. Hey Kurama, Naruto attempted to communicate in his mind. What do you know about this star power? Shut up, kid. Don't disturb my sleep. The Ninetales replied impatiently, but did not completely cut off communication. Stay away from me with that cold stuff. Naruto, rebuffed but not discouraged, turned his focus to his enhanced spatiotemporal perception. He deliberately slowed down a bit, falling to the back of the group, and closed his eyes, relying purely on this newfound perception to see the world. In his perception, the world became a tapestry composed of countless subtle folds and undulations. On Kakashi-sensei, the several flying thunder god technique marks stood out like lighthouses in the night. Though their energy was restrained, their structure was clearly visible. The trees and rocks ahead were not solid objects but presented different energy densities and spatial curvatures. He could even vaguely sense the vast halo, composed of countless chakra sources, in the distant hidden leaf village, as well as the rhythmic energy pulsations of the village's outer barrier. This perception far exceeded ordinary chakra sensing. It was more fundamental, directly pointing to the structure of space itself. What an amazing feeling! Naruto murmured. He attempted to inject a trace of weak chakra into a seemingly calm spatial fold ahead. Whoosh! That portion of space trembled ever so slightly. The chakra he injected was like a pebble thrown into a lake, stirring an almost imperceptible ripple before dissipating. Nothing happened. Of course it's not that simple. Naruto scratched his head, not disappointed. He knew this was only preliminary perception, still far from truly interfering with space. But it was a start. Naruto, don't fall behind and don't test your new abilities recklessly, Kakashi warned without turning around. Though his Sharingan was deactivated, his rich experience made him extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations, and he had caught Naruto's subtle move. Ah! Oh! Got it, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto quickly composed himself and quickened his pace to catch up. Around noon, the familiar gates of the hidden leaf village were already in sight. Izumo and Kotetsu, guarding the gate, smiled as they saw Kakashi's team return. Kakashi-senpai, you're back. Was the mission smooth? Naruto, you look energetic. Kakashi gave brief responses without revealing mission details. That was the rule. The four passed through the gate smoothly and stepped into the lively, life-filled streets of Konoha. The warm sunlight, the familiar shops, the friendly greetings from passersby, all finally allowed the team members to relax their taut nerves. Especially Sakura and Hinata, whose faces showed genuine smiles of relief. However, just as they stepped onto the main road leading to the Hokage building, Naruto paused slightly, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. In that instant, his enhanced spatio-temporal perception had caught an extremely subtle, coldly scrutinizing gaze. This gaze did not come from a specific person but seemed to project from multiple angles, refracting through subtle spatial folds. Here and gone in a flash, yet he was certain it was not an illusion. Was it someone from Root? Or something else? He glanced at Kakashi instinctively and noticed that although Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, the hand in his pocket seemed to tighten slightly. Clearly the experienced Kakashi had also sensed something. Let's report to the Hokage first, Naruto said, suppressing his doubts. The priority was to inform Granny Tsunade about the situation. Kakashi nodded, his gaze sweeping across the bustling crowd, a hint of barely perceptible coldness flickering in the depths of his eyes. The sunlight over Konoha was still bright, but the shadows beneath it seemed denser than when they had left. Beneath the brief tranquility, undercurrents still surged, and the dormant power within Naruto awaiting awakening. Would it be the key to breaking the deadlock, or a magnet for even more covetous disasters? The answer perhaps lay in the northwest, where the star chart pointed. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office grew exceedingly somber after Kakashi finished recounting the detailed events at the Valley of the End. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dust motes suspended in the air, yet it could not dispel the oppressive weight that hung over the room. Tsunade leaned back in the Hokage's chair, arms crossed, her brow furrowed deeply as the golden strands of her hair cast faint shadows upon her forehead. Shizen stood beside her, holding Tantan, her face equally etched with shock and concern. A star core fragment, an Otsutsuki ruin, a mysterious ink and water figure, and celestial power capable of interfering with tailed beasts and forbidden techniques. Tsunade murmured, each word growing heavier as she spoke. Kumogakure and that Dawn organization are also entangled in this. Kakashi, the mess you've stirred up this time is no small matter. She turned her piercing gaze to Naruto. Especially you, boy. How do you feel? Is that thing inside you behaving itself? Naruto straightened up, trying to make his expression appear reliable. Don't worry, Granny Tsunade. I feel great. Just a bit sluggish. My chakra hasn't recovered yet. That star's power and Kurama's power seem to keep to themselves like oil and water. Oil and water. Tsunade snorted, rising from her seat and stepping before Naruto. Her imposing aura made him instinctively shrink back. She extended her hand, a green medical chakra gathering at her fingertips, and gently pressed it against his forehead and chest, probing carefully. The more she sensed, the deeper her frown became. Excessive chakra depletion, some minor tears in the meridians, but all within recoverable. The problem is, there's an immense ancient and frigid energy deep inside you running parallel to your chakra system, yet subtly merging with it. This state is unprecedented. She withdrew her hand and gazed at Naruto with a complex expression. You troublesome brat, you always manage to come up with something new. Heh heh. Naruto could only force a dry laugh. The next location indicated by the star map, the place of sedimentation, the foundation of power. Tsunade paced back to the window, looking down at the prosperous village of Konoha, northwest near the border with the land of Earth. That region is sparsely populated, mostly barren mountains and ancient stone forests. Legend has it that there are some peculiar places linked to natural energy. The star map's guidance may be that Naruto must integrate and master his power there. She spun around abruptly, her gaze sweeping across Kakashi, Sakura, and Hinata. This matter is of utmost importance. The power of the star core fragment and Naruto's current condition must not be leaked. Kumogakure and Dawn won't let this go, and inside the village. She left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear as her eyes flickered briefly toward a certain direction. The approximate location of the root base. Kakashi classified this report as shrank. Your team will rest for 2 days, replenish supplies, and undergo necessary treatment and recovery. 2 days later, depart covertly for the next location on the star map. Mission objective: assist Uzumaki Naruto in mastering and controlling his new power, and investigate the truth of the place of sedimentation. Yes, Kakashi acknowledged solemnly. Naruto. Tsunade turned to him, her tone unusually serious. For these 2 days you are forbidden from any high-intensity training, and absolutely no reckless experimentation with that celestial power. Rest well and restore your body and mind to peak condition. The training ahead will not be easy. It may even be more dangerous than your battle in the ruins. Understand? Sensing the concern and gravity in Tsunade's words, Naruto dropped his playful demeanor and nodded earnestly. I understand, Granny Tsunade. Sakura. Hinata. Tsunade then addressed her 2 female disciples. Your tasks are equally important. Sakura, your medical ninjutsu and monstrous strength form the team's solid backbone. Hinata, your Byakugan and sensory abilities are key to detecting threats and finding clues. Protect Naruto and protect yourselves. Understood, Lady Hokage. Sakura and Hinata replied in unison, their eyes resolute. Leaving the Hokage building, sunlight bathed them, but the 4 felt the weight on their shoulders grow heavier. Let's each go home and rest for now, Kakashi said. Meet at Training Ground 7 tomorrow at 8 a.m. for some recovery drills and tactical discussion. Remember what the Hokage said, Naruto. Especially messing around. Got it, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto replied, though inside a restless curiosity stirred. The newly acquired power and the vivid star map in his mind constantly tempted him to explore. After parting ways with Kakashi-sensei and Sakura, Naruto walked home alongside Hinata. A quietness settled between them. Having shared a life-and-death adventure, an unspoken understanding seemed to have grown. Naruto-kun. Hinata spoke softly, breaking the silence. Is that power inside you really all right? I am a little worried. Her voice trailed off, her cheeks tinged with pink. Naruto looked at her shy, concerned expression, warmth filling his heart. He flashed a bright grin. It's fine, Hinata. I feel great. I'm still a bit confused, but I somehow feel this power is guiding me, not harming me. Besides, don't I have you all with me? His smile radiated like sunshine, dispelling some of the gloom from Hinata's heart. She nodded firmly. Yes, I will do my utmost to help, Naruto-kun. After escorting Hinata near the Hyuga clan estate, Naruto walked alone toward his apartment. The closer he got to the familiar building, the more clearly he felt a sense of being watched. Not malicious, but a cold, detached observation, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, tracking his every move. Root operatives, huh? That old man Danzo certainly won't give up easily. Naruto sneered inwardly, but outwardly he remained impassive, entering the apartment as if oblivious. Closing the door, cutting off the outside world, Naruto's relaxed facade instantly vanished. He collapsed onto the bed wearily, but instead of sleeping he again sank his consciousness inward. Golden chakra was slowly recovering like a warm stream. The celestial power, however, lay like an iceberg in the depths of the sea, silent and immense. He tried with extreme caution to extend a sliver of his will like a tentacle lightly touching that frigid energy. There was no rejection nor acceptance. That power seemed like a slumbering behemoth, unresponsive to his probe. Yet he could sense that within it lay immensely complex structures and information far beyond his current understanding. The place of sedimentation. Where exactly is it? And how does one sediment? Naruto stared at the ceiling as the coordinate point on the star map in his mind flickered faintly, as if answering his question. He knew this brief respite was merely the calm before the storm. In 2 days a new journey would begin. One that would truly test his will and potential on the path to awakening power. The 2 days of rest were both a rare relaxation and an invisible torment for Naruto. He diligently followed Tsunade's orders, refraining from any high-intensity physical training or ninjutsu practice, spending most of his time in the apartment consuming soldier pills and instant noodles, and striving to restore his nearly depleted chakra. The fatigue in his body gradually faded, and the subtle injuries in his meridians slowly healed under the nourishment of his formidable recovery ability, and the gentle chakra he intentionally guided. However, the restlessness in his mind was hard to quell. That feeling of being watched was like a festering wound, not dissipating simply because he was behaving himself. The sense of surveillance fluctuated, sometimes coming from a seemingly empty shadow outside the window, and sometimes from a casual glance of a passerby. He knew that these were the roots ninjas like parasites, hidden deep within Konoha's body, faithfully carrying out Danzo's orders. This omnipresent gaze made him feel uneasy, yet it also heightened his awareness of the delicacy of his situation. Most of his time was spent in meditation and introspection. As his consciousness sank within, he could see the golden chakra flowing like a revived river, becoming full and vibrant once more. The 9 tails remained silent, yet the vast source of chakra was like a warm sun providing a solid backing. Deeper still, the area dominated by the power of the stars remained cold and silent, akin to the depths of the universe. He tried various methods to communicate. Calling out with his mind, gently touching with chakra, even recalling the feelings when merging fragments in the ruins. But to little effect. That power seemed like a slumbering iceberg, unmoved by his efforts. Yet it was not without gains. In the profound silence, when he no longer deliberately tried to drive or communicate, but simply sought to feel, he could capture the extremely subtle rhythmic pulsations existing within that star power. These pulsations faintly synchronized with the flickering frequency of the star map in his mind, and resonated with the weak icy sensation lingering in the scar on his left shoulder. This pulsation seemed to be a silent language telling of ancient laws concerning order, balance, and space. He could not comprehend this language, yet he could vaguely feel the meaning behind it. Especially the perception of space under this serene contemplation seemed to become clearer, and he could even close his eyes and feel the spatial contours occupied by the tables, chairs, and bed in the room, as well as the subtle spatial wrinkles caused by the flow of natural energy in the air. Is this the beginning of precipitation? Naruto pondered. It is not about forcibly controlling, but first understanding and resonating. In addition to introspection, he also spent some time eating ramen with his teacher Irika, chatting with Uncle Ichiraku, and occasionally playing around with Konohamaru's gang as they used to. These ordinary and warm daily moments served as solid anchor points, temporarily pulling him back from the dangers of the ruins, and the confusion of newfound powers, reminding him of what he needed to protect. In the afternoon of the second day, Sakura and Hinata came to visit him. "Naruto, how are you feeling? Is your body recovering?" Sakura asked with concern, as she entered holding a box of medicinal snacks she had specially prepared to aid in chakra recovery. "Yeah, much better. My chakra is almost full." Naruto patted his chest, displaying his signature smile, then his gaze was drawn to the snacks. "Wow. Sakura, is this for me? Awesome. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you." Sakura looked at Naruto, who was gobbling it down with helplessness, yet a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. She carefully observed Naruto, and the intuition of a medical ninja made her feel that he seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, not just in chakra recovery but also in an internal quality sedimentation. Although still lively, there was a tranquility in his gaze that had not existed before. Naruto-kun Hinata spoke softly, her face slightly flushed. I have also reviewed some ancient texts from the Hyuga clan in the past 2 days regarding natural energy and special physiques. Although there is hardly any direct mention of the power of the stars, there are some records about fusion of alien energies which emphasize that the key lies in finding the resonance point and establishing inner balance. Perhaps it could help Naruto-kun. Resonance point, inner balance. Naruto paused, chewing deep in thought. This seemed to align with the pulsations and meaning he had sensed himself. Yes, Hinata nodded, gathering her courage to continue. The texts say that different powers have their unique frequencies, and forcibly merging them will only lead to conflict. You need to first understand them, find that point where they can coexist or even complement each other, and then centered on your spirit and will construct a stable energy structure. This usually requires an external environment that is extremely pure in energy and can help the practitioner focus and calm their mind. Pure energy. Focus and calm. Naruto's eyes lit up. Isn't that what the star map refers to as the precipitation ground? Very likely. Sakura took over her expression. Serious. Lady Tsunade also mentioned that the area has exceptionally abundant natural energy. Naruto, when you get there you might find it easier to locate the resonance point with the power of the stars. The concern and clues provided by his friends enlightened Naruto, easing some of the confusion about his upcoming training journey, and filling him with anticipation. In the evening, Kakashi also quietly visited, confirming Naruto's condition, and informing him of the final departure time and arrangements. At dawn the next day, before daylight, gathering at the most remote third training ground to secretly leave Konoha, avoiding unnecessary attention. As night deepened, Naruto lay in bed yet was far from sleepy. The chakra within him surged, the power of the stars remained cold and silent, but the rhythmic pulsations felt like a hypnotic pendulum calming his mind. In his mind, the coordinates in the northwest flickered steadily. He could sense the cold gaze of surveillance outside the window becoming clearer in the night, like the eyes of a wolf lurking in the darkness. Just wait, Naruto silently thought, his azure eyes shimmering with determination in the dark. No matter who it is, no one can stop me from becoming stronger. No one can destroy what I want to protect. He closed his eyes, no longer resisting but actively embracing the pulsations of the power of the stars, aligning his breathing, heartbeat, and even the fluctuations of his spirit with that cold rhythm. At first awkward, gradually becoming adept. In a state that felt half dreaming and half awake, he seemed to hear an extremely faint sigh, as if it came from a distant sea of stars. That sigh carried a hint of acknowledgement and a trace of indescribable sorrow. The path to awakening the power of Volume 10 was about to officially begin. What Naruto did not know was that at the moment he attempted to resonate with the stars, a member of the root in a shadow outside his apartment was astonished to discover that the target he was watching seemed to merge with the entire starry night, becoming nearly indistinct and almost impossible to lock onto. In the pre-dawn hours, Konoha was still shrouded in the final darkness, with only a few early breakfast stalls casting dim yellow lights. At the edge of training ground 3, the air within the woods was bitingly cold. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata gathered on time, exchanging brief nods without any superfluous greetings. Everyone had donned gear suitable for long-distance travel and combat, their expressions solemn. "Let's move," Kakashi said in a low voice, turning first and melting into the shadows of the forest like a wisp of smoke. Naruto and the others followed closely. The foreman team silently slipped beyond the barrier of Konoha and sped northwest. After they had distanced themselves from the village, the sticky sensation of being monitored by Root gradually faded. As dawn broke and morning light spread, the four increased their speed. Naruto took the lead, the star map in his mind serving as an invisible compass correcting his direction. He found that he didn't even need to consciously memorize the route, or his body instinctively adjusted toward the coordinate point. The faint resonance with the power of the stars seemed to grow clearer as they moved away from civilization into an environment rich in natural energy. The journey was not without challenges. They had to traverse the dense forests of the Land of Fire, cross steep mountains, avoid territories of large summons, and occasionally deal with small-scale harassment from wandering or rogue ninja, all of which Kakashi's team handled with ease. These skirmishes became whetstones for Naruto to familiarize himself with his enhanced space-time perception. He no longer needed to close his eyes to vaguely see. The ripples left by enemy attacks in space predictions became easier, and dodging and counterattacks grew more precise. After 5 days, the surroundings began to grow desolate. Lush forests gave way to vast barren plains covered with low shrubs and moss. The air turned dry and cold, and the wind carried a grit of sand. In the distance, the silhouette of a towering, grotesque stone forest gradually appeared on the. It was a natural maze formed by countless enormous stone pillars, stalagmites, and mushroom-shaped rocks, their gray-white surfaces etched by wind and rain, standing in bizarre shapes that pierced the clouds. Even from afar, a sense of desolation, antiquity, and immense weight rushed toward them. That's the place. Naruto stopped and pointed at the distant stone forest, his eyes shimmering with a blend of excitement and gravity. The star map coordinates in his mind perfectly overlapped with the core of the stone forest. He could even feel a gentle womb-like coolness from the scar on his left shoulder, and the celestial force inside him seemed to awaken, emitting a faint, joyful resonance. Such dense, natural energy, and it's incredibly stable and pure. Hinata activated her pure eye and gazed at the stone forest, her face filled with awe. The entire forest feels like a massive aggregation of natural energy, its flow as regular as breathing. The internal structure, I can't see through it, some force seems to interfere with deep probing. Sakura also sensed the difference. The air here feels like breathing it in can purify the body. No wonder it's called the land of sedimentation. Kakashi observed the surroundings, his Sharingan scanning for any potential threats. The terrain is complex, easy to defend, but also easy to ambush. Hinata, keep up the reconnaissance. Well, enter carefully and first find a suitable place to set up a temporary camp. The four cautiously stepped into the stone forest. The light inside immediately dimmed. Huge stone pillars cast long shadows, and the winding passages seemed endless. Silence reigned, broken only by the wind whistling through the crevices like a mournful echo. Guided by Naruto's increasingly clear senses, they avoided areas with violently chaotic energy, or hidden dangerous creatures, finally finding a relatively open space deep within the stone forest. It was encircled by several massive stone pillars with flat tops enclosing a small patch of sandy ground. Beside it, a clear spring with a faint glow seeped from a rock fissure. This will do, Kakashi decided. Hinata confirmed the water source is safe. Sakura set up warning traps and a simple camp. Naruto, how do you feel? Naruto did not answer immediately. He walked to the center of the sandy area, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. The moment he entered this area, the celestial force within him became exceptionally active, its rhythmic pulse perfectly synchronized with the natural energy breathing of the entire stone forest. Without any conscious guidance, he could feel thin threads of pure natural energy, and an even more ancient star-aligned power slowly and spontaneously seeping into his body, nourishing the cold celestial force and solidifying his golden chakra. It feels wonderful. Naruto opened his eyes, a glint of starry light flashing in them. The power here welcomes me. The camp was quickly set up. Kakashi assigned a watch rotation and stressed that no one was to disturb Naruto during his training. The true cultivation began that evening. The setting sun bathed the stone forest in a magnificent orangered, and sparse stars began to appear in the sky. Naruto sat in the center of the sandy area, clearing his mind and sinking his consciousness deep into his body. This time he did not attempt to touch or drive the celestial force. Instead, he immersed his entire focus in that rhythmic pulse. He tried to adjust his breathing, his heartbeat, even the frequency of his mental fluctuations to match that pulse. At first it was extremely difficult. The human biological rhythm was inherently discordant with the ancient stellar cadence. But Naruto possessed extraordinary tenacity and patience. One failure, two failures. He kept adjusting, losing track of time and self. Gradually his breathing became long and deep, his heartbeat slow and powerful. He entered a state of self-forgetfulness, as if he were no longer a body of flesh and blood, but had become part of the stone forest, a star amid the vast sky. At the exact moment his mental frequency achieved perfect harmony with the stellar pulse, whoosh, the cold, dormant celestial force inside him finally, for the first time, actively and gently responded. It was no longer a passive pool of energy, but flowed slowly like spring thaw, making contact with his golden chakra. No violent clash occurred as anticipated. Guided by some higher-order principle, the two forces began a wondrous fusion. The golden chakra was like blazing sunlight, the celestial force like icy moonlight. They did not devour each other. Instead, under the sky, constructed by Naruto's while they interwove and reflected each other. Strands of azure chakra infused with celestial force like threads, dotted with starlight, began to appear within his original golden chakra, flow multiplying rapidly. Simultaneously, Naruto's spatial perception soared to a new height. He could not only feel the folds in space, but also vaguely see the structure of the surrounding space. He saw the complex three-dimensional runes of Kakashi's flying thunder god technique no longer blurred marks. He saw the energy nodes formed by Sakura's traps in space. He saw the penetrating ripples of Hinata's pure eye as she observed. He even had the illusion that if he wished and had enough power, he could gently pluck these spatial strings and achieve something incredible. But this fusion and enhanced perception also brought immense strain. A sharp pain ran through his meridians, and his spirit felt unprecedented fatigue. Maintaining the balance required tremendous mental effort. So this is the beginning of balance. Naruto understood inwardly, not daring to relax for a moment, concentrating fully on maintaining this delicate state and guiding the two forces to merge slowly and steadily. Around the sandy area, Kakashi, Sakura, and Hinata watched with bated breath. They could see a faint mixed golden and blue halo emanating from Naruto's seated form. His aura deepened and expanded, merging with the stone forest and the nascent starry dome above. The path of awakening had finally taken a crucial step. And this was only the beginning. In the stone forest, the night sky was exceptionally brilliant. Free from the interference of town lights, the Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a shimmering band of light, countless stars clearly visible, casting a cold, pure glow. This ancient land of precipitation seemed to act as a massive resonator, gathering and amplifying the energy of the starry sky. Naruto sat cross-legged in the center of the sandy ground, having maintained a deep meditative state for several hours. The golden blue halo radiating from his body grew increasingly pronounced, resembling a miniature nebula slowly rotating outside his form. The changes within him were even more earth-shattering. The once clearly distinct golden chakra and icy stellar force were no longer simply running parallel or intertwining. They had begun a deeper level of fusion. Guided by the rhythmic pulse of the stars, the stellar force acted like the most precise engraving tool, merging into the torrent of golden chakra. Rather than diluting or covering it, it tempered and sublimated the chakra. This process was accompanied by immense pain. Every fusion of chakra and stellar force felt like plunging a red-hot iron into freezing water. The conflict of extreme heat and extreme cold erupted violently at the microscopic level, tearing and rupturing his meridians, only to be rapidly healed and rendered tougher, wider, and more resilient by the dense natural energy and the restorative properties of the stellar force itself. Naruto's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, his body trembling slightly, his teeth clenched tightly. Yet he steadfastly maintained a sliver of clarity in his mind, guiding the process with tenacious will and preserving that elusive equilibrium. He could sense that his power was undergoing a qualitative change. Chakra was no longer merely raw energy. It had begun to take on a unique attribute, one imbued with spatial order and the vastness of the stars. In his perception, the space around him was no longer just folds and ripples. It presented a clear map, composed of countless minute geometric structures and energy pathways. He could even vaguely touch these spatial structures. Though he could not yet alter them, the depth and precision of this perception far exceeded that of ordinary spacetime ninjutsu practitioners. Hinata, who was keeping watch, had her Byakugan fixed on Naruto. She could clearly see the violent yet stable energy transformation within him, as well as the extraordinary steadiness and activity of the space around him. Her heart held both joy and worry for Naruto, for such a level of transformation was bound to involve unimaginable pain and risk. Sakura was also ready, green medical chakra gathered in her hand, prepared to intervene at the first sign of Naruto losing control. Kakashi leaned against a stone pillar nearby, his Sharingan observing silently beneath his mask. His heart was far calmer than his outward appearance. This form of energy fusion, I've never heard of it. It's not just the fusion of chakra natures. It's more like some kind of leap in life level. Naruto, what kind of path are you walking? In the latter half of the night, when the stars shone brightest, Naruto's training entered its most critical. Most of the chakra within him had already undergone preliminary fusion, taking on a deep star-filled, indigo blue. This brand new chakra far surpassed its previous form in both quality and quantity, flowing through tougher, wider meridians like a surging river of stars. Only the final core remnants of Ninetail's chakra and stellar force remained unmixed, coiled deep within his dantian, and the depths of his consciousness like the yin-yang fish, maintaining the ultimate point of balance. At that moment a sudden change occurred, not from within Naruto but from the outside. Several shadows merged with the night, shooting out like phantoms from the darkness of different stone pillars. They moved silently, swift as lightning, with poisoned kunai and ropes inscribed with sealing talismans aimed directly at the defenseless Naruto during his training. They were root ninja. They had tracked him here and chosen this most crucial moment to strike. Enemy attack! Hinata issued the first warning. Her Byakugan had already detected the chakra of these uninvited guests. But they had hidden too well, only fully exposing themselves the instant they launched their assault. Protect Naruto! Kakashi ordered in a low voice. His form vanished, instantly reappearing beside a root member, his kunai slashing toward the opponent's throat. Sakura reacted swiftly, slamming her fist into the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A circular earthen wall rose instantly, shielding Naruto and blocking part of the attack. However, the root members were highly trained and coordinated. Two of them fearlessly engaged Kakashi, while another circumvented the earth wall with an eerie movement technique, his sealing rope shooting like a venomous snake toward Naruto's neck. The rope was about to touch Naruto, who seemed oblivious while in meditation. But at that critical moment Naruto's tightly shut eyes snapped open. His eyes were no longer azure nor crimson, but transformed into an indigo blue like the deep sea of stars, with what seemed like stars being born and dying in the depths of his pupils. The golden blue halo around him suddenly contracted, all absorbed into his body. He made no complex hand seals, simply raising his right hand casually and lightly sweeping it toward the incoming sealing rope and the charging root member. An invisible ripple containing a strange, orderly force spread out from him. The next moment a shocking scene unfolded before Kakashi and Sakura. The rope, imbued with powerful sealing energy, collided with an invisible warped wall about a foot away from Naruto. It wasn't repelled but seemed to sink into quicksand, slowing abruptly, then breaking apart in a bizarre manner. Not physically but through spatial misalignment. The front half of the rope seemed to enter another spatial dimension and vanished, while the rear half fell weakly to the ground. As for the charging root member, he felt as if he had crashed into layer upon layer of viscous, constantly folding space. His movements became extremely slow and distorted like a slow-motion film, or as if trapped in a funhouse mirror. Every action stretched and deformed. No matter how he pushed his chakra, he couldn't escape this uncanny state. For the first time, shock and disbelief filled his eyes. Star release, void lock. Naruto slowly rose to his feet, indigo blue chakra flowing like tame flames over his skin. He felt the new power within responding to his will like an extension of himself, and a confidence born of controlling space welled up inside him. He glanced at the root member trapped in void lock like an insect in amber, then at the two assailants forced back by Kakashi. You! Naruto's voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. Have disturbed my training. He extended a finger and lightly traced a line in the direction of the two root members. Rip! A sound like tearing cloth rang out. A fine, distorted black fissure abruptly appeared in the space between the two root members. Though it flashed and vanished instantly, the terrifying sense of rending and spatial turbulence made the two battle-hardened root members' hair stand on end, and they retreated without hesitation. Star release, spatial sunder, embryonic. Naruto did not pursue. Having just completed the initial fusion of his power, executing spatial interference of this magnitude had already taken a heavy toll, and he was unwilling to kill in the presence of his Konoha comrades. Kakashi seized the opportunity to subdue the two intimidated root members in an instant. Sakura and Hinata also moved quickly, securing the one trapped by void lock. The battle began and ended in a flash. Naruto's indigo blue chakra gradually calmed, the Sea Star's color in his eyes slowly faded, returning to something close to his former azure, yet a depth and steadiness remained. He let out a long breath, feeling the surging yet harmonious new power within, and a weary but satisfied smile spread across his face. I succeeded. Granny Tsunade Kakashi-sensei, I think. I've grasped it a little. Kakashi looked at Naruto, his Sharingan filled with complex emotions. He knew that from this moment Naruto had truly stepped onto the path of a transcendent powerhouse. And what awaited him on this road would be an even vaster sky, and even fiercer storms. In the early morning of the stone forest, thin mist coiled among the peculiar stone pillars. After a night of clamor, the place had returned to silence, leaving only the faint lingering essence of stars in the wind and a trace of unshed blood. 3 shinobi from Root were tightly bound unconscious beside them. Their masks had been removed, revealing nondescript numb faces. Kakashi crouched beside one of them, his Sharingan carefully inspecting their bodies for any possible curse marks or self-destruct devices. The tongue-severing seal is intact, but the fact that they could track us here means Danzo possesses means we are unaware of. His tone was grave. A flicker of lightning chakra flashed from his fingertips, thoroughly destroying the chakra pathways of the 3 captives to ensure they posed no further threat. Sakura was performing a final examination on Naruto, her green medical chakra flowing around him. His total chakra reserves have increased by at least 30% and the nature unprecedented. The meridian system has been greatly widened and reinforced with excellent stability and no hidden damage. Naruto, how do you feel now? Is that spatial ability draining? Naruto clenched his fist, feeling the indigo chakra surging like a galaxy within him, yet responding as easily as his own limbs. He grinned excitedly. I've never felt better, Sakura. I'm bursting with power. That spatial distortion. Well, it drains a fair amount, but it's much easier than when I was wildly erupting in the ruins. It feels like this is how it's supposed to be used. He tried to draw upon the power again, and the air around his fingertips rippled in minute, almost imperceptible waves. Hinata stood a little apart, her Byakugan, still alertly scanning the surroundings to ensure no new ambush. Naruto-kun's power is more closely connected with the natural energy of this land. When he used his ability just now, the surrounding natural energy spontaneously assisted him, reducing his own consumption. Preliminary mastery of power is good, but trouble follows. Kakashi stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. Root has found us here, which means our whereabouts are exposed. Danzo won't send just this one group. More trouble is coming. We can't stay long. We must move immediately. Back to Konoha? Sakura asked. Kakashi shook his head, his gaze turning to Naruto. Naruto, has the star chart changed? Naruto immediately focused inward. In his mind, the star chart was indeed different from before. The coordinates representing the stone forest, the place of sediment, had stabilized and no longer flickered like a lighthouse lit. And far to the north toward the vast snowy mountains, a new coordinate point was emitting a strong, urgent, pulsating light. Unlike the peaceful guidance of the place of sediment, this new coordinate transmitted a message of urgency and warning. There is, far to the north, Naruto said, immediately his expression serious. It feels urgent, like a warning or something is about to happen there. North, toward the snowy mountains. Kakashi pondered. That area is sparsely populated and harsh. Legend says there are ancient sanctum ruins. They're the source of many mysterious tales. The star chart warning at this moment is no coincidence. He made a swift decision. We can't return to Konoha for now. Since Danzo has made his move, the situation inside the village is unclear. If we bring Naruto back, we might fall into a trap, or even cause trouble for the Hokage. We must trust the star chart's guidance and head immediately to the new coordinate in the north. It could be a crisis, or it could be a turning point. Agreed. Sakura and Hinata nodded without hesitation. After all, they'd been through, their trust in Naruto, and the star chart had only deepened. What about them? Sakura pointed at the prisoners. Shatter their chakra, erase their short-term memories, and leave them here. Someone will come to handle them. Kakashi said, flatly implying something. He believed that Lady Tsunade would have subsequent arrangements. Without further delay, the 4 of them packed up the camp, swiftly abandoned the 3 root prisoners, and then, guided by Naruto, began a new rapid journey toward the northern coordinate point. About an hour after they left, several Umbu figures, wearing animal masks, silently appeared in the stone forest camp. They quietly took away the 3 unconscious root members, erased all signs of battle, as if nothing had ever happened. The road north was even harsher than the northwest. The climate grew colder, vegetation sparse, replaced by bare rock and eternal snow. The biting wind cut like a blade, and the air carried the scent of ice, and snow mingled with an ancient, desolate aura. Naruto's newly acquired indigo chakra demonstrated remarkable adaptability in such harsh conditions. Its star-like nature seemed to regulate body temperature and resist the extreme cold. His spatial perception grew even more refined. He could feel hidden crevices beneath the snow, or an impending avalanche guiding the team away from danger. Along the way they encountered several more unidentified observers, rogue ninja and suspected perimeter scouts from the Dawn organization, but Kakashi's team swiftly eliminated them with lightning tactics, leaving no survivors to leak their location. Naruto also honed his new star release in combat, whether using spatial stasis to trap enemies or fine spatial tears to destroy their weapons and defenses, becoming more proficient with each encounter. 10 days later they finally reached the approximate area indicated by the star chart. A vast ice valley surrounded by endless snow-capped mountains. Before they even approached, they could sense an extremely powerful chaotic and malevolent energy fluctuation emanating from deep within the valley, perfectly matching the warning sensation from the star chart. This is it. Naruto stopped, gazing down at the ice valley shrouded in blizzard like the maw of a giant beast. His indigo eyes were filled with gravity. The energy inside, very strong and chaotic, unsettling. Hinata activated her Byakugan, trying to see through the blizzard, but her vision was greatly obstructed. There's a very powerful energy field inside the valley. My sight can't penetrate deeply. I can only vaguely see a huge altar, or seal, at the central area. Surrounding it are many non-human chakra signatures, numerous and extremely violent. Kakashi tightened his mask against the piercing wind, his Sharingan fixed on the valley. It seems the star chart hasn't led us to a training ground, but to a powder keg about to explode. Prepare for battle, everyone. The prelude to the final showdown has likely begun. The 4 adjusted their state's chakra, subtly raised, and like 4 arrows they charged without hesitation into the icy wasteland that held unknown crises and ultimate secrets. The moment he stepped into the ice valley, it felt as though he had passed through an invisible barrier. The howling of the wind outside abruptly diminished, replaced by a muffled deep humming that seemed to emanate from the very bowels of the earth. The chill in the air did not lessen. Instead, a bone-penetrating sinister coldness intensified, mingled with the nauseating chaotic, malevolent energy. The sight within the valley was even more terrifying. Vast icicles hung like swords from the cliffs on both sides, and the ground was covered in ice that had accumulated over countless millennia, smooth as a mirror yet faintly revealing eerie blood-red vein-like patterns spreading beneath. At the deepest part of the valley, a massive circular altar built from black boulders loomed vaguely. Above the altar, the air itself twisted like an unstable miniature black hole, radiating ominous fluctuations. These patterns, they feel like some kind of enormous ceiling formation, but the structure is unlike anything I've seen. Kakashi crouched down, his Sharingan scrutinizing the dark red patterns beneath the ice, his brow furrowed. And these patterns seem alive. They're absorbing natural energy from the earth veins, and the air converting it into that chaotic, malevolent energy. Absorbing natural energy, converting it into malevolence. Sakura felt a chill. How is that possible? Natural energy should be neutral and gentle. Unless the core of the conversion itself has been polluted by an extremely evil will. Hinata strained her Byakugan to pierce through the interference, gazing toward the altar. At the center of the altar, there is a very strong energy source wrapped in layer upon layer of seals. Those non-human chakra reactions are surging out from the ground around the altar. They're coming. As if to confirm Hinata's words, the dark red patterns beneath the ice suddenly flared. Immediately after, accompanied by the cracking sound of breaking ice, countless pale, twisted figures emerged from under the ice. They had roughly humanoid shapes, but their bodies seemed to be made of some kind of white clay, smooth and featureless, with only a few simple holes. They emanated the same chaotic, malevolent chakra as the altar. What are these things? Naruto stared at the creatures crawling out of a nightmare, feeling a visceral discomfort. The indigo blue chakra within his body flowed, spontaneously generating a strong repulsion against this malevolence. Creatures never seen before. No, they seem more like artificial weapons. Kakashi's eyes sharpened, his kunai already gripped tightly. Careful, there are a lot. Before the words faded, the thousands of white monsters, later called white zetsu, surged towards them like a tidal wave. They let out silent cries, their movements swift and eerie. Some crawled on the ground, others could even run on vertical ice walls. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata was the first to engage, her figure dancing like a butterfly, landing precise strikes on the white zetsu but with little effect. These monsters had no conventional meridian system, drastically reducing the effectiveness of Gentle Fist. Monstrous strength. Sakura threw a punch, the immense power shattering the foremost white zetsu, instantly turning them into puddles of white slime. But more white zetsu fearlessly filled the gaps. Fire-style fireball jutsu. The fireball Kakashi exhaled exploded in the white tide, scorching a patch, yet it was a mere drop in the bucket compared to their overwhelming numbers. Naruto did not use wide-range ninjutsu. He took a deep breath, indigo blue chakra gathering in his eyes. In his spatial perception, these white zetsu were not without weaknesses. The chaotic chakra cores within them manifested as unstable twisted nodes in space. Star release, air stagnation. He made a single simple hand seal more out of habit. A star release relied more on will and chakra control, and pressed lightly toward a region of white zetsu ahead. The space in that area instantly became viscous, the movements of dozens of white zetsu abruptly slowed to a crawl, as if trapped in invisible quicksand. The flow of chakra within them was greatly disrupted. Now's our chance. Sakura and Hinata immediately seized the opportunity, their fists and palms shattering the stagnated white zetsu with ease. It works! Naruto's spirits lifted, but he also felt that simultaneously binding so many targets consumed considerable chakra and mental focus. He began attempting finer control, shrinking the range of air stagnation and concentrating its power on the core nodes of single or small groups of white zetsu. He formed his fingers into a blade-like shape and pointed through the air at a white zetsu that had just climbed an ice wall in the distance. A subtle, nearly invisible spatial ripple flashed by. The chakra core node within that white zetsu seemed to be punctured by an invisible needle, instantly collapsing. Its entire body slumped like a deflated balloon, turning into a pool of white mud. I can destroy the core directly. Naruto discovered an even more efficient method. However, the number of white zetsu was simply overwhelming, seemingly endless. They kept pouring out from under the ice, from crevices in the rocks, wave after wave. More troublingly, the distorted spatial fluctuations above the altar were gradually intensifying, and the emanating malevolent energy grew thicker, as if something was brewing. We can't keep this up. Kakashi barked while clearing approaching white zetsu with lightning cutter. We must get to the altar, figure out what the core is, and stop it. I'll clear the path. Naruto roared, the indigo blue chakra inside him erupting violently. Holding nothing back, he thrust both hands forward. Star release, spatial ripple. A powerful shockwave imbued with the ordering force of space spread out in a fan shape. Where it passed, the white zetsu in front were either blasted away or torn apart by the twisting spatial forces, instantly clearing a brief passage toward the altar. Go! Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Hinata seized the chance, charging down the path at top speed. The closer they got to the altar, the more the malevolent energy corroded their minds. Even Kakashi felt a growing irritation. Hinata's Byakugan suffered increasing interference, her vision blurring. Finally, they reached the edge of the altar. When they saw what lay at the center, everyone gasped in shock. At the center of the altar was no treasure or monster but a person, bound and shackled by countless dark red energy chains. He was a young man wearing archaic robes with two horns on his forehead, a pale and handsome face, his eyes tightly shut as if in deep slumber. He exuded a pressure that was of the same origin as the ink-like figure, yet purer and far more terrifying. Those chaotic, malevolent energies were being forcibly extracted and transformed from within, and the distorted spatial passage above the altar. The aura faintly felt from the other end made both the star power and Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto stir restlessly. It was the presence of the Otsutsuki clan. He's being forcibly drained of his power to create these monsters, and that spatial passage. Sakura exclaimed. He is both the source of corruption and the key. Kakashi instantly grasped the crux. We must interrupt this process. At that moment the bound youth on the altar seemed to sense something, his closed eyelids trembling slightly, as if about to awaken. And the spatial passage above the altar suddenly expanded by another measure, a despair-inducing, tangible, oppressive pressure seeping out from within. The true crisis was about to descend. At the center of the altar the youth, bound by dark red chains, trembled with increasing intensity, his pale face twisted with pain and struggle. Above the altar the distorted spatial passage pulsed like a heartbeat, each contraction and expansion, unleashing a stronger pressure, and a denser malevolent energy. The icy aura of the Otsutsuki from the other side of the passage had become distinctly discernible. No time to ponder. We must stop him from awakening and close the passage immediately. Kakashi made a swift decision, his Sharingan fixed on the youth on the altar and the chains draining his energy. Naruto, can you sense the energy nodes of those chains? Destroy them. I'll try. Naruto suppressed the power within him that stirred in response to the Otsutsuki's presence. The star maps in his indigo eyes swirled as he fully extended his spatial perception. In his vision, the dark red chains were not physical entities, but constructs of highly condensed malevolent energy, intertwined with ancient sealing formulas. They were deeply rooted in the altar, connected to the earth veins, and converged into the youth's body, forming a brutal energy cycle. The energy core of the chains is at 8 positions around the altar, and the center connects him to the spatial passage. Naruto quickly identified the critical points. However, more white zetsu surged from all directions like a frenzied tide, recklessly charging toward the altar to thwart their efforts. They no longer relied solely on close-quarters combat. Some white zetsu twisted their bodies, transforming their arms into sharp wooden spikes, and spitting corrosive liquid imbued with malevolent energy from their mouths. Cover Naruto. Sakura shouted, her fists coated with dense chakra. Each strike carried the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, obliterating any white zetsu that drew near, while she agilely dodged ranged attacks. She stood like an unyielding shield guarding Naruto's side. 8 trigrams, palms, heavenly rotation. Hinata spun rapidly on the other side, her pure chakra forming an absolute defense that repelled all incoming wooden spikes and corrosive liquid. Although her Byakugan was disrupted, she still strove to indicate the most vulnerable energy flow points. For Naruto, the node at the northeast position has the most violent energy fluctuations. It might be a breakthrough point. Kakashi moved like a phantom among the white zetsu, his lightning cutter flashing. Each strike precisely severed the energy chains connecting the white zetsu, alleviating the pressure on the front. But his Sharingan also captured a chilling phenomenon. The remains of shattered white zetsu fell to the ground, were quickly absorbed by the dark red patterns of the altar, and transformed into new malevolent energy. Some remains even reassembled under the infusion of energy. These monsters. They are regenerating indefinitely using the altar's energy. We must destroy the core. Kakashi's heart sank. Naruto took a deep breath, ignoring the deafening clamor of battle around him, and focused all his mind on the chain nodes of the altar. He formed hand seals, and the indigo chakra within him roared, and surged, resonating powerfully with the surrounding space. Star release, void blade slash. He pointed his fingers like a blade and slashed through the air consecutively at the node indicated by Hinata in the northeast and 2 other relatively weak nodes. There were no flashy sound or light effects. Only 3 subtle space-fusing distortions that instantly crossed the distance and struck the energy chain nodes precisely. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like a red-hot blade cutting through ice and snow, the dark red chains at the 3 nodes twisted, violently flickered, and then snapped with a crisp sound. A massive amount of malevolent energy dispersed from the fractures like black smoke. It worked. But the connection between the altar's core and the spatial passage remained unsevered. The bound youth's body shook violently, emitting a suppressed ancient groan of agony. The trend of his opening eyes became even more pronounced. Not enough. The core connection is too strong. Naruto felt a wave of exhaustion. The continuous use of star release drained his spirit and chakra enormously. Just then, another anomaly occurred. The spatial passage above the altar suddenly expanded, and a large hand covered in pale horny skin with sharp, elongated fingernails burst out from the other side, gripping the edge of the passage. a pressure far more terrifying than before, filled with the desire for destruction, and devouring, swept through the entire ice valley like a tsunami. The vanguard of the Otsutsuki was about to descend. At the same time, the bound youth on the altar, seemingly stimulated by the hand, snapped his tightly shut eyes open. They were eyes, like a vast galaxy, but unlike the order and vitality in Naruto's indigo gaze, these eyes were filled with the resentment and madness of being imprisoned for millennia, and a trace of extremely complex shock and longing upon seeing Naruto. Same, blood, released me. A fragmented thought, as if resounding directly into the soul, entered Naruto's and Hinata's, who possessed the Byakugan mind. Is he begging for my help? Or luring me? Naruto was stunned, his movements halting involuntarily. Don't be deceived. Kakashi shouted sharply, his lightning cutter piercing an elite white Zetsu attempting to ambush Naruto. His power is being drained to create monsters, and the passage. No matter who he once was, he is now part of the crisis. Destroying the altar's core and closing the passage is the only choice. In the passage, the pale hand was straining as if trying to pull the entire body through. Time was of the essence. Naruto looked at the eyes full of madness and longing, then at the spatial passage about to fully open, and at his comrades fighting desperately beside him. A sense of determination surged within him. There was no time to hesitate. He fiercely gathered the vast majority of his remaining indigo chakra, along with the initially fused power of the stars and the nine tails, without reservation into the palm of his right hand. It was no longer a simple energy ball, but a terrifying energy mass with a galaxy-like vortex swirling inside, and the surrounding space constantly distorting and collapsing. Staking everything. I will close it. He roared, hurling the energy mass which contained all his current power, and the force of spatial collapse fiercely at the energy hub at the center of the altar, the very point connecting the youth and the spatial passage. Star release, spiral, nebula collapse. As the energy mass left his hand, space emitted a groan of distress, and light was swallowed and distorted in its wake. The moment vortex star collapse left his hand, Naruto felt as if all his strength had been drained away. He staggered, barely able to stay on his feet. Sakura reacted swiftly, rushing forward to support him, her green medical chakra flowing unhesitatingly into his body to soothe the near-total exhaustion. All eyes were fixed on the energy sphere, hurtling toward the altar's core, its interior swirling with a stellar vortex. Silent yet dreadful, it carried a terrifying power that made space tremble and souls shudder. On the altar, the newly opened eyes, brimming with malice and craving, first flickered with disbelief as they encountered the vortex star collapse, then were overtaken by boundless fury and a trace of dread. He could sense that this attack held not merely destruction but a law-like force capable of dissolving energy structures and overturning order itself. No! A shriek born from the very soul burst from the bound youth as he struggled, yet the dark red chains still held him fast. The pale hand extending from the spatial rift seemed to sense the lethal threat as well, abruptly tightening, as if to accelerate its crossing, or perhaps to withdraw. But it was all too late. The vortex star collapse struck with unerring precision at the altar's central energy hub, the core point connecting the bound youth, countless dark red chains, and the unstable spatial rift. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Then, without a deafening explosion, there was only a low hum as if from beyond the world. At the point of impact, a pitch-black sphere expanded, instantly devouring all light. It was not emptiness but the collapse of space itself under the terrifying force. The dark red energy chains shattered and melted like wax thrown into roaring flames, leaving not a single trace behind. The altar's indestructible black stone, upon contact with the dark sphere's edge, crumbled and annihilated silently like a sandcastle. The youth bound at the center let out a final roar filled with unwillingness and despair. His body twisted and stretched within the collapsing space until at last he, along with the terrifying presence, was utterly absorbed into the absolute darkness and vanished. The pale hand that had already emerged from the rift bore the brunt of it. It tried to resist, its keratin layer flaring with blinding light, but all resistance was futile against the collapsing spatial force. The hand shattered as if crushed by an invisible giant force, disintegrating from the fingertips onward, barely managing to send back a psychic roar of ultimate fury and agony from the other end of the rift. It was only then that the delayed physical shockwave erupted in a tremendous roar. Centered on the altar, the entire ice valley shook violently, massive icicles breaking and falling, deep chasms splitting the frozen ground. A violent energy storm swept everything, tearing and blasting the remaining white zetsu like paper scraps. "Get down!" Kakashi shouted, throwing himself low and gripping a protruding rock. Sakura sheltered Naruto beneath her, and Hinata too prostrated herself. The energy storm lasted over 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. When the four raised their heads again, the sight before them left them dumbfounded. Where the altar had stood, only a huge, perfectly smooth hemispherical pit remained, as if an invisible giant ladle had scooped it away. The ice and rock at the pit's edge showed a peculiar state of having melted and then instantly refrozen. The altar chains bound youth terrifying hand. All were gone. Above the altar, the unstable spatial rift had also vanished entirely, leaving only a patch of slightly distorted space that was slowly returning to normal. The suffocating malevolent energy within the ice valley receded like a tide. Though still cold, it regained the pure, lifeless stillness of nature. The remaining white zetsu, deprived of their energy source, collapsed like marionettes with cut strings, turning into motionless white clay figurines. "Is it over?" Sakura asked, supporting Naruto, as she stood staring incredulously at the massive crater. Naruto nodded, weakly, pale but with bright eyes. "The rift is closed. That guy and that hand both were banished by my jutsu into unknown spatial turbulence." He could feel that his all-out strike was not mere destruction. It had triggered a zeroing effect on space, reducing everything in that region to basic energy and spatial particles, throwing them into the fathomless void. "Well done, Naruto." Kakashi walked to the edge of the pit, his Sharingan scanning carefully. Confirming no residual energy or threat remained, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to look at the exhausted Naruto, his eyes filled with pride and awe. The power of that attack had far exceeded the scope of Shrank Jutsu, touching upon the very principles of reality. Hinata's Byakugan swept the area, confirming, "The malevolent energy source is completely gone. All white zetsu have lost activity. The spatial structure is stabilizing. We succeeded." But the joy of success did not last long. Naruto seemed to sense something. He abruptly looked up toward the endless snow mountains to the north, his expression turning grave again. "What is it, Naruto?" Hinata asked with concern. "The star chart." "Not nearby," Naruto said in a low voice, his mind tightly linked to the star chart within his consciousness. "It's farther north, a very long way off. Much farther than here." There, a tremendously powerful energy fluctuation just came through, and it carried a sense of summoning, of gathering. He paused, then said each word deliberately. "It feels like a war horn has been blown." Kakashi, Sakura, and Hinata felt their hearts sink simultaneously. They had just resolved a deadly crisis and closed a passage to disaster, but the star chart's warning and Naruto's sensing made it clear this was only a vanguard probe that had been fortunately thwarted before a greater storm. The true enemy, the main force of the Otsutsuki clan, might have already taken notice or even been prepared, and was now truly beginning to assemble in the distant north. The final battle was not avoided, it was merely postponed. And they, in this brief interlude, must become stronger and find a way to face the ultimate war. "We must return to Konoha immediately," Kakashi decided on the spot. Everything that happened here, along with Naruto's sensing, must be reported to the Hokage at once. The shinobi world needs to unite. The four cast a final glance at the giant pit, a symbol both of victory and warning. Then, with heavy yet resolute hearts, turned and set off on the journey back. Leaving the permanently altered ice valley behind, Kakashi's team traveled back at an even faster pace than their outward journey. It was not out of eagerness to return home, but because of the intangible pressure that lingered in their hearts, emanating from a distant northern land. A war drum urging them to waste no time in idleness. Naruto's depleted chakra slowly recovered during the return trip, but the indigo blue chakra seemed to have undergone some subtle transformation. After the extreme law-touching execution of the vortex star collapse, this power had, as if tempered, become more condensed and docile, binding with his soul at a deeper level. His perception of space had also expanded slightly, allowing him to vaguely sense some powerful unnatural chakra gathering points in the far distance. Likely the regions the star chart warned were being infiltrated by the Otsutsuki forces. 5 days later, the familiar gates of Konoha came into view once more. Unlike the hidden undercurrents of their last return, the guards at the village entrance Izumo and Kotetsu wore plainly visible gravity. Upon seeing Kakashi's team, they immediately hurried over. "Kakashi-senpai, you're finally back." Izumo's tone was urgent. "The Hokage orders that you report to the Hokage's office immediately upon your return. There's an emergency." Kakashi's eyes sharpened. He nodded without further questions and led Naruto and the others straight to the Hokage building. Along the way, Konoha appeared as usual, but their keen senses detected an unusual tension permeating the air. The number of patrolling ninja squads had increased, their steps more hurried. Around important facilities, the alert level was clearly elevated. Pushing open the door of the Hokage's office, the atmosphere inside was so heavy it could almost drip. Tsunade sat behind her desk, arms crossed, her face dark with a terrifying gloom. Shizune stood beside her, equally furrow-browed. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya was also there, leaning by the window, his usual frivolous demeanor replaced by an uncharacteristic severity. "You're back." Tsunade's voice carried a hint of weariness, her sharp eyes scanning the four of them before settling on Naruto. "It seems your trip has yielded quite a harvest." She deliberately emphasized the words trip and harvest. "Granny Tsunade, Master Jiraiya," Naruto called out. "Detailed report," Tsunade said, without pleasantries, cutting straight to the point. Kakashi stepped forward and with clarity and conciseness reported the entire sequence: the exploration of the Valley of the End ruins, the awakening of power in the Stone Forest, the battle at the Ice Valley altar, and Naruto's sensing of the Otsutsuki forces gathering in the north. During the account, Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions grew increasingly grim. When they heard that Naruto had finally destroyed the altar and banished the Otsutsuki vanguard with the vortex star collapse, Tsunade slammed the table and stood up. "Nonsense. Do you think you can use that kind of power casually? If it went out of control, you'd be the first to die." Jiraiya also came over, speaking to Naruto in a rare stern tone. "Kid, power that touches the laws is no small matter. Every use is like walking a tightrope. You got lucky this time. What about next time?" Naruto lowered his head but quickly raised it again, his eyes firm. "I know it's dangerous, but there was no other choice at the time. And I feel that power was guiding me, telling me I had to do it to prevent something worse." Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds, then slumped heavily back into her chair, rubbing her temples. "Enough. What's done is done. No use dwelling on it. The intelligence you brought back is more serious than you think." She picked up several scrolls of various styles from the table and tossed them down. "The day before you returned, I received secret letters from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure simultaneously." "Secret letters from the 4 Kage?" Sakura exclaimed in surprise. "The contents are largely similar." Jiraiya interjected, his tone heavy. "They all inquire about the anomalous spatial fluctuations occurring across the ninja world, the attacks by unknown creatures, white zetsu, and a disturbing sense of threat as if from beyond the heavens. They suspect it's connected to the legendary Otsutsuki clan that brings destruction, and they all without exception mention that they have sensed or deduced from relic records that Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is crucially linked to the impending crisis." Silence filled the office. Kakashi spoke gravely. "It seems the Otsutsuki threat is not only aimed at Konoha but at the entire ninja world, and they appear to be deliberately putting Naruto in the spotlight." "Exactly," Tsunade said, pointing at the secret letters. "According to reports, Yujito Ni of Kumogakure, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki encountered a powerful enemy, while investigating a ruin was severely wounded, and left fragmented information like Star Jinchuriki and Ki before falling unconscious. Kuratsuchi of Iwagakure discovered large-scale traces of white zetsu activity near the border. Gaara of Sunagakure, using Shikaku's sensing ability, detected abnormal flows of earth vein energy. And Chojuro of Kirigakure found an ancient prophecy about the Star People, possibly the Otsutsuki or their servants, descending." She took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over everyone. "This means two things. First, the Otsutsuki's infiltration and preliminary preparations are broader and deeper than we imagined. Second, all 5 great ninja villages are aware of the crisis, and they are all watching Konoha, watching you, Naruto." All eyes focused on Naruto. He felt the weight on his shoulders heavier than ever, but he did not retreat. In his mind, the distant northern coordinate on the star chart, like a war horn, flickered faintly, resonating with the surging power within him. He stepped forward, straightened his back, and his azure eyes burned with a resolute flame. Then let them watch. Since everyone feels the danger, let's face it together. I don't want to see anyone else lose someone important to war. If my power is the key, then I'll use this key together with everyone to open the door to a peaceful future. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable determination and infectiousness. Tsunade looked at the child she had watched grow up, seeing in his eyes a steadfastness and responsibility beyond his years, and a myriad of emotions surged within her. She was silent for a moment, then finally spoke slowly, her voice resolute. Issue the order. In the name of the Fifth Hokage, send an emergency summons to Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure. Location: the Land of Iron. Time: 3 days from now. Convene the 5 Kage Summit. Taiji were a nation that reveres samurai and maintained neutrality in successive shinobi world wars, now welcomed unprecedented guests. The snowstorm still raged outside, yet within the ancient castle hall of San Lang shone a solemnity and resolve burnt fierce enough to dispel the cold. Around the massive circular stone table, the 5 Kage, the supreme authorities of today's ninja world, had already taken their seats. At the head sat the convener, 5th generation Hua-ing Gangsho. Her expression was solemn, golden braids resting on her shoulders, the diamond mark on her forehead, symbolizing the 100 nobility technique poised for activation. To her right was 4th generation Laying Ai. His bronze skin rippled with muscles, and his body radiated a violent lightning release chakra aura like a suppressed lion. His gaze frequently swept over the guards behind Gangsho, Kakashi, and the silent figure further back. Next came 3rd generation Tu-ing de Yi Mu. His small form hovered above his seat, arms crossed, discerning eyes narrowed with the astuteness of one who had weathered ages. Then 5th generation Feng-ing wa Ai Luo. His expression remained impassive as always, but the sand swirling around him was denser and calmer than before, and the gourd on his back exuded a subtle pressure. His gaze briefly met that of Ming-ren, who stood behind Gangsho, and he gave a slight nod. Finally, 5th generation Shui-ing Zhao Mei-ming. The mature, beautiful female Kage now bore no smile. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the table, deep worry for the unknown threat hidden in her eyes. Behind each Kage stood 2 elite guards. From Muyi were Kakashi and Zilai. From Yunin were Delui and Shi. From Yenin were Heitu and Shi-tu. From Sha-in were Shouju and Kinjolang. From Wu-in were Changshi-lang and Qing. Ming-ren, as a special presence at this summit, was placed in a conspicuous position behind Gangsho. He could clearly feel the gazes of scrutiny, curiosity, suspicion, and even hostility from all directions. Especially the 4th generation Laying, whose stare almost seemed to bore 2 holes through him. Everyone is here. Mifune, as the general of Taijigwa and host of the summit, broke the silence with a deep voice. Then, according to the tradition of the Kage Summit, let us first confirm the agenda. 5th generation Hua-ing, please explain the reason for this emergency convocation. All eyes focused on Gangsho. Gangsho took a deep breath, stood up, and swept her gaze across every Kage. Honored ones, there is only one reason I summoned you here. Our ninja world, and indeed this entire planet, faces a survival crisis from beyond the heavens far more severe than any previous war. The threat originates from the Otsutsuki clan, who brought forth the ancestor of chakra, Kaguya, and intend to devour all life on this planet. A faint stir rippled through the hall. Although each Kage had their own speculations and intelligence, the formal pronouncement by the Hua-ing still struck with immense impact. Where is the evidence? The 4th generation Laying Ai thundered in his booming voice, pointing at Ming-ren. Just the one-sided story of the Nine-Tails brat and those inexplicable white monsters. As far as I know, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Muyi has mastered some dangerous and uncontrollable power. He was clearly still brooding over the events at the Valley of the End and the Stone Forest. It is not one-sided, Gangsho replied calmly, signaling Kakashi to step forward. Kakashi distributed detailed intelligence scrolls, prepared in advance about the ruined star charts, White Zetsu, the Ice Valley Altar, and the space-time tunnel, to each Kage and their guards. These are some of the evidence collected by Muyi, which we believe corroborates the information you have. The Kage and their strategists such as Ching, and she immediately began quickly scanning the scrolls. The more they read, the graver their expressions became. De Yi Mu's floating body sank slightly, his aged voice carried a heavy tone, draining the Earth's veins and natural energy, creating an undead army opening space-time tunnels. If the scroll is true, this is indeed beyond the capacity of a single nation or village to resist. Zhao Meiming put down the scroll and rubbed her temples. The prophecies in the ancient texts are coming true. The Star People return bringing destruction and rebirth. But I didn't expect it to be so soon. Wei Luo directly looked at Mingren, his voice calm, yet carrying weight. Xian Wa Mingren, the scroll mentions you are the key. Your power and the star chart you saw are the only clear guides to our countermeasure. You need to prove it to us. Once again all eyes turned to Mingren. Mingren could feel his palms sweating and his heart pounding strongly in his chest. He knew that this moment would determine whether the ninja world would unite or sink deeper into suspicion and division. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Gang Shou. He did not look at the doubtful eyes, but instead looked at the empty space in the center of the round table, and slowly raised his hands. I know words alone are not proof. Mingren spoke, his voice carrying the unique clarity of youth yet an unshakable resolve. I also know my power is unfamiliar and unsettling. But this power exists not for destruction but for protection. He closed his eyes, and the indigo blue chakra within him began to flow slowly. Unlike the violence of battle, this flow of power carried a vast, ancient, and orderly rhythm. V-Room. A faint starlighting indigo aura radiated from his body. It was not harsh but seemed to possess purifying and stabilizing properties, clearing the previously restless and oppressive atmosphere in the hall. Then he cupped his hands in front of his chest, and a miniature globe of light, containing a slowly rotating star vortex, took shape. As the globe of light appeared, everyone could clearly sense that with Mingren as the center, the spatial structure of a small surrounding area had become exceptionally solid and stable, as if it were isolated from the outside. This is intervening in space. Qing's Byakugan instantly activated, staring in shock at the stable miniature star vortex and the solidified spatial region around it. So effortlessly. Mingren did not stop. He guided the miniature star vortex to slowly ascend and hover directly above the round table. Then, relying on the star chart in his mind and his sense of the northern threat coordinates, he projected a clear spiritual intent mixed with star power and carrying a sense of warning and guidance into the star vortex. Swish! The star vortex blazed with light, and a clear light screen materialized in midair. Within the light screen, a vague, spreading dark star chart appeared faintly. One coordinate located in the extreme north emitted an ominous blood-red light like a festering wound. Simultaneously, a sense of urgent oppressive crisis accompanied by several distinct but equally powerful soul-chilling evil auras, simulating the pressure of the main Otsutsuki family, was clearly transmitted to the hearts of every powerful person present. This was no illusion but a genuine information projection based on star power and spatial resonance. The light screen persisted for several seconds before slowly dissipating, and the miniature star vortex dissolved into specks of light that merged back into Mingren's body. He breathed heavily, his face somewhat pale, but his eyes remained bright as he looked at each Kage. This is the threat I see. They are there, gathering, ready to devour everything. Escape is useless and resistance alone is useless. We need to unite. Not for the interests of one village or one country, but for the very world we live in. A long silence fell over the hall. The fourth generation Lei Ying's clenched fist slowly loosened. He grunted but did not speak, though the doubt in his eyes had largely dissipated. De Yimu stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "Such clear spatial coordinates and threat perception. Seems the legends are true. The contingency left by the Sage of Six Paths may indeed lie within this boy." Zhao Meiming looked at Wei Luo. Fengying, what is your view? Wei Luo stood up, sand gathering at his feet. He looked at Mingren, then at the other Kage, and spoke clearly and firmly. I, fifth generation Fengying Wei Luo, and the Shayin village are willing to trust Xian Wa Mingren and join the alliance to fight against the Otsutsuki clan. His declaration was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Mifune spoke at the right moment. Then let us confirm here. Shall we form a shinobi world allied force to confront the Otsutsuki threat? After a brief silence, Yun-in agree, Yen-in agree, Wu-in agree, Mu-yi agree. Gang Shou slammed her fist heavily on the stone table, her voice decisive. Good. Then I declare the Shinobi World Allied Force is hereby established. At the center of the round table, the banners symbolizing the 5 Kage and Taijigwa were simultaneously raised, crossing each other. The wheel of history took a sharp turn at this moment. The scattered forces of the ninja world under the threat from the stars united for the first time. And Xian Wu Mingren, once a hopeless failure, became the bond and beacon of hope in the name of the stars. The resolution of the Wu Ing De Hui, as if endowed with wings, swiftly spread across the major ninja villages of the ninja world through encrypted ninja hawks and the fastest communication ninjutsu. The castle of Sanlang Shan in Taiji instantly became the heart of the entire ninja world, with countless commands issuing forth from there, and the vast war machine began to operate with unprecedented efficiency. Based on the coordinates and threat assessment provided by Ming Ren's star map, the Allied Forces headquarters was swiftly established, located at the castle in Taijigwa. After intense yet brief consultations, the position of Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces fell unexpectedly yet sensibly upon the shoulders of the 4th generation Lei Ying AI. His decisive and aggressive style was deemed suitable for dealing with the potential frontal assaults in the initial stages. Gang Shou served as Chief of Staff and General of Medical Logistics, De Yimu with his vast experience, and the formidable deterrent of Chun Dun took charge of the Central Command. Wa Ai Luo was responsible for constructing the defense system and mobile support, and Zhao Meiming commanded intelligence, reconnaissance, and special operations forces. Ming Ren, as a key strategic core, and one of the highest combat powers, was assigned to the Special Tactical Unit directly under the Supreme Command, with Kakashi and Zilai Yi naturally accompanying him. Their mission was not to hold a fixed position, but to serve as a firefighting force and a spearhead confronting the most dangerous enemies and battle situations. The formation of the Allied forces was not without obstacles. Long-standing grievances festered among the ninjas of various nations, and building trust required time. Time the enemy would clearly not grant them. Just as the framework of the Allied forces was taking shape and troops from different nations were still en route to their designated assembly areas, an urgent distress signal from the northernmost border like a biting winter wind swept into the command center. Report. The first observation post on the border of Shuejigua has lost contact. The second post transmitted a final image. Sustained assault by a massive number of Baiju and unidentified humanoid strong enemies. Energy level surpassing that of a tailed beast. The communications ninja, his voice trembling, projected a blurry image onto the center of the command center. In the image, a blizzard raged and tens of thousands of Baiju surged like a white tide across the snowfield. Among them, several tall figures with pale skin and bizarre attire stood out conspicuously. Some raised their hands to freeze entire mountain ranges, while others wielded enormous golden Luan Hui Yen weapons, easily tearing apart the hastily constructed defenses of the Allied forces. One of them even directly drained the chakra of a Yen-hidden elite Jonin, reducing him instantly to a mummy. It's them, the full members of the Daitong Mu clan. Ming Ren sprang to his feet, his indigo chakra stirring restlessly within him. The northern coordinate on the star map burned crimson as if aflame, even stronger than the one bound in Binggu. They're here so soon. Gang Shou's face paled. Our forces aren't fully deployed yet. No time to hesitate. The 4th generation Lei Ying AI slammed his fist onto the strategic sand table, shattering a mountain model representing the northern border. The 1st and 3rd mixed brigades are to advance, immediately establish a defensive line, and hold the enemy at all costs. Special Tactical Unit depart immediately. Take out those leading ones. The orders were issued swiftly. On the plaza outside the castle, massive summoning arrays lit up one after another. Ming Ren, Kakashi, Zilai Yi, and the temporarily assigned elites, including Zhuozhu, who had awakened his Wan Hua Tong Xiaoluan Yen after learning the truth from Yujibwa Yu, and guided by Dai Tu, chose to protect Konoha and Didala, who rode a giant clay bird and was forcibly conscripted by De Yimu, quickly assembled. Ming Ren. Zhuozhu approached Ming Ren, his purple Luan Hui Yen, which he had awakened unexpectedly in his pursuit of power, flickering as he glanced at Ming Ren's distinctive indigo chakra. His tone remained cold, but the usual edge of confrontation was absent. It seems you've found a new power. Don't hold me back. Humph, I should be the one saying that's Zhu. Mingren grinned, firmly patting Zhu on the shoulder. The latter frowned but did not evade. Finally I can fight alongside Senior Mingren. Daedalus sat on his giant clay bird, kneading explosive clay excitedly, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of an artist. Let those guys witness true artem. Let's go. Kaka, she pulled up his mask, his Xie Yen, scanning the group. The northern front relies on us. Zilai Yi clasped his hands together, and a massive salamander rose from the summoning array. Don't die, you brats. The special tactical unit transformed into several streaks of light, piercing through the snowstorm of Taiji, who were racing toward the northern border, where the flames of war had already ignited. Several hours later, when they arrived at the front line, they were greeted by a scene of devastation. The hastily constructed earth walls and defensive fortifications had been destroyed with overwhelming force, the snow and ice stained dark crimson, and the air thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. The ninjas of the Allied forces were fighting a retreating battle, relying on terrain and cooperation to barely withstand the ocean of Baiju and the terrifying onslaught of the Datong Mu members. One Datong Mu member, wielding a chakra black rod, emitting a sinister red glow, was pinning a cloud-hidden ninja to an ice wall, absorbing his chakra. Another female Datong Mu floated in midair, her hands forming seals, summoning a massive ice meteor that plummeted toward the retreating Allied forces. Bastard! Ming Ren's eyes blazed with fury. His figure vanished, instantly reappearing behind the Datong Mu, wielding the black rod. His fist, enveloped in indigo chakra, shot forward. Xing Dun Guai Li. Space twisted slightly. The Datong Mu reacted swiftly, turning to block, but was still sent flying by the fist, imbued with spatial oscillation force, cracks appearing on his chakra black rod. Oh, an interesting insect. The Datong Mu steadied himself, wiped a trickle of golden blood from his mouth, and regarded Ming Ren with interest. So you are the vessel that inherited the star legacy. On the other side, Zhu's Luan Hui Yen locked onto the female Datong Mu in the air. The black flames of Tian, Zhao, ignited, silently incinerating the ice meteor she had summoned into nothingness. Your opponent is me. Daedalus' giant clay bird swept across the sky, and countless small clay spiders rained down into the Baiju ranks, triggering a chain of explosions. Art is an explosion. Kakashi and Zilai Yi also engaged the other two Datong Mu members, and the battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. The arrival of the special tactical unit acted like a shot of adrenaline, stabilizing the collapsing defensive line. But everyone knew this was only the beginning. These Datong Mu were likely merely the vanguard of the true enemy. More brutal battles lay ahead. Mingren felt the power surging within him from the clash with the formidable enemy and the star map's ceaseless warnings. Only one thought occupied his mind: I must win. For everyone, for the future of the ninja world. The sky above the northern border was dyed an eerie hue by the brilliance of ninjutsu and the flames of explosions. The war between the allied forces of the ninja world and the Datong Mu clan had officially begun with the first shot. The situation on the battlefield completely spiraled out of control the moment the roots of the divine tree broke through the ground. This was no ordinary tree. Its trunk exhibited an ominous dark golden hue with lava-like patterns flowing along its bark. Countless robust roots danced wildly, as if alive, draining all energy from everything in their path. Be it rock, ice, or any unfortunate ninja or white absolute caught within, reducing them to ash in an instant. Above its canopy that obscured the sky was not adorned with green leaves, but instead was a gathering of chilling dark energy that seemed capable of consuming light. Merely gazing upon it sent shivers through the soul. Ha 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 ha! The master of Otsutsuki hovered at the top of the divine tree, arms wide open, laughing maniacally. Can you feel it? This magnificent power. This is the true embodiment of chakra, becoming one, achieving eternity. The energy of this insignificant world will serve as the cornerstone for us to return to our roots and ascend to the pinnacle. The devouring domain of the divine tree rapidly expanded as the chakra of the allied ninjas was uncontrollably drawn out, transforming into streaks of light that merged into the divine tree. Screams and desperate cries echoed as the defensive line collapsed in an instant. Stop him! Attack the divine tree! The fourth Hokage roared, his body erupting with lightning, as he charged towards the trunk of the divine tree, only to be easily swatted away by several massive roots crashing into the distant mountainside charred black. Dust release original realm separation technique. The giant Oyamada clasped his hands, enveloping a part of the divine tree with a massive cubic barrier. However, the light powerful enough to decompose all matter was blocked and absorbed by the dark golden energy flowing on the surface of the divine tree, barely causing it to tremble. No, conventional attacks are ineffective. Terumi Mice Water Dragon Bullet and Lava Release crashed into the divine tree, as if they were pebbles thrown into the sea. Gaara manipulated a vast sea of sand, attempting to bind the roots of the divine tree, but the sand lost its chakra connection the moment it touched the roots, cascading down helplessly. Despair washed over everyone like a cold tide. Naruto! Sakura shouted, shattering the roots that approached her with her monstrous strength, anxiously glancing at the fallen figure in the center of the battlefield. In the deep pit, Naruto struggled to rise, but it felt as if his body were filled with lead. The indigo chakra within him was dim, and the nine tails emitted pained gasps. The suppressive force of the divine tree far exceeded expectations. It was not merely the absorption of energy, but a deprivation of the very essence of life. Is this how it ends? Sasuke knelt on one knee, supporting himself with the Kusanagi sword. In the vision of his Rinnegan, the light representing vitality was rapidly extinguishing across the battlefield. Even his Amaterasu black flames could not sustain themselves on the divine tree. No! It can't be! Naruto suddenly lifted his head, golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with indomitable flames. In his mind, the star map revolved and deduced at unprecedented speed under the influence of the divine tree's massive malice, weaving countless stellar trajectories that ultimately pointed to a region shrouded in layers of mist. Deep within it was the core of his own soul and power. Kurama, everyone, lend me your power. One more time, Naruto roared in his heart. You little brat, don't order me around. Kurama's deep voice responded, yet that warm and ferocious chakra surged forth unreservedly, even more intensely than ever before. At the same time on the battlefield, all the ninjas who had not yet given up hope seemed to sense something. Naruto. Hinata rushed to his side, pouring her pure chakra into him without hesitation. Don't think you can steal the spotlight. Sasuke snorted coldly, his purple Rinnegan shining as the chakra properties of Indra actively connected with Naruto. Naruto-senpai. This was the call from Rock Lee Niji through Hinata's explanation and his own Byakugan perception, Shikamaru and others. Hey Naruto. This was from Jiraiya, Kakashi, Tsunade. Even Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. Threads of weak yet resolute belief accompanied by their remaining chakra transcended space and converged upon Naruto. This was not simply a layering of power but a resonance of souls. A sublimation of the will to protect in the face of despair. Within Naruto, the dim indigo chakra ignited like dried wood, tossed into a star fire, erupting violently. This time it was no longer a clear distinction between the stars and tailed beast power. Instead it began the ultimate and thorough fusion in the furnace of everyone's belief. Golden light and starry blue brilliance intertwined, giving rise to a brand new, platinum chakra imbued with infinite vitality and creativity. This chakra was warm and vast, filled with inclusiveness and hope, forming a stark contrast to the divine tree's engulfing darkness. Naruto's body was enveloped in the platinum light, slowly floating upwards. His tattered garments were reshaped by the energy, becoming a white divine robe adorned with starry patterns. On his forehead, the sun mark of the Sage of Six Paths emerged, but at its center was an additional deep star-like shimmer akin to a cosmic singularity. His eyes, the left one held the Rinnegan infused with the power of all existence, while the right one was the Eye of the Stars, deep and boundless, containing a sea of stars. Six Paths Starshine Mode. This is everyone's power. Naruto felt the new power surging within him, seemingly omnipotent, as well as a star map in his mind that had completely clarified the operational rules and weaknesses of the divine tree's energy. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the darkness of the divine tree, locking onto the master of Otsutsuki. Your eternity is built upon the despair of all. Naruto's voice was calm, yet resonated throughout the battlefield, carrying a soothing power. Such eternity is meaningless. Our future must be forged by our own hands. He extended his hand, the platinum chakra converging in his palm, no longer an offensive energy sphere, but transforming into a key with an ancient and splendid design. This key seemed to be composed of pure light inscribed with ancient stellar runes. Star map key of the all-returning origin. Naruto aimed the light key at the divine tree's trunk at the only initial source and point of termination of energy flow derived from the star map and threw it fiercely. The light key did not fly in a straight line but seemed to merge with the fabric of space, ignoring all defenses of the divine tree, directly appearing above that energy node, gently tapping it. Crack! The clear sound akin to glass shattering reverberated across the entire battlefield. The devouring invincible divine tree at the point where the light key struck instantly became riddled with countless fine platinum glowing cracks. The cracks rapidly spread, covering the entire tree in the blink of an eye. The master of Otsutsuki's maniacal laughter froze, replaced by unprecedented horror and disbelief. Impossible. How could you have found the source point? That is something only the clan elders could. His words were left unfinished. Boom! The colossal divine tree, as the light from the platinum cracks reached its peak, suddenly collapsed and disintegrated. It was not an explosion but rather a melting away like ice and snow, transforming into the purest unclaimed natural energy, raining down like warm sweet dew upon the ravaged land. As darkness receded, the sky revealed the obscured sunshine once more. The master of Otsutsuki plummeted from the sky with the collapse of the divine tree, his breath rapidly fading, his face filled with confusion and despair. His greatest support, his ambition to return to his clan, had utterly turned to dust in the light of hope gathered by the ninjas of the realm. Silence enveloped the battlefield, followed by a deafening cheer. The pure energy released as the divine tree collapsed washed like a warm tide over the scarred northern snowfields. Ice and snow melted, revealing the wounded earth beneath. Yet nourished by that energy rain, tender green shoots burst through the soil at a visible pace, tenaciously proclaiming life's return. On the battlefield, the cheers of survivors gradually subsided, replaced by a weary, yet hopeful stillness. The surviving allied ninjas helped one another, clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded. Every face was a mixture of grief, exhaustion, and the near-paralyzing relief born from final victory. Lord Daitongmu slumped at the edge of the massive crater formed by the divine tree's collapse. His once magnificent robes were tattered and torn, his formerly imposing face now ashen and vacant eyes staring into nothingness. His power had perished with the tree, his ambition and pride shattered completely, leaving only boundless bewilderment. Several elite jonin from the allied sealing corps swiftly approached and bound him with special curse-marked chains. The once world-threatening powerhouse now posed no danger. Naruto slowly descended, his platinum golden light fading. The mark on his forehead and his unusual eyes returned to normal, but deep within those blue eyes, a serene and gentle wisdom born of tribulation remained. The moment he landed, his legs gave way. The prolonged battle and the final all-out burst had nearly drained every ounce of his strength. Naruto, Sakura and Hinata rushed to his side, supporting him left and right. Sakura's hands immediately glowed with green medical chakra as she examined him, while Hinata used her pure eye to verify the stability of his energy, her eyes filled with lingering fear and deep concern. "I'm fine, Sakura," Hinata Naruto said with a weak smile, his voice hoarse. "Just a bit tired." Kakashi and Jiraiya also approached. Kakashi patted his shoulder, saying nothing but with eyes brimming with pride and approval. Jiraiya laughed heartily and ruffled Naruto's hair. "Well done, kid. Now your story is even more thrilling than any novel I've ever written." Sasuke sheathed Kusanagi and silently stepped aside, glancing at the sealed Lord Daitongmu in the distance, then at Naruto surrounded by companions. A faint, almost imperceptible twitch touched his lips before his usual cold demeanor returned, yet the forbidding aura around him seemed to have softened. Before long, the top brass of the Allied command arrived at the central battlefield. The fourth Raikage gave a heavy snort at the sight of the sealed Lord Daitongmu, but when he looked at Naruto, a hint of recognition appeared in his gaze. Inoki, floating midair, stroked his beard and sighed, "Truly the younger generation inspires awe. It seems the future of this shinobi world belongs to the youth." Mei Terumi and Gaara also cast approving glances toward Naruto. In the following days, the Allied forces began dealing with post-war affairs in an orderly manner. The bodies of fallen heroes were gathered, the severely wounded, were urgently sent back to rear hospitals via summoning beasts and teleportation arrays while the lightly injured received treatment on site. Simultaneously, multiple elite squads were dispatched, aided by Naruto's star map, to clear the remnants of the white Zetsu scattered across the shinobi world which were gradually dying as they lost their energy source after the divine tree's collapse, and to seal the unstable dimensional nodes left by the Otsutsuki ruins. 1 month later, after the last battlefield had been cleared and the final threat eliminated, the allied forces held a simple yet solemn victory celebration and memorial ceremony in the Land of Iron. There was no grand fanfare, no revelry, only silent mourning for the departed and hopes for the future. After the ceremony, the 5 Kages gathered again and signed the Treaty of Iron centered on permanent peace and mutual defense. The treaty explicitly dissolved the shinobi allied forces but retained the framework of the joint command and the intelligence sharing mechanism. Any nation facing a threat beyond its own capacity could count on unconditional support from the others. Furthermore, all countries would jointly manage, study, and seal the dangerous Otsutsuki legacies to ensure such tragedy never recurred. With the dust settled, the shinobi of each nation began their journeys home. Konoha welcomed its true heroes back. There was no grand ceremony, but as Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, Hinata, and the others stepped into the village, every villager along the way spontaneously paused their work, watching them silently. Eyes filled with gratitude, respect, and tears. Iruka Sensei stood at the forefront of the crowd, looking at the student who had once been a mischievous rascal, but was now a world-saving hero. Tears blurred his vision, yet his face bloomed with the proudest smile. Life gradually returned to normal, but the world was forever changed. The wounds of war needed time to heal, yet the seeds of hope and unity had been deeply planted. One evening months later, Naruto sat alone atop the Hokage rock overlooking Konoha, now bathed in the warm glow of lamplight, peaceful and serene. The evening breeze ruffled his hair. He unconsciously gathered a ball of gentle platinum gold chakra in his hand, feeling the life and will to protect contained within. Finally, I've protected it, he murmured softly, his mind flashing through every step of the journey. The days at the ninja academy, the bond with Sasuke, the training with Jiraiya, the despair of Pain's invasion, the fervor of the Fourth War, and now this threat that had crossed the stars and the ultimate victory. Inside him, Kurama surprisingly remained silent, lying quietly. The Star Force also flowed gently, coexisting in harmony with his own chakra and nature energy. The star map in his mind had not disappeared, it remained vast and grand, yet the sense of urgent warning had faded, replaced by a peaceful, far-reaching guidance, as if inviting him to explore the greater mysteries of the universe in the future. Footsteps sounded behind him. I knew I'd find you here, Naruto. Hinata's gentle voice came, carrying a box of still steaming bento. She sat down softly beside him. Hinata. Naruto withdrew his chakra and took the bento, a warm and relaxed smile spreading across his face. Looking at the girl who had always silently supported and accompanied him, his heart was full of peace and contentment. What are your plans for the future? Hinata asked softly, cheeks flushing. Naruto took a bite of the delicious food, then looked up at the stars gradually brightening in the night sky, his gaze firm and clear. Well, first I want to help everyone rebuild the village better. Then study hard with the pervy sage and become Hokage. And he paused, looking at Hinata with tender eyes. I want to protect this hard-won peace. With you and with everyone. He raised his hand, pointing at the boundless starry sky. Besides, the star map is still there. Maybe one day when we're strong enough we can go see the worlds beyond those stars. Not to conquer but to understand and communicate. After all, the future of shinobi shouldn't be confined to just this one planet, right? Hinata followed his finger, her eyes sparkling with hope. She nodded firmly. Wherever Naruto-kun wants to go, I will always be by your side. Beneath the stars, their silhouettes sat side by side together, with the brightly lit Konoha below forming a picture full of hope and promise. The old legend had ended and a new story accompanied by eternal starlight was slowly unfolding.